There exists a total of 52 extraordinary ability cards in this world. Someone has acquired the spade. Directly transform into a master of firearms. Someone has obtained the jack of diamonds. Reclining will yield an endless bounty of gold coins. Yet, Joko has acquired the hidden king capable of replicating all extraordinary abilities. Yet at this moment, he is on the verge of being imprisoned. Merely because Joko, as a magician, performed an enchanting blackout illusion on the streets. At that moment, two men, resembling police officers, suddenly intercepted us and revealed their badges. We are from the Supernatural Regulatory Department of the Dragon Kingdom. Apologies, it has been detected that you have been utilizing your abilities without authorization. Please accompany us for a brief discussion. Name, Joko. Age. The short and stout police officer across the table raised his eyes and frowned. To be honest, it truly is absurd. Joko innocently responded, "What nonsense!" The portly officer slammed his hand on the table. "You have undoubtedly reached the age of 18. The elderly police officer beside him stopped him. "Oh dear, law enforcement with civility." He then kindly revealed a warm smile. "The young man has transgressed the law. Wouldn't your parents feel sorrow upon learning of this?" "My parents have passed away." The two police officers were momentarily taken aback. "I apologize." The stout police officer cleared his throat a couple of times and inquired, "Could you explain the reason behind your utilization of your extraordinary abilities?" Joko blinked several times, perplexed. "What do you mean?" He responded, feigning ignorance, did he not? The stout policeman tapped the desk with a ballpoint pen. "Someone reported that before numerous civilians, you conjured coins out of thin air. The mobile phone even caused the entire city to experience a 5-second blackout. The term commoner may sound peculiar at first, yet it is quite ordinary in this world." Joko was a traveler who transcended dimensions. At a tender age, he journeyed from Earth to this world. However, the technological advancement and climatic features here are remarkably akin to those of Earth. The only distinction lies in the political system of Rongwa, which is characterized by a monarchy and aristocracy, encompassing kings, nobles, and commoners. The commoners are quite discerning, while the nobility is divided into ranks. The great nobles wield considerable power and influence, whereas the lesser nobles possess only a slight advantage in wealth over the common folk. It is not solely the commoners who are affected. The sister in the red dress possesses an LV bag, undoubtedly a sign of nobility. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The emphasis lies in the fact that you have utilized your extraordinary abilities. First and foremost, I extend my gratitude for your acknowledgement of my magical prowess. However, I must clarify that all of this is mere illusion, a fad. The two officers stand in striking contrast, indeed. In fact, when transforming the coin, I discreetly conceal one within the palm of my hand, placing it behind the phone, thereby revealing the ingenious principles that underpin the art of magic. Joko was filled with excitement. The phone thrown into the river was merely a model. The genuine phone had been discreetly placed back into his bag. As for the complete power outage and the building's light show, I had previously bribed the electrician, which cost me quite a bit of money. How it pains me. The stout police officer let out a hearty laugh. Joko furrowed his brow, recalling joyful memories. The short, rotund officer could not help but smile as well. "Why are you laughing?" She covered her mouth. "My wife has given birth." "I am not joking." The two officers instantly ceased their laughter, their expressions turning grave. "Mr. Zhou, let us speak plainly. You have violated the code of nobility. The first rule prohibits the display of magic in front of commoners." "But I am merely a commoner." "Nonsense, you are clearly a student from a prestigious school of the Dragon Kingdom." "I assure you, I am not of noble birth. Needless to say, I cannot afford an elite school." However, no matter how Joko attempts to clarify, these two officers stubbornly insist that Joko is involved in sorcery. "Alas, very well then. Pray tell, what is the amount of the fine?" Joko let out a resigned sigh, as if these officers were incapable of comprehending human speech. "No penalty shall be imposed." The two police officers exchanged a glance, and subsequently uttered two words, "Jie Xing." "What?" Joko seemed to have misheard. "Not my buddy. Not my friends, must you perform such theatrics? As for the so-called extraordinary abilities you speak of, I truly do not comprehend." Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell to you all. Joko rose, lifting his hands. He vigorously shook the silver bracelets adorning his wrists, as if attempting to break free. The short, stout policeman immediately reached out, attempting to seize him. In the next moment, the silver bracelet slipped from Joko's wrist, instantaneously fastening around the pudgy policeman's hands. Joko displayed an expression of feigned innocence. Alas, my hand slipped. How did the bracelet end up in your possession? The stout officer momentarily felt an urge to erupt. Yet, astonishingly, he chose to close his eyes. Silently muttering this peculiar incantation. Square the myriad phenomena. All things are divided in twain. Square, what an oddity. Before Fongqua could grasp its meaning fully, the central portion of the object shattered with a resounding crack. Now it was the turn of the onlookers to be perplexed. Not so, my friend, you truly possess remarkable skills. Reciting a peculiar verse, he shattered his hand. Joko freed himself, having previously employed a small steel wire to pry it open. Then, as the police approached, he waited. With a flick of inertia, it landed upon his hand. Yet, when the officer opened his palm, no wires were employed. Joko sat down once more. So you too are a practitioner. Which wire have you hidden? The police were utterly perplexed. What practitioner? I employ extraordinary abilities. Indeed, it is this divine card. He extracted a playing card from his wallet. The two of diamonds can also shatter a hand. How can it not be? This is the exclusive ability of the cube too. It can divide all items into two. This was bestowed upon me by the divine on my 18th birthday. How nostalgic it is. The police reacted swiftly. Ah, don't you have one as well? Joko spread his hands. I have an egg. You didn't receive the divine token on your 18th birthday? I already mentioned that I am merely in my teens. The two officers exchanged glances once more. Then when is your birthday? Joko raised his hand to check the time. In just 5 days, the day of celebration will arrive. I extend my heartfelt wishes for a joyous birthday in advance. 4, 3, 2, 1 tick-tock, tick-tock. The chimes of midnight ring out punctually. At this moment, Joko was precisely 18 years old, and his entire being radiates a dazzling brilliance. A peculiar sensation surged throughout Joko's body. It seemed as though he could sense something stirring within him. In that fleeting moment, the palms of Joko's hands began to emit a faint glow. A brilliant self-illumination flashed intensely, as a playing card slowly rotated in the air. Joko received the card, and the radiance abruptly ceased. This is Joko, toying with the card in his hand. Is this not the king in a deck of playing cards? The reverse side of the card is adorned with exquisite patterns. Emblazoned upon the surface is the visage of a jester, while the corners of the card bear the letters spelling Joker. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing voice resonates within my mind. The divine card Joker, the singular anomaly, possesses the extraordinary abilities of all other playing cards. Conditions for the activation of these powers. The concealment has detected that the conditions for the activation of the extraordinary ability have been fulfilled. The ability is activated automatically, and other abilities are being randomly selected. Instantly, the playing cards in hand flipped rapidly. Ultimately transformed into the likeness of another playing card, the front of this card depicts a regal king, with clovers illustrated at two opposing corners. The pattern bears the letter K, a plum blossom K. The extraordinary ability alters the probability of events occurring. Please note that after utilizing this divine card's extraordinary ability once, it reverts to its original state. The two police officers widened their eyes as they stared at the visitor, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could this be the divine token you were referring to?" Joko casually shook the king of flowers in his hand. The two police officers seemed to awaken from a dream, realizing that he had indeed just turned 18. Joko then produced his identification, handing it to both of you without a doubt. In the next moment, I express my sincere apologies for any inconvenience caused. The two police officers bowed in unison. They delivered Joko to the entrance of the police station. "Young man, we welcome you to visit again." Joko smiled and waved his hand, while internally, he chuckled cynically. After a 30-minute journey through the night, I returned home, gazing upon my dilapidated little apartment. With a sigh, Joko reflected on his surroundings. Why, a decade ago, did it not adorn the nobility but rather the tattered commoners? He reached into his pocket to fetch his keys, and there, amidst the fabric, his fingers brushed against a small note. This note exudes a subtle fragrance of perfume, adorned with elegant characters inscribed in red ink that proclaim, "I will come to find you tomorrow." Joko furrowed his brow, the fragrance of perfume wafting from the note. Could this scent belong to the woman in the red dress? Upon entering the house, Joko immediately examined the note, as a rich fragrance of perfume wafted gently through the air. His brow furrowed in concentration. Joko was a magician, having practiced the art since childhood. Unbeknownst to him, an object was stealthily placed upon another's possession. Yet, astonishingly, someone has employed this very tactic against Joko as well. The fragrance of this perfume undoubtedly belongs to that woman in red. Joko was certain that she has not approached him at all. She possesses the finesse of a skilled magician. He would not grant anyone the opportunity to approach him surreptitiously. Thus, how did he accomplish this? How did he manage to avoid any encounters with Joko? He placed the note into his pocket. After a brief moment of contemplation, Joko swiftly arrived at an answer. Perhaps there exists a supernatural ability that allows for the instantaneous transfer of objects. He too has acquired supernatural abilities. He took out that playing card, which had originally been a joker, now transformed into a different card adorned with a club. What is K pondering? A sharp, piercing voice suddenly emerges. I approached the divine tablet to converse. I am not the divine tablet. I am the deity who bestows upon you the fool card. You may refer to me as the god of fools. What need is there for deities in this era? We now reside in a society driven by technology, one that venerates science and opposes superstition. Speechless, I find it difficult to continue our conversation. Such is the typical mindset of a time traveler. Very well, farewell. Wait. Do you not wish to know the purpose of this playing card? Speak your mind. You have also heard it in the police station. Every individual with potential receives a divine token bestowed by the deities upon reaching the age of 18. The divine card is the playing card that rests in your hand, possessing the extraordinary power to activate unique abilities. Each distinct divine card harbors its own exceptional power. The Joker can transform into any playing card, standing as the singular most powerful card in existence. It is indeed the unparalleled embodiment of strength in the realm of cards. Such a formidable card. Why do you give me this? Ah, well, it is certainly because your demeanor is quite fitting. Could you please clarify your point? Your Joker card has now transformed into a club. I eagerly await the moment you unleash your extraordinary powers. Farewell. After uttering these words, that piercing voice vanished. No matter how fervently Joko called, the voice of the clown god would never again materialize. He silently contemplated the extraordinary abilities of the plum blossom K. How can the probability of changing an event be utilized? Can it be applied to any event? Should one simply purchase a lottery ticket directly? Adjust the probability of winning the first prize to 100. It is not merely a matter of development, rather, there may exist more suitable opportunities to utilize this extraordinary ability. However, Joko recalls that the Joker god once uttered a particular phrase. This divine card transforms back into Joko after a single use of its extraordinary power. The ability to alter probabilities can only be employed once. Joko had no intention of using it immediately, so he carefully stored the divine token away. The following day, the chime of the doorbell startled Joko awake. He lifted his gaze to see. It was already the early morning of the second day. Unbeknownst to himself, he had slept through the night. He rose, washed his face, and made his way towards the door. With a click, he turned the doorknob. Upon witnessing the graceful figure standing before the door, Joko let out a soft sigh. Indeed, it is you. Outside, the woman in red revealed a captivating smile. Hello, handsome. Have you received my note? Without regard for Joko's reaction, he entered the door and began to play. Opening her Louis Vuitton bag, she tipped it over, spilling forth a cascade of vibrant red 100 yuan notes. Joko glanced at the money. With a swallow of saliva, Joko, having lost both parents at a tender age, has relied on performing magic tricks to make a living. He struggles day by day, uncertain of his next meal. In recent years, he has turned to live streaming his magical performances. The economic situation has shown a slight improvement, allowing for the possibility of renting a modest apartment. However, it is the first time that Joku has encountered such a substantial sum of money. Sister. Do not speak of it, it was yesterday's magical performance. Sister, it seems that the monetary gifts are not mere gratuities. Yet they are indeed all for you. Why bestow upon me such funds? You cannot possibly wish to support me, can you? The woman smiled gently. What are you daydreaming about, my dear? This is all about the scholarship. What scholarship? I forgot to introduce myself. A woman has presented her name. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Yun. I am a professor at an esteemed academy in the Dragon Kingdom, specializing in the divine art of the 5 elemental suits. He produced his deck of playing cards. The 5 of diamonds. Once again, it was a deck of cards. Wang Ku hesitated and inquired. Are you also a person with extraordinary abilities? He covered his mouth and laughed. This expression is truly peculiar. Without further ado, you must hurry to catch the new students' enrollment. What enrollment report? Certainly, it is the enrollment day at the Noble School of the Dragon Kingdom. Today marks the commencement of the academic year. The Noble School of the Dragon Kingdom stands as the pinnacle of higher education in the realm. This place has produced countless distinguished politicians and entrepreneurs, as well as elite individuals from various fields, all of whom have graduated from this esteemed institution. In the future, a 6-figure salary will lead to marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner. Reaching the pinnacle of life is not merely a dream. Joku yearns to attend this prestigious school even in his dreams. This institution, however, admits only the aristocracy. Sister. I am but a commoner. I am aware that you have been granted an exceptional admission. The dream is within reach. At this moment, Joku found himself in a state of hesitation. The prestigious academy for those endowed with divine abilities was beckoning to him, and now this enigmatic woman in red was unexpectedly urging him to enroll. How peculiar, indeed it was all rather strange. Joku gazed upon the towering mountain of money. Are you suggesting that if I agree to enroll, all that wealth will belong to me? Certainly, came the immediate response from Joku. From today onward, I shall be your student, esteemed mentor. Strange as it may be, who could possibly oppose the allure of wealth? Hesitating for even a moment is a sign of disrespect towards money. Those who do not seize the opportunity to earn are fools. Thus, hasten to complete your enrollment. Professor Chen Yun inquired once more. Have you had breakfast? The orientation for new students at the school commences at 8 o'clock in the morning. What time? 8 o'clock, indeed. Joku gestured toward the clock hanging on the wall. It is now 7:55. The Rongwa aristocratic school is situated in the heart of the city, far removed from the Johaka area. Even by taxi, it would take at least an hour to reach there. That is not an issue. We are not merely walking over. With his left hand, he clutched his divine talisman, while his right arm extended outward, firmly grasping hold of whatever it may be. Just hold on to me. Joku, somewhat skeptical, placed his hand on Chen Yun's arm. Chen Yun slightly closed his eyes. Holding one square, murmuring softly. The square transforms all things. The 5 elements return to earth. Square? What 5? What is this? Why does the cross resemble a monstrous corpse? It requires time. Joku felt as though he had been thrust into an exceedingly confined space, his entire being contorting in discomfort, to the point where it became difficult to draw a breath. In the next moment, the air suddenly became invigorating. She blinked and gazed at her surroundings, as the dilapidated conditions of her apartment vanished entirely. Instead, there stands a magnificent and resplendent school gate, adorned with grand characters inscribed above, Divine School. Ahead lies a throng of people, for this esteemed institution, known as Divine School, is recognized as a bastion of nobility in the Dragon Kingdom. Just moments ago, I utilized my own divine. The message was directly conveyed. Joku regained his composure. Therefore, that small note could not possibly have been crafted by your extraordinary abilities, could it? Please send it directly to my pocket. Professor Chen Yun said, as if praising a child, so clever. He glanced at his phone and added, I forgot to tell you. To gain admission, one must undergo 3 entrance examinations. However, I have faith in your abilities with your talent. Passing these 3 assessments should pose no challenge. I have other tasks to attend to. With that, the young female professor vanished in an instant. Joku was left speechless. At such a tender age, she has ascended to the esteemed position of a professor. Her demeanor appears rather unorthodox, evoking a sense of skepticism regarding her reliability. She let out a sigh and gazed into the distance. At the forefront, an upperclassman greeted the freshmen, urging them to line up in an orderly fashion for the first round of enrollment assessments. Joka stepped forward to take his place at the end of the queue, his heart brimming with anxiety. This is an esteemed institution for the elite. One can truly gain admission through the entrance examination. Is it possible to enter the pinnacle of Chinese academia? My dear brother. You too are a newcomer. Brother, you too are a newcomer, a voice suddenly called out from ahead. Joku looked up and beheld a uniquely dressed young man. This young man possesses a cascade of sleek, long hair, so much so that one might easily mistake his gender at a glance. His attire is remarkably unpretentious, and were it not for the fact that this institution admits only those of noble lineage, one might question his presence here. Joku initially presumed that this individual, like himself, was also of humble origins. With a courteous demeanor, Joku responded affirmatively, inquiring, May I ask if you also possess long hair? The young man exclaimed with fervor, How wonderful! He then expressed his mounting anxiety, fretting over the possibility of failing the examination, overwhelmed with trepidation. At last, I have encountered a fellow freshman who shares my sentiments. My name is Zhang Yang. May I inquire, what is your name? It is quite rare to come across someone named Joku. My friend, you must share my experiences as well. Born into an obscure noble family, we are nearly as impoverished as commoners. Haha, my parents have to spend a considerable amount of money for my education. Zhang Yang playfully tousled her long hair. I have heard that among this year's freshers, there is a legendary figure. Joku is quite eager to elaborate further. Gather some intelligence. Thus, I gazed at him with great interest, eager to learn more. Zhang Yang chuckled softly. I heard that the individual was present yesterday. The entire Donghai city experienced a power outage lasting 5 seconds, causing the lights of the Yi family's financial building to malfunction collectively, which subsequently trended on the news. Moreover, it is said that he accomplished this remarkable feat while still a minor. It was also on that very day that he received his divine insignia, thereby securing his eligibility for admission. Moreover, he acquired the exceedingly rare Plum Blossom Divine Card. Joka feigned ignorance and inquired, Is the Plum Blossom Divine Card truly so scarce? Of course, Zhang Yang presents himself with an air of omniscience. In any case, I have yet to encounter a plum blossom in the Dragon Kingdom, and Zhang Yang carries an aura of delightful mystery. According to revelations from 2 police officers, that young man hails from humble origins. Joka continued to inquire, What of his humble beginnings? Zhang Yang stared at him in astonishment. Aren't you shocked? This is the only case in the world. A commoner bestowed with a divine token by the gods. As a result, he was exceptionally admitted by the school. I am truly eager to witness this individual with my own eyes. How could it be that he has caught the attention of the divine? Does he possess more legs or arms than an ordinary person? Joka feigned ignorance and replied, I'm not certain. I suppose it's because he is exceptionally handsome. The senior ahead called out. Organizing the records. One by one. Do not rush. Zhang Yang also noticed that senior. He excitedly shook Joku's arm. Look at that person. Joku gazed at the senior, who stood tall. His skin slightly tanned. From such a distance, his features were indistinct. What's the matter? What's the matter? Zhang Yang gazed incredulously at Joku. That was none other than Senior Li Hanfeng, who was rumored to have achieved the highest score in the entrance examination during his year. Joku remained oblivious to the fact that the entrance examination was ranked by scores, nor did he comprehend the significance of this ranking. He merely nodded in a semblance of understanding. The line for the entrance examination was quite lengthy. Joku observed that the freshmen at the front were each passing through a device resembling a security checkpoint. D Magic Water. 3 Gods Card, Square 4, qualified. 5 Gods Card, Spade 6, qualified. At this moment, Joku quietly inquired of Zhang Yang, "What is happening ahead?" "Of course, it is the initial round of entrance examinations," Zhang Yang replied. "You are undoubtedly aware that all new students must undergo a 3-year process, and this current phase is referred to as lineage testing. This refers to the examination of the magical essence levels within the bodies of newcomers. Therefore, what does the level of magical essence signify?" Zhou Ke continued to inquire. Zhang Yang suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is this true? How can you be unaware of magic?" Zhou Ke sought an excuse to deflect the conversation. "I was raised in a humble household, where no one ever imparted such knowledge to me." Zhang Yang began to explain earnestly. "If that is the case, you must have played games at some point, correct? Are you familiar with the concept of combat power? This magic is an innate energy present within the nobility, akin to a measure of combat prowess, which can be refined through diligent practice. One can gradually enhance their mastery of magic. When the level of magic reaches 10, one can elevate their divine card to the next tier." As he spoke, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. How many individuals graduate without ever attaining the ability to ascend, and may even go through life without elevating their magical aptitude to a mere 10 points? I shall not demand too much as long as the magical essence level remains no lower than 3, I can smoothly pass the examination. Yet, a sense of unease began to settle within Joku. If it truly falls below 3, will the school reject admission? Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for concern. This round is merely a test of your lineage. As long as you belong to the nobility, your magical prowess is fundamentally above 3 points. Only the commoners possess not a trace of magical essence within them. Therefore, you may rest assured." After hearing this, Joku felt even more uncertain. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations arose from the front of the line. "With a low magic essence level of 11. The divine card square 8 is qualified." The announcement from the security checkpoint has attracted the attention of countless individuals. Magic proficiency level 11. It is said that 10 o'clock represents a threshold that newcomers cannot surpass. How could he possibly reach 11? Truly, he is worthy of being one of the esteemed 4 noble families, the Yi clan. Born inherently superior to our noble class, the Yi family stands as the foremost clan beneath the royal lineage, boasting both pure blood and substantial wealth. Joku gazed far into the distance. A flamboyantly dressed young man strode confidently through the security checkpoint, his demeanor somewhat aloof. At this moment, Zhang Yang's reaction mirrored that of the others present. Zhang widened his mouth in astonishment. This Yi Lingtian actually surpassed the threshold of 10 magic points upon enrollment. Joku inquired once more. "Who is Yi Lingtian?" Zhang Yang was once again astonished by Joku's question. "You do not even recognize Yi Lingtian? Then allow me to inquire of you." "The financial skyscraper that experienced a power outage yesterday belongs to the Yi family group." "Are you aware of this?" Joku nodded. "It is common knowledge among the populace." Indeed, Yi Lingtian is the distinguished young master of the Yi family. His demeanor is rather flamboyant and overbearing, and it is advisable not to provoke him. Before the crowd's emotions could settle, a commotion erupted once more in the front queue, as the detection gate yielded another astonishing result. The first level of magic reached 15. The divine card, the Queen of Spades, has met the standards. The crowd erupted in excitement. The magical essence content is at 15. Even among the aristocracy, such a talent is a rare sight to behold. Which noble young lady is this? Why is she so meticulously covered? Indeed, true masters are always understated. Joku gazed at the aristocratic girl undergoing the examination.
She wore a black mask and an elegant white gown. What captivated attention the most was her silvery hair, a rarity in the Dragon Kingdom. Joku inadvertently glanced at her left wrist, where a silver bracelet subtly reflected the sunlight. Zhang Yang marveled once again, exclaiming, "I never expected this generation to feature 2 prodigious talents. Moreover, her divine card, its score, is astonishing." Joku inquired once more, "Is there any distinction between this score and others?" Chapter 5. The letter card. Zhang Yang had grown accustomed to Joku's ignorance regarding the divine card ranking system, and he patiently elucidated. These 4-point divine cards, colloquially known as letter cards, possess extraordinary powers compared to other numerical divine cards. It is said that those who attain these 4-point divine cards have received direct guidance from the deities. I understand now. Zhang Yang suddenly gestured mysteriously towards the masked girl. She must be the one who caused the citywide blackout yesterday. Only a letter card could wield such formidable abilities. Just look, she dares not reveal her face, fearing recognition. Zhou Ku chuckled softly. Did you not mention that person was a club card? I heard from a detection gate that the girl's divine card suit appears to be spade. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. It seems you were correct. I had forgotten. Soon, the two found themselves at the forefront of the queue. It's our turn. Zhang Yang's demeanor shifted to one of nervousness as he stepped forward and stood beneath the detection gate. Magical essence level 3, divine card. Heart 5, qualified. Phew, thank goodness. Zhang Yang grinned as he accepted his school uniform and freshman registration booklet from senior. Whispers rippled through the surrounding students. A magical essence level of only 3? That must be the minimum admission standard. Look at his attire. He appears to be from a noble background. However, Zhang Yang paid no heed to the murmurs. Enthusiastically waving his arms, Divine Card Academy, here I come. Zhou took a deep breath and stepped forward. Greetings, I am the senior responsible for this round of testing. Please proceed through this detection gate, said a senior with dark skin. Standing beneath the detection gate, Zhou closed his eyes in silence. Gaining admission to the Divine Card Academy was a crucial step towards achieving social ascension, amassing wealth, and gaining prominence. The detection gate emitted a series of beeps. Magical Essence Level 43, Divine Card, Club qualified. In an instant, the world seemed to freeze. The next moment, the surrounding discussions erupted. 43? A newcomer? Which family does he belong to? With that attire, he seems to hail from a noble lineage. Can a minor noble truly possess a score of 43? And his suit is a club? Zhou Ku himself did not exhibit excessive surprise, as he was aware of the uniqueness of his divine card and had already anticipated this outcome. However, it appeared that the detector had not recognized his divine card accurately, reporting instead on its altered state. Zhang Yang, who had already passed through, turned back in astonishment, his mouth agape, stammering, club? Is it you? Zhou calmly accepted his school uniform and enrollment handbook, offering a slight bow to the senior students. He then approached Zhang Yang, who stood in astonishment, and spoke in a plain manner. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhou Ku, of commoner descent. I was the one responsible for the citywide blackout yesterday. From one of the campus towers, 2 professors silently observed the enrollment ceremony. Director Chun, you truly have an eye for talent, remarked a middle-aged man, gazing at Zhou Ku in the distance. I've heard you contacted him in advance and promised him financial support? Chenyan chuckled lightly. It was merely luck. I happened to pass by East Street when I encountered him performing popular magic tricks from the commoner world. It was quite serendipitous. He turned out to be a genius with an exceptionally high level of magical essence. However, you, Professor Yuan Xing, only accept students from the upper echelons of nobility in your class. Thus you may miss out on many promising talents, she continued. The man known as Yuan Xing remained non-committal, his brow furrowed. I still believe that talent and lineage surpass all else. A student of commoner origin possessing a magical essence level as high as 43 is merely a rare occurrence. Moreover, magical essence level does not dictate everything. His future performance remains uncertain. Yet Yuan Xing hesitated to elaborate further. Chenyan glanced at him. I understand what you wish to express. You have noticed his divine card as well. Yuan Xing responded with a soft acknowledgement and added, the Plum Blossom divine card is something we haven't seen in the entire Dragon Kingdom for quite some time. Classmate, join our student club, exclaimed a senior with dark skin, excitedly stopping Zhou Ku. I am Li Hanfeng, the president of the Black Blade Society. Oh, by the way, the Black Blade Society is the best and most prestigious student organization in the entire school. A talent like you must join us. Li Hanfeng fervently shook Zhou Ku's hand. Is this the fervor of university club recruitment? Before Zhou Ku could contemplate his response, a senior female student called out. New students who passed the first round of testing, please come over here. The second round of testing is about to begin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ku apologetically said, I'm sorry, senior. I still need to complete the enrollment test. Oh, my apologies, Li Hanfeng scratched his head. There may be other seniors trying to recruit you into different clubs later. Do not agree to any of them. Only a handful of students failed to achieve a magical essence level of 3 in the first round of testing. Zhou found himself at the end of the line for the second round. Wow, so it's you, the mysterious commoner genius. Zhang Yang, who happened to be directly in front of Zhou Ku, exclaimed incredulously. Hey, Diddley Sr. just try to recruit you in his club? Seems so. Did you agree? No. Zhang Yang looked as if he had seen a ghost. Why didn't you agree? So many people wish to join the Black Blade Society, but cannot. Li Hanfeng is a prominent figure at the school. It's rumored that he ranked first in the entrance examination and ascended to divine card status in his second year. Not to mention his outstanding academic performance, earning scholarships to the point of exhaustion. Zhou felt overwhelmed by this impressive list of achievements. However, it is said that the Black Blade Society only recruits students with the Spade Divine card. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and inquired, So, your divine card is truly a club? Yes, what of it? Replied the other. Zhang Yang's expression morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment, and he suddenly pretended to kneel, exclaiming, Your Majesty, allow me to pay my respects. Oh no, dear subject, rise. I'm unworthy of such grand gestures. Yoku, bewildered by Zhang Yang's antics. Decided to play along. Zhang Yang chuckled. Did I not mention before? The holders of letter divine cards seem to have received guidance from the deities. Furthermore, different letters represent distinct meanings. Servants, queens, monarchs, and trump cards. With your divine card, who knows? You might one day become a king. Shoo, lower your voice. Zhou hurriedly covered his mouth. Though we live in modern times, if others overhear, it could lead to unnecessary gossip. After all, isn't this merely superstition? Was it not a girl previously who possessed a divine card? Is she destined to become a queen? As for me, I cannot say. That is what my mother told me. She claims that holders of divine cards are destined for royalty. Zhang Yang scratched his head thoughtfully. Zhou did not take Zhang Yang's words to heart. After all, his divine card merely activated his powers, temporarily transforming into the appearance of club. If one were to adhere to Zhang Yang's theory, would possessing a Joker card mean he would become a jester in the future? Chapter 6, Qualification Assessment. As the queue diminished, Zhou focused his attention on the upcoming assessment. Brother, this second round of evaluation is called Qualification Assessment, which entails one-on-one competition with other students, Zhang Yang explained while gazing ahead. However, it is solely for the purpose of qualification evaluation and will not eliminate anyone. Losing is of no consequence. Zhou also turned his gaze forward. The individual in charge of the second round was an upper-class woman. She sported a short hairstyle, had fair skin, and appeared exceptionally beautiful, dressed in a manner that was both exquisite and flamboyant. Numerous freshmen cast eager glances in her direction, and a few audacious boys even attempted to strike up conversations. Nevertheless, the upper-class woman remained entirely indifferent, her demeanor icy and unyielding. She disregarded the enthusiasm of those around her, methodically organizing the assessments for the newcomers. As Zhou approached, he noticed a small emblem pinned to the collar of her garment, a ruby heart-shaped brooch. He could not help but glance at it a second time. Hey, brother, are you not gazing at Senior Zhao, are you? Zhang Yang evidently noticed Zhou's interest. Do not even think about it. This senior is famously known as the Ice Queen of the campus, possessing an exceedingly proud and aloof character. She is undeniably beautiful, but do not expect to become familiar with her. I have heard that no male has ever been seen by her side. Zhou withdrew his gaze. I was merely admiring the small emblem on her chest. Zhang Yang responded, Oh, that? It is the emblem of one of the 4 great noble families. Just like that Yiling Tian from a Yi family, this senior surname is Zhao, and the Zhao family is also one of the 4 great noble families. The Yi family is renowned for their square divine cards, while the Zhao family is associated with the Heart family. Thus, their family emblems correspond to their respective suits. The line gradually dwindled until it reached Zhang Yang's position. It's my turn, brother. I'm about to participate in the second round of testing. Zhang Yang stated as he stepped forward. Stand here, came the voice of a senior, cold and indifferent. Following her instructions, Zhang Yang positioned himself before a testing device resembling a large computer, which was connected to a helmet. Put on, she commanded, her tone still terse. Zhang Yang obediently seated himself at the computer and donned the helmet. Across from him, another helmet awaited, and shortly thereafter, another student took a seat opposite him. Clad in opulent attire, Joka noticed a noble insignia adorning the boy's chest, distinct from the seniors. His was a design of intertwined branches in a square shape. Joka recalled that the family emblem of the Yi family resembled a square, did it not? The arrogant demeanor of the boy across was palpable. This little noble dares to compete with me? How could I possibly be tested alongside Yi Lingtian? I'm certain I will lose. Zhang Yang felt a sense of despair wash over him, muttering softly, yet he forced a smile and extended his hand. Brother Yi, a pleasure. Yi Lingtian cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yang's attire. I do not shake hands with those of lesser noble birth. Zhang Yang retracted his hand, his smile fading. This classmate, the testing is arranged by the school. Please wear the helmet. The senior girl shot a glare at Yi Lingtian, her tone growing firmer. Moreover, please refrain from making statements of class discrimination. Yi Lingtian raised his eyes to the senior girl, anger flickering in his gaze, as if he wished to retort. However, upon noticing the insignia on her chest, he eventually bowed his head in silence and put on the helmet. The cold senior tapped a few keys on the computer, and in an instant, Zhang Yang and Yi Lingtian vanished. Clearing her throat, she announced, "Next." Joka took a deep breath and stepped forward, only to find another student had taken a position opposite him. This student was cloaked in black attire with a hood, rendering their expression invisible. What an unconventional appearance. As Zhou approached, the short-haired senior surprisingly lifted her head slightly and spoke to him. Are you the genius with a magic aptitude level of 43? The question elicited gasps from the students behind him. Wait, did I hear that correctly? The senior is taking the initiative to speak to a boy? The senior remained unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd, retrieving a business card from her pocket and handing it to Zhou. I hope you will consider joining the Crimson Heart Society. It is one of the 3 major clubs at our school. Here's my card. The crowd erupted in discussion. What? The senior is actively inviting him to join the Crimson Heart Society? This is the first time I've seen Senior Zhuang invite a freshman to join a club. The atmosphere shifted. It felt as though the sun had risen in the west, shattering the aloof goddess persona. Senior Zhuang raised her head, casting a cold glance at the line of freshmen, her expression tinged with displeasure. Remarkably, the chatter ceased instantly, no one daring to utter another word. Zhou accepted the business card and glanced at it. Zhuang Xingyao, Divine Card Red Heart, Chairman of the Crimson Heart Society, Elite Cup Champion, heir to the Red Heart Scepter. Though he could not comprehend its full significance, he felt an overwhelming sense of strength emanating from it. Zhou pocketed the card, stating, I will give some thought. Countless eyes converged upon him, seemingly wishing to rend him asunder. Give some thought? Which family does this person hail from? It is said he comes from humble beginnings. Is he even aware of what he is saying? My greatest aspiration upon enrolling was to join the Crimson Heart Society one day, and he is merely contemplating? With a magical aptitude of 43, one is bound to be eclipsed by others. Zhou dismissed the cacophony behind him. All right, fellow students, please take your seats at the computers and don your helmets. This round constitutes the second phase of the enrollment assessment, the aptitude test. Once the system selects the content for this round, both parties will be automatically transported to the examination venue. Zhou donned his helmet, and so did the figure clad in black. He noticed a simulated roulette displayed on the computer, each segment inscribed with a term: strength, intelligence, luck, psychology. Zhuang Xingyao gently nudged the wheel. The roulette spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt, the pointer landing on a segment marked luck. Gentlemen, the content for this assessment is luck. As an old adage suggests, luck is also a facet of strength. In this round, the student with superior luck shall emerge victorious. Please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. Transporting to the examination venue. With a click on the computer, Zhou felt the world around him begin to swirl. Memories of his previous transportation with Professor Chen Yun flooded back, the sensation almost identical. It felt as though he were being squeezed into an exceedingly confined space, struggling to catch his breath amidst the pressure. Suddenly, the air transformed, becoming refreshingly crisp. Zhou surveyed his surroundings. He had arrived in a new location. Chapter 7. Russian Roulette. As Zhou regained his composure from the dizzying sensation, he began to scrutinize his environment. It was a small classroom, furnished with a single desk, 2 chairs, and a blackboard. He occupied one of the chairs, while the other was occupied by his opponent for this round, the student in black. Suddenly, a sharp knife appeared from behind, pressed against his spine. Zhouke felt the cold blade and involuntarily bristled. The moment startled him, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew he must not act rashly. Upon entering this room, the assessment had likely commenced. This classroom was presumably the examination venue. Reflecting on the roulette displayed on the computer screen, which indicated luck, he pondered the potential nature of the luck assessment. Perhaps it involved rock, paper, scissors, rolling dice, or drawing playing cards to compare values. Just as Zhouke's mind wandered, the blackboard flickered with fluorescent light, gradually revealing several lines of text. Second round enrollment assessment, aptitude test, assessment focus, luck. The assessment content, Russian roulette. Zhouke was quite familiar with this term, having encountered it in numerous films and television shows. It is an exceedingly cruel game of chance where the stakes are life itself. The gambling apparatus consists of a revolver and a person's life. The revolver cylinder contains 6 chambers, one of which is loaded with a bullet. After placing a bullet in one chamber, the cylinder is spun randomly before being closed, creating a firearm with an unpredictably positioned bullet. The participants take turns aiming the gun at their own heads and pulling the trigger. Naturally, the one who is shot loses. The essence of this game lies entirely in luck, which aligns with the nature of the assessment. However, is it truly necessary to gamble with one's life for a mere entrance examination? The text on the blackboard continued to unfold, detailing the assessment. The revolver has 6 chambers, 1 bullet. 2 students will pick up the revolver and take turns pulling the trigger. The one struck by the bullet will be eliminated. Note: please do not leave your seats and strictly adhere to the rules. Otherwise, blades beneath the seats will pierce forward. After reading the rules, Zhouke sighed. It was precisely as he had envisioned Russian roulette. Yet, the lingering question remained: what kind of test was this? Must lives truly be risked for an examination? As though hearing Zhouke's unspoken thoughts, the screen displayed 2 more lines. The examination room is an intelligent simulation, equipped with safety devices. After the assessment concludes, both participants will be returned to school and no one will suffer actual harm. This seemed quite reasonable. Zhouke diverted his gaze from the blackboard to the desk, where indeed lay a revolver. The test of luck was indeed simplistic and brutal. Shall you go first, or shall I? Zhouke inquired of the student clad in black. Outside the examination room. Terminate the assessment. Chen rushed into the examination venue. Panting heavily, Zhuang Xingyao, having escorted Zhouke and the student in black into the examination room, was now preparing the next pair of students to don their helmets. Professor, what has happened? She asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. A killer from the Skeleton Club has infiltrated the examination room. What? Upon hearing the term Skeleton Club, the new students present gasped in shock. Even Zhuang Xingyao, who typically maintained an icy demeanor, showed a slight change in expression. Professor Chen, catching her breath, stammered, "We received intelligence that a killer from the Skeleton Club has disguised themselves as a student and intends to murder a new student. Moreover, they have already been transported into the examination room." The Skeleton Club is a top-tier assassin organization lurking within Longhua. Anyone marked by the Skeleton Club meets an inevitable fate of death. Countless prominent figures, elites, and wealthy merchants have perished at the hands of the Skeleton Club. Yet at this moment, their target is an ordinary student. Professor, is what you say true? Are the new students here also at risk from the assassin? Zhuang Xingyao hesitated, adding, but the examination room is a simulated environment. Even if the assessment is perilous, it is ultimately fabricated. In the examination, death would only occur to be safely transported back to reality once the test concluded. At this moment, Chunyin finally caught her breath and solemnly declared, "There are individuals within our school who have compromised the safety assurance system in the examination hall." What? Zhuang Xingyao realized the gravity of the situation, her previously calm demeanor vanishing. She rushed towards the computer control panel, muttering to herself, "We must interrupt the test and evacuate the freshmen from the examination room." Rapidly, she clicked through the examination system interface. Soon, students were being teleported back one after another from their helmets. What's going on? I was just about to win. Thankfully, I narrowly escaped defeat. Countless freshmen either complained or secretly rejoiced, while most wore expressions of confusion as they looked towards Professor Chen Yun and Senior Zhuang Xingyao. I sincerely apologize, everyone. Due to technical reasons, this round of testing has been canceled. Professor Chen Yun bowed in apology. Teacher Zhuang Xingyao bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on an electronic screen. What's wrong? Chen Yun cast a puzzled look in her direction. The usually composed Zhuang Xingyao's voice quivered slightly. One of the examination rooms has malfunctioned. The test involves Russian roulette. There are still 2 individuals inside. We must get them out immediately. Without the safety assurance system, being shot would truly result in death. Zhuang Xingyao's voice was hoarse as she softly stated, "The examination room is out of control. Moreover, the bullets in the gun are real." In the examination classroom. "Hello, fellow student. Would you like to go first, or shall I?" Zhou attempted to engage politely with the figure opposite him. "I'll go first," replied the person in black, their voice hoarse and deep, sounding far from that of a typical student. They extended their right hand, deftly picking up a revolver. Zhou noticed a black skull tattoo on the back of their hand. Such a nonconformist. Zhou mused, wondering if the person opposite was a rather eccentric character. The figure in black said nothing further. They raised the gun and aimed it at their own temple. Zhou mentally calculated the odds of being shot. With 6 chambers and 1 bullet, the theoretical probability of being hit was approximately 1 in 6, or around 17%. This meant that, if fortune smiled upon him, the bullet might discharge at that very moment, and with a single shot, Zhou could emerge victorious. Of course, a 17% chance was not particularly high. It was more likely to be a blank shot. Click! The figure in black pulled the trigger. The first shot, a blank, it missed. The figure silently handed the revolver over to Zhou. Sigh, Zhou lamented inwardly. It was indeed a game of chance. A 17% probability was not particularly favorable, and he was not that fortunate. Zhou quietly accepted the gun, weighing it slightly. It seemed to be a genuine firearm. He recalled the words on the blackboard in the examination room. The examination is a smart simulation, equipped with a safety assurance device. Upon completion of the assessment, both parties will be transported back to the school, and no one will suffer any actual harm. At this moment, he couldn't help but question whether, if he were to be unfortunate enough to be shot, it would truly be without consequence. Chapter 8. Sudden examination question. Zhou raised the gun, positioning it beside his head. The cold barrel pressed against his temple, sending a chill through him. With 5 chambers left, only 1 bullet remained. The probability of being shot was 1 in 5, equating to a mere 20%. While not exceptionally high, luck was an unpredictable factor. A direct hit was not out of the realm of possibility. Zhou closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. Click! A sigh of relief escaped him. The second shot was fired. No hit. After all, a 20% chance was still a chance. He couldn't be that unfortunate. Zhou rolled his shoulders, preparing to hand the pistol to his opponent, when suddenly, the system voice in the examination room blared. Beep! Sudden examination question issued. Students currently holding the gun must complete a small task before transferring the firearm. Otherwise, you must shoot yourself again. A sudden examination question? Completing a minor task to pass the gun? The images from the classroom were transmitted live, with a few deft movements. Zhuang Xingyao lit up a large screen that broadcasted the entire life and death assessment. Russian roulette, originally intended as a luck assessment for the school, had now turned deadly. As the guns are real, this meant that a bullet would indeed result in death. Zhuang Xingyao murmured to herself, her voice laced with anxiety. She was not particularly concerned for the life of the individual involved. Rather, she bore the responsibility for this second round of testing. In previous years, no freshman assessments had ever resulted in fatalities. Should an accident occur this time, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. At this moment, the entire freshman class was riveted to the large screen, witnessing the life or death gamble between Zhou and the assassin of the Skull Society. When Zhou missed his shot, Professor Chen Yun let out a breath of relief. The death of a student on the very first day of assessments would constitute a significant educational disaster. In the next scene, The large screen displayed the issuance of the sudden examination question. Sudden examination question? Professor Chun, do we have such a procedure? Zhuang Xingyao inquired. Lifting her gaze, Professor Chinyan frowned, her eyes fixed intently on the screen, showing Zhou Ku. Absolutely not. The luck assessment was purely about chance. Thus, this sudden examination question must have been orchestrated by the assassin. In the examination hall, Zhou Ku furrowed his brow as he stared at the blackboard. Why was he singled out for an additional task? Was this also a measure of luck? Those unfortunate enough would face an extra challenge? Content of the sudden examination question. Please find a red object and place it in the center of the table within a time limit of 5 seconds. Countdown. 5, a red object? All he needed to do was find something red to place on the table. The task appeared deceptively simple. However, Zhou Ku swiftly surveyed the examination room. The classroom was quite austere. The desks, chairs, and the handgun were all gray, devoid of any hint of red. 4. Zhou Ku was unable to rise from his seat to search the room thoroughly. After all, the initial rules had clearly stated that attempting to leave his seat would prompt an immediate stab from the dagger. He did not wish to gamble on who would be quicker, himself or the blade. Moreover, even if one were to leave their seat in search of a red object, it is uncertain whether it could be found. Zhou could cast his gaze upon the figure cloaked in black across from him, whose countenance, shrouded in shadow, bore a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Something is amiss. This examination feels fundamentally flawed. This test was explicitly stated to assess one's luck. Yet the sudden emergence of the exam question evidently transcends the boundaries of mere chance. Furthermore, the requirement for only myself to tackle this question blatantly contravenes the principle of fairness in testing. I cannot dwell on this any longer. I must focus on surviving this round of the test. To be honest, Zhou Ku had already conceived of a particular red object, though he was initially reluctant to accept it. However, with the countdown pressing inexorably forward, he found himself devoid of alternative options. Resolutely, Zhou Ku extended a finger to his mouth and bit down firmly. His expression remained impassive as he withdrew the punctured finger from his lips, calmly placing it at the center of the table, where droplets of crimson blood fell. Blood, after all, is red. Detected red object. Examination question complete. Zhou Ku, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, extended the handgun toward his opponent and inquired, "My fellow student, you seem unfazed by the unexpected nature of this examination question. Additionally, your voice does not seem to belong to one of 18 years. Could you elucidate the reason for concealing your face? Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack," Zhang Yang exclaimed, visibly relieved after witnessing Zhou Ku navigate the perilous situation. "Brother, you must not perish. I have only just made the acquaintance of a brilliant friend, and I still wish to copy your homework." Professor Chen Yin retrieved a handkerchief from her bag, dabbing her brow to wipe away the cold sweat. Thank goodness. The student I favor would not come a harm. Zhuang Xingyao remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Zhou Ku, as she observed his unwavering demeanor while he bit into his own finger to effortlessly resolve the unexpected test and discern the anomaly of the assassin. Her eyebrows arched slightly. "Zhou Ku, just who are you?" Within the examination classroom, the assassin from the Skull Society paid no heed to Zhou Ku's inquiries. He merely accepted the handgun and, without hesitation, discharged a bullet directly into his own forehead. With 4 chambers and a single bullet, the probability stood at 1 in 4, or 25%. Click. The third shot. A blank. Zhou Ku furrowed his brow. The individual opposite exhibited an alarming decisiveness, firing without a trace of hesitation. Doubts began to creep into Zhou Ku's mind. Did this man in black possess prior knowledge, perhaps even forewarning of the bullet's location? "I am not a student." The man in black suddenly spoke. "However, I harbor no enmity toward you. I am merely following orders." Zhou Ku knitted his brows tightly as he reclaimed the handgun, once more pressing it against his temple. He was compelled to adhere to the examination's rules, sensing a metaphorical dagger poised to strike from behind. "The regulations of this examination have indeed been altered by you, have they not? So, what orders have you received?" Zhou Ku inquired softly. 3 chambers, 1 bullet. A 1 in 3 probability. The likelihood of death stands at 33%. The probability was exceedingly high, The bullet was most likely contained within this very chamber. Without hesitation, Zhou pulled the trigger. He distinctly perceived the murderous intent flickering in the eyes of the cloaked figure beneath the hood. In that fleeting moment, the figure uttered 3 chilling words. "I will kill you." Click. The 4th shot. An empty chamber. The cloaked figure sighed, disappointment lacing his tone. What a pity. Zhou could gently lower the handgun, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on his opponent. "So, you are an assassin? If I am not mistaken, the security measures in this examination room have already failed. Haven't they? If I were to be shot, would I truly die?" The cloaked figure raised his head, revealing half of his face, his cold and fierce eyes locking on his Zhou. "You are quite astute. However, being too clever can indeed be a disadvantage. I now understand why that person wishes to eliminate you." Zhou disregarded the assassin's words and directly offered the handgun. Yet, his adversary did not accept it. 4. At that moment, the system's voice chimed once more, announcing, "Emergency examination question released." Chapter 9. The most important thing in the world. Emergency question. The current gun holder must answer the ensuing question within 5 seconds. If the answer is incorrect, the individual must shoot themselves again. Please listen carefully. What is the most important thing in the world? Count down 5 what? Again? Zhou clenched his fists. Indeed, it seemed that additional assessments only arose when it was his turn. He was now convinced that the individual before him was up to mischief. For the question posed was, what is the most important thing in the world? Was it a specific object or an abstract concept? Wealth? Love? Career? Social status? Or perhaps life itself? Logically, life holds paramount importance. Once a person dies, nothing remains. Yet, could this truly be the correct answer? 3. Countless individuals have sacrificed their lives for freedom and dreams. Yet, many also believe that without life, everything else is inconsequential. Ultimately, this question yields 1,000 different answers. It is an open-ended inquiry with no definitive solution. A miser might argue that wealth is supreme, while a romantic would deem love as the highest virtue, and a workaholic would be wholly engrossed in their career. Throughout history, many have pursued longevity, asserting that the greatest gift of all is simply to live. Zhou furrowed his brow, his mind racing in contemplation. No matter how he responded, it seemed impossible to arrive at a correct answer. This was a conundrum without resolution. 2. Zhou once again reviewed the emergency question. If the answer is incorrect, the individual must shoot themselves again. The question did not stipulate the need to provide the correct answer. It merely stated that if one answered incorrectly, they would be compelled to shoot themselves again. Thus, it sufficed to deliver an answer that could never be deemed wrong. The key to breaking this deadlock lay in transcending the question itself and articulating a response that could never be misjudged. After a prolonged contemplation, Zhou suddenly raised his head and spoke. "My answer is incorrect." The system's voice fell silent in astonishment. It responded, tinged with a mechanical growl, "Clever of you." Outside the examination room, Zhuang Xingyao remained engrossed in her screen, desperately maneuvering to rescue him before the Skeleton Society could seize their opportunity. Professor Chen stared intently at the large display. Upon witnessing Zhou's ingenious response, she exhaled softly and wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Many freshmen began to grasp the significance of Zhou's answer, their admiration swelling for his remarkable intellect. How could he have conceived such a response? Zhang Yang, however, was utterly bewildered. He mumbled to himself, "What does that even mean? Did Zhou pass?" Beside him, Professor Chen elucidated, "The crux lies not in discovering the correct answer, but in formulating an answer that cannot be deemed incorrect." Zhang Yang tilted his head in confusion. Why won't this answer be judged as incorrect? Professor Chen meticulously analyzed the situation. If this answer were deemed incorrect by the system, what would occur? Zhang Yang strained to ponder Zhou's words. He claimed, "My answer is incorrect." If that statement were false, then, according to Zhou's logic, his answer would indeed be correct. Zhuang Xingyao, still engaged in her task, interjected, "Exactly." Professor Chen nodded. If the answer is correct, the system must acknowledge him as having passed this unexpected examination. Zhang Yang scratched his head and inquired once more. But what if the system deems this answer correct? Professor Chun Yun elaborated. If the system considers Zhou Ke's statement correct, then the assertion my answer is incorrect becomes true, leading to a contradiction with the system's initial judgment. Zhuang Xingyao summarized, thus, this answer constitutes a paradox, devoid of truth or falsehood. Since there is no right or wrong, one cannot claim incorrectness. This freshman has skillfully sidestepped a direct answer to the system's query. Suddenly, Zhuang Xingyao halted her movements. Professor Chun Yun quickly asked, what is it, Xingyao? Any progress in restoring the examination venue? Zhuang Xingyao gently shook her head. I have tried every possible method, but to no avail. Now, he has but one means of survival, to win this assessment. Inside the examination room, having successfully navigated the second unexpected question, Zhou Ke handed the pistol over to the assassin before him. It's your turn. The expression of the assassin in black finally wavered slightly, yet he still aimed the gun at his own temple. After all, the rules were absolute. The blade of the seat remained poised against his cervical spine. Failure to comply with the examination's regulations would mean certain death. The assassin's fingers began to tremble. With 2 chambers, 1 bullet, there was a 50% chance of mortality. The likelihood of death was alarmingly high. Zhou Ke watched his finger intently. The assassin seemed to lock eyes with him, and after a 2-second silence, he pulled the trigger. Click! The 5th shot. An empty chamber. At this moment, the examination room lay enveloped in a profound silence. Both individuals understood the gravity of the impending events. The man in black chuckled smugly. Do you comprehend what this blank shot signifies? If you deliberately provided an incorrect answer to the unexpected question, this blank shot is your doing. Consequently, I am compelled to accept the consequences of your 2 consecutive misfires. With that, the man in black tossed a revolver towards him. It's your turn to fire for the 6th time. In this game of Russian roulette, there are 6 chances to shoot, with only 1 bullet. The first 5 shots are blanks. This indicates Zhou Ke, resigned, grasped the handle of the gun. 1 chamber, 1 bullet. The probability of death on this last shot is unequivocally 100%. Is there any way to escape this fate? Zhou Ke felt the sharp blade pressing against his back, subtly piercing through his clothing and into his skin. Should he defy the rules and attempt to flee or fight to the death, the blade would assuredly pierce forward. He could not gamble on whether he or the blade would be faster. Exhaling a deep, shuddering breath, he pressed the cold barrel against his temple. The frigid touch of the gun's muzzle felt akin to the fingers of death itself. Pulling the trigger would mean the end of everything. The man in black softly intoned, I apologize. I am merely following orders. Since I am destined to perish, could you divulge who has orchestrated my demise? Zhou Ke suddenly posed this question. The man in black shook his head decisively. Absolutely not. I cannot reveal his name. Undeterred, Zhou Ke pressed on with another inquiry. Is it someone I know? Someone from this school? Upon uttering these words, Zhou Ke noticed a peculiar distortion in the assassin's features, hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. Such a pronounced reaction suggested that Zhou Ke's suspicions were indeed correct. Someone within this institution intended to take his life. Why? He was merely an ordinary freshman. He could not recall offending anyone. Why would someone wish to kill him? Zhou Ke persisted in his questioning. The man in black seemed to emit a cold laugh. Ah, have you truly forgotten your parents? His own parents? Zhou Ke was momentarily taken aback, causing his hand gripping the gun to tremble slightly. His parents had never spoken to him about divine tokens or supernatural abilities. Growing up in poverty, he had always believed his parents to be ordinary citizens, entirely unconnected to the nobility or any otherworldly powers. Yet, from a young age, Zhou Ke had been plagued by a recurring nightmare, a stranger invading his home, flames engulfing everything, and his parents meeting a tragic end. As a child, he would hide beneath his bed, trembling and powerless. In the final moments before his mother's demise, she had urgently spoken a single sentence to her young self. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Zhou Ke could not recall the content of that message. His mother's voice had not been faint. Logically, he should have heard it clearly. That had been her last words, and it was impossible for him to dismiss their significance. He once exerted tremendous effort to recall, employing various methods. Yet that phrase felt as if it had been erased from his memory. Each attempt he made to remember was met with an intense headache. Stop dawdling, let's get moving, urged the cloaked figure, as Joku hesitated to pull the trigger. He closed his eyes, unwilling to embrace death. He had yet to decipher his mother's words, nor had he unraveled the mystery of the divine. Was there any way to ensure his survival? Instinctively, he opened his mouth and, as if possessed by some unseen force, uttered a peculiar incantation. Plum blossom, the law of 10,000 changes. Sovereign, the decree of heaven. The moment the incantation escaped his lips, a flicker of astonishment crossed Joku's face. He had never heard those words before, yet this strange verse flowed from him with such ease, as if it were an innate talent. In that instant, the playing cards in his pocket became scalding hot. Plum blossom unconditionally altered the probability of events. Understanding dawned upon him. He had previously witnessed others invoking divine by reciting a similar odd verse. Thus, unbeknownst to him, he had activated the supernatural ability of the plum blossom. Before his eyes, a number appeared, wildly fluctuating. Initially, it stood at 100, but under Joku's gaze, it rapidly diminished to 0. This number represented the probability of the bullet being fired. In that moment, the probability shifted from 100 to 0. Joku slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The anxiety that once plagued him vanished entirely. With an elegant tone brimming with confidence, he regarded the assassin across from him and declared, "I am a magician. Throughout my years of performance, I have often stated that magic does not fail. It merely leads you into a meticulously crafted ruse." Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Click! The sixth round, the final shot of Russian roulette, was a blank. The cloaked figure's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. The assassin stared at Joku, and after 2 seconds, stammered, "How can this be possible? This is the last bullet. The probability of firing was 100. It had to hit." Joku remained remarkably composed, effortlessly tossing the gun back to him. Perhaps the bullet jammed. Perhaps there were never any bullets in the chamber. Or perhaps I executed a splendid illusion. In any case, it's your turn to shoot now. The 7th round of Russian roulette. The cloaked figure, trembling, took the gun and aimed at his own forehead, declaring impossible. The organization cannot err. There must be a bullet in the chamber. Joku's tone was calm. Indeed, there is a bullet in the chamber, but it belongs to your shot. If I am not mistaken, you must adhere to the rules of this trial as well, correct? Regardless, you should pull the trigger. Only then can I leave. The assassin's tremors gradually subsided as he regarded Joku with a steady gaze. You are clever, too clever. Yet, being overly conspicuous is not always a virtue. Should you exhibit foolishness, perhaps you might salvage your life. Yet, having revealed qualities befitting your lineage, you are bound to perish. He gestured towards the black skull on his hand, and then towards the heavens. This confrontation is being observed by those above me. Their resolve to eradicate you has undoubtedly intensified. Should I fall, another assassin will swiftly follow. Joku silently regarded the assassin, then lifted his gaze to the sky and proclaimed, "I apologize. I am unaware of concealing my prowess, nor do I find it necessary. Feel free to send more assassins. I shall slay as many as come." The assassin paused and ultimately pulled the trigger. Bang! The skull burst, blood splattering across the entire table. The assassin of the Skull Society met his demise. On the examination board, words swiftly materialized. Detection complete. Winner, Joku. Joku gracefully rose and bowed. The performance concluded in splendid fashion. He withdrew a tissue and gently wiped the blood from his face. You will soon be teleported out of the examination room. Gradually, Joku's form transformed into luminous particles and vanished. In the next moment, he reappeared beside the school's testing machine, emerging from the helmet. This examination bore a semblance of authenticity. He stretched lazily and ambled leisurely out of the teleportation portal. That assassin was rather melodramatic, and his verbosity was excessive. What brings you all here? Have you completed your examinations?" Joku found himself surrounded by countless astonished eyes, all wide with disbelief. Chinyan approached him, her expression one of shock, her voice somewhat hoarse. "The individual you just killed was an assassin of the Skull Society. The Skull Society had never failed before you. Within the confines of his home, Zhouke reflected on the events of the day. His audience for the magic performance, that woman in red, turned out to be a professor from the ability school who had invited him to participate in the entrance examination for the elite academy. Moreover, by a stroke of fate, he had temporarily secured first place. Such was the circumstance, as he was the sole victor of the second examination. Due to the loss of life during the test, the entire assessment had to be suspended. The originally scheduled third examination was postponed until 1 week after enrollment. Thus, theoretically, all new students who participated in the examination are eligible for admission. Before returning home, Professor Qinyun had repeatedly insisted on sending someone to escort him. However, Zhouke declined. He preferred not to be accompanied by a multitude of bodyguards, as their presence would feel like surveillance, hindering his movements instead. For 18 years, he had survived alone, confronting challenges and overcoming crises independently. He was more accustomed to solitude. Zhouke once again retrieved that card. After expending his ability to alter probability, the card transformed back from a clover to its jester form, awaiting the next activation of his powers. Abilities, divine cards, elite schools, and assassins. He recalled the assassin's final words before his demise. Do you not remember your parents? You have manifested qualities that align with your lineage. They have become increasingly resolute in their determination to erase your existence. Why would someone contemplate self-destruction? Why does the assassin invoke the memory of his parents? What were the final words of his mother before her demise? The assassin's last utterance lingers in his mind. The next killer will arrive shortly. Zhouke is uncertain what shortly entails. He simply knows he must prepare himself. The following day, Zhouke awakened early, ready to report to school. On his way, a multitude of luxurious vehicles sped past. Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Porsches. Suddenly, a thought struck him. These extravagant cars belong solely to the aristocracy. Only the nobility possess divine insignias and extraordinary powers. Could it be that the elite, bolstered by their divine endorsements and aided by their abilities, ascend to become the elite in various fields, amassing immense wealth? Meanwhile, the commoners, devoid of divine insignias and ignorant of these powers, are relegated to mere beasts of burden, exploited by the aristocrats. This notion sent a chill down his spine. Zhouke recalled the incident 2 days prior, when he was mistakenly apprehended by the police on the charge of employing extraordinary abilities in the presence of commoners. Thus, the common folk remained blissfully unaware, much like livestock, completely oblivious to the existence of these powers, allowing the nobility to wield dominance over them. He sighed. Within just 2 days, his worldview had undergone a seismic shift. He had initially believed that the world into which he had traversed was not dissimilar to his previous one, save for its political structure. Yet the emergence of divine insignias, extraordinary abilities, magical academies, and assassins of the Skull Society compelled him to acknowledge his profound ignorance of this realm. Zhouke clenched his fist. Fortunately, he had received his divine insignia on his 18th birthday, granting him access to the authentic world. As long as he could attend the Divine Insignia Academy, he too could eventually join the ranks of the nobility. He redirected his focus to his journey. His previous visit to school had been facilitated by Professor Qinyun's extraordinary ability, allowing for instant transportation. Today, however, he was required to navigate independently, as he could not teleport and was left to rely on the subway. At 8 in the morning, the subway station was teeming with people, exceedingly crowded, prompting Zhouke to exhale in exasperation. The majority of the aristocrats owned private vehicles. In this world, the subway was primarily utilized by the commoners or by downcast minor nobles like Zhang Yang. As the train arrived, the crowd surged forward, each person jostling to board. Zhouke, with his agile physique, managed to squeeze onto the train, only to discover that all seats were already occupied. Resigned, he found himself swaying amidst the throng. Ding dong. The East City Square station had arrived. It was a large platform, and some passengers began to disembark. Zhouke remained in place, as he intended to ride to the final destination. Suddenly, in the midst of the bustling subway, a soft form collided with him. Apologies. A melodious female voice chimed from behind. Zhouke turned to see a girl with silver hair. Sunlight streamed through the train windows. refracting into shimmering rays upon her silvery locks. The skin exposed above her black mask was fair, and her eyelashes cast shadows on her complexion resembling butterfly wings. The young woman's attire was elegantly understated, exuding a sense of cleanliness and distinctive style. She appeared to be of the same age as Zhou Ke and carried a red backpack, seemingly on her way to school. After offering a slight apology, she gently closed her eyes, refraining from looking in Zhou Ke's direction. Her silver hair was striking, instantly prompting Zhou Ke to recall her identity, the girl from yesterday, whose divine card was the spade. Zhou Ke's gaze shifted to a delicately crafted silver bracelet adorning her wrist, which bore a unique insignia. This emblem bore a resemblance to the medals worn by Zhuang Xingyao and Yi Lingtian, albeit with slight variations. It depicted a spade pierced by a long sword. He remembered Zhang Yang's words. Zhuang Xingyao and Yi Lingtian belonged to the four great noble families, thus possessing such insignias. The girl before him was also part of this elite circle. Zhou Ke furrowed his brow. Typically, the subway was frequented by commoners, with only the occasional impoverished noble. Why was she, too, compelled to navigate the crowded train? Zhou Ke contemplated initiating a conversation. Suddenly, a loud rumble reverberated through the subway. Passengers looked around, voicing their confusion. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? A piercing scream echoed within the carriage. A female passenger, hand over her mouth, pointed toward the end of the car, her voice trembling. There is a monster on the train. Zhou Ke turned to the direction she indicated. In the last carriage of the subway train, a figure clad in black, wearing a hood, stood silently. At first glance, one might mistake him for an eccentric individual. However, protruding from the cuffs were not human hands, but rather dark, slippery tentacles of an octopus. Gradually, the humanoid creature spoke, its voice hollow and raspy. The defiant shall perish. This does not concern others. I am here to kill but one. As it spoke, it slowly approached Zhou Ke's position. Hey, what are you doing? A burly man stepped in front of it, his muscular frame imposing. This is a public space. Please maintain order. The creature halted, seemingly raising its head to scrutinize the man's face. 2 seconds later, it uttered again in its gravelly voice. Non-target, eliminating obstacle. Suddenly, it extended a tentacle high, then forcefully swung it down, striking the stout man. The man, despite his considerable size, was sent flying as if he were a mere piece of paper upon being struck. The sound of slithering slime emanated from beneath the creature's black robe as the overturned man collided with the train's railing, causing the stainless steel to emit a resonant thrum. The man collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After clearing the obstacle, the creature continued to advance. The surrounding crowd gasped, hastily retreating in terror, fleeing the carriage. Zhou Ke remained still. He noticed the black garb of the monster bore a skull insignia. To his astonishment, the silver-haired girl had not fled either. It was the killing creature of the Skull Society. Generally speaking, they are typically programmed with specific characteristics of their kill targets, ensuring that innocent lives are spared. Thus, that civilian man did not perish. The girl murmured softly, however, it is precisely because of this that such killing machines operate with a cold, rigid logic. Zhou Ke let out a slight sigh as memories of the previous day's second round of new student assessments flooded back. The assassin had confidently proclaimed that they would soon send someone to hunt Zhou Ke down. Upon seeing the tentacled creature, Zhou Ke had already braced himself psychologically, though he had not anticipated their swift arrival. With a resigned sigh, he whispered, they must be here to kill me. The silver-haired girl muttered, inadvertently stealing Zhou Ke's line. Zhou Ke cast her a sidelong glance. My dear classmate, are you perhaps being a tad self-absorbed? The girl, oblivious to his gaze, remained fixated on the tentacled creature. In the next moment, she swiftly produced her divine card. The speed was remarkable. Yet Zhou Ke caught sight of the emblem upon it, a black queen, the spade. The silver-haired girl murmured, although using a divine card in public is prohibited, the urgency of the situation necessitates it. She then recited an incantation. Spade, break the myriad armies. Princess, forge divine weapons. Instantly, a pistol materialized in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, she fired at the creature. The monster did not evade, absorbing the bullets without any sign of injury, continuing its relentless advance. A flicker of astonishment crossed the girl's eyes. She quickly shook her head, intending to move forward, but was suddenly halted by an outstretched arm. Zhou Ku's classmate. Its target is me. Please refrain from making unnecessary sacrifices, he said softly, positioning himself in front of her. The girl scrutinized him from head to toe, hesitantly asking, "Who are you?" Chapter 12. The Tentacled Creature. Zhou Ku cleared his throat twice. Do you recall the one with a magic energy level of 43? The sole victor of Russian roulette? At that time, an assassin from the Skull Society sought to eliminate an ordinary new student. The girl politely waited for him to finish. Indeed, I am that very person. The monster erupted with a furious roar. Before Zhou Ku could complete his statement, the creature suddenly accelerated, charging towards the two. Apologies. We shall continue this conversation later. The girl swiftly pushed aside his arm and advanced. Upon noticing the silver-haired girl, the tentacled creature clearly focused its gaze upon her, then emitted a hollow voice. Target acquired. Huh? Zhou Ku was momentarily taken aback by the creature's words. Target acquired? This girl is truly the target of this tentacle monster? Does your Skull Society intend to eliminate so many individuals simultaneously? Zhou Ku stood frozen, sensing the girl's helpless gaze ahead, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Divine card activated. Conditions for supernatural ability have been met. Why did the divine card activate? Zhou Ku vividly recalled the moment he acquired the divine card, when a sharp voice uttered, "Ability, possession of the abilities of all other playing cards. Trigger condition, hidden." The conditions for activating this ability had not been disclosed. Yet at this moment, for reasons unknown, the ability had been activated. Randomly draw divine card ability. The voice remained high-pitched, distinctly recognizable. Zhou Ku remembered that the owner of this voice referred to himself as the Jester God. In such circumstances, drawing a formidable ability was undoubtedly advantageous. To be frank, Zhou Ku harbored a desire to draw a striking and glamorous combat ability, enabling him to elegantly vanquish the monsters, saving all aboard the train and garnering countless astonished gazes. He fixated intently on the divine card in his hand, just like the scene from the day he first obtained it. Zhou Ku watched as his card flipped in the air, ultimately transforming into another card. The Seven of Hearts. Divine card. Seven of Hearts. Skill. Read the innermost thoughts of any individual. This divine card reverts after use. Telepathy? Could it be any more useless? Zhou Ku felt a twinge of exasperation. Frankly speaking, in a situation besieged by monsters, this ability was practically worthless. Read the innermost thoughts of any individual. Whose thoughts was he supposed to read? The monsteress? Did that tentacled creature count as a person? Soon, however, he made peace with it. After all, abilities were drawn at random. It was entirely reasonable not to receive one suited to the current predicament. In the blink of an eye, the monster had lunged closer to the two. The silver-haired girl activated her divine card ability once more, instantly conjuring a long blade and striking forcefully at the creature. Yet, the tentacled monster reacted with astonishing speed. It raised one of its left tentacles and effortlessly swatted the blade away. Before she could register the attack, it lifted a second tentacle from its sleeve and lunged at the girl's body. The girl trembled slightly, seemingly surrendering to despair as she closed her eyes. At that moment, Zhou Ku took a few measured steps closer. Since he was not the target of the assault, there was no need for concern. Being closer should pose no danger. Crack! Just as Zhou Ku passed by the monster, its tentacle abruptly halted in midair. Its head tilted slightly. The hooded face turned towards him. Zhou Ku felt as if he could see the luminous eyes beneath the hood, staring directly at him. He blinked. Why are you looking at me when you're here to kill? The monster's parched lips parted once more. Target identified, switching the object of slaughter. It swiftly pivoted, its gaze fixated squarely on Zhou Ku. Wait, wasn't he that girl, just now your intended target? Why have you turned your sights on me? It extended a tentacle, launching itself at Zhou Ku with blinding speed, too swift for him to react. Whoosh! The anticipated pain did not arrive. The girl stood at a distance, maintaining a posture as if she had just thrown something. Unbeknownst to him, she had produced another long blade, hurling it at the tentacled monster, causing its attack to veer off course. Zhou found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "What are you waiting for? Run!" the girl shouted from a distance. In an instant, one of the tentacled monster's arms seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds as it swung towards Zhou. He quickly leapt to the right, narrowly avoiding a collision that would have struck his head. The tentacled creature moved swiftly, charging towards Zhou once more to launch another attack. Zhou rolled on the ground, evading once again. He darted left and right within the confines of the train, eliciting gasps from the other passengers. Yet the tentacled monster paid no heed to anyone else, fixating solely on Zhou in its pursuit. "What have I done to provoke you, great octopus? Why does your skeleton crew seek my demise?" Zhou seethed inwardly while evading. "Spades, break the myriad armies. Princess, forge divine weaponry." The girl in the distance swiftly produced her playing cards and shouted once again. Whoosh! This time, she conjured a long spear and hurled it at the tentacled monster. The beast ducked, avoiding the projectile as it shattered the subway glass, sending the passengers into a frenzy of screams. At that moment, Zhou finally found a brief respite from Zhou's observations. Her extraordinary ability appeared to allow her to conjure any weapon she desired without limitation. This power, in comparison to his own, seemed far more suitable for combat. Nevertheless, he was no longer an ordinary person oblivious to the world. He was a member of the Divine Card Academy and should learn to adapt to his abilities. His own card had transformed into the Seven of Hearts. Although he was uncertain if his mind-reading ability would be of any assistance in this situation, it was certainly better than having no power at all. Zhou imitated her, clutching his divine card. Must I recite a bizarre incantation as well? Regardless, I shall employ my divine card. In an instant, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. He felt the magical essence coursing through his body, reminiscent of the moment he had invoked the plum blossom in the examination room. Simultaneously, a genuine incantation flowed from his lips as if it were second nature. Hearts, seize the myriad souls. 7. Unveil the true intentions. He sensed his ability manifesting instantly. Suddenly, everything before him seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil of crimson mist. A cacophony of chaotic and murky voices flooded Zhou's mind. Execute slaughter. Follow the command. Eradicate royal blood. Zhou paused, momentarily taken aback. Was this the inner thought of the tentacled monster? He recalled the girl's earlier words. This creature was a killing machine trained by the skeleton crew, acting solely on orders. Eradicate royal blood? Was this the command to kill he had received? Did royal blood refer to a royal lineage? A hypothesis swiftly formed in his mind. The tentacled creature continued its relentless assault. Zhou, with his agile form, dodged left and right, evading the creature's two octopus-like appendages. Bang! His back slammed against the subway railing, the cold metal sending a shiver through him. Zhou finally managed to distance himself from the tentacled monster. However, that dark, thick, gurgling voice re-emerged. Royal blood, eradicate. The creature's tendrils retracted swiftly, redirecting its assault towards the silver-haired girl. Startled, she leaped backward to create distance. In that fleeting moment, Zhou once again discerned the monster's inner thoughts, which echoed the previous message. Target too far, changing attack target. Instantly, the tentacled monstrosity lunged towards Zhou anew. It seemed that Zhou had begun to grasp the creature's pattern of attack. Chapter 13, Red Heart 7. Judging by the creature's thoughts, it became clear that as long as the distance was too great, it would shift its focus to another victim. Strangely, the monster had disregarded all other passengers on the train, fixating solely on him and the silver-haired girl. Was it possible that they were the only two who matched its criteria for slaughter? Moreover, if one of them increased the distance, it would simply turn its attention to the other. When the creature had aimed to kill the girl, Zhou had unwittingly stepped forward, prompting the monster to abandon her and target him instead. Zhou hypothesized the creature could only eliminate one individual at a time. Thus it would always attack the one closest to it. Verifying this theory was straightforward. Zhou raised his voice, calling out to the silver-haired girl, Run towards me. What? She paused in confusion. Trust me. After weighing her options, she ultimately decided to heed his instruction and sprinted in his direction. Changing attack target, the tentacled beast relinquished its pursuit of Zhou Ku and turned back to the girl. Stop! Zhou Ku shouted urgently. The silver-haired girl complied, halting in place. Zhou Ku then moved toward the creature. As he closed the distance, the monster retracted its tendrils aimed at the girl and redirected them towards him. Indeed, the creature appeared devoid of independent judgment, operating on a remarkably simple logic. It would only attack either Zhou Ku or the silver-haired girl, selecting the one nearest to it as its target. With this understanding, the solution became strikingly clear. Surprisingly, what seemed like a futile telepathic ability in such a dire situation proved unexpectedly advantageous. There are no useless magical tools, only unreliable magicians, Zhou Ku murmured, who claimed aggressive powers were superior in such circumstances. In the hands of a skilled magician, even decayed wood could blossom. With a calm demeanor replacing his earlier panic, Zhou Ku gracefully stepped back, exuding an air of tranquility. At that moment, the silver-haired girl, the tentacled monster, and Zhou Ku formed a straight line on the train, with both individuals equidistant from the creature. In an instant, the monster froze, as if Zhou Ku's subtle retreat had anchored it in place. The reasons behind it were well understood by Zhou Ku himself. He curled the corners of his mouth and quietly listened to the creature's inner thoughts. Abnormal. The distance between the two individuals is equal. The logic of the monster's actions was straightforward. It would only assault the person closer to it. However, if the two were equidistant, it would plunge its judgment into confusion. This was the true method to break the deadlock. For a moment, the girl was taken aback. She glanced at the motionless monster and then at Zhou Ku, casting a look of incredulity. She could not hear the thoughts of the tentacled creature and was therefore astonished at Zhou Ku's ability to immobilize the monster so effortlessly. However, in the next moment, the tentacled creature simultaneously extended two arms, launching an attack toward both of them. Simultaneous attack. The monster's voice was thick and murky, seemingly raised several octaves. So, you are not as foolish as I thought, Zhou Ku murmured. He was not surprised by the creature's actions. On the contrary, if the tentacled monster were foolish enough to abandon its attack and remain stationary, he would begin to question the intelligence of the Skeleton Association assassins. Zhou Ku swiftly called out to the girl, "Step back. We must retreat while maintaining an equal distance from it." The silver-haired girl could not hear the monster's thoughts. Thus, she was unable to discern its attacking logic. Consequently, she did not comprehend why Zhou Ku issued such a command. Yet, witnessing how Zhou Ku could keep such a creature at bay with just a small step back, she began to trust in his abilities. Therefore, she obediently complied. The silver-haired girl moved gracefully, leaping to the side wall of the train car to evade the tentacle's assault. Then she swiftly retreated. Zhou Ku also ran back rapidly, as if propelled by the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the eyes of those around him. The two moved in perfect harmony, maintaining an equal distance that prevented the tentacled monster from concentrating its attack on a single target. When they had retreated to a sufficient distance, crack! The tentacle stretched to its limit. At this moment, the scene inside the carriage was as follows. In the middle of the carriage stood a tentacled creature. It extended one tentacle to each side, attempting to attack both young people simultaneously. Unfortunately, the length of its tentacles was limited, rendering it stuck in the center. Its two tentacles reached out to the sides, but they could not grasp either of the individuals. This monster was rather dim-witted. Zhou Ku slightly bent down and casually picked up a piece of iron rod from the ground. This rod had been dislodged from the train's guardrail during the earlier conflict with the tentacled creature. He weighed it in his hand, finding it quite satisfactory. In the next moment, he raised the iron rod vertically, aimed it at the tentacle, and thrust it down with force. With that, he instantly pinned the tentacle to the ground. The tentacle struggled, yet was nailed in place and unable to move. The silver-haired girl stared at Zhou Ku's actions in bewilderment, not understanding his reasoning. Zhou Ku noticed the question in her eyes. If you cannot comprehend, simply follow my lead. The silver-haired girl paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She summoned her extraordinary powers, conjuring a long spear and imitated Zhou Ke's movements, deftly thrusting it downward. The tentacles writhed violently, impaled firmly into the ground by the spear. At this moment, the creature was rendered utterly immobile. Shall we draw closer together or maintain our distance? The silver-haired girl nodded in agreement. The two moved in harmonious synchrony, gradually approaching the tentacled monster. Due to their equal distance from it, the creature could not focus its attacks on a single target, forcing it to mobilize its tentacles for simultaneous strikes. However, its appendages had already been securely pinned to the ground by two iron rods. This was precisely Zhou Ke's intention in driving them into the earth. The pair safely reached the creature's front. Blood erasure. Error. Two targets at equal distance. The creature's thoughts buzzed incessantly. It yearned to unleash its full force against the two, yet its tentacles lay firmly anchored. Thus it could only writhe and struggle in place. Zhou Ke fixated on the skull emblem on the creature's attire, his expression darkening. I mentioned before, feel free to send more assassins my way. I shall slay them all, regardless of their number. A cold glint flashed. Zhou Ke withdrew a short sword from his pocket, swiftly and cleanly slashing the creature's throat. Amidst the blood mist that erupted from the creature's shattered head, a crimson glow slowly swirled and faded from Zhou Ke's eyes. The creature's noise-like thoughts vanished at that moment. The cessation of its powers signified the creature's complete demise. Zhou Ke stretched languidly, casually tilting his neck as if he had merely awakened from slumber rather than having just taken a life. The silver-haired girl gazed at Zhou Ke, her lips poised to speak, but hesitating. Feel free to ask me anything, Zhou Ke encouraged softly. Chapter 14. The princess, how did you manage that? She inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity, her tone crisp and clear. Manage what? Zhou Ke replied. The silver-haired girl, astonished, continued. You immobilized that creature. Typically, individual divine cards can freeze a person in place. However, I only saw you take a step back, and it suddenly ceased moving. I didn't see you use a divine card during that process. Zhou Ke wished to conceal the fact that he had employed the Red Heart 7 divine card, especially since he had been identified with the Plum Blossom card during yesterday's bloodline test. Normally, one could possess only a single divine card. I'm not quite sure either. Perhaps I simply dazzled it into stillness. He jested, attempting to divert her attention and obscure the matter. She seemed to perceive Zhou Ke's intent, smiling gently, her understanding evident. Very well, I shouldn't pry. Hello, my name is Su Chenxi. Thank you for saving me. The girl offered a slight curtsy, her posture poised, elegant, and dignified. Zhou Ke pulled out a tissue, quietly wiping the blood from his face. No need for thanks. My name is Zhou Ke. Su Chenxi's expression shifted slightly. Zhou Ke? Are you the one from yesterday, born of humble origins, possessing a magic essence level of 43, who also vanquished a skeleton society assassin? Zhou Ke nodded silently, then retorted, You must be the newcomer with the spade emblem from yesterday. I witnessed your display of supernatural abilities. Thus, the spade's power is to conjure weapons without limitation. Zhou Ke had an exceptional memory, and among the enrollment group the previous day, she was the only one with striking silver hair. Su Chenxi did not disguise her identity and openly acknowledged, indeed, that is a combat-oriented ability. However, I can only materialize weapons I am proficient with. Zhou Ke smiled wryly, by the way. We just demonstrated our divine cards in front of civilians and even took a life. Do you think the school will expel us? He recalled the night of his 18th birthday when he performed an extraordinary magic trick, only to be apprehended by the police, who regarded him as an ability user. At that time, the officers were exceedingly stern and even suggested capital punishment. Su Chenxi shook her head. That individual was a ruthless monster affiliated with the Skeleton Society. They have forsaken their humanity, obeying only the slaughter commands of their trainers, automatically seeking out suitable targets to eliminate. He cannot be considered human. Utilizing abilities in his presence constitutes a special circumstance, and the law provides exemptions. Moreover, I will speak to my father about this. You need not worry. Upon hearing this term, Zhou Ke's father understood immediately. Indeed, she was a noblewoman, belonging to a family of power and influence. Furthermore, based on the prior instructions from the tentacled monster, Joku had already deduced her identity. So, as a noble, why do you choose to take the subway? Joku finally inquired, a question that had piqued his interest from the outset. She smiled and replied, "You do not presume I am one of those haughty noble ladies, do you? In truth, I have always believed in narrowing the gap between nobles and commoners, advocating for equal treatment in society. Therefore, I came to experience the sensation of riding the subway today, leading by example." She sighed. However, it seems this decision has attracted the attention of the Skeleton Society's assassins. Given the monster's behavior, the command issued to it must have been to eliminate all nobles. Joku lifted his chin defiantly, "But I am not a noble." She chuckled lightly. "There is no need for concealment. Although everyone claims you are of common birth, your magic essence level is so high that it can only signify noble lineage. Furthermore, that short sword of yours is clearly an aristocratic possession." Short sword? Joku glanced at his right hand, where he still held the blade that had slain the monster, its tip still glistening with blood. "This short sword is exquisitely crafted," Su Chensi remarked. Joku shook his head. "This sword was bequeathed to me by my parents. I am certain they were both commoners. As for my magic essence and the bestow divine card, it must be an exception." Su Chensi pondered thoughtfully. "If you truly are a commoner, then what command did the Skeleton Society monster receive? Is it to kill all students of the Divine Card Academy?" Joku did not respond. He recalled the inner voice of the tentacled monster. Eradicate the royal bloodline. At that moment, the subway slowly approached the station. Upon disembarking, they caught sight of the spire of a building belonging to the academy in the distance. Amidst the throngs of people, where the crowd pressed against each other, Joku addressed Su Chensi. "I must take my leave now. Thank you once again for your assistance on the train. I owe you a personal favor, which I shall repay in the future. Well then, goodbye." As Joku bid farewell, he couldn't help but feel a favorable impression of this girl named Su Chensi. Despite being a lady of noble birth, she chose to take the subway to school and exhibited none of the airs typically associated with aristocracy. Rather, she was remarkably courteous. Joku recalled Yiling Tian, who, with his family crest prominently displayed, carried an air of superiority, as if he feared that others might not recognize his noble status. Though they both hailed from the same social class, the distinction between them was quite pronounced. "Wow, Joku, you finally arrived." A sudden, forceful pat on his back startled him. Zhang Yang grinned broadly. "How do you feel? Nervous? Excited?" The freshman orientation ceremony is about to commence. The auditorium of Shunpai Academy was bustling with new students, each animatedly conversing and examining the decorations. At the front of the hall, a grand stage glittered under the lights, while rows of seats below were already filled with freshmen. Joku and Zhang Yang settled into a spot towards the back. "Hey, I just overheard someone up front say that the king's daughter is also starting this year. I wonder what she looks like, coming from royal lineage. She must be quite impressive. We'll be classmates. Who knows, perhaps I'll have some story to tell about the princess." Zhang Yang had already begun to daydream. Joku, however, was not as exhilarated as Zhang Yang and merely responded nonchalantly. "If she's a princess, she must be rather haughty. Would she even notice someone of your modest nobility?" Their conversation continued to meander through trivial matters. The orientation ceremony commenced as an upperclassman took to the stage. Articulating in flawless Mandarin, teachers and fellow students, "Welcome to Shunpai Academy. The orientation ceremony is now officially underway. Let us invite the principal to the stage for a speech." With that, the upperclassmen exited the stage. The freshmen buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the principal's appearance. Yet, as moments ticked by, no one came forth. Curiosity spread through the crowd, and the murmurs among the seated students grew louder. "Cough, cough, it seems the principal is delayed. Let us skip this segment for now." A young female professor rose to take control of the situation. Recognizing her crimson attire, Joku instantly identified her as Professor Chen Yun. "Now, let us invite the student representative to the stage for a speech." With this announcement, Professor Chen Yun led the applause, and the students followed suit with a resounding cheer. Traditionally, this honor was bestowed upon someone of high nobility. This year, it was likely that young master from the Yi family. "Oh, did you not know? The royal princess is also enrolling this year. It must be her." Joku overheard discussions nearby. Amidst the applause, a striking figure gradually ascended the stage, capturing the attention of all the freshmen. A girl, draped in a flowing gown with silvery hair cascading over her shoulders, gracefully approached the microphone. She exuded an air of exquisite elegance, her high heels clicking softly against the floor as she made her way forward. "Look, the goddess has descended upon us," exclaimed Zhang Yang, nearly drooling in awe. Zhou did not respond immediately. His gaze fell upon the left wrist of the young maiden, where a silver bracelet adorned her fair skin. She spoke up, her voice bright and clear. "Hello everyone, I am Su Chenxi." Ah, her voice is so melodious. Zhang Yang nearly screamed in excitement. Chapter 15. Seating Su Chenxi stood tall, her enunciation crisp. "It is a great honor to represent the new students and give a speech. Most of the students might already know me, but I wish to express that I do not wish to be seen as a lofty princess, but rather as an ordinary classmate." Zhou was momentarily stunned. So she is the esteemed princess. No wonder she is so stunning. Zhou discreetly covered his face with one hand, pretending not to be acquainted with the boy next to him. Su Chenxi continued her speech. Although much of it was somewhat formal and scripted, yet one particular statement left an impression on Zhou, echoing her previous words. "I hope that in the future, there will no longer be a divide between nobles and commoners. As a princess, I choose to take the subway to school like everyone else." It seemed this was her true sentiment. "My speech concludes here. Thank you all." She set down the microphone and walked toward the audience. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, though most were not truly engaged with her speech, but rather captivated by her status as a princess. Hey, the princess is coming toward the audience," Zhang Yang whispered, shaking Zhou's arm. "Of course, she is a new student. Where else would she sit?" Zhou brushed his hand aside, urging him to behave normally. Su Chenxi walked slowly, her eyes scanning for an available seat. The gaze of the vast majority was fixed upon her, following her every movement. There were indeed vacant spots beside some students. However, being a princess, even without an air of superiority, she naturally exuded an aura of distinction that made it difficult for anyone to muster the courage to invite her to sit. As Su Chenxi passed a certain row, a figure suddenly stood, dressed in opulent garments, with a rebellious demeanor and a square, noble emblem adorning his chest. It was Yi Ling Tian. He slightly bowed, extending a hand towards Su Chenxi. "If your highness does not mind, you may sit here." There was a vacant spot beside him. Yet, Su Chenxi merely inclined her head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness," before walking past that row. He awkwardly halted, then resumed his seat. Zhang Yang could not help but cheer inwardly. It's my first time witnessing Yi Ling Tian being turned down. To refuse his invitation would spell disaster for an ordinary person. But the princess belongs to the royal family. She can do as she pleases. And Yi Ling Tian wouldn't dare utter a word in protest. With a grin, Zhang Yang turned to Zhou and asked, "Hey, do you think the princess might sit next to us since there are empty seats?" Zhou, somewhat exasperated, replied, "She can sit wherever she likes. Why are you so concerned?" Suddenly, Su Chenxi halted right in Zhou's row. Her gaze shifted toward him, and it was evident that she recognized him. "Hello, Kiskibiko. The princess is looking this way. Is she gazing at me?" Zhang Yang straightened his posture, filled with hope that the esteemed princess might indeed choose to sit beside them. As if she had heard his words, Su Chenxi unexpectedly walked toward them. "Excuse me, is the seat taken?" She inquired softly of Zhou. "No, it's unoccupied." "You may sit," Zhou replied nonchalantly. "Thank you," she said, taking her seat. The surrounding classmates gasped in unison, their whispers rippling through the air, ignoring the murmurs. Su Chenxi initiated a conversation. "I saw your results from the first 2 rounds backstage. You ranked first among the newcomers. It's merely a stroke of luck." An unexpected interruption occurred during the second round of the aptitude test, leaving me as the only one to complete it. Otherwise, I could hardly claim the top spot. Su Chenxi chuckled. "There is no need for such humility. Your performance on the subway assured me that, even under normal circumstances, you would achieve commendable results. Were you not of common birth, It's likely you would have been selected as a student representative to speak on stage just now. Before Zhou Ku could respond, Zhang Yang let out a peculiar sound. His gaze shifted between Zhou Ku and the princess, then returned to Zhou Ku. His expression one of astonishment. What is the matter? Zhou Ku and Su Chenxi asked in unison, puzzled by Zhang Yang's reaction. Did you know the princess? Zhang Yang inquired in a hushed tone. Su Chenxi looked up at Zhang Yang and smiled politely. Zhou Ku, is this your friend? Reluctantly, Zhou Ku introduced them, Su Chenxi. This is Zhang Yang, a friend I met upon enrolling. Zhang Yang, this is Su Chenxi. We have previously crossed paths. Su Chenxi added, Zhou Ku saved my life. He is my benefactor. Zhang Yang gazed at Zhou Ku with a look of contemplation. Zhou Ku merely smiled in response. By the way, esteemed princess, why have you chosen to sit here? Zhang Yang suddenly posed the question. Su Chenxi fixed her gaze on the stage and replied softly, Where do you think I ought to sit? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Our seats are rather far back. Most here are minor nobles. When Yi Ling Tian invited you, I assumed you would prefer the grand noble section over there. It caught me off guard that you overlooked him. Zhou Ku and Su Chenxi answered simultaneously. Not at all surprising. Su Chenxi turned to him. Oh, do you presume to know my thoughts? Zhou Ku responded coolly. It's merely a superficial analysis. As a princess, you conceal yourself quite thoroughly while attending school and even opt for the subway. You expressed a desire for others not to regard you as a princess during your speech, concluding with a hope for nobles and commoners to coexist. All of this suggests you do not wish to be seen as an aloof noblewoman. Thus, rather than sitting in the section for high-ranking nobles, you prefer to be among the ordinary small nobility. And as I am likely the only person you know in this area, with an available seat beside me, your choice to sit here is hardly surprising. Su Chenxi was left momentarily speechless. 2 seconds later, she chuckled. If I weren't aware that you are the Plum Blossom Divine card, I might have suspected you possessed the extraordinary ability of the Red Heart suit. You have completely discerned my thoughts. Zhou Ku turned to her and inquired, So, are there mind-reading abilities among the Red Heart Divine cards? Having already triggered the ability of the Red Heart 7, he was naturally informed. However, to maintain a facade and gather more intelligence, he posed this question. Su Chenxi nodded and replied, Of course. It is well known that the abilities of the Red Heart suit are generally related to the mind. Mind reading, heart control, hypnosis, memory modification, and so forth. Oh, you are truly exceptional. I often forget you hail from common origins. She smiled gently and added, You seem to know very little about these concepts, don't you? If you find it challenging to adapt here, feel free to ask me any time. I'm more than willing to assist you. Do not hesitate, especially since you once saved my life. I must find a way to repay you. Zhou Ku chuckled. So, you really did sneak out to take the subway? Su Chenxi sighed. Yes, it was quite a feat to shake off a multitude of bodyguards. I intended to experience public transportation, only to unexpectedly encounter an assassin. I apologize for causing trouble to the passengers. The government will adequately compensate the injured civilians. Observing Su Chenxi's somewhat guilty expression, Zhou Ku thought to himself that the assassin was likely summoned by him, and the blame did not lie with her. Yet he merely smiled faintly without speaking. At that moment, Professor Chunyin slowly approached the stage and addressed the microphone. Everyone, please be quiet. I am Professor Chunyin, the head of the first-year department. The principal is unable to attend due to other commitments, so I will take his place to introduce the school. Chapter 16, Relics of the Divine Professor Chun Yun continued on stage. Firstly, the school hosts the Elite Cup in the middle of each semester. This is a large-scale competition conducted by student clubs across the entire school. Freshmen wishing to participate may consult the presidents of our 3 major clubs. By the way, you have already met 2 of them during the initial entrance assessments. Zhou Ku reflected, recalling that during the freshman evaluations, 2 upperclassmen had indeed invited him to join their student clubs. One was a tall senior with darker skin, Li Hanfeng, and the other was a seemingly aloof short-haired senior, Zhuang Xingyao. Professor Chun Yin continued. Secondly, prior to enrollment, freshmen traditionally undergo 3 rounds of entrance assessments. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, we only completed the 2nd round before it was interrupted. At this point, Professor Chun Yin paused for a few seconds. Zhou Ku sensed that she might be smiling at him, blinking her eyes. Thus, the most crucial third round of assessments, the comprehensive assessment, will take place 1 week after enrollment. This assessment will solely serve to rank the new student's abilities, and no student will be eliminated. Furthermore, the first place in the comprehensive assessment will receive a relic of the divine. Upon hearing this, the entire auditorium erupted in excitement. A portion of the students commenced animated discussions. Relics of the divine? For us? What is a relic of the divine? Alas, if I could sell even one of these, I would be set for life. Is this all you aspire to? The artifacts of the divine cannot be measured by mere monetary value. But what exactly are these divine relics? It is said that they are sacred treasures left behind by the ancient gods of poker, imbued with immense energy. So what purpose do these objects serve? A handful of students engaged in fervent discussion, while the majority remained bewildered. Fragments of conversation reached Zhou Ke's ears, and he quietly inquired, "Zhang Yang, are you familiar with the divine relics?" He had anticipated a lecture on his lack of worldly knowledge, but to his surprise, Zhang Yang shook his head in confusion. "This is my first time hearing about it as well." Beside them, Su Chenxi sighed. "It is quite normal for you not to understand. The rarity of divine relics surpasses even your plum blossom divine card. Generally speaking, divine relics are conceptual treasures." Zhou Ke turned to the princess. "Such as? For instance, a blade that guarantees a kill, a clock that can reverse time, or a gemstone that can bring the dead back to life. However, these are merely legends. Few have witnessed them firsthand. Nevertheless, if the professor claims it to be true, then it is. Moreover, the school possesses one. I never expected that this year, the school would reward the champion of the entrance examination with a divine relic." Su Chenxi suddenly gazed into his eyes. "Zhou Ke, do you wish to claim that treasure?" Her question caught him off guard. "Why do you ask me that?" Zhou Ke was momentarily taken aback. "I merely believe that if you desire to win, you certainly will. But I am just a commoner, lacking in skills. You need not possess skills. The level of magical essence is the true strength. Your 43 points of magical essence already surpass many upperclassmen." Zhou Ke remained silent, contemplating deeply. After a moment, he replied, "Yes, I wish to obtain that treasure." His gaze shifted to the area occupied by the prominent nobles in the front row. There, Yiling Tian was boasting to other noble offspring, asserting his certainty of winning the championship and claiming the divine relic. Ahem. I know everyone is eager to learn about the divine relics. However, the next matter I will discuss is of even greater significance. Professor Chun Yun smiled. Those who perform exceptionally well by the end of the semester will earn the qualification for divine card ascension. What? At that moment, the entire audience erupted with excitement. Zhang Yang could not help but wave his arms. Divine card ascension, a dream cherished by so many. Even the usually composed and reserved Su Chenxi leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Only Zhou Ke remained calm. It was not that he did not wish for divine card ascension. Rather, he had no idea what it entailed. Ahem. Zhou Ke lowered his voice. "Your Highness, could you please enlighten me about what divine card ascension is?" Su Chenxi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Of course, I can. After all, I promised you that you could ask me anything you do not understand in this world." She slowly began. "If divine relics grant humanity an opportunity to connect with the divine, then the ascension of the divine allows individuals to elevate their social standing, transforming from minor nobility to high nobility, among the 4 great noble houses, and even to kings and deities. Within each person lies. And when the level of reaches a certain height, upon reaching the age of 18, one receives an extraordinary artifact bestowed by the divine, known as the divine. However, the potency of the divine is not static. The extraordinary abilities can also be upgraded. This process is referred to as the ascension of the divine. The rank of the divine determines an individual's overall capabilities and the strength of their extraordinary abilities, ultimately reflecting their social standing. Zhou Ke pressed for specifics. What exactly does that entail? Su Chenxi lowered her voice. "Should you manage to elevate your divine to the next rank, you will personally receive a title from His Majesty, my father. You will no longer be a commoner, but one of the nobility. Zhou will become a new noble surname for you. You will also receive a grant from my father, acquiring a small enterprise. Moreover, If you can elevate your divine to the highest level, you will ascend to become a new deity. It is said that throughout the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom, only one person has achieved this. After hearing this, Zhou Ku silently felt the divine in his pocket. He had endured the impoverished life of a commoner for far too long. He had fantasized countless times about possessing a noble surname, status, and wealth. Now, everything seemed possible. He could even envision himself one day ascending to divinity. At that moment, Zhou Ku felt an intense urgency to learn more about this world, to acquire knowledge concerning the divine, and to enhance his own strength. The orientation ceremony concluded, and Director Chen Yun expressed his gratitude. Students began to gather in small clusters. Rising to leave the hall, "Let us go to the dormitory. I wonder what the living conditions are like." Zhang Yang exclaimed with excitement. They exited the hall. As Su Chenxi headed toward the girls' dormitory, she parted ways with the two of them. Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang proceeded to the boys' dormitory area. "Wait a moment. Are you Zhou Ku?" A voice called from behind. Turning around, Zhou Ku saw a flamboyantly dressed young man surrounded by a throng of noble classmates. His square metal gleaming prominently. Zhou Ku recognized him as Yiling Tian. He instructed Zhang Yang to return first, then turned to Yiling Tian and said, "Yes. How may I assist you?" Yiling Tian held his head high. A commoner with a level of 43 is truly unexpected. I had presumed that those of lower bloodlines among the minor nobility and commoners alike were all worthless. He grinned, his voice laced with derision. Laughter erupted from Yiling Tian's entourage. Zhou Ku frowned. "Just say what you want." Yiling Tian scoffed lightly. "In truth, I typically do not converse with commoners. I find them distasteful and unworthy. When I select followers, I never consider those below the middle-tier nobility. However, your performance during the entrance examination was rather commendable. I harbor no ulterior motives. It is merely that in 7 days, the comprehensive assessment will commence. This year's evaluation is unlike any previous one, for the champion will be awarded a relic of the divine. I aspire to claim the title, and it is imperative that I have a capable aide by my side. A remarkable individual, if they wish to accomplish great feats, must invariably surround themselves with numerous subordinates. Do you grasp my intention?" Zhou Ku replied coldly, "I appreciate your goodwill. I wholeheartedly concur with the sentiment that a remarkable individual, in pursuit of grand achievements, must possess many followers. However, you lack the qualifications to be my subordinate." With that, Zhou Ku turned and strode out. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but as they comprehended the implication of Zhou Ku's words, they erupted into applause. Yiling Tian gaped in astonishment, feeling insulted. Standing in the center of the hall, he shouted vehemently at Zhou Ku's retreating figure. Merely boasting cannot equate to true prowess. "In 7 days, I shall seize the championship. When I obtain the divine relic, I shall demand that you kneel and lick my shoes." In the dormitory, Zhang Yang, lounging on the upper bunk, yawned and remarked, "Hey, Zhou Ku, must you be so diligent? Surely, you do not take Yiling Tian's threats seriously?" Zhou Ku did not lift his gaze, but continued to peruse his textbook. "Zhang Yang, you misunderstand. I have never considered Yiling Tian a worthy adversary. My efforts are for my own sake. It is I who seeks the divine relic." Zhang Yang sighed deeply. "I fear not the genius with innate talent, but rather the genius who strives even harder than we do." Zhou Ku remained silent, engrossed in his reading. He recognized his limited understanding of this world and felt compelled to bolster his theoretical knowledge, for it may prove beneficial in the forthcoming comprehensive assessment. The textbook titled Fundamentals of Divine Card Abilities provided a clear and detailed introduction to divine cards. There are 52 types of divine cards worldwide. 4 suits, 13 ranks. Each of the 4 distinct suits possesses different types of abilities. Spades specialize in martial prowess, hearts govern the mind, diamonds create and transform, and clubs disrupt causality. Spade cards are associated with combat. Heart cards connect to the spiritual realm. Diamond cards pertain to creation and transformation. While the rarest club cards in the Dragon Kingdom are linked to causality and conceptual abilities. This information was relatively easy to memorize. Zhou Ku believed his memory surpassed that of others, as he excelled in associative recall, linking challenging concepts to familiar entities. The shape of the spade resembled a short sword or a shield, hence its connection to martial prowess. As for hearts, it was self-evident, relating to the mind. Diamonds could be associated with bricks and foundations, connected to creation and transformation. Lastly, Joku associated clubs with his own plum blossom, having successfully altered a probability, embodying the conceptual nature of causality. Joku found himself once again contemplating all the divine cards he had encountered thus far. The spade belonged to Su Chensi, whose extraordinary ability was the limitless conjuration of weapons, categorizing her power within the combat domain. The Seven of Hearts, which he had previously utilized on the subway, possessed the mind-reading power, classifying it as a mental ability. The Two of Diamonds was owned by a short and stout policeman, whose power allowed him to cleave objects in two, placing it within the transformation category. The Five of Diamonds belonged to Professor Chunyan, whose ability seemed to be instantaneous teleportation, altering his own position, also classified as a transformation ability. The club was Zhou Ke's initial extraordinary ability, which enabled him to modify the probability of events, a power rooted in the laws of causality. Alas, Zhang Yang suddenly shouted from his bed, interrupting Zhou Ke's reverie. Zhou Ke, who had been deeply engrossed in his studies, felt quite displeased by the sudden disruption. "What are you yelling about?" Zhou Ke snapped. "Quick, check the pin post on the campus forum." "Not looking. I'm studying," Zhou Ke muttered, silently turning another page of his book. Zhang Yang let out a sigh and read aloud the title of the pin post. "High-stakes gamble. Who will be the champion of the freshman assessment? The winner splits 50,000 dragon coins." The post was initiated by an unknown upperclassman who had initiated a reward poll. The names of all 500 freshmen were listed, with the frontrunner naturally being the princess of the royal Su family, Su Chensi, who had already garnered over 600 votes from upperclassmen. The second place was claimed by Yi Ling Tian, the eldest son of the Yi family, with over 400 votes, also from upperclassmen. Beyond the third place, the votes plummeted drastically. "Hey bro, you have over 50 votes," Zhang Yang exclaimed, eyeing Zhou Ke's name, which was approximately in the 500th position. However, every vote for Zhou Ke came exclusively from first-year students, with not a single upperclassman supporting him. "Let me see where my name is." Zhang Yang continued to sift through the list until he eventually found his name near the bottom. 3 votes? That's dismal. I need a vote for myself. The comments beneath the post were rife with discussion. It was well known that the Su family was a prestigious lineage renowned for their spade-type extraordinary abilities, a formidable power in the freshman assessments. The Yi family was equally formidable, the foremost family beneath the royal lineage, controlling the economic lifeblood of the entire dragon nation. Don't underestimate monetary prowess. Who's this Zhou Ke? Is there such a family? Why are only freshmen voting for him? What achievements does he have? I heard he hails from a common background. How can a commoner even enroll in a divine card school? At that moment, a senior girl named Xian Yao unexpectedly posted, "I'm voting for Zhou Ke." Instantly, the campus forum fell silent. Xian Yao was the president of the Red Heart Society, known as Zhuang Xingyao. Rarely participating in such discussions, her exceptional decision to wager on this unknown commoner as a potential champion of the freshman assessment captured attention. How could such a lively event proceed without my involvement? I too shall cast my vote for Zhou Ke. A senior named Li Hanfeng chimed in, eliciting gasps of astonishment in response. Li Hanfeng, the president of the Black Blade Society, noted the perennial rivalries among various student organizations. Yet on this occasion, 2 presidents remarkably found common ground. The voting swiftly garnered the attention of many other classmates, leading to an impressive surge in Zhou Ke's votes, which soon approached a notable increase of nearly 50, propelling him into the top 100. Despite Li Hanfeng's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he was, after all, the champion of the previous year's freshman evaluation. The discerning eye of a champion is seldom flawed. Who exactly is this Zhou Ke? He is quite handsome. Yet the freshman test is not a beauty contest. What relevance does that hold? Shortly, someone unearthed all available information about Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke hailed from humble beginnings. Before turning 18, he was a popular online streamer, renowned for his magic tricks. In the first round of the Bloodline assessment, he was deemed to possess a magical aptitude of 43, with his divine card being the club. The second round of the qualification test was abruptly interrupted due to an unforeseen incident. However, after dispatching a skeleton assassin, Joku emerged as the sole victor among all freshmen. An eerie silence ensued. Votes for Joku skyrocketed, rapidly exceeding 200 and securing him the third position on the leaderboard. Joku, why not cast a vote for yourself? Zhang Yang called out, waving his phone towards Joku, who was seated nearby. Not interested, Joku replied, still engrossed in studying his divine card. There's money to be made, Zhang urged. With a snap, Joku set his book aside and pulled out his phone. Send me the link. A fool who ignores easy money is a fool indeed. Upon opening the post, Joku quickly located his name, now ranked third, a bit too high for comfort. He frowned as he noticed the phrase, share a reward of 50,000 yuan. Since the prize was to be divided, it would be advantageous for the number of voters to be minimal. Yet, the intelligence network of the Divine Card School was formidable. All of his performances in the first 2 rounds of the freshman assessment had been thoroughly scrutinized. Well, as long as there's profit, that's what matters, Joku thought, casting a vote for himself without hesitation. Time slipped away, and soon it was time for the third round of testing. At that moment, all freshmen gathered on the grassy expanse in front of the school's grand library, each facing a computer identical to the one used during the second round, complete with headsets. Joku had enjoyed a refreshing night's sleep and was brimming with energy for the examination. In contrast, his companion Zhang Yang appeared somewhat lethargic, yawning widely. Before the students, a senior slowly approached. He was slender, clad in exceedingly simple attire, his complexion pale to the point of appearing sickly. Upon recognizing this senior, Zhang Yang instantly perked up. It's Senior Lu Yingming, he exclaimed. I hear he comes from an obscure, noble lineage, yet excels academically and possesses remarkable control over his abilities. Moreover, I've heard he is the president of the Diamond Society, one of the 3 major student organizations, alongside Li Hanfeng and Zhuang Xingyao. Indeed, I've heard that the 3 major tests in the freshman evaluations are overseen by the presidents of these student societies. Joku overheard the whispers of those around him. Senior Lu Yingming's voice was remarkably calm, enunciating each word with precision. This test marks the 3rd round of the new student entrance assessment, known as the comprehensive evaluation, which rigorously examines students' physical fitness, intellect, decisiveness, and adaptability. The aim is to simulate real-life scenarios. The comprehensive evaluation is the most critical component of the new student assessment, and it also spans the longest duration. It is divided into 3 interconnected phases, lasting 1 week in total. The imminent phase is the first stage, which lays the groundwork for the subsequent 2 phases. Those who emerge victorious in this stage will gain a significant advantage in the comprehensive evaluation. Now, let me elucidate the contents of the first stage. Joku listened intently, not missing a single word. He was determined to win. In the society of Longhua, there exist 3 distinct classes: the monarch, the nobility, and the commoners. The inaugural phase of this test is termed the contest for titles. All 500 students must strive to accumulate as many points as possible during this competition. The top 3 scorers will be awarded the title of monarch, while the top 500 will receive the title of nobility. The remaining 1,000 will only attain the title of commoner. Higher titles confer greater advantages in the following stages of the assessment. The methods for earning points will not be disclosed prior to the test, allowing each participant to explore independently. Now, the competition begins. Please take your seats in front of the teleportation device and don your helmets. Following a series of scattered sounds, all 500 students placed their helmets on their heads. It was rumored that some students had performed exceptionally well in the previous 2 rounds. Anticipation brewed for these students to deliver even more impressive displays. Was it merely an illusion? For a fleeting moment, Joku felt as though Senior Lu had cast a glance in his direction. Lu, at the forefront, pressed a button, and in the next instant, all the students vanished. A wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a chill in the air. The sensation of teleportation was once again upon him. Joku had experienced this disorientation during the previous round of aptitude testing, yet he still found it somewhat unsettling. As the intense dizziness subsided, Joku slowly opened his eyes. Where was he? He quickly rose to survey his surroundings. It appeared he was in a classroom. though it differed from the last. The lighting was dim, and through the windows, he discerned that it was now night. Outside, he recognized familiar structures, the academic building's playground, library, an expansive lawn. He remained within the confines of the school, situated in a classroom of one of its buildings. Zhouke noticed that not far from the window, on a nearby playground, numerous students lay on the ground, cradling their heads, seemingly recovering from the dizziness and looking around in confusion. The contest for titles has officially commenced. A mechanical voice announced through a system prompt. Above, in the sky, a colossal screen illuminated, displaying bold letters that flickered with urgency. Title Contest, Rule 1, Unrevealed. Rule 2, Unrevealed. Rule 3, Unrevealed. Unrevealed. Zhouke recalled the competition rules introduced by Senior Liu Ming before entering the examination hall. The objective of the contest is to accumulate as many points as possible to achieve a higher rank and, consequently, earn a more prestigious title. Zhouke remembered that there are only 3 slots for the title of king. However, the method of earning points remains undisclosed. He glanced up at the large screen displaying the 3 unrevealed rules. Do these hidden rules pertain to how points are acquired? And how can these rules be made public? At the other end of the classroom, a vague figure shifted, accompanied by a familiar voice. Is that Zhang Yang? Zhouke uncertainly called out to the silhouette. Once the figure stood up, he immediately recognized Zhouke. That unmistakable long hair confirmed his identity. Please take me along. Zhang Yang lunged forward, clinging to Zhouke's leg. Zhouke, slightly exasperated, pulled him away. This exam isn't a team battle. You must rely on yourself. Zhang Yang scratched his head, grinning. Didn't they say there are 500 slots for nobles? I don't ask for much. Just being in the top 500 with you would suffice. Or do you aspire to be a king? The title of king has only 3 positions, meaning one must rank in the top 3 among 1,500 students. Let's strive for it. Zhouke raised his hand, not concealing his ambition. While speaking, Zhouke suddenly noticed an electronic wristwatch on his left wrist, which he hadn't realized was there. He promptly clicked to check it. The small screen of the watch lit up, displaying several lines of text. Current identity, commoner, score. Hey, what are you looking at? Let me see, Zhang Yang said, but Zhouke easily dodged his gaze. Don't you have one too? Check yours. Zhang Yang looked at his own wrist. Indeed. He tapped his screen and read aloud the content. Current identity, commoner, score 10. Zhouke was somewhat speechless. Are you just going to disclose that information? Zhang Yang shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter. After all, you're the one with the influence. There is no one else here. So what is the harm in telling you? Besides, Zhang Yang opened his wristwatch and fiddled with it. It seems you're a commoner too. All commoners can see each other. Hearing this, Zhouke looked down again at his wristwatch. Tap on that commoner, Zhang Yang suggested. Zhouke lightly touched the word commoner. Instantly, the display screen on his wrist revealed a vast table listing numerous names, each annotated with the word commoner. Both Zhouke and Zhang Yang were among them. Zhang Yang sighed. It's quite similar to our real identities. You are a commoner, and I'm a marginal noble. It's almost the same. The wristwatch's display was inundated with messages, all originating from that list. It appeared to be a chat group. Countless messages flooded in. What is going on? Is this the examination hall? Paid no heed to the meaningless messages, instead focusing intently on the list of names before him. Suddenly, he discovered an anomaly, furrowing his brow. Zhang Yang noticed the change in Zhouke's expression and inquired, What troubles you, my friend? Have you uncovered a blind spot? Chapter 19. Initial identities. Zhouke displayed the list to Zhang Yang, pointing out that certain names were conspicuously absent. Is that so? Let me take a look. Zhang Yang replied, scanning the name list swiftly. It seems that Yu Lingtian's name is missing. And the name of the princess is also absent. Zhang Yang began counting the number of individuals on the list, starting from the first entry. 1, 2, 3. That won't be necessary. I've already tallied it. There are 50 rows and 20 columns, precisely 1,000 individuals. Oh, Zhang Yang remarked, seemingly realizing the absurdity of his counting, scratching his head sheepishly. So, what does it signify that there are 1,000 commoners? Zhouke rested his chin on his hand and mused softly, I recall that the kings are the top 3 scorers, the nobles the top 500, and the commoners occupy the last 1,000 places. The competition has only just begun, and there are precisely 1,000 commoners. Therefore, I surmise that everyone's initial scores are unequal. 500 students begin with a higher score than ours. Outside the examination hall, countless upperclassmen were closely monitoring the test. They were watching the live stream of the examination room on their phones, typing away on the campus network. Surprisingly, none of the top 3 contenders for the championship have drawn a king. One commented, 2 are nobles, and 1 is a commoner, another replied. At that moment, a screenshot of the score rankings was shared in a post. Score rankings: 1. Zhang Liang, King 302. Wang Li, King 303. Su Xing, King 379. Su Chenxi, Noble 50-130. Ye Ling Shan, Noble 5228. Zhou Ku, Commoner 10, the previously fortunate Zhou Ku, who had excelled in the first 2 rounds of the new student assessment, found himself less fortunate this time. It's hard to say. Perhaps the initial scores are not of great consequence? Someone speculated. Were those hidden rules? Can any experts analyze this? Let me take a wild guess. Perhaps it's about completing various tasks within the examination hall to accumulate points. Within the examination hall, Zhang Yang rubbed his nose and casually took a seat at a desk. So, there are 500 students whose scores are inherently higher than ours. How is this competition not unfair? Zhou Ku shook his head. No. This round of competition is a comprehensive assessment. All factors will be taken into account, including luck. Moreover, Senior Liu Yingming mentioned that the exam would strive to simulate reality. Isn't that how the real world operates? Some individuals are born into royalty, affluent aristocracy, while others emerge from humble beginnings. Our initial standings are disparate, which could be considered a form of luck in this assessment. Zhang Yang sighed. Brother, we are truly unfortunate. In reality, we are at the bottom, and in this examination, we remain commoners. However, Zhou Ku exhibited little dissatisfaction, asserting that lamenting one's fate is futile. Opportunities for resurgence must be earned through one's own efforts. Rather than wallowing in despair, it is more prudent to contemplate how to accrue points. Zhang Yang was persuaded by Zhou Ku's words, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right. The triumph of the underdog is far more exhilarating." He then looked at Zhou Ku and chuckled. So, how exactly can we enhance our scores? Zhou Ku remained silent, intently gazing at the large screen outside, which displayed 3 rules, all in an undisclosed state. No one could ascertain the specifics until these rules were revealed. All they could do now was seek out clues. The 2 exited their classroom and arrived at the corridor of the teaching building, where they observed a row of other classrooms. Let us investigate each one, Zhou Ku suggested. After some time, they had visited nearly every classroom, each accommodating about 2 students. They inquired with numerous individuals, but most were equally perplexed by the assessment. No one understood how to earn points, nor was anyone willing to disclose their scores or identities. Eventually, they found themselves in an empty classroom, stark and bare, containing only a blackboard and desks. This school is truly inconsiderate, subjecting us to an assessment without even informing us of the questions, Zhang Yang muttered, kicking a nearby pebble. The pebble struck the blackboard, causing it to flicker and suddenly illuminate. By the blood of the king, reveal the law of conclusion. Zhang Yang read aloud from the board, perplexed. What does this mean? It's so difficult to decipher. Zhou Ku scrutinized the inscription, contemplating the law of the king's blood. Law must refer to the final revelation of the rules. Perhaps this is a method to disclose the rules? Zhang Yang pondered the words again. That seems plausible. But how do we unveil the rules? Zhou Ku pointed to the first half of the phrase, the blood of the king. We possess 3 titles, king, noble, and commoner. This blood of the king likely refers to the blood of a student with the title of king. Therefore, if we were to spill the blood of a king upon this blackboard, it should reveal the rules. Zhang Yang scratched his long hair. But there are only 3 kings. Where can we find one? He then inquired, what does the law of conclusion signify? Zhou Ku furrowed his brow, contemplating before finally shaking his head. I'm uncertain. I suspect it may pertain to the 3rd rule. Zhang Yang glanced once more at the words on the blackboard, concluding, so, This implies that if we spill the blood of a student-titled king upon it, we can unveil the third rule. Zhou nodded, realizing that without further clues, this was all he could deduce for now. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the campus, shattering the contemplative silence between the two. They hurried to the window of the classroom and peered outside. On the playground, a student wielding a knife had plunged it into the chest of another. Despite the dim light, Zhou recognized the assailant's face. Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian murmured to himself. After all, as long as I rank within the top 3, it suffices, doesn't it? If that is the case, there is no need to devise a method for accumulating points. I merely need to eliminate everyone who ranks higher than me, and victory shall be mine. Ha ha ha! This assessment is far too simple. The wounded student clutched his chest in agony, collapsing to the ground. Blood trickled down, seeping into the muddy grass of the playground. He fell to the ground, struggling briefly before becoming still. After committing the act, Yi Lingtian quickly activated his wristwatch. So that is how it is, he mused. From the teaching building, Zhou noticed a slight smirk curling at the corner of Yi Lingtian's mouth. In the next moment, Yi Lingtian dashed away, disappearing behind a building, ultimately vanishing into the shadows of another teaching block. What is Yi Lingtian up to? Although the simulation arena prevented fatalities, the sensation of pain was still very much present. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. He can't possibly be thinking of winning this competition through murder, can he? Zhou did not respond immediately, but furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment. I think I understand, he finally replied. What do you mean you understand? You can't be considering achieving victory through killing, can you? Zhou looked up and said, this competition is a comprehensive test, which means that the factor of force is indeed included in the evaluation. When I said I understood, I meant that I seemed to grasp how to earn points. Chapter 20. The violent princess outside the examination hall. Campus news continued to pour in. The rankings have shifted. Someone has scored points. What? Who scored? It's the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Lingtian. Someone reposted the updated rankings. Score ranking list. 1 Zhang Liang, Monarch 300, 2 Wang Li, Monarch 300, 3 Su Xing, Monarch 300, 4 Yi Lingtian, Noble 60. Haha, fantastic. I voted for Yi Lingtian. Those who supported Su Chenxi and Zhou are in for a rude awakening. At this moment, the number of supporters for the voting list fluctuated rapidly. Yi Lingtian's votes surged by over 100, reaching more than 600, closely competing with Su Chenxi. Meanwhile, Zhou's votes lingered around 300. Although he remained third overall, he still trailed significantly behind the other two. Just then, Zhou's votes quietly increased by 1. Some observant individuals quickly identified who had cast that vote. Lu Yingming. He actually supports Zhou. He is the chief examiner for the third assessment. But why? As I observed the live footage from the examination hall, I noticed that Zhou has remained hidden in a classroom, seemingly making no significant progress. It is perplexing. I find myself in agreement with the sentiment expressed by many. The actions of public figures often possess a leadership quality. Following Lu Yingming's vote, Zhou's total count surged by over 50. In this most popular voting thread on the campus network, the 3 most renowned figures within the school, who also serve as presidents of 3 student organizations, have cast their votes. Li Hanfeng, president of the Black Blade Society, Zhuang Xingyao, president of the Crimson Heart Society, and Lu Yingming, president of the Diamond Society, all unanimously supporting Zhou. Inside the examination hall, the word murder escapes Zhou's lips with a certain detachment. What did you just say? Zhang Yang gazes at him in disbelief. The means of acquiring points relies on murder. Zhou sighs. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang, we are at a considerable disadvantage in this competition. Why? Zhang Yang's face displays confusion, seemingly unable to grasp Zhou's realization. Zhou elucidates. Just observe Yi Lingtian's expression from moments ago. After he took the life of a classmate, he checked his watch, revealing a look of delight. What does that signify? Zhang Yang hesitates before responding. It suggests that the information on his watch has undergone some alteration, which brought him joy. After pondering for a moment, he uncertainly adds, is it that the information on his watch indicates an increase in his score? Precisely. Zhoukou affirms with a smile and a nod. Moreover, immediately after committing the act, he sought refuge. This indicates that he, too, has recognized that the path to augmenting one's score is through murder. To evade retaliation, he must swiftly conceal himself. Thus, I maintain that we are at a significant disadvantage in this contest. We possess one Plum Blossom System Deity card and one Red Heart System Deity card. While it is abundantly clear that the Spade System Deity card is the most advantageous, Zhoukou had not anticipated that the knowledge gleaned from his studies prior to the examination would prove to be of such practical value. The spade specializes in martial prowess. The heart governs the mind, the diamond brings forth change, and the plum blossom disrupts causality. He had long committed this understanding of supernatural abilities to memory. During the bloodline assessment upon enrollment, he learned that Zhang Yang's deity card belonged to the heart system, while his own remained dormant. At least for the time being, it appears that the Spade System Deity card could enhance his combat capabilities, making it exceedingly useful in a context where points are accrued through killing. Zhang Yang, on the verge of tears, laments, "Indeed, neither of us possesses Spade System abilities. What shall we do?" Zhoukou, however, remains composed. He strides slowly towards the classroom window. A gentle breeze stirs, teasing a few strands of his hair. As he breathes in the fresh air, he gazes outside with an elegant smile and boldly utters a single word: survive. Huh. Zhang Yang stares blankly, sniffling. Zhoukou continues to wear his smile. As long as we endure, we shall await the revelation of the rules. This competition is a comprehensive assessment. It cannot be won solely through brute force. When all the rules are unveiled, that will be our moment to turn the tide and showcase our true abilities. The two unarmed civilians quietly concealed themselves in a storage room of a tall building. This storage space boasted a prime location, featuring a spacious window that provided a clear view of the outside world. Furthermore, the room contained a considerable supply of food. The pair settled into a comfortable position, gazing out from the classroom window. Ever since Ling Tian initiated the chaos, an increasing number of students had begun to engage in violence against one another. Initially, they hesitated, reluctant to commit acts of aggression, uncertain if killing would indeed yield points. However, a few audacious individuals, undeterred by fear, took the initiative to strike. Gradually, it became apparent to all that slaying others would increase their scores. Even those who were initially reluctant to kill found themselves compelled to eliminate potential threats in the name of self-preservation. After all, if one refrained from killing, they might become the next target. Thus, more and more students joined the ranks of this internecine struggle. Outside, on the distant playground, within the teaching buildings, and throughout the complex, cries of anguish echoed relentlessly. Zhoukou and Zhang Yang, each clutching a bucket of popcorn, entered a mode of observation. That individual possesses formidable combat prowess. They must have eliminated numerous foes and amassed considerable points. Look over there, that person covered in blood. Goodness, they even unleashed a shockwave. They must be a powerful spade-class deity. Hey, isn't that the one going berserk in the middle of the playground? It's Su Chenxi, armed with a submachine gun. She is firing indiscriminately. Zhang Yang pointed towards the playground. Zhoukou narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the scene. A silver-haired girl, wielding a submachine gun, spun gracefully in place. Her movements were light and elegant, hardly reminiscent of a killer. Had it not been for the blood splattered across her body and the flames erupting from her gun, Zhoukou might have mistaken her for a dancer. Countless students attempted to approach her to attack, yet they were consistently struck down by her bullets. Gradually, no one dared to venture closer. Truth be told, Su Chenxi was a royal princess, and Zhoukou had assumed her to be somewhat delicate, unlikely to be excessively ruthless. Yet, the sight of this brazenly murderous, blood-soaked princess compelled Zhoukou to reassess his opinion of her. By the way, where did the princess acquire that submachine gun? The firepower is overwhelmingly strong. Others stand no chance against her. Zhang Yang continued to observe Su Chenxi with curiosity. I've witnessed her abilities. She can conjure weapons from thin air, which is quite formidable, Zhoukou remarked, stuffing another piece of biscuit into his mouth. That makes sense, considering she is a spade-class deity. The Spade series is inherently inclined towards combat, and her strength is undoubtedly impressive. The two exchange commentary on the unfolding battle, occasionally munching on popcorn, as if this farcical spectacle bore no relevance to them. Su Chenxi had already dispatched all the students in her vicinity and was now shifting her position, seemingly in search of new targets. The two then turned their attention elsewhere, seeking other intriguing scenes. Say, Zhou Ku, with the mayhem unfolding outside, should we just remain here, content with our 10 points? Aren't we going to do anything? Have you ever played a battle royale game? Surviving to the end is the key to victory. Do not be swayed by the number of kills. If one cannot survive, all efforts are in vain. Zhou took a sip of soda. Please stop fighting. A voice, seemingly that of a girl, called out. Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang turned in unison towards the source of the sound. In the center of the playground stood a petite girl with a ponytail, shouting with fervor. Her voice, though delicate, resonated with courage. The school organized this competition not for you to engage in mutual slaughter. Students should embody tolerance, camaraderie, and cooperation to earn points. The actions of the crowd came to a halt. Some students appeared to hesitate, gazing at the weapons in their hands, contemplating the morality of such a method for accruing points. Ding! The rules have been announced. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. On the large screen, the first rule swiftly appeared. Rule 1. Spade assessment. The law of the jungle prevails. Resources are scarce, and everyone is a competitor. Points will not increase without cause. They will be transferred through killings. This revelation struck home. The students who comprehended the rule instantly understood. Those who kill can seize the points of the fallen. The girl standing in the middle awkwardly chuckled. Continue, disregard what I just said. With that, she turned and fled. Whoosh! A stray bullet whizzed by and struck her in the head. Crack! Her escape halted abruptly, and she collapsed to the ground, meeting her demise in a most dramatic fashion. Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang simultaneously remarked, tossing another chip into their mouths. Zhou Ku, when do you think it's our turn to perform? Zhang Yang mumbled through a snack. Patience. Let the bullets fly for a while. Zhou Ku gestured towards the screen again. We have deduced the first rule, but the second and third rules remain undisclosed. Acting recklessly may yield unfavorable results. What if another rule states that more kills result in fewer points? Would they not all become fools? Meanwhile, we could secure an effortless victory. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. That makes sense. I feel like I'm about to win. As time ticked by, outside the chaos of gunfire raged on. Students wielding spade-type, divine cards mercilessly slaughtered those without. While the scene was undeniably gruesome and exhilarating, Zhou found himself growing increasingly bored. Just as he was about to yawn, a commotion in a corner of the playground caught his attention. There, a student with a scarred face was engaged in a rampant killing spree. Ha, you can't escape now. The student with a scar running through his left eye wore a cruel expression. Armed with a sharp knife, he pursued a petite female student. The girl, appearing frail, struggled to flee and was quickly overtaken. With a swift motion, the scarred student raised his knife and lunged forward. The blade pierced the girl's abdomen. Her face contorted in horror, eyes wide with terror, as she clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground in agony, writhing in pain. The scarred-faced man chuckled sinisterly, devoid of any semblance of mercy, as he knelt partially on the ground, plunging his blade downwards with relentless precision. Ultimately, the girl lay motionless, soon to meet her demise. A beep emanated from the scar man's watch as he glanced at it. Current identity, King. I have finally ascended to the rank of King. I never anticipated that my worthless spade suit card would prove so beneficial in this trial. Suddenly, a crack echoed from a nearby corner, the sound of a branch snapping. This unexpected noise interrupted the scarred man's celebration. He gripped his knife tightly and barked, "Who is there?" The scarred man swiftly advanced, knife in hand. In that small corner, a chubby boy stumbled and fell onto the ground, squeaking in panic. "Big brother, please don't kill me. I'm afraid of pain. I'm just a worthless commoner with only 10 points. The scarred man spat contemptuously and snarled, "Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Every point counts. I shall spare no one." With that, he raised his blade. Suddenly, A brick plummeted from above, striking the scarred man squarely in the face. He paused momentarily, quickly regaining his composure. "You ambushed me, fat boy." The scarred man shook his head, seemingly unfazed by the blow. "Ha ha. You didn't expect this, did you? My spade suit card makes me impervious. Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against me. Do you think I've survived this long with just a flimsy knife?" The chubby boy gazed in horror at the audacious scarred man, tears welling in his eyes. He had orchestrated a plan with his accomplices to drop bricks from above while he acted as bait, but he hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. "Please, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain." The chubby boy completely surrendered, having witnessed the scarred man's ruthlessness and knowing he would not spare anyone. He merely wished for a swift end to his suffering. The scarred man licked his lips, swiftly thrusting his dagger downward. With a sickening sound, the blade penetrated. Eh! The chubby boy touched his abdomen, discovering he was unscathed. In stark contrast, the scarred man froze momentarily. Then his abdomen erupted violently, blood and entrails spilling forth. He had no time to utter a word before his expression morphed into one of disbelief. He staggered twice and collapsed, lifeless. A beep from the watch startled the dazed chubby boy. Hesitantly, he opened it to check. Current identity, King. Score, 310. He blinked in disbelief. King? He had instantaneously transitioned from a commoner to a king. This signified that his score was now among the top 3 in the entire school. Elated, he screamed and flung his arms wide. "I am the king. Ha ha ha." All of this was witnessed by Zhou Ku, who was peering from the window. Indeed, a twist of fate had occurred. Chapter 22, Counterattack. Zhou Ku clearly observed the scarred-faced student had genuinely plunged his dagger into the chubby boy. However, at the moment the blade made contact with the rotund figure, it was inexplicably deflected. Simultaneously, the body of the scarred-faced student was instantly torn asunder. Moreover, judging by the reaction of the chubby boy as he glanced at his watch, along with his ecstatic demeanor, it became evident that he had undoubtedly acquired the points from the scarred-faced student. It was indeed that rotund boy who had dispatched the scarred individual. Yet what perplexed Zhou Ku was why the boy himself appeared so astonished. Could it be that he had inadvertently slain the scarred face? Contemplating this for a moment, Zhou could turn his gaze towards the large screen. Rule 1. Spade Assessment, Jungle Law. Points do not increase arbitrarily, but are transferred through killings. Rule 2. Not revealed. Rule 3. Not revealed. The unrevealed rules could still hold sway. Thus, the peculiar demise of the scarred face must have been triggered by some operative rule. "Hey, Zhou Ku, what are you looking at?" Zhang Yan inquired, noticing Zhou Ku had abruptly ceased munching on popcorn. Zhou Ku remained silent, merely gesturing towards the direction of the chubby boy. "I am the king now." "Ha ha!" the chubby boy exclaimed, rising with uncontainable excitement, flailing his arms in jubilation. Yet, he had forgotten that the assessment was far from over. The title of king was merely temporary. Instantly, countless predatory gazes converged upon him. "Run!" The chubby boy, realizing his indiscretion, took off in a panic. However, as an ordinary individual without a spade god card, and burdened by his size, he could hardly outpace the frenzied students. No one would let slip a king-level target. In a heartbeat, a crimson figure surged towards him with alarming speed. The glint of a dagger flashed menacingly. The chubby boy trembled, feeling a sudden warmth beneath him. He had soiled himself in fear. Thud! The chubby boy touched his neck, puzzled. Not a scratch. Before him stood a masked student wielding a dagger, his eyes wide with astonishment, only to be obliterated into fragments, meeting a fate identical to that of the scarred face. Am I really this formidable? Those who attempt to kill me perish? But that isn't the skill of my god card. The chubby boy was utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, a sniper rifle in the distance had him in its sights. The marksman squeezed the trigger. The bullet sped towards the chubby boy's temple. Click! The bullet was effortlessly deflected. Simultaneously, the sniper's head was explosively destroyed. The chubby boy trembled as he checked his watch. Points, 430 thud. Another student lunged at him, only to spectacularly explode on the spot. Points, 480. The chubby boy's face was utterly blank, his mind a whirl of confusion as he sought refuge in the shadows. Did you see that? Something's off with that chubby boy. Zhou Ku remarked, pointing at the figure that had vanished into the distance. Zhang Yang scratched his head, feeling as though he had entered a bizarre realm. During the boy's flight, numerous individuals had aimed to kill him, yet all had ended up self-destructing. Incomprehensible, utterly incomprehensible. Zhou Ku analyzed. That chubby fellow clearly did not understand either. Thus, this cannot possibly be his divine card skill. It was, rather, the rules that came into play. Zhang Yang gazed at the large screen. Are you suggesting that the remaining 2 undisclosed rules are at work? Yet, what kind of rule could cause a murderer to explode in place? Zhou Ku did not respond immediately. Instead, he meticulously organized the sequence of events in his mind. First, a scar-faced man had slain a girl. He plunged a dagger into her abdomen, sealing her fate. After committing the act, he conspicuously checked his watch, revealing an expression of sheer delight. If Zhou Ku's conjecture held any truth, some unexpected information had altered on his watch. But what could this change be? The information on the watch essentially contained 2 elements: current identity, civilian, and score. 10. Identity and score. Judging by the blood on the scar-faced man's attire, he had likely taken many lives. Thus, an ordinary increase in score would mean little to him. Therefore, the changes on the watch indicated not only a modification in score, but also a transformation in identity. With this change, considering the scar-faced man's proficiency in killing, the points he accrued should place him among the top 500. Hence, he was at least of noble rank. Following the murder of the girl, he had ascended to the status of king. Then, the scar-faced man targeted the chubby fellow as his next victim. Given the chubby fellow's reaction upon encountering an adversary, it was highly probable that he was a civilian. Yet, as a king, the scar-faced man opted to attack a seemingly civilian chubby fellow. The outcome was absurd. He exploded on the spot. Although the reason remained unclear, the chubby fellow undoubtedly received the scar-faced man's score, becoming the next king. However, why did the scar-faced man face no repercussions for attacking the female student, yet met his demise when assaulting the chubby fellow? Moreover, the chubby fellow was excessively exuberant during the scar-faced man's death, even shouting in triumph, clearly having gained significant points and achieved the title of king. This naturally attracted considerable attention, resulting in countless assaults against him. Furthermore, those who chose to initiate attacks were undoubtedly of noble status. For the civilians would either cower in fear or, like Zhou Ku, remain hidden, observing the spectacle. Only nobles would dare to launch an offensive. Strangely, these nobles were also met with a backlash, leading to their own annihilation while the chubby fellow remained unscathed. Zhou Ku did not perceive the chubby fellow as possessing any extraordinary traits or awakened powers. His survival seemed merely a coincidence, having inadvertently triggered some hidden rule. What could this rule possibly be? Zhou Ku pondered deeply. Initially, the scar-faced man, noble, murdered the female student, civilian. Subsequently, the scar-faced man, king, was slain by the chubby fellow, civilian. Subsequently, countless proactive attackers, the so-called nobles, were met with a swift retribution from the corpulent figure, the king. The nobles took the lives of the commoners, while the king targeted the commoners only to be countered. The nobles launched assaults against the king, only to fall victim as well. Reflecting on the prior instances of indiscriminate slaughter, it was evident that the nobles were the ones hunting down the commoners. Zhou Ku suddenly lifted his gaze and spoke softly. I understand now. Zhang Yang, observing Zhou Ku, inquired, What have you discerned, my friend? Chapter 23. Overthrowing the king, Zhou Ku replied quietly, I have come to comprehend the reason for the survival of the corpulent figure. I have also uncovered a certain hidden rule. The powers of the spade suit cannot be inherently superior to those of the other suits. After all, this is a comprehensive test, which evaluates more than mere martial prowess. There must exist a method for the weak to triumph over the strong. Zhang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhou Ku, have you truly discerned the rules ahead of time again? Zhou Ku cast a brief glance in his direction. Shortly after the first murder incident commenced, the examination hall revealed the initial rule. I surmise that once a rule is triggered, it will soon be unveiled. The second rule indicates that there exists a chain of constraints regarding identities. Chain of constraints? Zanyang kueriet, somel hat perplexet. Zhou Ku continued to elucidate. The king can eliminate the nobles can oppress the commoners, and the commoners can overthrow the king. Should anyone attempt to reverse this, for instance, if the king seeks to kill a commoner, they will be met with a retaliatory attack and perish. This explains why the scarred face could easily dispatch that female classmate, yet faltered when attempting to kill the corpulent figure. Zhang Yang suddenly grasped the situation, because after killing the female classmate, he ascended to the status of king. While he was still a noble, he could freely slay commoners, but upon becoming the king, he became susceptible to retribution from the commoners. Zhou Ku smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, there is hope for the youth. Outside the classroom, an increasing number of individuals began to realize that instances of murderers being countered were occurring sporadically. Gradually, they ceased their frenzied attacks and chose instead to temporarily lay down their weapons and observe the unfolding events. Rule 2 announced. Upon hearing this system notification, all eyes turned toward the grand screen. Rule 2. Heart examination. Class oppression. The king executes the nobles exploit the commoners, and the commoners dethrone the king. You are my deity. Upon witnessing the results displayed on the screen, Zhang Yang was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly knelt before Zhou Ku, having predicted the rules twice in advance. This examination, which conceals the regulations, is utterly futile against a genius like you. Zhang Yang's exuberant praise was nearly spilling forth. Zhou Ku sighed. Spare me the flattery. It would be far more beneficial for us to study the rules to secure victory in this examination. Zhang Yang Zhuklet, you are right. He glanced again at the grand screen. Hey, Zhou Ku, I believe I have also unearthed a valuable piece of information. Oh, Zhou Ku raised an eyebrow slightly. Pray do tell. Zhang Yang pointed toward the outside. Now that 2 rules have emerged, correct? The grand screen hovering in the air clearly displayed. Rule 1, Spade examination. Jungle law. Resources are limited. Everyone is a competitor. The score does not increase. Rather, it is transferred through slaughter. Rule 1, Spade assessment. Rule 2, Heart assessment. Class suppression. Kings execute nobles. Nobles oppress commoners, and commoners overthrow kings. Zhang Yang read the text on a large screen. I noticed that each rule is followed by a suit hint. Does this imply some hidden meaning? Zhou Ku glanced once more at the rules displayed on the screen. Rule 1, Spade assessment. Rule 2, Heart assessment. It seems Zhang Yang was referring to these 2 pieces of information. Zhou Ku spoke softly. You are correct. There will be no extraneous information in the rules. This examination is not a comprehensive assessment, is it? Thus, every quality will be taken into account. The so-called Spade assessment is, in fact, a test of martial prowess. Killing to gain points tests the student's combat capabilities. Conversely, the Heart assessment pertains to the evaluation of one's spirit. Zhang Yang nodded, partially comprehending. I understand the meaning of the Spade assessment. But what is the purpose of this Heart assessment? Is the identity restraint chain related to the spirit? Indeed, it is. Zhou Ku answered promptly. Would you reveal your identity to a stranger? Zhang Yang shook his head. Exactly. Zhou Ku continued to elucidate. Therefore, regarding the enemy's identity, one must rely on their judgment of the adversary. This means discerning the enemy's psychology. Deceiving the enemy into revealing their identity constitutes a battle on the spiritual level. Zhang Yang instantly grasped. Oh, so that is the meaning. Zhou Ku, I feel like your mind works so quickly. I seem to be of no help. Not at all. Zhou Ku praised him with a thumbs up. Your insight is quite valuable. Huh? Zhang Yang felt so bewildered. Zhou Ku looked up at the 3rd rule on the large screen. I remember you mentioned that the Dragon Kingdom lacks the Plum Blossom Divine card, correct? Zhang Yang remained a bit confused. That is true, except for you. A smile crept upon Zhou Ku's lips. Therefore, Rule 1 is the Spade assessment. Rule 2 is the Heart assessment. So Rule 3 must be the Diamond assessment. Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Yes. Spade, Heart, Diamond, each corresponding to a rule. Wow. Does that mean we can anticipate the 3rd Rule S announcement beforehand? Zhou Ku lowered his head in contemplation, softly murmuring. Spades specialize in martial strength. Hearts govern the spirit, while diamonds create transformation. Perhaps, when the 3rd rule is unveiled, it will alter the entire landscape of the battle. Zhang Yang felt a surge of excitement. So should we just endure until the 3rd rule is revealed? Zhou Ku raised his gaze to a few words of the 2nd rule. Commoners, overthrow the kings. He stood up, stretched lazily, and a slight smile played on his lips. No, there is no need. I have already conceived a strategy in my mind. Now it is time for us, the commoners, to take the stage. He opened the window, inhaling the air outside. The atmosphere was tinged with the scent of gunpowder, the acrid aroma of smoke, and a faint trace of blood. The gentle moonlight bathed Zhou Ku, and a soft breeze rustled the back of his coat. Zhou Ku gazed out the window. Outside, countless individuals continue their fierce struggle, with diminutive figures flickering and swaying in the dim environment. Meanwhile, Zhou Ku conserves his strength within a small room, biding his time until the crucial moment arrives to strike. From his elevated vantage point, he gazes down upon the throng below, perceiving them as insignificant as ants. An exhilarating and frenzied light dances in Zhou Ku's eyes, and he softly muses. In this game, brute force is secondary. It is the utmost calculation that defines the path of the true sovereign. Within this modest warehouse, I have discerned the way to victory. Come now, let the commoners overthrow the rulers. Chapter 24. The activation of extraordinary abilities outside the examination hall. Discussions surrounding this competition have erupted across the campus network. As the first rule was announced, most freshmen eagerly joined this carnage. Messages flooded in one after another. Wow, are the freshmen this fierce? They're going wild. It appears the spade abilities hold a significant advantage. I suspect the top 3 will all be spade elites. Phew, I'm glad I placed my bets on the princess. Her spade abilities are truly formidable. Hey, Yiling Tian is performing well too. Although wielding a diamond ability, he has stealthily amassed quite a few points. What is Zhou Ku doing? Has he logged off? I cast my vote for him. You're quite bold, aren't you? A commoner like him must be utterly petrified by this bloodbath. At this moment, the rankings are approximately as follows. 1 Zhang Liang, Sovereign 640, 2 Wang Li, Sovereign 500, 3 Lu Wei, Sovereign 470, 4 Su Chenxi, Noble 470, 5 Yiling Tian, Noble 460. Among these, the top 3 sovereigns have primarily benefited from other sacrifices. Either they drew sovereign by chance or unexpectedly surged from commoners. Their prowess is lacking, yet fortune favors them, as they have been generously gifted numerous points before the second rule was revealed. Furthermore, they have adeptly played it safe, remaining hidden in obscure corners after attaining the title of sovereign, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the competition. Only Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian have diligently hunted commoners, gradually accumulating their scores to ascend the ranks. In contrast, Zhou Ku and Zhang Yang, having earned no points, find themselves languishing at the bottom. Within the examination hall, as Zhou Ku finished his striking declaration to overthrow the sovereigns, the door of the warehouse was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. Indeed, a commoner lurked here. A crisp female voice echoed, "Spare me, great hero." Zhang Yang turned his head, rigid with astonishment. A figure clad in vivid red stood at the threshold, wielding a submachine gun, blocking the sole exit. "Please, great hero, have mercy." Zhang Yang intended to plead, but upon seeing the face of a newcomer, he fell into a stunned silence. Zhou Ku, too, regarded the intruder with solemnity. Silver hair framed a strikingly beautiful visage. Su Chenxi? Upon noticing the two men, Su Chenxi was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly composed herself and offered a polite smile. The smile, had it been in ordinary circumstances, would have been exceedingly beautiful. However, adorned as she was in bloodstains and surrounded by dim light, it rendered her smile somewhat unsettling. The silver-haired princess blinked and greeted them, saying, "Ah, what a coincidence." Neither party moved, momentarily at a loss for words. "Well, Zhou Ku, what status do you believe the princess holds now?" Zhang Yang whispered, lowering his voice. "Certainly a noble." Zhou Ku responded without hesitation. "Why so?" Zhou Ku cast a glance over the princess, surveying her wounds and bloodstains. Firstly, given her numerous injuries and blood, she must have claimed countless lives. Thus, she cannot possibly be a commoner. Secondly, as a monarch ranked among the top 3 in the school, she would not seek out prey to kill, but would focus on self-preservation instead. Hence, she cannot be a monarch either. Therefore, her identity must be that of a noble. Upon hearing Zhou Ku's reasoning, Zhang Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. He noticed Su Chenxi still blocking the entrance, holding her submachine gun steadfastly. Zhang Yang awkwardly chuckled and fabricated a small lie. Your Highness, we are colleagues. Both Zhou Ku and I are nobles. Once this statement was uttered, an eerie silence enveloped the three. Zhou Ku was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that this fellow had gone mad, spouting nonsense. Su Chenxi maintained her polite demeanor, her tone eerily calm. Is that so? Then how come I do not see you in the noble registry on my wristwatch? Her tone seemed to mock a child. Zhou Ku furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had realized long ago, upon viewing the information of all commoners on his wristwatch, that since commoners were visible to one another, nobles also shared their identity information. Although Zhang Yang's lie was rather clumsy, it had revealed a useful piece of information. Zhang Yang widened his eyes, realizing his oversight. He cleared his throat, and suddenly, with an air of pretentiousness, said, Actually, the two of us are hidden monarchs. Do you believe that? This statement elicited a chuckle even from the dignified princess Su Chenxi. She reined in her laughter, striving to maintain a serious and composed demeanor. You two are monarchs from the outset. Out of 1,500 students, only 3 are monarchs, and you just happen to be 2 of them. How fortunate! Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned and quickly replied, Of course not. We only recently attained our status as monarchs. Su Chenxi scrutinized them closely. You bear no bloodstains or wounds whatsoever. Pray tell, how did you become monarchs? By snacking, perhaps? Zhang Yang was rendered speechless. Zhou Ku, placing a hand to his forehead, shifted slightly away, feigning unfamiliarity with Zhang Yang. He then calmly addressed Su Chenxi. We are indeed commoners. However, this does not imply that we are enemies. We can collaborate. Zhang Yang eagerly chimed in. Yes. Our share is minimal and of little worth. We've spoken before. For the sake of our camaraderie as classmates and good friends, grant us a reprieve. Let us cooperate. Su Chenxi sighed, finally retracting her smile. Since this is an examination, it must be approached with seriousness. Although we are acquainted, this competition is not a team battle. Collaboration holds no significance. My apologies. I shall be swift, and you shall not suffer. She raised her submachine gun and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Zhang Yang was struck in the forehead, blood erupting forth, marking a seamless conclusion to this round of the competition. It's your turn. After eliminating Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi showed no hesitation and swiftly directed her gun at Zhou Ku's chest. Her finger gradually moved toward the trigger. Outside the examination hall, when Zhou Ku deduced the second rule prior to its announcement, the campus discussion forum erupted in chaos. What kind of mind is this? Initially, it seemed he was merely playing around, but it turns out Zhou Ku is quite the character. Remarkable. A commoner can slay a monarch. Is this not an ascension? When the second rule was revealed, Zhou Ku's suave retort won over countless admirers. The dramatic effect only intensified with Su Chenxi's appearance. Oh dear, I thought Zhou Ku was finally going to turn the tide. How did a noble emerge to challenge him mid-course? Oh, it's Su Chenxi. Goodness, that long-haired man was shot in the head. Is this illustrious figure's follower truly being sacrificed so easily? TSK, for those who supported Zhou Ku. It seems your hopes are dashed. Zhou Ku is on the verge of death. Inside the examination hall, Su Chenxi was poised to pull the trigger. Sensing the conditions for the activation of the supernatural ability, Divine Card activated, Zhou Ku once again heard that piercing voice. The conditions for the supernatural ability have been triggered. In that moment, Zhou Ku felt as if he were the protagonist of a novel, receiving a power-up just before his demise. Randomly drawing a divine card. Square 8. Ability. Transform into the appearance of another person. A square-type supernatural ability. Zhou Ku recalled it pertained to creation and transformation. The ability to change one's appearance will naturally belong to the square type. However, what use does this ability serve? Zhou Ku was aware of the function of one square-type ability, Square 5. He distinctly remembered that Professor Chen Yun possessed the divine card of Square 5. With the ability of instant transfer, if he had that ability, escaping this perilous situation would be effortless. But now, transforming his appearance, what purpose does this serve? Is he to perform a Sichuan opera face change for Princess Su? Just as Zhou Ke pondered this, Su Qianxi's wristwatch suddenly emitted a sound. She raised her arm in surprise to check, and 2 seconds later, she silently lowered the muzzle of her gun. Zhou Ke reacted swiftly, immediately comprehending the situation. He smirked playfully, speaking softly. "What is it, my queen? Have you just ascended the throne?" Su Qianxi, eighteenth, discarded her weapon and sat on the ground. "I can't escape. Take my life." Zhou Ke approached slowly, refraining from violence, and gently helped her to her feet. Su Qianxi stood, her eyes flashing with surprise. Zhou Ke wore an elegant smile. "Did I not say, Your Highness? I wish to collaborate with you." Chapter 25, The Law of Conclusion. What is your plan? Why do you refrain from killing me? At this moment, Su Qianxi wore a somewhat despondent expression as she silently followed behind Zhou Ke. "I am not as heartless as you think," Zhou Ke replied, casting a fleeting glance at her, his tone soft. "I do value the bonds of friendship among classmates." The situation had become exceedingly clear. When Su Qianxi eliminated Zhang Yang, she augmented her score by 10 points. It was precisely this 10-point margin that enabled her to ascend as the new monarch. Consequently, the restrained dynamic between Zhou Ke and Su Qianxi was abruptly reversed. At present, the score table read: 1 Zhang Liang, monarch 640, 2 Wang Li, monarch 500, 3 Su Qianxi, monarch 480, 4 Yi Lingtian, noble 470. Should Zhou Ke decide to slay Su Qianxi, he could effortlessly acquire all the points she had earned. However, he refrained from such an act, contemplating a more profound strategy instead. He commanded Su Qianxi to stay by his side, forbidding her from fleeing. Thus, the two continued their forward march. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Their footsteps suddenly halted. Zhou Ke spoke softly, "Your Highness, there's movement ahead." In the blink of an eye, a bloodied man wielding a knife leaped from the shadows, charging toward Zhou Ke. Whoosh! Su Qianxi raised her hand, deftly pulling the trigger and swiftly dispatching him. "Thank you. That man was a noble. Had you not intervened in time, I would have perished." Zhou Ke stood motionless, arms crossed. "I understand now," Su Qianxi remarked while reloading her firearm. "You wish to keep me close to protect you, because I can eliminate nobles, and you can eliminate me. Therefore, you need me to shield you from the nobles' attacks." Zhou Ke smiled slightly. "That reasoning holds true. However, should not a monarch protect their subjects?" Su Qianxi intended to respond, but suddenly emitted a muffled groan, clutching her left arm. "What is wrong?" Zhou Ke inquired with a questioning gaze. "It's nothing, just a slight injury to my arm earlier." Su Qianxi appeared resilient, stubbornly pressing onward. "Let me see," Zhou Ke interjected, his tone leaving no room for dissent. With a sigh, Su Qianxi slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a wound neither too shallow nor too deep. The gash was lengthy, with a slight reddish-brown hue. Upon seeing the blood seeping from the wound, Zhou Ke was struck by a sudden idea. "Do not move. I shall tend to your injury." He retrieved the tissue and gently wiped away the blood from Su Qianxi's arm. Then, he tore a strip of cloth from his garment and wrapped it around her arm. Zhou Ke executed this procedure with utmost seriousness, diligence, and proficiency. Su Qianxi was momentarily taken aback, softly stating, "Thank you, but I must say, it is unnecessary to bandage it. The wound will cease to exist once we are transported out of the examination area." Without lifting his gaze, Zhou Ke remained focused on the task at hand. "It is indeed necessary, Your Highness. We do not know how long this competition will last. If the wound is not properly treated, you will endure considerable pain." Su Qianxi was momentarily lost in thought, wishing to voice something, but ultimately remained silent. Zhou Ke seemed to have discerned her thoughts. There is no need for gratitude. It is the duty of subjects to serve their sovereign. Ultimately, safeguarding you also serves to protect myself. I would not wish for Your Highness to lose her combat ability due to a wound on her arm. As he spoke, Zhou Ke carefully tucked away the bloodied tissue. "If you wish to express your gratitude, simply remain by my side. After all, you are now a sovereign yourself, and there is no need to expend effort on improving your score. If I manage to eliminate another sovereign, your safety will be assured." Su Qianxi nodded in understanding. "All right." Zhou Ke's current strategy was quite straightforward. He was a commoner, intimidated by the nobility, while Su Chenxi was a sovereign who kept the aristocrats in check. As long as he remained under her protection, he would be invincible. During this time, if he could locate a second sovereign to eliminate, he could successfully turn the tables. However, after an extended search, they had yet to encounter any other suspected sovereigns. Those currently scoring as sovereigns seemed to be exceptionally cunning, hiding in obscurity and refusing to reveal themselves. Su Chenxi looked at Zhou Ku as if she had something to say. Zhou Ku cast her a brief glance. "Please, speak your mind." She sighed and began. "You have yet to find another sovereign. If the competition were to end now, you would only attain a commoner status. If you do not eliminate me, your opportunity will vanish." Zhou Ku chuckled. "Are you suggesting I take your head? Quite the selfless spirit you have." Su Chenxi responded with utmost courtesy. "I simply wish to avoid being indebted to you. It was you who saved me on the train, and I have yet to find a chance to repay that debt. Moreover, you could have killed me and become a sovereign yourself, yet you chose not to. Now, with nearly 3 hours elapsed since the assessment began, it is likely to conclude at any moment. If you do not act, I shall be indebted to you once more." Having spent 3 hours in this predicament, Zhou Ku felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. It appeared that there were still loopholes within the current rules of the competition. Before the contest commenced, Senior Lu Yingming had merely informed them that the goal was to accumulate as many points as possible and secure a higher ranking before the conclusion of the event. However, points were subject to constant fluctuation and rankings were perpetually shifting. This raised a crucial question. When would the competition conclude? When would the scores be finalized? Zhou Ku pondered these questions, then looked up. Why has this competition not disclosed a time limit? Su Chenxi was taken aback. What? Zhou Ku regarded her. "I mean, throughout this entire assessment, we have only been instructed to accumulate points. Yet, as the points continue to fluctuate and identities exchange, if the competition cannot be concluded promptly, any points we earn now will be rendered futile." Su Chenxi rested her chin on her hand. "That makes sense. I had not considered that aspect." Zhou Ku contemplated for a moment, then directed his gaze toward the large screen displaying the rules. At that moment, only Rule 3 remained undisclosed. The competition had been ongoing for quite some time. Perhaps the means to conclude the contest lay within the rules themselves. Su Chenxi also turned her gaze towards the grand display of rules. "Are you referring to the yet-to-be-revealed Rule 3? "It is time," Zhou Ku replied, lifting his head. "Su Chenxi, accompany me to a certain place." With Zhou Ku leading the way, Su Chenxi followed closely behind. The two continued walking until they arrived at a seemingly empty classroom. "Su Chenxi, please stand guard at the door while I check something inside," Zhou Ku instructed before entering the classroom. "Of course, I won't wander off," Su Chenxi whispered, positioning herself by the classroom door. "Indeed, I trust you," Zhou Ku responded as he stepped into the familiar classroom. Although the room appeared vacant, Zhou Ku approached the blackboard and tapped it lightly several times. The board immediately illuminated, revealing a line of text. "By the blood of the king, unveil the law of conclusion." If I am not mistaken, this law of conclusion signifies not only the final rule, but also the means to end the competition. Zhou Ku produced a blood-stained piece of tissue from his pocket. The blood on it belonged to Su Chenxi. He had just bandaged her wound, but his intentions were not solely benevolent. He had seized the opportunity to collect her blood. This was Su Chenxi's blood, and at this moment, her status was that of a king. Zhou Ku smeared the blood onto the blackboard. Suddenly, the board flickered rapidly. 2 seconds later, the characters transformed, slowly revealing a line of silver text. "To meet the king, I present the final rule." Chapter 26, The Art of Disguise, Rule 3. A king shall not meet a king. Should 3 kings gather, the competition shall immediately conclude. This rule will be made public to the entire school in 10 minutes. Indeed, upon seeing this rule, Zhou Ku felt a surge of exhilaration. The so-called law of conclusion not only referred to the final rule, but also indicated the method to end the competition. Zhou Ku reread the rule. Should 3 kings gather, the competition shall immediately conclude. In an instant, an ingenious idea surged forth in Zhou Ku's mind. His divine card had transformed into Square 8, which possessed the ability to alter appearances. A technique often employed in magic performances is known as the double. A smile crept across Zhou Ke's lips as he softly mused. The magic show is about to commence. Zhou Ke gradually exited the classroom. At the door, Su Chenxi remained steadfastly on guard. You actually didn't seize this opportunity to escape. Zhou Ke remarked, somewhat astonished. I promised to protect you, and I would never go back on my word, Su Chenxi replied, giving him a slight nod. Your decision not to flee was wise. Zhou Ke chuckled softly. I possess a method to conclude this competition, allowing both of us to become kings. I will be first, and you will be second. I shall turn all kings into my pawns and orchestrate a grand coronation. Such words, if spoken by anyone else, might seem presumptuous. However, Zhou Ke's overwhelming victories in the first 2 rounds of the freshman assessment undeniably lent credibility to his claims. Su Chenxi's eyes flickered slightly. What method? Zhou Ke smiled as he raised both hands, proclaiming, one of the magician's 3 principles is to never reveal the secrets of the magic in advance. Simply adhere to my instructions, and you shall be fine. First, you must open your royal chat panel and convey a message to those 2 royal classmates. Assemble at the highest point of the school tower after the announcement of the 3rd rule. The 3rd rule? Su Chenxi felt a hint of confusion, but complied nonetheless. She activated her wristwatch and promptly relayed Zhou Ke's words in the royal chat channel. Word for word. Why must we wait for the 3rd rule to be disclosed? Why instruct them to gather at the tower? A mixture of curiosity and bewilderment flickered in Su Chenxi's eyes. Zhou Ke responded with an elegant smile. I already know what the 3rd rule is. Moreover, I can assure you that, once the rule is made public, those 2 royal classmates will indeed head to the tower. Suddenly lowering his voice, Zhou Ke whispered something into Su Chenxi's ear. Upon hearing it, her pupils constricted sharply, and she gazed at Zhou Ke with astonishment. You are insane. Su Chenxi covered her face and walked quietly along the school's main street. Rustling sounds emerged from a nearby thicket, breaking the silence. Come out. I'm not a commoner and have no need to attack you. My aim is precise, and you cannot escape. My score is sufficient. If you reveal yourself obediently, I shall spare your life. Su Chenxi's voice was crisp and clear. She halted, aiming her gun at the underbrush where the hidden figure lay. Yet, there was no sign of the person revealing their identity. Raising her voice, she declared, if you do not come out, I shall fire. Hold on. From the shadows, a lanky figure slowly emerged, performing a flawless aristocratic bow. Your Highness, greetings. Adorned in exquisite garments. With a sparkling insignia on his chest and a rebellious glint in his eyes, it was Yi Lingtian. Su Chenxi sighed, it's you. I have never liked you. Unfazed by her words, Yi Lingtian replied, but I have always held great affection for you. My parents have also sought your hand from His Majesty, and His Majesty is quite pleased with me. Yet, you have never consented. Su Chenxi's expression remained unchanged. I have my own thoughts on that matter. Ye Lingshan Fronit. Your own thoughts? I have never heard of any boy who could catch your eye. Pausing, he added, it wouldn't be that commoner, would it? At the enrollment ceremony, you declined my invitation and chose to sit beside that peasant. Do you have feelings for him? Of course, he continued. Everyone knows that the Grand Princess, Su, does not concern herself with others' lineage. However, commoners are rather unclean. I advise you against associating with such people. Su Chenxi raised her gun. Yi Lingtian, utter another word, I shall kill you. Wait. Yi Lingtian immediately panicked. Everyone knows that your Highness is a person of her word. Since I have revealed myself, according to our agreement, you should let me go. Yi Lingtian was no fool. He noticed that the name of Su Chenxi had suddenly vanished from the chat list of nobles on his wristwatch, and he instinctively understood that she had ascended to the status of a monarch. Thus, Su Chenxi could effortlessly eliminate Yi Lingtian, a noble in his own right. May I inquire, Your Highness, as a monarch, why do you not hide in the shadows awaiting the conclusion of the contest, but instead choose to reveal yourself? Before the princess, Yi Lingtian had considerably restrained his demeanor, no longer displaying that haughty attitude. I am headed to a certain place. Su Chenxi candidly revealed her intention. Where? Yi Lingtian inquired with curiosity. Suddenly, Su Chenxi seemed to recall something. If you can assist me in a task, I shall spare your life and disclose my destination. I shall not go back on my word. Yi Lingtian slightly inclined his body. Pray tell, what task do you have in mind? Su Chenxi extended a foot, a playful smile gracing her lips. Kneel down and lick my shoe. Yi Lingtian's pupils widened in shock. This phrase echoed a harsh remark he had previously directed at Zhou Ko. Was it mere coincidence that the princess uttered a similar sentiment? Such crude language was difficult to fathom coming from a dignified princess. However, faced with the threat of death, he had no time to ponder. Gradually, he knelt upon the ground. Su Chenxi, having traversed various terrains, had her athletic shoes caked in dirt and blood. Yi Lingtian pressed his lips lightly against her soiled shoe. After all, it was a command from the princess, and even he dared not disobey. Su Chenxi expressed her satisfaction with a nod. Moreover, Zhou Ku is the most handsome man I have ever encountered, far more so than you. Yi Lingtian shuddered, suppressing his discomfort, and feigned ignorance of her remark. Raising his eyes with a smile, might you grant me a reprieve, your highness? Indeed, you may depart. Su Chenxi waved her hand, seemingly eager to dismiss him. Yet Yi Lingtian stubbornly remained. Additionally, may I inquire about your destination? I recall this was our prior agreement. Everyone knows, your highness, that you never go back on your word. Su Chenxi cast him a fleeting glance. I'm going to the tower, the highest level, to meet with the other monarchs. After uttering this, Su Chenxi swiftly vanished from sight. Yi Lingtian lingered, murmuring to himself, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning of her words. To meet with the other monarchs? Chapter 27, Square 8. The tower? To meet the other monarchs? Why? Yi Lingtian could not comprehend. The princess's reputation was well known throughout the noble realm. Upholding her word and eschewing deceit were the tenets of Su Chenxi's life. Therefore, the information she provided must be true. Her identity as a monarch was indisputable. However, there existed no constraints among monarchs, nor could they attack one another. What purpose did she have in meeting with the other monarchs? Yi Lingtian remained perplexed until the familiar system notification chimed. Ding! The third rule has been unveiled. At that moment, every candidate in the school simultaneously lifted their gaze towards the large screen. On the screen, a line of text gradually emerged. Rule 3. Diamond Assessment. Kings do not meet kings. Should 3 kings converge, the contest will conclude immediately. Upon encountering this rule, Yi Lingtian was taken aback. The convergence of the 3 kings would result in the immediate cessation of the competition. Moreover, the princess had mentioned a meeting with the other monarchs at the pinnacle of the tower. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized that his score had yet to place him among the top 3. He could not allow the game to conclude in such a manner. Without further hesitation, disregarding the potential threats from others, Yi Lingtian hastened towards the tower. At the school tower, Su Chenxi sat silently in the elevator. Ding! She arrived at the highest floor. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door. The top floor of the tower was devoid of any presence. She stepped into the center, removed her mask, revealing her signature silver locks. Her voice remained melodious and clear. Come forth, my 2 companions. I have arrived. As rustling sounds echoed, 2 figures cautiously emerged. Your Highness, is that truly you? Oh, this is splendid. Now the 3 of us kings have convened, exclaimed Zhang Liang, stepping forward in excitement. With a buzz cut and glasses, his appearance was quite unremarkable. Another boy named Wang Li slowly followed, a diminutive figure whose height barely reached Zhang Liang's chin. Once we gather, the competition should conclude, right? This contest has terrified me. There has been chaos all around, yet I managed to remain hidden, securing a royal title without much effort. The 3 of them gradually came together, yet the anticipated announcement of the game's conclusion failed to materialize. Why does the competition persist? Did not the 3 kings meet? Zhang Liang and Wang Li exchanged puzzled glances, confusion etched upon their faces. Su Chenxi struggled to suppress her laughter. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? The 2 boys looked at her in bewilderment, sensing something was amiss, yet none dared to act. At that moment, Su Chenxi could no longer contain herself, bursting into a fit of laughter. Her fair and beautiful visage, under the guise of such wild mirth, revealed an unexpected allure. The entire tower resonated with the princess's crisp and audacious laughter, startling the other two, who had never witnessed such a side of their typically graceful and dignified princess. No longer concealing her true self, Su Chenxi prepared to shed her disguise. Softly, she chanted an incantation. Square transforms all forms. 8 presents exquisite beauty. Upon uttering this spell, the expressions of the other two shifted dramatically. This is the incantation of the Square 8 Divine card. Your Highness, are you not an spade-type ability user? Their voices trembled in disbelief. Su Chenxi's features contorted rapidly, her height surging upward. In an instant, the princess morphed into the visage of a young man. This boy, bearing a striking resemblance to Su Chenxi, possessed the same pale complexion and handsome features. It was Zhou Ke. With a smirk, the transformed Zhou Ke inquired now, "Do you recognize me?" Zhang Liang and Wang Li stood frozen in astonishment. They could never have imagined that it was the princess herself who sent the message via the watch. Yet the person who arrived to meet them was someone entirely different. Zhou Ke did not linger. He had no intention of providing a verbal explanation. Instead, he swiftly drew his short sword from his pocket. Swish! A cold glimmer flashed. Zhou Ke's movements were precise and clean, the blade carving a graceful arc. In an instant, blood gushed from the necks of both monarchs. The two kings wore expressions of terror and disbelief, swaying momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Zhou Ke had simultaneously severed the throats of both men. He smiled softly, his breath tinged with amusement. The commoner topples the sovereign. Soon, I shall be crowned as the new ruler. Ding! The watch emitted a sound. He tapped the panel. Current identity, King, score, 1150. Subsequently, he pressed the King button once more. The watch promptly displayed the monarch's chat panel. Qu'est-ce qui vit que tu peux rapidement? Su Chenxi, you may come now. So this was your plan. The real Su Chenxi leaped from outside the tower, her voice ringing clear, to eliminate 2 kings in one fell swoop. You are indeed audacious. I must admit, your execution was splendid, and the plan has unfolded flawlessly thus far. However, she raised a new concern. You have become a king, yet the game is far from over. Although your score is currently impressive, it is merely temporary. Due to the existence of the second rule, the restraint chain, any commoner could slay you. How do you intend to ensure your safety? Zhou Ke waved his hand dismissively. The commoners will not have that opportunity. For the entire game is about to conclude within this tower. Zhou Ke glanced at his watch. At this moment, the names of all 3 monarchs were laid bare before him. Zhou Ke, Su Chenxi, and he lifted his gaze toward the tower's entrance. A smile gracing his face. The final piece on the chessboard should have arrived by now. The magic had begun, with twists and climaxes, culminating in a resounding bang. A breathless figure pushed through the door. The slender silhouette now stared blankly at Zhou Ke and Su Chenxi. Yi Lingshan. He must quickly prevent the kings from meeting. This was surely the thought racing through Yi Lingtian's mind. However, after Zhou Ke eliminated the 2 monarchs, the ranking had transformed to Zhou Ke, 1150 points. Su Chenxi, 480 points. Yi Lingtian, 470 points. Once ranked 4th, Yi Lingtian had now ascended to king. And at the moment Yi Lingtian stepped into the tower, the 3 kings were gathered together. Ding! The termination law has been triggered. The game is over. The mechanical voice of the system resonated, heralding Zhou Ke's resounding victory. Zhou Ke slowly strolled to the tower's window. A gentle moonlight bathed him, as if he were cloaked in a resplendent silver robe. This was the most splendid coronation for the newly born monarch. Zhou Ke whispered softly, reciting his favorite line after each performance. Magic, a perfect finale. Chapter 28, The Competition for Talent, outside the examination hall. Countless upperclassmen fixated on the live broadcast of the mock examination within. A second later, the striking image of Zhou Ke elegantly severing the heads of 2 kings appeared. The cheers erupted. A multitude of students celebrated exuberantly. At that moment, an ordinary commoner had instantaneously reversed his fortunes, soaring from the bottom of the rankings to achieve an overwhelming score. Zhou Ke firmly held the first position, his score surpassing that of the 2nd and 3rd place combined. On the campus forum's most popular pin post, Numerous upperclassmen who had voted for Zhou Ku were filled with excitement. Conversely, many who had cast their votes for Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian wore expressions of dejection. Do not revel too much, Zhou faction. The third test is merely the beginning. The remaining 2 phases will reveal the ultimate outcome. Haha, who says a commoner cannot triumph? The aristocrats are merely pawns. Due to Zhou Ku's spectacular performance in the freshman test, an increasing number of upperclassmen joined the winner's betting activity. Ding! The anonymous poster added new information. Given the rising number of participants, the prize pool increased to 100,000 yuan. Moments later, impressive. Your generosity is commendable. More and more students engaged in the betting. Following Zhou Ku's recent dazzling display, his votes had already surpassed Yi Lingtian, placing him second. As the world spun around him, Zhou Ku returned to the familiar reality of school. He rubbed his head, savoring the fresh air of the campus. Zhou Ku, you are incredible. In an instant, another familiar figure rushed toward him. Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration. After my elimination, I kept watching your performance. When you disguised yourself as the princess and executed the ultimate turnaround, the entire school erupted. You have no idea how fervent the cheers were in the dormitory area. I heard it all the way on the playground. You are now the favorite to win the comprehensive test, the school's rising star. By the way, could you tell me how you managed the disguise? I recall that only the divine card has such abilities. Zhou Ku evasively replied, in the realm of commoners, I am a magician. I have my ways of disguise without the divine card. Oh, Zhang Yang scratched his head. I'm not well versed in magic, but I have heard of something like Sichuan opera face-changing in the world of commoners. He seemed to convince himself. Ahem, ahead. The chairman of the Diamond Group and the chief examiner for this test, Senior Lu Yingming, cleared his throat. The first phase of the comprehensive test has concluded. We shall now announce the 3 recipients of the king titles. When your name is called, please proceed to the stage. The entire lawn buzzed with fervent discussions. A small fraction of students who had been eliminated midway through the competition witnessed the final scene and excitedly discussed it. The majority, however, were transported out of the examination hall post-competition, unaware of the proceedings. They curiously scanned their surroundings, seemingly eager to discover who had secured the top 3 positions. Senior Lu Yingming pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. Third place, 470 points, Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian rose, his head held high. He strode forward with confidence, seemingly eager for the world to recognize his achievement among the top 3. Applause erupted, mingled with various murmurs of discussion. The nobility truly excels. I had a hunch it would be him. You're unaware? Yi Lingtian's ascent to this position was orchestrated by Zhou Ku. Is that true? I didn't witness the finale. Don't deceive me. Senior Lu Yingming continued. Second place, 480 points, Su Chenxi. Su Chenxi, with a graceful smile, walked with poise, her silver hair flowing elegantly. This time, the applause was even more fervent. The princess remains formidable. Her divine card belongs to the powerful spade suit, having eliminated numerous foes. I had presumed her to be a pampered princess, but she is ruthless in combat. Indeed, I was instantaneously defeated by her. Lu Yingming cleared his throat and announced, first place, 1150 points. Countless students craned their necks, eager to discover who could surpass both Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian in this round of testing. Zhou Ku. The hall fell silent for 2 seconds, as if struggling to comprehend the revelation. Then, an eruption of enthusiastic applause ensued. Most students recognized Zhou Ku, a genius hailing from humble beginnings, whose image had deeply resonated from the previous 2 assessments. The applause was particularly fervent among students from minor noble families, who felt a profound connection to the story of a commoner achieving such a remarkable victory. Zhou Ku's expression remained unperturbed. He simply rose calmly and walked to the stage. The discussions ignited. Zhou Ku, I know him. A genius with a magic concentration of 43. I heard he comes from a common background. 1,150 points? How extraordinary. That score exceeds the combined total of the princess and young Master Yi. To score so high, how many did he eliminate? Ah, you wouldn't understand. I watched the entire event. He only drew his blade once. What? He only drew once and scored over 1,000 points. On stage, the three stood together, with Zhou Ku positioned in the center. To his left, Yiling Tian cast a sidelong glance, scoffed softly, and turned away, refusing to look in Zhou Ku's direction again. To his right, Su Chenxi maintained her poised demeanor, offering Zhou Ku a slight nod of acknowledgement. Senior Liu Yingming presented 3 cards resembling postcards, placing them before them. He explained, "These 3 cards, known as king cards, will be utilized in the next phase of testing. We invite the highest scorer, Zhou Ku, to select one of the king cards first." As he spoke, Senior Liu revealed the 3 cards. Each bore an illustration of a crown, with distinct symbols etched upon them: spade, diamond, and heart. "Why is there no club?" Zhou Ku inquired suddenly. Liu Yingming replied in a low tone, "The spade, diamond, and heart suits represent 3 powers, a tradition of our school. After all, apart from you, no student from our school has ever possessed the Plum Blossom King card. Thus, the Plum Blossom King card is naturally excluded. What then is the purpose of these 3 king cards?" Yiling Shan suddenly imbued. Liu Yingming shook his head, saying, "I apologize, but the usage of the king cards requires your own exploration. As you are aware, the comprehensive assessment is divided into 3 stages, and what we have just conducted was merely the first phase. I can only state that the king cards play a crucial role in the final stage of the comprehensive assessment, potentially turning the tide. Within them lie clues to the competition that you must decipher on your own." Zhou Ku scrutinized the 3 cards once more. He glanced at the red family crest, adorned with entwined branches, glimmering on Yi Lingtian's chest. Then he observed Su Chenxi's left wrist, with a long sword embedded in the spade emblem shone brightly. With a soft sigh, he took the Heart King card from the center. "Please, the second participant may step forward to make a selection." As expected, Su Chenxi exhibited no hesitation and promptly claimed the Spade King card. Yi Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, yet he accepted the final Diamond King card with evident satisfaction. "Now, I will announce the details of the second phase of the comprehensive assessment." After distributing the cards, Senior Liu Yingming immediately addressed all the students. The second phase of the assessment is titled Talent Competition. As it is well known, the Dragon Kingdom places great emphasis on its people. The rise and fall of any nation are intricately linked to the talents within it. The second phase, Talent Competition, involves the 3 kings forming alliances with their teammates. Each king card represents a national faction: hearts, spades, and diamonds. Naturally, these 3 kings are the leaders of their respective factions. The duration of the second phase is 1 week, taking place within the confines of the school, allowing for free movement. The 3 kings are tasked with rallying the remaining students identified as nobles and commoners to join their respective national factions within this week. Every student must choose a nation to align with. Of course, the more supporters a faction possesses, the more advantageous their position will be in the final 3rd phase of the competition. We eagerly anticipate the performance of the 3 kings within this week. 1 week from now, the 3rd phase of the competition will commence immediately. I hereby declare the first phase of the comprehensive assessment concluded. Upon hearing the regulations, Zhou Ku let out a gentle breath, preparing to return to his dormitory for some much-needed rest. The exertion from the first phase had drained him, and he was eager for a brief respite to rejuvenate his mind. The students dispersed in small groups. Before Zhou Ku could walk far, Senior Liu Yingming suddenly stopped him. "Wait a moment, Zhou Ku. Could you stay for a while? I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." Chapter 29. Distributing flyers, Zhou Ku stood in confusion. Senior Liu Yingming continued, "You may have learned during the enrollment ceremony that at the end of the semester, those who perform exceptionally will be awarded the Ascension qualification of the Divine card. I understand you come from common background, and you might not be familiar with what the Divine card Ascension entails. Would you like me to elaborate?" Zhou Ku smiled gently. "No need. I've heard a bit from a friend. Ascending the Divine token can significantly enhance one's abilities, and it is said that if one can elevate the Divine token to its utmost level, one may become a deity." Liu Yingming's gaze shifted slightly. "Indeed, that is possible." Zhou Ku blinked. "Senior, you wouldn't have retained me solely to enlighten me about the Divine token, would you?" Liu Yingming quickly replied, "No, certainly not. Generally, only those who perform exceptionally well during a semester are granted such an honor. I can assist you in becoming that individual. Zhou Ke's interest was piqued. I will be grateful for your guidance. Lu Yingming paused. Perhaps you have already encountered Zhuang Xingyao? Zhou Ke recalled the short-haired senior, somewhat aloof and proud. The president of a certain club, the Crimson Heart Club, and notably the sole ascendant of the divine token from the previous cohort. Her magical essence level was the highest among all the upperclassmen and, I'm certain, surpassed that of many professors. The reason for her elevated magical essence level was her victory in the Elite Cup. The Elite Cup? Zhou Ke seemed to have heard this term during his enrollment. He inquired, "What exactly is the Elite Cup, senior?" Lu Yingming elucidated, "The school hosts two major events annually. One is the tri-phase freshman assessment, which you are already aware of. The second is the Elite Cup. The victor of the Elite Cup can greatly enhance their magical essence level. Moreover, those with exceptional performances will gain the qualification for divine token ascension. However, participation in the Elite Cup is only permitted through student clubs." At this point, Zhou Ke grasped the intentions of the individual before him. Lu Yingming was the president of a student club. He sought to recruit him. "Do you wish to participate?" Zhou Ke responded politely, "Senior, I understand the significance of the Elite Cup, but at present, I have more pressing matters to attend to." With that, he gestured towards the king card in his hand. "I still have the freshman assessment to complete." Lu Yingming stared intently into Zhou Ke's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he softly stated, "Very well. Should you wish to consider participating in the Elite Cup, you are welcome to join my club, the Diamond Society. In the dormitory, Lu Yingming invited you to join his club?" Zhang Yang exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. "Did you accept?" "No. Why not?" "Firstly, Hanfeng, now Lu Yingming. Every prominent figure is courting you, and you still refuse. By the way, Senior Zhuang Xingyao also extended an invitation to me." Zhou Ke replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yang's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "Don't tell me you turned them all down?" "Indeed." Zhang Yang looked as though Zhou Ke had discarded a lottery ticket worth 5 million. It is exceedingly difficult for freshmen to enter the 3 major clubs. Even many upperclassmen strive desperately to join any of these esteemed societies. Those who gain entry into any student club are truly the CR de la CR. To have such a splendid opportunity at your fingertips, and you rejected it? Not once but thrice. Zhou Ke, however, exhibited little emotional fluctuation. After all, there would always be opportunities in the future. Presently, he wished to focus his energy on the upcoming freshman assessments. He recalled the champion reward, the divine relic, a conceptual artifact he yearned to possess, regardless of its nature. Let's not dwell on that for now. Zhou Ke, what are your thoughts on the second phase of the comprehensive assessment, talent competition? Zhang Yang inquired, lounging on his bed, stuffing his mouth with potato chips. Zhou Ke sighed lightly. "I have none. The task of the second phase, to put it plainly, involved rallying fellow students to join one's ranks. This depended on personal connections. I cannot compare to Su Chenxi's noble lineage, nor to Yi Lingtian's wealth. As a commoner, the number of individuals willing to join my team should be minimal, right?" "Not at all." Zhang Yang suddenly sat up. "I want to join you, Your Majesty, as long as you do not mind my humble origins." Zhou Ke smiled. "Thank you. You're my first teammate." Zhang Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "In that case, regardless of what the third phase entails, we are now a unified team. Since we're already teammates, we must devise a plan." "I've got it. Let us distribute flyers at the entrance of the teaching building tomorrow." Zhang Yang seemed to have an epiphany. "Distribute flyers?" "Yes. We will list all your accomplishments on the flyers, and other students will surely want to join our ranks." He exclaimed, "I have even thought of a title. Legendary Commoner Genius Zhou Ke. Team members wanted. Zhou Ke, 18 years old, with a magical essence level of 43, ranked first in the Bloodline assessment. He triumphed over the Skeleton Society assassin in the qualification assessment, being the sole victor. In the comprehensive assessment, he dominated the title competition phase with the highest score. Come join Zhou Ke's Heart of Red, the optimal choice for passing the freshman assessment." As he spoke, Zhang Yang leapt off the bed and began tinkering with his computer. Zhou Ke, intrigued, leaned closer. Zhang Yang was using graphic software to create something. I am designing the flyer. An attractive flyer is essential to draw people in, he said, his gaze fixed on the screen. Zhou observed Zhang Yang's design process. He operated swiftly, appearing quite adept at such tasks. You seem quite skilled at this. Zhang Yang proudly patted his chest. Of course, my family specializes in promotional design. Although it may sound like a commoner's job, it is quite respectable for a family like mine. I often lend a hand. I must admit, the flyers Zhang Yang designed were remarkably exquisite. The layout and colors flowed harmoniously, and as he listed Zhou's various achievements, Zhou experienced a fleeting illusion of triumph in this competition for recruits. Just wait. Tomorrow I will promote you with fervor, and you shall undoubtedly be the most popular monarch among the three of us. However, reality provided a stark contrast. The following day, they arrived early at the entrance of the teaching building, energetically distributing flyers. Yet, not a single person accepted one. Even so, many individuals averted their gazes, hastily passing by Zhou without so much as a glance. What is the matter, Zhou? Have you offended them? Zhou, equally perplexed, responded, No, I just enrolled. How could I have upset them? At that moment, another female student approached. Without a moment to discern her features, Zhou hurriedly extended a flyer. Excuse me, would you kindly support my Red Heart team? Zhou braced himself for another instance of neglect. However, to his surprise, this student accepted the flyer directly. Zhou, it feels somewhat inappropriate for this flyer to end up in my hands. A crisp, feminine voice rang out. Zhou then lifted his gaze to observe her visage, silver hair concealed by a black mask. The girl gently removed her mask. It was Su Chenxi. I inadvertently distributed my flyer to a rival. Su Chenxi smiled, playfully waving the flyer in her hand. You might not believe it, but today you're the first person to accept my flyer. Is my charm truly so lacking? Zhou sighed. It has nothing to do with your allure. Many wish to join your team. Yet, Su Chenxi seemed to harbor some knowledge, hesitating to speak further. She shook her head and gestured toward a distant bulletin board. Just take a look for yourself. With that, she trod away with a light step. Zhou and Zhang Yang approached the bulletin board. What is this? Chapter 30. Campus bullying. The bulletin board was cluttered with identical notices. Notice: no freshmen are permitted to join the Red Heart team in the upcoming competition. Yiling Tian. There was even a QR code attached. This is an outright attack. Yiling Tian is resorting to such tactics. Zhang Yang, infuriated, tore down several of the notices. Hey, what is this code? Let me scan it. Zhou and Zhang Yang picked up their phones and scanned the QR code, leading them to a web page. At last, the reason behind every student's reluctance to accept Zhou's flyers became clear. The QR code linked to a post on the campus network authored by Yiling Tian. Notice: no freshman may join the Red Heart team. You all know who my father is. Your parents' businesses fall under my father's domain. With a mere flick of his finger, he could bring you to ruin if you wish to avoid winding up on the streets as destitute commoners. It's simple. Just don't join Zhou's team. Beneath the second post, he listed the names of all non-monarch freshmen, accompanied by a chilling line. I am watching you closely. This was a blatant abuse of power. Zhou's expression darkened, unable to confront me openly. They resort to such underhanded tactics. Hey, Zhang Yang, what do you think? Zhou turned to Zhang Yang, only to find him pale as a ghost. Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Zhang Yang stiffly turned his neck, his voice trembling. Zhou, my parents' design shop is affiliated with the Yi family's company. My name is on that list. Zhou sighed softly. I understand. If you have second thoughts and decide not to join, that is perfectly fine. You've already helped me immensely. Zhang Yang lowered his head, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute. He swallowed hard and declared, My friend, I will absolutely not support Yiling Tian. However, he glanced again at the notice. Any new students are prohibited from joining the Red Heart Nation. It merely stated that joining the Red Heart Nation was forbidden, but it did not mention anything about supporting Zhou. I could choose to join Princess's Spade Nation while still aiding you. Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then patted him on the back. You rascal. Are you playing both sides? Zhang Yang chuckled. But I promised to join your nation earlier. You won't hold that against me, will you? Zhou Ke gently placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and replied softly, "Rest assured, your choice of nation to support is entirely your freedom. I'm not like Yi Ling Tian." Days passed, yet no classmates were willing to join Zhou Ke's team. True to his earlier words, although Zhang Yang dared not openly support Zhou Ke's Red Heart Nation, he had been diligently helping to recruit teammates for Zhou Ke over the past few days. "Thank you, Zhang Yang. Logically, you intend to join the Spade Nation as Su Chenxi's teammate, yet you have been assisting me." Zhang Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, what's the big deal? We're good friends. Besides, even if I end up in Princess's team, can't I still lend a hand to your Red Heart Nation? We agreed on being in the Chao camp while having hearts in Han." Zhou Ke sighed lightly. "I just fear that in the end, I will truly become a lone commander, with no teammates besides myself." They strolled leisurely and soon arrived at the front of the teaching building. Something seemed to be happening at the entrance of the teaching building, which was now crowded with people. A rather short girl with a ponytail stood at the center of the crowd, seemingly delivering a speech. "Zhou Ke, look over there. Let's go take a look," Zhang Yang said, unable to resist the allure of the commotion. As they approached, they finally discerned the content of the girl's speech. "The comprehensive assessment is a fair competition. Resist tyranny. Reject class oppression. Every student should have the right to freely choose their faction." Zhang Yang nudged Zhou Ke with his elbow. "Hey, it sounds like she's speaking up for you. Who is that student?" Zhou Ke scrutinized her appearance and quickly recalled where he had seen her. That distinctive package. Oh. Upon hearing Zhou Ke's words, Zhang Yang also took a closer look at the girl. Short stature, ponytail. Wasn't she the one from the earlier test who had called on everyone to stop infighting, only to be shot in the head? Her actions undoubtedly challenged Yi Ling Tian. Whether she would succeed remained uncertain, but she was indeed courageous. Zhou Ke frowned slightly, sighed, and was about to take a detour to leave when a familiar voice called out, "Hey, that girl over there, what are you doing?" Zhou Ke couldn't help but turn around. He saw Yi Ling Tian approaching, flanked by a large group of people, heading straight for the girl delivering the speech. The onlookers, upon noticing Yi Ling Tian's arrival, lowered their heads and quickly dispersed. Only the girl with the ponytail stood there, solitary and forlorn. She was surrounded by the raucous companions of Yi Ling Tian. The girl was quite diminutive, appearing particularly fragile amidst the throng. Yet, summoning her courage, she proclaimed, "Yi Ling Tian, I am not afraid of you. What you are doing is unjust. The comprehensive assessment must rely on the abilities of the students themselves. Relying on your family background and threatening other classmates is a violation of fairness in evaluation." Yi Ling Tian slowly advanced, towering over her, exuding an oppressive aura. The girl instinctively swallowed hard and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Yi Ling Tian's face darkened. "Are you suggesting that you oppose me? Do you intend to join Zhou Ke's team?" Though a twinge of fear coursed through her, she boldly replied, "So what if I do? A classmate of humble origins has earned the title of king through sheer merit, unlike you, who relies on your father's influence to bully others at school." Zhou Ke sighed and turned to leave. "Hey, Zhou Ke, are you really leaving? Aren't you going to watch a little longer?" Zhang Yang inquired, trailing behind. "Her actions have nothing to do with me. While I appreciate her defending me, openly opposing Yi Ling Tian is reckless. Moreover, I do not know her well enough to intervene. Let us go. We have classes to attend." Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the air, momentarily halting Zhou Ke's steps. He slowly turned around. A woman standing beside Yi Ling Tian had just struck the girl a sharp blow. This woman, adorned with smoky makeup, was one of Yi Ling Tian's entourage. She raised her arm again and struck forcefully. Smack! The impact was severe. The petite girl was instantly knocked to the ground. Clutching her face in shock, Yi Ling Tian raised his foot, placing it upon her. Schoolyard bullying? The thought flashed through Zhou Ke's mind. To his astonishment, even within the highest echelons of noble schools in Long Country, such occurrences were unavoidable. "Zhang Yang, you go ahead to class. I will join you shortly." Zhang Yang looked up, a hint of concern in his eyes. "What are you planning to do?" "It is necessary," Zhou Ke replied calmly. Yi Ling Tian sneered, crouching down to meet the girl's gaze. He smirked. Zhou Ke's success in these assessments is merely a stroke of luck. He is nothing but a dog of the common folk. His blood is tainted with that of the lowly. He does not deserve to be admitted. You wish to join Zhou Ke, do you not? Do you believe he is vastly superior to me? Where is he now? Perhaps he is cowering in some corner, weeping and begging to withdraw. Thud! A brick flew through the air, striking Yiling Tian squarely on the forehead. In the next moment, Zhou Ke leaped forward, swiftly navigating through the crowd to arrive at Yiling Tian's side. He reached out, pressing Yiling Tian's head down and slamming it into the ground. Simultaneously, Zhou Ke's right hand swiftly drew his dagger, pressing it against Yiling Tian's neck. Zhou Ke's grip tightened significantly, and in an instant, a faint line of red appeared on Yiling Tian's throat, as if blood were about to seep forth. Did your father never teach you not to speak ill of others behind their backs? Yiling Tian found himself momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon recognizing the figure before him, he lay on the ground, seething with rage. If you dare to kill me, my father will make you regret it. Zhou Ke's voice was chilling, his eyes gleaming with malice. I truly would dare to kill you. He lifted Yiling Tian's head before forcefully slamming it back to the ground. Yiling Tian emitted a muffled groan, his visage marred by blood, contorted in agony. His companions attempted to approach, but Zhou Ke warned, one step closer, and I will plunge my sword into his neck. Yiling Tian shouted in panic, don't come any closer. Zhou Ke replied softly, Yiling Shan. You are indeed correct about one thing. I am but a mere commoner, orphaned and unanchored, with nothing to lose but my wretched life. Let's make a trade. Zhou Ke understood that in the face of schoolyard bullying, reasoning was futile. The most effective approach was to counter violence with violence. He was resolute in his willingness to risk everything against Yiling Tian, who was a privileged son, while his own life held little value. As the saying goes, the wicked fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are indifferent to life itself. Zhou Ke, often jovial and carefree, transformed into a figure of unbridled ferocity when the moment demanded it. With that, he exerted his strength once more, the blade pressing deeper. Stop, Zhou Ke. I was wrong. The murderous intent in Zhou Ke's eyes instilled fear in Yiling Tian, panic coursing through him. The dual weight of pain and terror caused tears to stream down his face. Brother, spare me. I apologize. Zhou Ke's gaze remained cold as he uttered a single phrase, apologize. Yiling Tian hastily responded, I'm sorry, brother. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. I'm not human. Zhou Ke furrowed his brow, loosening his grip just enough to allow Yiling Tian to elevate his head from the ground. Yiling Tian sighed in relief, thinking the ordeal had finally come to a close. However, the next moment, bang, Zhou Ke's left hand struck down once more, slamming Yiling Tian's head to the ground for a third time. Bloodied and lifeless, Yiling Tian lay sprawled on the floor, his gaze vacant. You are mistaken, Zhou Ke remarked coolly. The apology is not for me. Apologize to her, he instructed softly, tilting his head slightly toward the girl nearby. The short girl remained half reclined on the ground, covering one side of her face, her expression dazed. Yiling Tian's head moved slightly, turning to face the girl. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laid hands on you, nor should I have uttered those words. His voice grew weaker and fainter. The girl appeared flustered. All right, that's enough. Zhou Ke raised his hand. You all, take him to the hospital. His tone brooked no dissent. With Yiling Tian having capitulated, it was time for Zhou Ke to exercise restraint. From a distance, he noticed a professor approaching slowly from around the corner. Yiling Tian's companions hurriedly lifted their fallen leader. Yiling Tian tilted his head, casting a resentful glare at him, and mumbled, Zhou Ke. In the final round of the comprehensive assessment, in 3 days, I shall make you regret it. Zhou Ke maintained a calm demeanor, replying, Indeed, I am more attractive than you. Thank you. Yiling Tian merely shot him a furious look. They soon noticed the approaching professor and swiftly made their escape. What are you doing? Asked an elderly professor with graying hair as he approached Zhou Ke, glancing at the female student lying on the ground and then at the departing Yiling Tian. I heard quite a commotion. Zhou Ke crouched on the ground, contemplating how to explain the recent altercation. Although his actions were driven by a sense of justice, the fact remained that he had struck someone, and indeed, he had been rather forceful. Before Zhou Ke could speak, the girl interjected, It was Yiling Tian. He assaulted me. I merely happened to pass by. The professor hesitated, examining Zhou Ku's bloodied knuckles. You weren't fighting, were you? That would violate school regulations. No, the blood on his hands is from when he helped me clean my wound. The girl quickly clarified. Zhou Ku was taken aback for a moment. This girl was actually lying to protect herself. Very well. You must be Zhou Ku. Please assist this young lady to the infirmary, the old professor instructed before departing. Thank you. What is your name? Zhou Ku asked as he wiped the blood from his hands. Tang Xin, the girl blinked. Hello, I am Zhou Ku, he replied. Tang Xin blinked again. I know you. Tefkiskivik Goge. Zhou Ku nodded in understanding. I see. After all, I did create quite a stir upon my enrollment. That's not it. Dansin quickly gazette. I knew you before you enrolled. Zhou Ku looked closely at her face, finding it unfamiliar. He could not recall having met Tang Xin previously. Where have we met? Tang Xin continued at a rapid pace. Oh, I used to watch your magic live streams frequently and even sent you plenty of gifts. Zhou Ku had thought of himself as a small streamer, never expecting to encounter a fan at school. My username is Tang Xin, she said, her voice lowering slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. Tang Xin was the #1 supporter in his live stream, showering him with gifts that allowed him to sustain himself through streaming. Zhou Ku had assumed she was an older woman, only to discover that this top supporter was, like him, an 18-year-old student. Tang Xin rubbed her left cheek, seemingly still in pain. Zhou Ku, may I join your team? She suddenly proposed. Zhou Ku looked at her in surprise. Finally, someone was willing to join him, which filled him with joy. He contemplated agreeing immediately, but hesitated. But aren't you afraid? He inquired. Afraid of what? Tang Xin asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Of the Yi family causing trouble for your parents? Or Yi Ling Tian coming after you? Zhou Ku indicated in the direction Yi Ling Tian had just left. Tang Xin shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to fear? If you show any sign of weakness, you'll be bullied relentlessly. With the fervor reminiscent of Zhou Kagao, she declared her intent to strike decisively, brandishing her tiny fists at the air. Yet, a shadow of melancholy seemed to wash over her as she lamented her status as merely a commoner, fearing she might hinder his team. I understand if you wish to exclude me, Zhou Kagao, Tang Xin said. Interrupting her, Zhou Kagao gazed solemnly into her eyes. Welcome to my team. That evening, as Zhou Kagao swung open the dormitory door, he was greeted by Zhang Yang's exuberant shout. Bro, I want to join your team, he exclaimed, waving his arms animatedly. Have you changed your mind? Zhou Kagao inquired, perplexed by the sudden enthusiasm. Zhang Yang chuckled, of course. You left me behind to confront Yi Ling Tian all by yourself. Zhou Kagao raised an eyebrow. How did you know? I saw you heading to class before you threw that brick. Zhang Yang replied seriously. Next time such an opportunity arises, you must call me. I will always stand by your side. Zhou Kagao cleared his throat. I fear you may be as impulsive as I am. Unlike me, you have family ties and a modest enterprise to consider. I worry that Yi Ling Tian may leverage his family's power against you. Zhang Yang's expression turned earnest. I am unafraid. I want to confront him just as you do. What being a wealthy heir? What the 4 noble families? I fear nothing. Zhou Kagao pressed further. So, how is it that you came to know about my confrontation with Yi Ling Tian? With a mysterious smile, Zhang Yang produced his phone, revealing a popular post from the campus network that showcased a video of Zhou Kagao decisively defeating Yi Ling Tian. Countless comments rallied in support of Zhou Kagao. How impressive! A commoner stands fearless against Yi Ling Tian. Why should I be afraid? Even if all the new students refuse to join your team, I shall support you. It's exhilarating to witness Yi Ling Tian falter. Zhang Yang beamed. See? Your heroic deeds are trending online. Zhou Kagao frowned, hastily retrieving his own phone to log into his account and pen a message. I am grateful for everyone's support, but I am aware that Yi Ling Tian has issued threats against you. I do not wish for any classmate to suffer repercussions to their family business due to my actions. Therefore, I do not require anyone to join my heart kingdom. Upon sending this message, Zhou Kagao's image of righteousness was firmly established. A torrent of comments flooded in. So moving. Zhou Kagao, I want to join Yi Ling Tian, rest assured. Yes, I will join the Spade Kingdom. Princess, Yi Ling Tian wouldn't dare interfere. Zhou Kagao set his phone aside and said to Zhang Yang, you should join the Spade Kingdom too. However, Zhang Yang remained resolute. I am unafraid. I want to join your heart kingdom, to be your ally in the fight against Yi Lingtian. He quickly accessed the new student registration system on the school's official website, entered his name into the Heart Kingdom list, and clicked confirm. Wait, I'm not the first to join you? Zhang Yang exclaimed, observing the Heart Kingdom's count, now at 2. Zhou Ku smiled and said, do you recall that conspicuous card? She was the first. Chapter 32. The Heart King card. Only 2 days remain until the conclusion of the second phase of the comprehensive assessment, titled Talent Competition. At this moment, all students have formed their respective teams. Zhou Ku gazed at the comprehensive assessment interface on the school's official website and sighed. The statistics revealed that there were as many as 103 students who joined Su Chenxi's Spade Nation, while Yi Lingtian's Diamond Faction had 394 members. Zhou Ku's Heart Nation, however, boasted only 3 members, Zhou Ku, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian. This outcome was hardly surprising. Zhou Ku had informed everyone online that if they wished to support him, they should join the Spade Nation. Consequently, those who initially intended to ally with Zhou Ku, deterred by Yi Lingtian's threats, opted to join Su Chenxi instead. Due to his humble origins, Zhou Ku was not particularly familiar with the new students. Rather than acquiring numerous unfamiliar teammates, he preferred to gather a few trusted acquaintances. Nevertheless, upon seeing the numeral 3 beneath Heart Nation, he couldn't help but let out another sigh. After all, Senior Lu Yingming had once remarked that the more teammates one had, the more advantageous the competition would be. He hoped that, in the upcoming assessment, the number of participants would not prove to be of paramount importance. Aside from the scarcity of supporters, Zhou Ku harbored another concern. He gently retrieved his king card, which depicted a heart adorned with a crown. At the conclusion of the first round, Senior Lu Yingming had mentioned that this card held critical significance in the final round, but its method of utilization required personal exploration. However, what could a mere card possibly accomplish? Zhou Ku scrutinized it under the sunlight. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary card, indistinguishable from a typical postcard. He decided to carry the card with him as he prepared to venture to the school library in search of clues. Kiskiviko. Tang Xian. What a coincidence. Upon entering the library, Zhou Ku unexpectedly encountered Tang Xian at the entrance. Zhou Ku, the third phase of the competition is about to commence. Do you require my assistance? Zhou Ku presented the Heart King card for her inspection. Here it is. It is said that it conceals clues for tomorrow's competition. Do you have any insights? Tang Xian held the card up to the sunlight for a closer examination, but discerned no anomalies. Zhou Ku, have you tried using fire to heat it? Fire? Kiskiviko ikshoit. Indet tang sin ziplit. One can write on paper with milk, and once it dries, the writing becomes invisible. However, when heated, the proteins in the milk undergo a color change, revealing the writing once more. Zhou Ku regarded her with approval. You seem quite knowledgeable. I enjoy reading detective novels. Many clues are hidden in such a manner. But alas, I am not a spade god card. I cannot conjure flames, Tang Xian lamented. Use this. Zhou Ku quickly produced a lighter and ignited the king card with a click. I know this. A little device invented by commoners who lack special abilities to ignite flames. Zhou Ku, do you smoke? Tang Xian inquired curiously. Ahem, I do not smoke. Kiskiviko ixoplinet. Before I came to school, I was a magician. I often performed tricks with a lighter. Sometimes, flames can create magnificent illusions. But you must be unaware that I never showcase any flame-related magic in my live broadcasts. Tang Xian, puzzled by what kind of flame magic could be deemed magnificent, merely nodded in a half-understanding manner. The flame of the lighter flickered gently, warming the king card. Both Zhou Ku and Tang Xian gazed intently at the card, yet they failed to detect any signs of color change. It seemed as if it were not written with milk. Zhou Ku extinguished the lighter and sighed. Tang Xian, do you know other methods of writing in visible ink? Of course, Tang Xian exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she felt useful. You can write with rice soup, which reveals itself with iodine. Using lemon juice also works, and there's a special ink that can be exposed with ultraviolet light. She rambled off a dozen methods in one breath, eager to continue. Stop. Zhou Ku quickly interjected. Let's try them one by one. However, all their attempts ended in failure. Zhouke rushed to the infirmary for iodine and borrowed a UV lamp from the laboratory, yet none of the methods yielded any results. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. Perhaps we are approaching this incorrectly? Zhouke mused, gazing at the stars above. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before them. "Isn't this our little brother, Zhouke? Who are you?" Zhouke inquired, looking at the boy before him, who had a dark complexion and a smiling face. "Senior Li Hanfeng?" Zhouke said uncertainly. "Indeed. What's up? Why do you look so troubled while strolling with a lovely young lady?" Liam Fem Shukulat. Zhouke felt somewhat speechless, wishing to find an excuse to slip away and avoid being drawn into Li Hanfeng's club once again. Suddenly, a phrase Zhang Yang had previously uttered flashed through his mind. He recalled that Li Hanfeng was the champion of last year's comprehensive test. "By the way, Senior, I heard you were the freshman champion in last year's comprehensive test?" Zhouke inquired politely. Li Hanfeng's smile faded as he feigned seriousness. "Oh, you've heard my story?" Zhouke reciprocated the pretense. "No, but your face tells 1,000 tales." Li Hanfeng's expression shifted subtly. "Ahem, do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite accomplished. I consistently rank first in exams and frequently win various competitions." Zhouke raised a hand. "Stop. Who asked you that? Why did you mention the comprehensive test?" Li Hanfeng replied, "I merely wanted to ask." Zhouke lowered his voice. "Have you used this king card last year?" Li Hanfeng, taken aback, responded, "You wouldn't be trying to pry information from me, would you? We aren't supposed to discuss this topic with freshmen." He then shifted his tone. "But I do not play by the rules." "Good lad, you're quite astute. I appreciate your initiative in inquiring about past exam questions from upperclassmen. You flatter me. I have no qualms about employing any means necessary to succeed in exams." Li Hanfeng smiled mysteriously. "I indeed possess some information. The key to deciphering the mystery of the king card lies in the distinction of the suits." "Oh, pray, elaborate," came the response. "Consider this. There are 3 king cards. Why exert effort to categorize them into 3 suits? The secret is quite simple. If you agree to join the Black Blade Guild, I shall reveal it to you." The words hung heavy in the air. "Then I shall pass," Zhouke replied, turning away and leaving Li Hanfeng swaying alone in the cold wind. After a distance, Zhouke turned to Tang Xin. "Please hold this king card for me," as he handed it over. "Oh, certainly," Tang Xin replied, receiving the card. "Hold it higher," Zhouke instructed. Tang Xin, grasping the king card, positioned it before Zhouke. He fixated intently on the heart symbol adorning it. Although he had not received explicit assistance from Li Hanfeng, fragments of their conversation had provided him with subtle hints. He pondered the implications of Li Hanfeng's words. The distinction of suits? On the divine card, spades represented martial prowess, hearts governed the mind, and diamonds signified transformation. His own king card bore the heart suit, symbolizing the spirit. Was it thus necessary to approach this heart card with sincerity? Suddenly, Zhouke leaned forward and gently pressed a kiss upon the card, whispering, "I adore you." What? Her face flushing a deep crimson. "Do not interrupt. I am speaking to the card," Zhouke asserted, unwavering. In the next instant, the Heart King card spun rapidly and released silver threads from above. These threads entwined and ultimately formed a line of small text. There can only be one king in the world. Success. His conjecture proved correct. In his exhilaration, Zhouke gazed upon the inscription. There can only be one king in the world. Is this the clue? It suggested that in the forthcoming final stage of the competition, he must eliminate the other 2 kings. Hangzhu, Dangxin. "You may return the card to me now." "Oh, of course," Tang Xin, finally comprehending that his earlier words were not directed at her, reluctantly returned the card. Chapter 33. The Spade and Diamond King cards. The final day had arrived. Only one day remained until the ultimate test of enrollment commenced. Zhouke had unraveled the mystery of his king card, yet it was insufficient, far from enough. Merely deciphering his own card would not suffice. There were 3 king cards, and he desired them all. The deities bestowed divine cards upon those of exceptional talent, marking the genesis of nobility. In history class, the elderly professor tirelessly recounted the annals of the world. Countless students beneath him struggled to stave off slumber. utterly disinterested, rested his head upon the desk, idly rotating his king card. It was not that he was unwilling to listen. Rather, on the very first day of school, he had perused the textbook cover to cover. Having absorbed the foundational knowledge, he turned his gaze to a silver-haired figure in the front row, diligently paying attention. Su Chenxi sat upright, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the blackboard. After class, he resolved to seize the opportunity to inquire about her king card. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhou stifled a yawn and stretched lazily, just as he was about to rise and seek out the princess for information. Unexpectedly, a silver-haired figure flashed past him and took a seat right before him. Su Chenxi had actually taken the initiative to find him first. "Oh, I was just thinking of finding you," Zhou remarked, blinking his eyes. "Please, go ahead. What is it?" Su Chenxi's expression turned serious. "Tifkiskiviko. I am aware that due to Yi Lingtian's influence, virtually no classmates have joined your side. Consequently, many who originally wished to support you have shifted their allegiance to my team." Zhou gently shook his head and sighed. "It's unavoidable. After all, Yi Lingtian wouldn't dare bully you. Those threatened classmates cannot join me and refuse to assist Yi Lingtian, leaving them with no choice but to assist you." Su Chenxi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, for this very reason, some members of my team initially intended to support you. I shouldn't have taken your allies. So let us form an alliance." "An alliance?" Zhou blinked, gesturing for her to continue. "Precisely. Tomorrow's competition will be a battle of the three monarchs' factions. If we collaborate, we can prioritize combating Yi Lingtian. You may command my teammates as well. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline." Su Chenxi was taken aback. "You don't need it?" "That's correct." Zhou reclined casually against his desk. "For 18 years, I have grown accustomed to solitude. Having too many teammates would only serve as a constraint. A few genuine friends who support me are more than sufficient. I am quite content with my two current allies." Su Chenxi nodded in understanding. "I see. However, I still owe you a debt of gratitude from the last competition. You spared my life until the very end. My ascent to the title of monarch is largely due to your assistance. If you require anything from me, please do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly help as long as it is within my power." At her proposition, Zhou's eyelids flickered. "Anything at all?" He smiled, raising an eyebrow. "Su Chenxi nadi vermisli. I will not go back on my word." "Very well, then. Tell me the secret of your monarch card," Zhou stated with unwavering resolve. Su Chenxi was momentarily taken aback. "The secret of the monarch card? I don't know." Su Chenxi replied blankly. "I never intended to unravel the mystery of the monarch card. I believe my own strength is sufficient to pass the test." "Impossible. Let me take a look." Zhou extended his hand. With implicit trust, Su Chenxi placed the spade monarch card directly into Zhou's palm. He examined the card, noting its pristine condition, devoid of any signs of damage. He sighed in exasperation. "My princess, while your intellect is commendable, you rely too heavily on brute force. Strength cannot resolve every issue." As he spoke, Zhou suddenly exerted force, decisively tearing the monarch card in half. Su Chenxi stared at him, momentarily bewildered, unable to grasp what had just transpired. Compensation. What are you doing?" At that moment, her eternally polite and composed demeanor finally revealed a wave of emotion as she snatched back her now tattered monarch card. "Su Chenxi, you owe me a personal favor once again." Zhou merely uttered these words. In an instant, a stream of silver lines emanated from the king card, subsequently forming a line of small text. "Killing earns points." "What is this?" Su Chenxi momentarily failed to grasp the situation. "A hint for tomorrow's competition," Zhou succinctly replied. "But how did you decipher it?" "Quite simply. Observe the suit. My king card is hearts, which signifies that one must treat the king card with sincerity to unlock its secrets. In contrast, your king card is spades, representing force and destruction. Hence, the method of deciphering it is equally straightforward. Destroy this card." Su Chenxi stared at Zhou in a daze, then slightly bowed. Regaining her serene demeanor, she solemnly declared, "Regardless of the nature of tomorrow's competition, I shall not lay a hand on you. I owe you a personal favor." After class, Zhou leisurely exited the classroom. At this moment, he had already learned 2 pieces of information regarding the king cards. Killing earns points. There can only be one king. Now, if he could find a way to extract information from Yiling Tian, he would possess all the intelligence. As fate would have it, Yiling Tian just emerged from the adjacent classroom, fiddling with his king card, muttering, "Damn it. How do you interpret the information from this card?" He sighed and placed his king card into his left pocket. Zhouke hurried forward. "Hello. Would you like to see a magic trick?" Upon seeing Zhouke approach, Yiling Tian felt a surge of apprehension. "What do you want?" "I haven't provoked you this time." Zhouke drew his short sword, giving it a slight twirl. "Why are you so flustered? Can't I engage you in conversation?" Yiling Tian swallowed hard at the sight of the sword. As Zhouke spun the sword for the third time, he snapped it out of existence. Yiling Tian's eyes widened. A vanishing trick? Isn't that a power associated with the square suit? How could Zhouke possibly wield it? Before Yiling Tian could process this, Zhouke swiftly advanced, reaching into Yiling Tian's pocket. "Ah, so the short sword ended up here." Zhouke retrieved the sword from Yiling Tian's pocket. "The magic trick has concluded. See you at the competition tomorrow." With that, Zhouke departed, leaving Yiling Tian perplexed and alone. What a bizarre occurrence, the divine gold. Yiling Tian shook his head and patted his pocket. "Oh no, where's my king card?" Once he was a distance away, Zhouke retrieved the square king card from his pocket. Magic is an art of performance, where the essence lies in diverting the audience's attention. He feigned placing the short sword into Yiling Tian's pocket, but in reality, he had cleverly concealed it in his sleeve. Then, under the pretense of retrieving the sword, he seized the king card from Yiling Tian's pocket while he was still in shock. This trick was one Zhouke often employed in his childhood to pilfer wallets. Zhouke toyed with the square card. Now, it is time to unravel your secret. Chapter 34. The Battle of the Three Kings. Spades specialize in martial prowess, hearts govern the mind, and diamonds create transformation. Thus, Zhouke deftly folded the monarch card, soon transforming it into 1,000 origami cranes. In the next moment, the crane appeared to come alive, gracefully soaring through the air. Its beak slightly parted, revealing a strand of silver thread. This silver thread, akin to the previous two instances, swiftly coalesced into a line of text. Class oppression persists. Class oppression? Zhouke quickly grasped the implication. It referred to the second rule of the first phase assessment from last time. The monarch executes the nobility. The nobility oppresses the commoners. The commoners overthrow the monarch. Now, all pieces of the puzzle were gathered. At this moment, Zhouke had amassed all the hidden information from the three monarch cards. Kill to score. Class oppression persists. Only one monarch may remain. It seemed that tomorrow's competition would bear a striking resemblance to the one held 7 days prior. The rules from that contest were similar to those here. Scores would not increase arbitrarily, but would be transferred through bloodshed. Different identities existed within a hierarchy of constraints. However, the third rule had changed. The previous stipulation was that the gathering of three monarchs would conclude the contest. This time, only one monarch could survive. Zhouke surmised that this was the definitive rule for concluding the competition. Once only one monarch remained, the entire event would be settled. It appeared that he, along with Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian, were destined to be adversaries in tomorrow's contest. As Zhouke contemplated the rules, Yiling Tian stormed over from a distance. Visibly irate, Zhouke offered a faint smile, folding Yiling Tian's monarch card into a paper airplane and tossing it towards him. Yiling Tian stumbled slightly, barely managing to catch it. Zhouke waved his hand dismissively. "I've helped you unveil the information. No need for thanks." At last, the final segment of the new student assessment, which had captivated the attention of the entire school, was about to commence. All 500 new students gathered on the playground. Zhouke, Zhang Yang, and Tang Xian stood together. "Zhouke, who is this?" Tang Xian inquired, raising an eyebrow at the long-haired Zhang Yang with curiosity. "This is my friend and roommate, Zhang Yang." "Zhang Yang, this is Tang Xian." "Hello," Zhang Yang greeted Tang Xian, his eyes widening in surprise. "Obvious Bay." "Huh?" Tang Xian was taken aback. Zhouke hurriedly covered Zhang Yang's mouth while smiling. "In this competition, the three of us are teammates. Go, Heart of the Red Nation." "Yeah, Zhouke, let us do our best," Tang Xian exclaimed, pumping her fist with enthusiasm. Lu Yingming stood at the front of the stage, meticulously announcing, "The final phase of the 2025 New Student Comprehensive Assessment at Divine Card School officially begins. This test is entitled Battle of the Three Monarchs." The venue remains a virtual examination hall, where no real harm can occur. Death merely results in a return to the school. For specific test rules, please consult your monarch. Please prepare yourselves, as you will soon be transported into the simulated examination hall. The test now officially commences. 3, 2, 1. The world spun around them. What is happening? What is happening? The competition has begun, and the live broadcast is underway. At this moment, the entire campus network buzzed with discussions about the new student assessment. After all, those who triumphed in this test would earn the divine relic. In the discussion thread, someone shared data images from the competition. Total number of survivors, 1,500, Spade Nation, 1,103 individuals, Diamond Nation, 394 individuals, Heart Nation, 3 individuals. Numerous seniors are unaware of the threat posed by Yi Ling Tian in the freshman group, merely speculating on the reasons behind the significant disparity in numbers. Oh, such a vast difference? Why does Zhou Ke's Heart Nation have only 3 supporters? Is he unpopular? Oomph. I told you that someone from a common background is utterly unreliable. He lacks charisma, and people don't trust him. Oh no, I've placed all my bets on Zhou Ke. He can't possibly lose, can he? Inside the examination hall, that familiar sensation of dizziness hits again. His vision gradually blurs. Until now, Zhou Ke has experienced this feeling countless times. Initially, he struggled to adapt and felt nauseous. However, he has since become accustomed to this teleportation process. As his surroundings slowly come into focus, Zhou Ke sits up. Blue skies, white clouds, the ocean, sandy beaches, trees. Is this a deserted island? He attempts to walk towards the shoreline, but an invisible barrier seems to prevent him from touching the water. It appears this is the edge of the examination area. Only the interior of the island is accessible to the students. Activation of the divine card's special ability. That familiar, sharp voice resonates once more. What is the activation condition for your abilities, Clown God? The Clown God continues speaking as if he hasn't heard, randomly selecting an ability. Ding. Congratulations. Spade. Ability. Summon lightning for attack. Strength determined by magical essence level. This divine card reverts after 1 use. Zhou Ke watches as the card transforms into a spade, his heart racing. At last, he has obtained a spade-type divine card, and it's an alphabet card. Summoning lightning for an attack sounds formidable. However, reverts after 1 use. This ability, like before, can only be utilized once. He must make the most of this singular opportunity. Zhou Ke carefully stores the divine card. As he rises, he suddenly notices a vibration on his left wrist. It's the same watch he had during the competition 7 days ago. He quickly checks it. Identity, King, Faction, Heart Nation, current score, 0, buzzing. The watch vibrates again, displaying an unread message. Zhou Ke clicks on it once more. Zhang Yang. Hey, where are you guys? I seem to be on a deserted island. Tang Xin, me too. There are quite a few other students in the distance. I've already hidden. Zhang Yang. Zhou Ke, how are you? You are our king. You mustn't falter. Zhou Ke immediately understands. Team members from the same faction can communicate through their watches. I'm fine. Fortunately, it seems there are no other students nearby. Zhou Ke types rapidly. Tang Xin. Our team is small. How about we move together? Zhang Yang. That is a great suggestion. Zhou Ke mused. We shall protect Zhou Ke. No, rather, we must protect Zhou Ke. He ignored Zhang Yang's initial message and lifted his gaze, surveying the island. In the distance loomed a modest hill, upon which stood a cluster of small houses. Let us rendezvous in the houses atop the hill. It is certainly safer than the open ground. Do be cautious. For this assessment, still awards points for kills. Zhou Ke shared 3 rules within the group. Killing earns points. Class oppression remains. Only 1 king may exist. Zhang Yang responded affirmatively. Understood. I excel at survival. Tang Xin added, I shall not attract undue attention this round. Zhou Ke set down his watch, preparing to proceed towards the humble abodes on the hill, eager to unite with his teammates. However, after taking only a few steps, a rustling noise emerged from the forest. Frowning, Zhou swiftly concealed himself within a patch of grass. Someone was cautiously approaching his location. Chapter 35. Sanitary napkin holding his breath and remaining utterly still. Zhou observed the encroaching footsteps. Two individuals drew nearer, their conversation reaching his ears. Yiling Tian has hidden himself, leaving us to scout ahead. Alas, what can we do? He is a noble, a wealthy heir, and our king. We must heed his commands. He instructed us to eliminate Zhou Ku and his team on sight. But can we truly contend with Zhou Ku? He is a prodigy with exceptional magical prowess. Zhou Ku's expression turned grave. To his dismay, he recognized these two as allies of Yiling Tian from the Square Nation. Lowering his breath, he remained motionless, silently waiting for them to depart. Uncertain of their identities, he understood the necessity of concealing his position. As their footsteps gradually faded, Zhou Ku exhaled deeply and seated himself on the ground. Through their conversation, he gleaned two crucial insights. First, Yiling Tian did not intend to strike first, but rather sought to hide. Second, he harbored significant hostility towards Zhou Ku, instructing his subordinates to search for him. Just as Zhou Ku contemplated his next move, he noticed a small box partially obscured by a grass clump before him. Approaching it cautiously, he gently touched it. Ding! His watch emitted a sound, displaying a notification. Random treasure chest. Contains various weapons, items, food, and supplies. A treasure chest? Zhou Ku immediately comprehended its significance. The rules for the conclusion of the competition likely dictated that only one king remains. However, if the king survived, the contest could potentially drag on for days. Despite being a simulated examination, all students could still sustain injuries and suffer from hunger. With a total of 500 candidates, there must exist a means to procure resources. This treasure chest represented the school's method of distributing food and supplies to the students. Placing his hand upon the chest's lid, he noted, common treasure chest, supply class accessible to those of civilian status or higher. With a click, the lid of the chest sprang open. Zhou Ku found himself at a loss for words. Within the treasure chest lay a single sanitary napkin, quietly resting. An informational prompt swiftly appeared. Sanitary napkin, offering the best care for you during your menstrual period while still facing examinations. The school's consideration was rather thoughtful for the girls visiting relatives, yet for Zhou Ku, it was utterly useless. He tucked the napkin into his pocket. Although its purpose remained unclear, it was better to have it than not. Zhou Ku reflected on the prompt he had just seen. Common treasure chest. Can be opened with a civilian rank or higher. Given the existence of a common treasure chest, Zhou Ku surmised that there must be more advanced chests on this deserted island. Perhaps there were even chests exclusive to those of royal status. With a brisk pace, Zhou Ku made his way toward the mountain peak, all the while searching for nearby treasure chests. Along the way, he discovered 3 common chests, from which he procured a loaf of bread, a bottle of mineral water, and a pack of tissues. Well, at least he had something to eat. That was acceptable. As dusk descended, Zhou Ku arrived at the edge of a lake. Leaning over to wash his face in the water, he suddenly noticed a glimmer beneath the surface. Swiftly, he fished out the shining object, revealing an iron treasure chest. At that moment, an announcement appeared in the air. Noble treasure chest significantly increases the likelihood of weapons and special items. Can only be opened by those of noble rank or higher. Elated, Zhou Ku was about to open the chest when a raspy voice interrupted him from behind. Simultaneously, a sharp voice exclaimed, "After searching for so long, we've finally found someone." These voices belonged to 2 individuals from the Block Kingdom, who had been lingering nearby. Zhou Ku was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. It was of no concern. They did not recognize him as Zhou Ku. Although he had sparked considerable buzz on the school's internal network upon his enrollment, he was still of humble origin and, within the noble realm, his fame was not comparable to that of Su Chenxi or Yiling Tian. His mind raced as he devised an escape plan. Yiling Tian's team consisted of over 300 members. It was unlikely they would all recognize one another. If he merely pretended to be one of their teammates, he could deceive them. Brothers, I finally found you." Zhou Ku feigned enthusiasm as he turned to face them. This island is so vast. I've been alone and couldn't find the group. May I ask, are you two also with Brother Yi? However, upon seeing their faces, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no, they were acquaintances. The two paused. An awkward silence ensued. Zhouke, what are you pretending for? One of them, a bespectacled man with a buzz cut, sneered. Indeed, I would recognize you even if you turned to ash, chimed in the other, a shorter fellow. These two were none other than Zhang Liang and Wang Li, the two nobles Zhouke had eliminated just before the last match concluded. Fate had brought them together once more. During the title contest phase, you certainly had us spinning in circles, one of them taunted. Indeed, we have concealed ourselves well, enduring an entire round, and at last, victory is within our grasp. Yet you deceived us, seizing our points and ascending to the throne. Thanks to you. In this instance, we are the commoners while you reign as king. According to the intelligence provided by Yi Lingtian in the watch group, class oppression persists. Commoners can slay kings. Zhouke, you are doomed. Zhouke tightly shut his eyes, remaining silent. Escape? Behind him lies a vast lake. Where could he flee? Jump into the water? Confront him directly? No, that is utterly impossible. The rules of the restraint chain are absolute. A king attacking a commoner is guaranteed to perish on the spot, regardless of how formidable their powers may be. A deadlock? Is there any means of escape? Zhouke quietly reached into his pocket, intending to draw his short sword and fight to the death. However, he unexpectedly encountered a soft object. The texture was unmistakably that of a sanitary pad. Suddenly, Zhouke's mind quivered. Who says sanitary pads are of no use? In an instant, he conceived a perfect method to break the deadlock. Zhouke is indeed a magician. In his heart, he mused, watch closely. I shall perform a flawless act of escape here. Zhouke suddenly opened his eyes, adopting an innocent expression as he slowly advanced. What are you discussing? I cannot comprehend. Have we met before? This statement took the two by surprise. Zhouke could not possibly fail to recognize them. Why feign ignorance at this moment? Moreover, was not Zhouke the king? Why not retreat, but rather approach the commoners instead? The two could not help but step back. Zhouke, what trickery are you up to? Why pretend not to know us? Observing their retreat, Zhouke felt a flicker of delight within. He felt his short sword in his pocket, sensing its sharp blade, then pricked one finger against its tip. Instantly, his finger was punctured, and a drop of blood trickled forth. Zhouke discreetly dripped the blood onto the sanitary pad while continuing to advance. Weaving his web of deception. What are you speaking of? Zhouke, oh no, is it that I have met you somewhere before? He continued to feign ignorance of the two, when suddenly, the bloodied sanitary pad slipped from his pocket. The two stared blankly at the soiled item. Zhang Liang scratched his crew cut, uncertainly asking, has your period come? Chapter 36. The ruse of impersonation at this moment. All three gazes fixated on the bloodied sanitary pad on the ground. Ahem, would you believe me if I claim to be a woman? Zhouke awkwardly remarked. Zhang Liang and Wang Li widened their eyes, regarding him with the bewilderment reserved for the insane. You are a woman? Zhouke took another step forward. The two recoiled in terror. Do not come any closer. Zhang Liang and Wang Li were utterly confounded. At this moment, their thoughts raced. Why is he completely unafraid of us? Why does he not recognize us? Why does he possess a bloodied sanitary pad in his pocket? Ahem, Zhang Liang. Do you recall how we perished last time? Wang Li whispered to his companion. Certainly, the original princess of Su suddenly transformed, akin to a dramatic, face-changing act in Sichuan opera, into another individual. Zhang Liang responded in a subdued tone. Are you suggesting that this person before us is also an imposter? He whispered back. It must be so. The individual across from us has utilized the power of disguise. Wang Li declared with unwavering conviction. Indeed. Everything makes sense now. Why is Zhouke unafraid of them? Why does Zhouke not recognize them? Why is Zhouke experiencing her monthly cycle? Because this is another girl, adorned with the square 8 divine card, masquerading as Zhouke. The ability of the square 8 card is precisely the art of disguise. It must be true. The Zhouke before us is not Zhouke at all, but merely a girl. She possesses the square 8 divine card. She has employed her powers to transform herself into Zhouke's likeness. I care not who you are. Do not approach any closer. The two's voices trembled slightly as they shouted at Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku appeared momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by I care not who I am? I am Zhou Ku. Zhang Liang bellowed. Stop pretending. I understand now. You are from Spade Nation. I have heard that Spade Nation has allied with Heart Nation. Wang Li chimed in frantically. This must be Zhou Ku's scheme. He has instructed those among you with disguise skills to impersonate him, intending to deceive us into launching an attack. Alas, this trick will not work on us, for we have already fallen for it once, and shall not be duped a second time. Bumli Skufa. Zhou Ku feigned surprise, yet inwardly reveled in delight. Zhou Ku was a magician, and magicians abide by 3 cardinal rules. First, never reveal the content of the trick in advance. Second, never perform the same trick for the same audience. Third, never divulge the secret behind the magic. Zhou Ku had adhered to these 3 principles, particularly the second, never perform the same trick for the same audience. He had previously employed the art of disguise before these 2. However, this was not merely disguise. It was a reversal of mindset. Ah, you are commoners, are you not? Zhou Ku, holding the iron box, gradually approached. Perhaps you are correct. I am indeed not Zhou Ku, but an ordinary girl. I utilized the square 8 divine card to alter my appearance for self-preservation. However, I need not be a noble, correct? If I am not a noble, you are not in danger. They are from Square Nation. And the information on the king's card from Square Nation states, class oppression still exists. Yiling Tian is the king of Square Nation, and this is the only rule he knows. At this moment, this information must have been transmitted via wristwatch to all individuals of Square Nation. Naturally, these 2 are aware that the chains of restraint remain in effect. Zhou Ku continued to draw closer, saying, since I am masquerading as Zhou Ku, it indicates my desire to impersonate the identity of the king. The king holds the power to restrain the nobles, which implies that I fear the nobility. Thus, my identity is that of a commoner, much like yourselves. Therefore, there is no need for you to flee. Zhang Liang paused for a moment. That seems to make some sense. What nonsense? Wang Li struck him with a fist. Have you lost your mind? He pointed to the iron box in Zhou Ku's hand. Do you see what she is holding? Zhang Liang followed Wang Li's finger and looked at the box. That box is made of iron. Why is that? Aren't treasure chests typically made of wood? Wang Li exclaimed loudly. Only the chests of commoners are wooden. That contraption is a noble's chest. Only those of noble status or higher can unlock it. If she can open that chest, it signifies her nobility. Zhang Liang timidly inquired. You mean those of noble status or higher can open it? Could she possibly be a monarch? Are you foolish? There's only one girl who is a monarch, and that is Princess Su Chenxi. Wang Li appeared exasperated, clearly frustrated with his companion's intellect. And we all know that the princess's divine card is the spade. This girl's divine card is a square 8. She certainly cannot be Su Chenxi. Therefore, she must be another girl, and yet, she can open the noble's chest. Thus, her identity must be that of a noble. And nobles are the ones who hunt us commoners. With a click, Zhou Ku smiled and opened the chest. All correct. In the next moment, Zhou Ku pulled out the contents and suddenly lunged at the 2. Honestly, if those 2 had been too stunned or if they weren't intimidated by Zhou Ku's act, her performance would have utterly failed. However, Zhou Ku understood that in a magic show, the essence lies in the belief. If she did not believe in the authenticity of her magic, how could the audience? Her approach to breaking the situation was quite straightforward. Pretending not to recognize them, she intentionally dropped a sanitary pad, aiming to portray herself as just another girl. As for why she appeared as Zhou Ku, it was due to the disguise of the square 8. The 2 reacted swiftly, shrieking as they fled forward. To enhance her act, Zhou Ku even chased after them for quite a distance until they no longer dared to look back. Once they were far away, they muttered in fear, "Oh my, I almost fell for that trick." No matter who that person was. Thankfully, she made a mistake and dropped her sanitary pad. Zhou Ku gradually came to a halt. In a magic performance, feigned mistakes are commonplace, intended to build up to a greater climax. Watching the 2 flee in panic, she softly remarked, "2 fools. There was no mistake in the magic. You merely fell into a meticulously crafted scheme," with her exquisite performance successfully driving the pair away. Zhou finally sat down to scrutinize the treasure chest she had just opened. Earlier, to make her act more convincing, she had not even glanced at the contents before grabbing them. Now, she could observe them closely. Inside the noble's chest lay a bottle of peculiar potion. Zhou could gently grasp the potion's neck, and at that moment, an introduction appeared. Noble chest, item type, flame immunity potion. Upon consuming this potion, one is immune to all scalds, burns, and other fire damage for 1 hour. Immunity to fire damage? This potion could indeed be somewhat useful. Zhou recalled her current divine card, the spade. Given that his current ability allows him to manipulate lightning, it is possible that others possess powers such as controlling flames. After all, even a simple sanitary pad could be utilized by Zhou. This vial of potion might one day save his life. Zhou carefully stowed the item away. Chapter 37. Spoils of War. Zhou continued on his journey, finally arriving at the low hills of the island as darkness fell completely. At this moment, he reached the designated meeting spot with his teammates, a black house. He approached the large iron gate, gently opening it just enough to peer inside. It appeared to be filled with an assortment of miscellaneous items. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Only upon entering did he notice something amiss. What he beheld were not mere cluttered objects, but rather countless silhouettes standing still. Had this place been claimed by others? Zhou immediately took refuge in the shadows. Yet, after a prolonged wait, those figures remained unmoving. Sensing something was off, Zhou cautiously stepped closer to one of the silhouettes. He soon discovered the reason for their stillness. They were not real people, but remarkably lifelike mannequins. The mannequins exuded a foul, decaying odor, their bodies wrapped in yellowed strips of cloth, resembling mummies. Shaking his head, Zhou decided not to delve further into the mystery of these figures. He opened a chat panel on his wristwatch and swiftly typed a few words. "I have arrived." Almost immediately, a reply from Tang Xin came through. "I'm almost there." Suddenly, Zhou felt a tap on his shoulder. He quickly drew his short sword and turned to confront the source. Hey, Zhou, it's me," Zhang Yang exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender, trembling slightly. "Spare me." With a sigh of relief, Zhou sheathed his sword. "By the way, where did you get that sword?" Zhang Yang curiously leaned in for a closer look. "This..." Zhou opened his palm. "It was left to me by my parents." He recalled that Su Chenxi had also shown interest in the blade. The hilt of his short sword bore a dark plum blossom pattern, glimmering eerily under the dim light. No, that's not what I meant." Zhang Yang replied, looking somewhat perplexed. "I meant, how did you bring it into the exam hall?" "Huh?" Zhou was also puzzled. "I just put it in my pocket and brought it with me. I've used this sword many times during the exams." "What's wrong?" Zhang Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "What? Impossible." He shook his head vigorously. "The anti-cheating measures in the exam hall are very strict. Once candidates are teleported into the school's exam hall, they can only bring their clothing. Nothing else. Otherwise, everyone would bring their own weapons. How could the exam even proceed?" Zhou bowed his head in thought, recalling the previous exam scenarios. Indeed, he had never seen any other students bring items into the exam hall. Moreover, aside from this short sword, all of his other personal belongings had disappeared. Was there something special about this short sword? Zhang Yang stared intently at the plum blossom design on the blade, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he asked again, "Zhou, are you truly of common origin?" Zhou reminisced about his childhood. His parents had never exhibited any abilities related to divine tokens, nor had they ever spoken of them. That should be the case. Zhang Yang pointed to the intricate designs on the short sword. This craftsmanship resembles that of noble artifacts. "How can you tell?" Zhang Yang began to elucidate. "You see, due to lineage, many noble families share similar patterns in their divine tokens. Thus, they prefer to use these patterns to represent their family crests. For instance, the royal family of the princess uses a spade-long sword, while Yi Lingtian's family favors a square design resembling branches. As for yours," Zhang Yang abruptly halted, chuckling as he returned the short sword to Zhou. "No, forget I said anything. This must merely be a handcrafted item from the common folk." "Why?" Zhou was well aware of what Zhang Yang had intended to ask next. He gazed at the plum blossom design on the sword. "Isn't this the plum blossom suit from a deck of cards?" Zhou, have you forgotten? Zhang Yang scratched his head. But I can't blame you. Coming from a common background, it's only natural that you're unfamiliar with our world. Throughout the entirety of Long Kingdom, there exists no noble family associated with the plum blossom. In fact, aside from you, I have yet to encounter anyone possessing a plum blossom divine token. Therefore, the depiction of the plum blossom on your short sword must be mere coincidence. In the distance, a young girl approached, running. It's the conspicuous bow. You finally made it. Zhang Yang Tiaset. Tang Xin, still catching her breath, paid no heed to Zhang Yang's jests. Apologies for my tardiness. Now, everyone from the entire Heart Kingdom has gathered. Of course, there are only 3 of us. Since we are all here, let us share our findings. Zhang Yang was the first to empty his pockets. I unearthed a civilian treasure chest containing a weapon, and I feel incredibly fortunate. A handgun lay in Zhang Yang's hands. However, it contained only 1 bullet. After all, it is a common item, and I am grateful nonetheless. Zhou nodded. Indeed, take care of it. That single bullet might prove quite valuable. Zhang Yang agreed. I think so too. Tang Xin produced a yellowed piece of paper from her pocket. I also found something noteworthy in a treasure chest. Zhou glanced at the paper. What is this? A map of the entire island. Tang Xin explained as she unfolded it. Zhou observed that the island was circular, with the large lake he had crossed before arriving situated right at the center. Aside from this central lake, the entire island was cloaked in dense forests. This island is entirely composed of trees, Zhang Yang murmured. Zhou added, it is likely arranged by the examination venue to provide ample hiding spaces for everyone. If the island were too open, this competition would devolve into a mere slaughter. That makes sense. The 3 of them continued to study the map. They were currently located in a warehouse at the foot of a low hill, not far north of the Great Lake. The warehouse was small and rather inconspicuous. Had it not been for Zhou's keen eye, they might never have noticed it. Zhang Yang exclaimed, pointing at the large lake. I just remembered. I passed by there when I arrived. Many individuals have eagerly leaped into the lake to dive. Dive? Zhou gestured for him to continue. Thus, Zhang Yang smacked his lips and said, I am quite curious why a throng of people is gathered by the lakeside, even jumping in. So I moved closer to eavesdrop. A few individuals resembling those from the Kingdom of Spades mentioned they had received intelligence claiming there is a treasure chest of the monarch in the lake. Hence, many are diving in search of it. Zhou, do you think we should also vie for that treasure? Zhou shook his head. The source of intelligence is unknown, and moreover, we are outnumbered. We would undoubtedly be unable to compete with them. Let us adhere to our original strategy. Zhang Yang immediately understood Zhou's intent. You mean that strategy? Precisely. Zhou smiled. Only Tang Xin looked at the 2 with curiosity. What original strategy? What are you talking about? The 2 exchanged a glance. Zhou replied. The strategy Zhang Yang and I originally had, survival. Zhang Yang conjuret indiet. To endure until the end is to achieve victory. Alas, just as we were on the brink of winning, we encountered the princess. She shot me down with a single bullet. How ruthless. Sigh, let us not dwell on that. Zhang Yang lamented, shaking his head. Tang Xin then produced a metal box. By the way, I discovered a noble treasure chest on my way here. Unfortunately, I was unable to open it, so I brought it along. I believe, Brother Zhou, you should be able to unlock it. Tang Xin handed the noble treasure chest to Zhou. Upon receiving the chest, a prompt window immediately appeared. Noble treasure chest, weapon category. Click. The lid of the chest sprang open. What is this? Zhou extracted the contents. It was a small, round black device, seemingly with a fuse. A concentrated bomb. Tang Xin exclaimed in surprise. It is said that this item possesses great power. It is a formidable weapon. Zhou handed the bomb to Tang Xin. Since you discovered the treasure chest, this weapon should belong to you. Oh, no, Brother Zhou, you are more important. Such an excellent weapon should be yours. Tang Xin declined. Zhou persisted in placing the bomb back into Tang Xin's arms. I am not accustomed to wielding such a weapon. I am more proficient with a short sword. Now it is Zhou's turn to showcase his spoils. He rummaged through his pockets. I've also opened several treasure chests, one noble treasure chest, and the rest were common chests. The common chest contained some food. The noble chest held a vial of fireproof potion. As he spoke, Zhouke pulled out all these items at once. In truth, Zhouke had also opened a sanitary napkin chest, but he deemed it unnecessary to mention. Zhang Yang fixed his gaze on the bread Zhouke presented. Gurgle. His stomach audibly protested. Zhouke sighed and pushed the food toward him. Go ahead and eat. Zhang Yang shook his head. That is not appropriate. Let us share among the three of us. Tang Xian softly replied. It's all right. I am not hungry. Zhouke also remarked. This piece of bread is quite small. Sharing it would hardly suffice. Just eat generously. Rest assured, consider it a debt you owe me, to be repaid later. Zhang Yang chuckled. Then I shall not hold back. You can be assured that once I find food, I will certainly repay you. He tore open the packaging and devoured the contents voraciously, clearly famished after a day of examinations that had left them without a morsel to eat. The piece of bread was indeed quite small, and Zhang Yang quickly finished it, seemingly unsatisfied. Zhouke summarized their spoils. Zhang Yang had acquired a pistol with a single bullet. Tang Xian had found a map and a concentrated bomb, while Zhouke had discovered some food along with a bottle of fireproof liquid. Let us search this warehouse. There may be more treasures to uncover, Zhouke suggested. Chapter 38. Exploring the warehouse. Absolutely. Perhaps we will unearth additional supplies, Zhang Yang declared enthusiastically. Thus, the three prepared to explore the warehouse separately. The structure was tall and expansive, yet aside from a collection of seemingly immobile cloth mannequins, there appeared to be little else. Zhang Yang ventured east. Tang Xian scoured the west, and I took charge of the central area. Once Zhouke had organized their search, the quest for treasure commenced. The central section was filled with numerous lockers, all secured with locks that appeared quite difficult to open. However, this did not daunt Zhouke. As a magician, lockpicking was a fundamental skill. He drew his short sword and picked up a piece of iron from the ground, meticulously shaving off a small strip to fashion a lockpicking tool. With a certain finesse, he could easily bypass ordinary locks. Thus, the lockpicking endeavor began. The first locker yielded nothing but emptiness. The second was also devoid of contents. Upon opening the third locker, Zhouke could not help but gasp in shock. It was a person. The locker contained an individual, yet as he focused, he shook his head in resignation. It was merely another cloth mannequin. The dim lighting had initially led him to believe it might spring to life. He chuckled at his own folly and closed the locker. As time passed, Zhouke continued his attempts to pry open the lockers. Each one either contained nothing or yet another lifeless cloth figure. Suddenly, a growl from his stomach reminded him of his own gnawing hunger. Having not eaten since the onset of their endeavors, he felt a dull ache in his abdomen. I have found a treasure chest, came Tang Xian's excited voice from the west. What is it? Zhouke queried, reluctant to shout and waste energy, which would only exacerbate his hunger. Tang Xian's voice rang out with enthusiasm. It's an ordinary chest filled with items. Zhouke, weary of opening lockers that appeared barren, made his way towards Tang Xian to discover what lay within the chest. Upon reaching her side, he found that she had just opened the chest and was extracting its contents. Is this a lighter? Tang Xian held up the shiny little object. Here, Brother Zhou. You take it. I'm not very adept at using this. Zhouke accepted the lighter, relieved that it would allow them to kindle a fire at night and ward off the chill that could disrupt their sleep. Hey, come quickly. I found a treasure chest too. Zhang Yang called out from the east, his voice elongated with excitement. It's a noble chest. I can't open it. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's voice, the two hurriedly dashed towards the east. Before Zhang Yang lay a large treasure chest, an imposing iron box that bore a striking resemblance to the noble treasure chest previously seen by Zhouke. Zhouke approached and placed his hand upon the lid of the chest. Noble treasure chest, item type. Yet another item type. Could they not provide us with some food? Zhang Yang muttered in a low voice. Zhouke did not respond. Instead, he directly opened the chest. Item, gasoline canister. Gasoline? Can one actually drink gasoline? Zhang Yang timidly inquired. The three of them were simultaneously famished and parched. Although Zhouke's throat was also dry, he maintained his composure and calmly remarked, the components of gasoline can inflict irreversible damage to the human nervous system. If you wish to become a fool or a vegetable, then by all means, take a sip. What use is this stuff then? Zhang Yang lamented, clutching his head. Zhou Ke's gaze fixed upon the gasoline, deep in thought. The two seemingly related items, gasoline and lighter, had fortuitously appeared within this warehouse. Instinctively, Zhou Ke sensed that these two items must hold significant value. By the way, Zhou Ke, did you find any treasure chests? The two inquired. Zhou Ke sighed. You'll see if you follow me. The trio walked to the center of the warehouse, silently observing the multitude of storage cabinets lining the walls. At present, the only place I can think of for treasure chests is right here. I've already opened half of them. Zhou Ke paused before continuing. Let us proceed. They persistently pried at the locks, peering inside with hopeful anticipation. However, even upon reaching the last storage cabinet, they found nothing of worth. Instead, many cabinets concealed a cloth-stripped doll. Tang Xian gazed at these dolls, her eyes flickering with apprehension. Zhou Ke perceptively noticed this. What is wrong? Tang Xian gently cradled her head in her hands. I believe I've seen a description of such items in some book, but I can't recall it at the moment. Oh well, it's probably not significant. They continued unlocking the cabinets. Zhou Ke had lost hope, mechanically using muscle memory to pry open the final cabinet with a wire. Opening it, he found it utterly empty. He sighed, on the verge of speaking, when suddenly, a strange noise echoed from somewhere. Zhou Ke swiftly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The floor in the middle of the warehouse abruptly sprang open. The three exchanged glances and moved towards the center. As the tiles of the floor lifted, a dark hole was revealed. The hole was not very deep, perhaps just over a meter. At the bottom of this cavernous opening, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tang Xian also bounced with joy, her ponytail swaying. A resplendent golden treasure chest lay quietly within the cavity. To think that opening all the storage cabinets would trigger such a mechanism. Zhou Ke murmured to himself, jumping into the hole and reaching for the treasure chest. King's treasure chest, unknown type. It's a King's treasure chest. Tang Xian exclaimed, her voice brimming with exhilaration. Unknown type? Might there be food inside? Zhang Yang looked at the pop-up panel with a hint of confusion. I don't know, but let us open it and find out. Zhou Ke exerted force on his wrist. Click. It won't open. This chest seems to be locked. In the next moment, another panel appeared. The treasure chest can only be opened after the King's trial is initiated. Would you like to proceed? The three exchanged silent glances. What is the King's trial? Tang Xian pondered. It must be some kind of task, possibly arduous or perilous, Zhou Ke speculated. Come on, there is nothing to fear. Zhang Yang flexed his muscles. Open it, Zhou Ke said softly. The next instant, the treasure chest began to shake violently. Zhou Ke quickly dodged to the side. The chest shot upwards, soaring until it nearly touched the ceiling of the warehouse before coming to a halt, now suspended about 7 to 8 meters high. The King's trial has commenced. Good luck. Boom! Suddenly, all the doors and windows of the warehouse slammed shut. Zhou Ke hurriedly leaped through a hole. So what does the trial entail? Tang Xian said uneasily. A strange and jarring sound echoed throughout the warehouse. This sound, Zhou Ke reacted the fastest, quickly turning to look at the storage lockers. It was the locker doors that were moving. No, it wasn't the doors. It was as if someone was pushing them. At that moment, countless rag dolls with glowing red eyes turned their gaze towards the three. The living beings among them muttered, extending their withered hands and pointing towards Zhou Ke and the others. Tap, tap, talp, talp, talp. They began to leap down from the lockers, slowly advancing toward the trio. Initially, they seemed unaccustomed to their forms, moving at a sluggish pace. But gradually, their bare, rag-wrapped feet quickened until they were running. Their decayed, withered mouths opened, revealing sharp fangs. The living must perish. Chapter 39. The King's Trial Run. In an instant, the three dashed in different directions. Zhou Ke tightly gripped his short sword. As one of the rag dolls charged at him, he aimed for its neck and thrust forward. The blade pierced cleanly into the doll's rotting flesh. Yet it bore no effect. The rag doll didn't shed a drop of blood, nor did it seem to feel any pain. The doll shrieked wildly, lunging at Zhou Ke. Fortunately, Zhouke reacted swiftly, withdrawing his sword and jumping back. Several dolls surrounded him, but Zhouke was quicker, finding a gap and deftly slipping through. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his two teammates. Zhang Yang picked up an object resembling a chair and swung it at the dolls, while Tang Xine lagged behind, gradually being encircled by the ragdolls. Just as it seemed she would be bitten by their sharp teeth, in a moment of desperation, she drew her divine token. She cried out, "Transform all things into cubes, and establish a five-dimensional return." In an instant, her figure vanished, only to reappear moments later in a distant corner. This was the extraordinary ability of Cube 5. Zhouke clearly recalled that Professor Chen Yun possessed the same power, instantaneous relocation. Time ticked away, yet the puppet showed no signs of halting. The trio continued to evade its relentless pursuit. Gradually, they began to tire. Although the puppet's movements were slower than theirs, it appeared inexhaustible. The entire warehouse had been sealed off, leaving no possibility for escape. Zhang Yang, unable to dodge in time, felt a sharp bite on his shoulder from the puppet. He swiftly kicked it away, weaving through the horde of lifeless bodies, but his movements had noticeably slowed. What should they do? If this continued, they would eventually succumb to exhaustion, buried by the onslaught of these puppet mummies. Zhouke tightened his grip on the divine card in his pocket. It was a spade, possessing formidable offensive abilities to summon lightning. However, it could only be used once. Was it truly wise to deploy it in such a place? Moreover, these creatures were seemingly immortal. Even its use might not alter their dire circumstances. "Zhouke, I remember now," shouted Tang Xin from a distance. "These creatures are called living dead. They are already dead, so no form of attack can affect them." From afar, Zhang Yang added, "Thank you for sharing that trivial knowledge. However, you may not realize that we have already discovered this through experience." Tang Xin frowned, deep in thought. Moments later, she shouted, "Fire! The only way to destroy them is by burning them. That's the true purpose of the lighter and the gasoline can." Zhouke ignited quickly. Zhouke continued to evade the tide of corpses while shouting back, "No, I have contemplated every possible solution during this time." He had already considered all of Tang Xine's ideas, including setting a fire. Absolutely not. The warehouse was enclosed, and there were so many living dead. If a fire were to break out, the entire warehouse would ignite, and they would perish in the flames. "Zhouke, don't you have fireproof potion? Drink it now." "And what about you?" he retorted. "There's only enough potion for one person. We don't matter. You are our king. As long as you survive. That's all that matters." After fending off another attack from the living dead, Zhouke's mind raced once more. Should he sacrifice his two teammates here? Zhang Yang and Tang Xin were the only two in the entire school who supported him. They had defied Yiling Tian's threats to stand by his side. Yet, in this dire situation, they could no longer ensure their own safety. The current predicament was becoming increasingly evident. Either set fire to the place and live alone, or all three would perish here. Tang Xin continued to call out anxiously from a distance, "Hurry, Zhouke! Sacrifice us so you can survive." Zhouke did not respond immediately. In this urgent moment, he stood calmly in place, forcing himself to block out all external sounds. This is a perplexing dilemma. What should one choose? The demise of two individuals or the annihilation of all? Zhouke opted for the survival of three. He swiftly opened his eyes, gazing intently at the ceiling of the warehouse. There, the golden chest shimmered faintly. The purpose of the king's trial was to unlock the chest. This implies that as long as the chest could be opened, the trial would conclude prematurely. "Dangxin, quickly teleport to that chest." "What?" "Dangxin poset momentia." "Hurry. Trust me." "Yet, I have never attempted to teleport to such a height. I can't do it." "You can." Tang Xin shut her eyes, grasped her cube 5, and murmured softly. Around her, countless zombies lunged forward. Cube transforms all 5 determines the return path. Just as the rotting teeth of the zombies were about to sink into Tang Xin's shoulder, she vanished. In the next instant, she found herself atop the chest. She stood precariously on the golden chest, flustered, preparing to unlock it. Ding, civilian identity privileges too low to open the chest. She was taken aback. "Brother Zhouke, I cannot open the king's chest." Zhouke evaded attacks, while rushing toward the chest below. What you must do is not to open the chest, but to attract the horde of corpses. As Tang Xin approached the chest, countless zombies began to gather in the center of the warehouse, beneath her. They wailed and stretched their decaying, filthy hands. Yet, due to Tang Xin's elevated position, they could not reach her. Attract the horde of corpses? Tang Xin gazed at the throng of zombies below, seemingly grasping the situation. The number of zombies continued to swell. The later arrivals began to climb atop their predecessors. Gradually, these zombies formed a mound of flesh. Countless putrid arms and legs writhed and flailed. However, the height was still insufficient. The tallest zombie remained a meter or two away from the chest. Not all the zombies were within this mound of corpses. A small portion still pursued Zhang Yang and Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke noticed Tang Xin sitting silently atop the chest, seemingly deep in thought. In the next moment, her gaze suddenly hardened. She took her divine token and aimed it at her wrist. The edge of the token was extremely sharp, capable of serving as a small blade. With a swift motion, Tang Xin slid it across her wrist. Blood dripped. Zhou Ke froze for a second. "What are you doing?" Tang Xin let her wrist hang down, shaking it at the zombies. The best way to attract the undead is with the blood of the living. Indeed, the remaining zombies, having caught the scent of blood, opened their mouths wide, mumbling incoherently, "Blood, the blood of the living." They encircled the mound of flesh, climbing upward. Gradually, the mound grew taller. When the last zombie stood atop this heap, it was less than half a meter away from reaching Tang Xin with its claws. It was time. Zhou Ke dashed toward the mound of flesh. With each step, he trod upon the bodies of the undead, rapidly ascending. Indeed, Zhou Ke ingeniously employed the nature of the undead chasing the living, forming a human ladder. Originally, the treasure chest floated from the ceiling, unreachable without the power of teleportation. However, Zhou Ke ascended effortlessly to this chest using the makeshift ladder of the undead. Upon touching the royal treasure chest, its lid sprang open. He immediately retrieved its contents. A black scepter adorned with a plum blossom pattern. Ding! Trial completed. The chest then plummeted. The writhing, growling undead suddenly fell silent, their crimson gaze dissipating into the stillness they had once possessed. In the next moment, the human ladder collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending Zhou Ke and Tang Xin plummeting downwards. Fortunately, the heap of undead cushioned their fall, leaving them unscathed. It was over. Zhou Ke stood atop the mound of undead, triumphantly raising the spoils. The light illuminated the scepter, casting a dazzling radiance. Chapter 40. Royal Grade Item. Royal Trial concluded. The chest descended, and the undead returned to their previous calm state. They had succeeded. The three of them had survived. "Are you all right? Let me help you bandage that," Zhou Ke said, lifting the fallen Tang Xin from the heap of undead. He swiftly tore a strip of cloth from his clothing and wrapped it around her injured wrist. "So impressive," Zhang Yang exclaimed, emerging from the side. One decisively slashes his wrist, while the other climbs atop the tide of corpses to open the chest. "But what is this thing inside?" Zhang Yang picked up the black scepter, examining it with curiosity. "Ah, if only it were something edible." Zhou Ke reclaimed the scepter, stating, "This is an item from the royal treasure chest, far superior to mere food." Ding! A prompt panel appeared. Plum Blossom Scepter, Royal Grade Item. The monarch possesses the right to establish laws for the realm. By wielding this scepter, one can discern all the rules of this game. Moreover, the monarch can abolish one rule. To know all the game rules? In an instant, the golden scepter glimmered, releasing silver mist that enumerated 3 rules. 1. Killing earns points, but death resets the score to 0. 2. Class oppression persists, yet those of equal standing may contest their strength. 3. Only one monarch may exist. The moment a sole monarch remains, the trial concludes. Now the rules have been fully unveiled. Previously, in the royal trial, Zhou Ke had only acquired the first half of the rules, but now the entirety was laid bare. Indeed, Zhou Ke's gaze fixed upon the third rule. Points could only be garnered through killing, yet should one perish, all would be lost. Simultaneously, the chain of restraint imposed limitations on murder. However, those of identical status could still engage in combat. Ultimately, The competition would only conclude when a solitary monarch remained. This indicated that Su Chenxi and Yi Lingtian were indeed adversaries. You may choose to abolish one rule. Would you like to proceed? No need to rush. Zhou Ke carefully stowed away the king's scepter. Suddenly, a resounding system notification echoed throughout the island. What? Zhou Ke pondered. I haven't used it. No. This sound did not emanate from his wristwatch. It was an announcement for the entire examination venue. Attention all candidates. King-level item. Block scepter has been activated. The block scepter? Zhou Ke felt an ominous premonition, randomly revealing the location of a king and fixing it in place for 1 hour. Location of the Red Heart Kingdom's king revealed. Zhou Ke, current position, Low Mountain Warehouse. In the next moment, Zhou Ke found himself completely immobilized, as if paralyzed. The astonishment was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure and assessed the situation. There was more than one king-level item. If he could locate such an item, so too could Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian. One of them had discovered the block scepter and used it. This particular scepter could disclose a king's location and immobilize them. Zhou Ke attempted to force his body to move, but to no avail. He felt utterly helpless, as if his body had betrayed him. Is this the power of a king-level item? Run. Zhou Ke, anchored in place, forced himself to articulate with trembling lips. My location has been exposed to the entire examination venue. The enemy will be here shortly. You two cannot withstand their assault. Zhang Yang, his expression one of disbelief, questioned. Zhou Ke, do you intend to face them alone? You can't even move. Zhou Ke replied calmly, I am aware. Thus, I have already prepared myself for defeat. But you are different. As civilians, if I perish, you can still slay the king. Remember, the points for killing a king may be substantial. You might even rank highly, perhaps even first. Victory is within your grasp. Go, do not concern yourselves with me. Zhang Yang's gaze hardened. No way. Brother, we will never abandon you. Dangxi not that Faventin, in that. We are teammates. Before this crisis unfolded, Zhou Ke had not chosen to sacrifice his comrades. At this moment, his allies were equally resolute in their loyalty to him. Zhou Ke attempted once more to move, but found himself still unresponsive. You see, I cannot even stir. Do not hesitate. The longer we linger, the greater the likelihood of the enemy's arrival. At this point, Zhou Ke could faintly hear the distant clamor of a crowd. Zhang Yang stood still, seemingly contemplating something. In the next second, he made a firm decision, dropping to the ground and frantically using his hands to sift through the pile of corpses. What are you doing? Zhou Ke regarded Zhang Yang's frantic actions with confusion. I'm going to hide you. Zhang Yang replied succinctly. Since you cannot move, I will bury you within this heap of corpses. Do not forget, there is a hollow beneath this pile. If you conceal yourself there, you'll be perfectly safe. Zhang Yang, hurry, they are coming. Tang Xian gazed anxiously out of the window. Then, she scrutinized Zhou Ke from head to toe and abruptly began to strip him of his outer garment. What are you doing? Pretending to be you. Tang Xian did not cease her actions. Once she had removed Zhou Ke's outerwear, she draped it over herself. Your location has been exposed to everyone. When they arrive at this warehouse and fail to find you, they will undoubtedly suspect that you are hidden among this pile of the undead. Therefore, there must be a Zhou Ke precisely positioned to divert their attention. By the way, Zhang Yang, hand me the lighter from Zhou Ke's pocket. Dangxin sao that ugen di. What do you need the lighter for? Zhou Ke suddenly sensed her intentions. Surely not. Zhang Yang quickly handed the lighter to Tang Xian. She smiled, albeit with a tinge of sorrow. Zhou Ke, you once said that a lighter could conjure up great magic. I wish to give it a try. Soon, Zhang Yang had excavated a hole from the pile of the undead, revealing the spot where the treasure chest had originally been placed, and he placed a motionless Zhou Ke inside. Zhang Yang, you need to go in too. Tang Xian pushed Zhang Yang into the hole as well. You must accompany Zhou Ke. No, I must stay with you to confront them. Yet, Tang Xian acted swiftly, burying both of them beneath the heap of the undead. Then, she stood resolutely atop the mound, quietly awaiting the arrival of the crowd. At that moment, the entire warehouse presented a peculiar scene. Zhou Ke and Zhang Yang were concealed beneath the pile of the undead, while Tang Xian stood upon the mound, draped in Zhou Ke's coat, silently poised above them. Zhou Ke, engulfed by the decaying stench of the undead, was rendered immobile. He could only hear countless footsteps flooding into the warehouse. At least dozens, if not hundreds. The enemy has arrived. Is that Zhou? He doesn't seem very tall. It cannot be wrong. Zhou had been pinned in place, unable to move. The system pinpointed Zhou's location to that very spot where a figure stood, without the slightest deviation. Numerous discussions reached Zhou's ears. Through the gaps in the pile of bodies, he caught sight of Tang Xian's silhouette. She wore Zhou's clothing, her body slightly trembling. Zhou heard Tang Xian's voice quivering yet resolute. She deliberately lowered her voice, mimicking Zhou's speech. What is this? Yi Lingtian dares not show his face and sends you to your doom? Fortunately, most of the enemies had not heard Zhou's voice before, and thus harbored no suspicion, merely assuming that his voice leaned slightly toward the feminine side. Yi Lingshan. Haha, Zhou, are you mistaken about something? A hearty laugh erupted from the crowd. A rugged male voice led the laughter. We are from the Spade Nation. What? Zhou silently gaped, unable to utter a word. The Spade Nation? Su Chenxi? How did this be? Had they not agreed to an alliance? To speak frankly, it was the princess herself who opened a royal treasure chest and used the artifact. It was she who personally ordered a nationwide manhunt for you. No, this is impossible. Upon hearing their words, Zhou felt a numbing sensation wash over him. Su Chenxi had betrayed him? Chapter 41. The Obvious Pack. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Xian's voice trembled, clearly as incredulous as he was regarding Su Chenxi's treachery. The Spade Kingdom and the Heart Kingdom had long since formed an alliance. You must be a representative of the Square Kingdom sent by Yi Lingtian to sow discord. The leader of the group slowly approached. Why would I need to incite trouble when you are on the brink of death? Once you are eliminated, only one monarch will remain. The game is nearing its conclusion. He drew closer, and through a small opening, Zhou caught a glimpse of the man's face, marked by a prominent scar. Instantly, he recalled where he had seen him before. In the title duel, that scarred face had ascended to kingship through murder, only to be slain in turn by a portly boy employing strategy. A single phrase from a scar man left Zhou perplexed. Once you are killed, only one monarch will remain. The game is about to conclude. The implications of this statement were profound. Firstly, the scarred man was evidently aware of the rule that stipulated only one monarch can exist, apart from Zhou and his 3 companions from the Heart Kingdom. The only other person privy to this rule was Su Chenxi. Perhaps she had communicated this rule to all her teammates through a wristwatch. This indicated that the scarred man was indeed affiliated with the Spade Kingdom. Secondly, the assertion that once Zhou was dead, only one monarch would remain suggested that either Su Chenxi or Yi Lingtian had already perished. It was plausible, given that nearly 1,500 individuals were active on the island. Conflicts and battles were inevitable. At this moment, only 2 monarchs survived. Ah, Zhou, you've been hiding here completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. The scarred man sneered. Since the game is about to end, it matters not if I divulge this to you. I am indeed one of the Spade Kingdom's members. However, I am also aligned with Yi Lingtian. I followed Yi Lingtian's orders to join the Spade Kingdom and deceive Princess Su into providing me with invaluable intelligence. I killed Su Chenxi and took her wristwatch. Since you are to meet your demise, it is of no consequence to share what has transpired. The scarred man began narrating the events that had unfolded outside. 1 hour prior, at the Great Lake, Su Chenxi donned a diving suit, navigating the lake's depths. Utilizing her divine card, she conjured a machete, incessantly slicing through the aquatic vegetation, her gaze sweeping across the muddy bed. Countless allies from the Spade Kingdom, endowed with diving capabilities, were also searching the depths under her direction. Someone in the Spade Kingdom's chat panel remarked that a monarch-level treasure chest lay hidden within the lake. Su Chenxi would not let this opportunity slip away. Suddenly, a beam of light caught her eye. Not far off, amidst the muck, a golden chest shimmered enticingly. She had found it. Swiftly, she swam over and reached out to touch the chest. An information window promptly appeared. Monarch-level treasure chest. Would you like to initiate the Monarch trial? Su Chenxi nodded slightly. Monarch trial has commenced. In the next moment, an array of half-human, Half-fish creatures emerged around the chest. She swiftly activated her divine abilities, conjuring a harpoon to launch an assault on the horde of monsters. Scarface happened to be nearby and, upon witnessing the mere folk, hastened to offer his assistance. Armed with a dagger, he struck fiercely at the mere creatures. Both wielders of the spade ability swiftly vanquished the entire host of fishmen. After successfully passing the trial, Su Chenxi reopened the treasure chest to reveal a crimson scepter adorned with square patterns. Square scepter, upon use, it randomly reveals the location of a monarch and fixes it in place for 1 hour. Scarface's companion immediately activated his wrist panel, typing fervently, "Your Highness, this item is incredibly potent. Use it now." Su Chenxi shook her head and replied through her wrist device, "No, its effect is random. It could very well expose Zhou Ke's location." Scarface, perplexed, inquired, "Why have you allied with Zhou Ke? Isn't he your adversary?" Su Chenxi simply typed a few words in response. "I owe him a favor. We agreed to ally. I adhere to my promises. I never go back on my word." She then carefully stowed the scepter away. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her back. A mist of crimson spread through the water. Startled, she turned to see Scarface grinning maliciously, daggers glinting in his grasp. He mouthed a chilling apology. "Sorry, I'm the traitor." He reached out and severed the oxygen line of Su Chenxi's diving suit. A wave of intense agony coursed through her lower back. Her body weakened, and a suffocating dizziness enveloped her as her vision began to blur. The scepter was seized, and without hesitation, Scarface immediately activated it. Monarch-level item has been used. A system notification seemed to resonate, yet Su Chenxi's consciousness was fraying, rendering her unable to discern what the system was announcing. She felt a tearing sensation at her wrist. Scarface had taken her wrist device. Though she yearned to resist, her strength waned, and her awareness faded. Scarface, utilizing Su Chenxi's device, typed, "The alliance with Zhou Ke is nullified. All units assemble at the Low Hill warehouse. Eliminate him." Su Chenxi's body plummeted as her silvery hair fanned out. In her final moments, as she closed her eyes, she beheld Scarface's grotesque grin. The frigid water surrounded her, and she watched helplessly as she sank deeper beneath the lake's surface. Amidst the spreading blood mist, she descended further, the silver-haired princess drowning at the lake's bottom. Zhou Ke listened intently to the boastful recounting of Scarface, his fists clenched tightly. Regrettably, he was immobilized, otherwise he would not remain hidden amongst the corpses. Watching Tang Xin confront the throng, Zhou Ke noted Tang Xion's pallid complexion and uttered 2 words, "Beast." In an instant, she threw back her hood and brandished a small, black, spherical device. "Do you recognize this?" Tang Xin spoke Wei Tao Zetjain. Scarface's expression shifted dramatically. "Concentrated bomb." Tang Xion held a lighter, softly murmuring, "Zhou Ke, I have deceived you. In truth, I can wield this lighter." Zhou Ke's pupils dilated in shock as a realization dawned upon him. She intended to ignite the concentrated bomb and perish alongside the enemy. He yearned to scream, but his throat betrayed him, emitting not a whisper. With a flick, Tang Xion ignited the lighter, directing the flame towards the bomb's fuse. The scarred-faced man turned towards her, exclaiming, "You are not Zhou Ke. Who are you truly?" Zhou Ke beheld Tang Xion's pale visage adorned with a faint smile and replied, "Me? I am merely bait to divert your attention, scientifically referred to as decoy." Boom! A cataclysmic roar erupted, accompanied by an intense, blinding light. The very air within the warehouse seemed to ignite instantaneously. Glass shattered, walls crumbled, and bricks plummeted. Countless enemies fled in a frenzy, their earlier confidence obliterated. In the wake of the bomb's overwhelming force, none could escape. As Zhou Ke succumbed to unconsciousness, his final glimpse was of Tang Xion's blood-stained smile. Moments before her body was torn asunder by the explosion. Outside the examination hall, the data panel displayed total survivors, 902, Spade Nation, 614, Diamond Nation, 386, Heart Nation, 2. The remaining count for Heart Nation diminished from 3 to 2. Exhausted and heavy-laden, Zhou Ke longed for eternal slumber. Yet, an insatiable coldness and hunger plagued him, compelling him to open his eyes. He propped himself up, discovering he had broken free from his constraints and could move freely. The time limit had elapsed, and the immobilizing effect of the diamond scepter had waned. Surrounded by darkness, he felt as though he were buried beneath ruins. Deeply entombed, he sensed the decaying, putrid bodies of the undead above him, followed by the debris of the bombed warehouse. It felt as if an eternity had passed, leaving him utterly drained, with a singular thought consuming him, the desperate need for sustenance and water. Struggling, he inadvertently kicked something alive. Through a narrow crevice above, a faint glimmer of light revealed a bloodied face. Zhang Yang? He hastily shook him awake. When Zhang Yang stirred, he emitted a muffled groan. Where are we? He muttered. We should still be in the warehouse. It's silent outside. Tang Xian sacrificed herself to protect us. The enemies must be dead. We survived, shielded by the undead that covered us, absorbing the shockwave. Zhang Yang, we must escape. Yes, let us get out. Zhang Yang replied weakly, his voice tinged with desperation, as if he were on the brink of starvation. Zhou Ke directed his gaze upward, resolutely beginning to push aside the undead that trapped them. Suddenly, Zhang Yang gasped in pain. Zhou Ke, I seem to be unable to escape. What is wrong? Zhou Ke glanced in his direction. To his horror, he saw that a fallen steel bar had impaled one of Zhang Yang's legs. The flesh around the wound had turned a dark crimson, congealed and grotesque. The blood had long since dried. Zhang Yang was acutely aware of his condition. Why do my legs hurt so much? His voice was barely a whisper. Zhou Ke, I feel like I'm on the brink of collapse. I'm in pain, dizzy, exhausted, and starving. I shouldn't have ventured out with you. Zhou Ke immediately responded. Don't talk nonsense. Just wait. I will carve a path for us to escape together. Zhou Ke began to laboriously pry at the bricks, metal shards, and lifeless bodies around him. However, he lacked the strength. Prolonged deprivation of food had left him utterly drained. His nails were caked with blood and dirt. Suddenly, a system voice echoed. Can you hear me? Zhou Ke, Zhang Yang? It was Professor Chunyan. Chapter 42. Brother, you smell wonderful. I am Chunyan. I have been monitoring the students' movements outside the examination site. You are currently buried deeply under the rubble, and your physical condition is dire. You are facing the dual threats of hypoxia and starvation. The probability of you dying from hunger is 937. However, you can directly apply to forfeit this assessment and be teleported outside the examination site. After all, we do not wish for students to endure such torment. Forfeit? What a ridiculous notion. Zhou Ke replied resolutely. Professor, I will not give up. Tang Xian sacrificed her life for mine, and I will not squander it in vain. But even if you do not forfeit, the ultimate outcome will still be starvation amidst the ruins. Your current physical condition does not support an escape from this debris. Zhou Ke furrowed his brow. No, I can endure. I absolutely can escape. Zhou Ke, the probability of you dying from hunger is 937. The remaining 63 represents the chance of dying from other accidents. Moreover, the likelihood of you escaping this rubble without consuming anything is 0. Zhou Ke shouted defiantly. Even if it's 0, I will fight. A faint voice emerged, clearly indicating that Zhang Yang had reached his limit. Zhou Ke was taken aback and then said, however, Zhang Yang can forfeit. He need not suffer this torment any longer. Zhou Ke understood that the injuries sustained in the examination were merely simulations. As soon as Zhang Yang returned to reality, he would be back to full health and vitality. No, I cannot forfeit. Zhang Yang forced himself to speak with determination. Professor, I'm sorry, but I too will not give up. Very well. I wish you both good luck. The voice hesitated for a moment before fading away. Zhou Ke asked, Zhang Yang, why don't you choose to leave the examination? You don't have to endure this suffering. Zhang Yang groaned in response. If I withdraw, my body will also vanish. My body is flesh and blood. It is sustenance. Zhou Ke, you must be hungry too. You haven't had a drop of water or a morsel of food for 2 whole days. Zhou Ke's pupils dilated in realization. He instantly grasped the implication of Zhang Yang's words. He bellowed, Zhang Yang, what nonsense are you speaking? We can escape together. Zhou Ke recalled the words he had uttered when he ate Zhang Yang's bread. Zhou Ke felt a shiver run down his spine as he murmured, that was merely a jest. You need not take it to heart. Zhang Yang, with a feeble smile, replied, that meal you provided, consider it a debt I owe you. Every loan must eventually be repaid. Zhoukou opened his mouth silently, yet no words emerged. Now it is time for me to repay, he continued. You must be hungry too. You heard the professor's words. Without sustenance, escape is impossible. Suddenly, Zhang Yang raised his voice. Zhoukou, kill me. Zhoukou shook his head vehemently. No matter what, I cannot commit such an act. Zhoukou, Zhang Yang called out again with all his remaining strength. I am gravely injured. If you do not take my life, I shall perish from hunger or bleed to death. Both fates are excruciating. I fear pain, he murmured. Tears welled in Zhoukou's eyes. He forced himself to be strong and replied, that is still out of the question. Do you believe that dying by my dagger would spare you suffering? Zhang Yang chuckled softly, his voice fading again. Zhoukou, have you forgotten? Or are you simply 2 days from hunger? It seems even my brilliant roommate has his moments of folly. Zhang Yang appeared to be on the brink of unconsciousness, his speech fragmented and seemingly unconsidered. Yet Zhoukou understood the gravity of his words. What do you mean, Zhang Yang? What have I forgotten? Zhang Yang, moving slowly but resolutely, gestured toward his pocket. A gun. There's a handgun in my pocket. It contains a single bullet. A chill surged through Zhoukou's mind. Do not speak any further. Yet Zhang Yang continued. You once said that bullets should be preserved, for it may serve a great purpose, apparently for my own use. Zhoukou forced himself to look away, frantically digging through the rubble. Enough of this nonsense. I am on the verge of breaking through. But the gnawing hunger made his head spin, his stomach twisted in pain, and his hands felt utterly powerless. Zhoukou! Zhoukou! Zhang Yang shouted with his last ounce of strength. In my life, and then do what you must. Zhoukou's movements halted. Hori! Kiskaviko. My entire being is in agony. Grant me a swift release. It is a form of liberation for me. Zhoukou gazed at him in silence, lost in thought for a long while. Finally, he trembled as he reached into Zhang Yang's pocket and drew out the handgun. He raised it but seemed unable to steady his hand, ultimately lowering it again in weakness. Zhoukou sighed deeply, and in the end, he handed the gun back to Zhang Yang. I cannot bring myself to do it. You must take charge. Zhang Yang smiled, directing the barrel at his temple. Brother, once you escape, you must emerge victorious. Bang! The gunshot reverberated. Zhang Yang's hand fell limply, the handgun slipping from his grasp. Zhoukou gently cradled Zhang Yang's body and closed his eyes softly. After fulfilling what needed to be done, strength gradually returned to him. He began to dig fiercely, tirelessly carving a path through the debris of bricks and stones. With his nails, a short sword, and scavenged rebar as tools, he ultimately beheld the starry night sky. Standing atop a height, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and greedily inhaled the fresh air outside. Zhoukou had emerged. Who was this? To his astonishment, there was indeed another soul guarding this desolate ruin. Without waiting for a response, Zhoukou lunged forward, plunging the short sword deep into the man's chest. A gleam of vengeful crimson flickered in his eyes. The man barely had time to utter another word before he collapsed, struggling to the ground, lifeless. Zhoukou remained rooted at the spot. Surrounding him were countless charred corpses, remnants of the explosion, while amidst the bodies stood a bloodied figure wielding a short sword. Chapter 43. Fire and Thunder. Zhang Yang was dead. Tang Xian was dead. Su Chenxi was dead. He craved vengeance. Zhoukou was oblivious to the number of individuals involved in the conspiracy that led to Su Chenxi's demise, nor did he know how many had conspired against him. All he could resolve to do was eliminate them all. With a grim expression, Zhoukou murmured to himself. The howling winds of the island night raged on, causing the entire forest to sway ominously. The wind's wail resembled the lamentations of vengeful spirits in the depths of hell. The fierce gusts billowed Zhoukou's coat as he raised one hand high. In his grasp was a black staff. The plum blossom staff allows the wielder to choose any rule to abolish. At this moment, Zhoukou had already devised his plan for its use. I choose to obliterate the second rule. In that instant, the constraints vanished. An announcement echoed throughout the examination grounds. Attention all examinees, king-level item. Plum blossom staff has been activated. At this moment, the rules have undergone a transformation. User, Zhoukou. Countless examinees looked up, gazing at the information. Yet they were oblivious to the nature of the rule that had shifted. They remained unaware that a harbinger of death was stirring to life. Once this rule vanished, be they commoners, nobles, or kings, all would become Zhou Ku's prey. Every restriction hindering his slaughter had been lifted. Zhou Ku cast his gaze downward, scanning the surroundings until he found Tang Xian's lifeless body. Her form was charred, her eyes wide open, fixed upon the night sky. He reached out, gently embracing her and tenderly lowering her eyelids. Then he extended his other hand toward her tightly clenched palm. Tang Xian, I know you've mastered the lighter, but your magic remains only half complete. Allow me to fulfill the remaining part for you. He retrieved the silver lighter. The winds continued to howl. Zhou Ku, with a somber gait, approached a gasoline barrel. He doused the heap of corpses beneath him with gasoline. The corpses, wrapped in strips of cloth, were excellent kindling. Subsequently, he pulled a bottle of fire retardant from his pocket and drank it all in one gulp. With a sharp motion, Zhou Ku hurled the empty bottle to the ground, the glass shattering with a crisp sound. He raised the lighter and flicked it to ignite. Tang Xian, I am delighted that you remember my words. Zhou Ku spoke softly, akin to the whisper of death. Fire can conjure magnificent sorcery. The lighter slipped from his grasp. Boom! Flames erupted instantaneously, aided by gasoline and remnants of corpses, slithering like a crimson serpent. The howling wind continued its relentless assault, causing the trees to sway ominously. The blaze grew increasingly fierce, first igniting the heap of undead on the ground, then, propelled by the gusts, swiftly engulfing the forest. The entire island was cloaked in a thick canopy of trees, indicating that this inferno would consume the entire expanse. Long before Zhou Ku laid eyes on the comprehensive map of the island provided by Tang Xian, a plan had already crystallized in his mind. This land, shrouded in innumerable forests, could be reduced to ashes with but a mere spark. A single flicker of flame can set ablaze a vast prairie. No one would escape unscathed. As the fire spread, Zhou Ku, with a grim countenance, ambled through the flames. Soon, the forest echoed with the anguished screams of countless individuals, desperately fleeing the clutches of the fire god. Occasionally, some noticed Zhou Ku strolling amidst the inferno, yet they were too preoccupied to pay him heed. Ultimately, the blaze ignited the entire island. In the distance, Zhou Ku caught sight of Tian, frantically fleeing from the flames. Tian had never taken the initiative to strike. He had always concealed himself deep within the woods, directing his subordinates via his wristwatch to search for the king and engage in skirmishes with the Spade Kingdom. Now, confronted by the encroaching inferno, he was compelled to flee. Zhou Ku looked up just in time to meet Tian's terrified gaze, seemingly astonished by Zhou Ku's apparent immunity to the raging fire. Then, he noticed the gasoline canister clutched in Zhou Ku's hand. It was Zhou Ku who had unleashed the conflagration. Zhou Ku advanced slowly towards him. Bloodstains still marred his clothing, and the fierce wind whipped the hem of his coat, with the blaze roaring behind him. In that moment, he resembled a demon emerging from a hellish heap of corpses. Brother Yi, the lake, quickly escaped to the lake. In the distance, numerous individuals clustered around Tian, fleeing. They were not fools. The land of this island was entirely enveloped in forest. Only one refuge remained from the surging flames, the central lake. Countless souls leapt into the lake. For those unable to reach its waters in time, only charred skeletons remained. The number of candidates dwindled rapidly. Outside the examination venue, the panel initially displayed over 900 survivors, but it now fluctuated rapidly, finally halting at a single, immutable figure, 65. Only these 65 individuals managed to seek refuge in the lake, praying fervently for the flames to subside. However, Zhou Ku would not grant them mercy. Since Tian and his companions were aware that the Great Lake offered sanctuary from the fire, Zhou Ku had anticipated this as well. Having studied the map, he was aware that the sole area on the island not shrouded in trees, capable of evading the forest fire, was the central lake. While sheltering in the water might indeed prevent being burned alive, it could not shield them from aerial assaults. Zhou Ku would not allow anyone to escape. His singular objective was to annihilate every last person, avenging his comrades. Not a single soul would be spared. He slowly strolled to the lake's surface, his gaze frigid as he fixated upon the equally icy waters. Raising his head, he produced his divine card, the spade. Joka had reserved his divine card's extraordinary abilities, intending to deploy them at this critical juncture. Water may extinguish flames, yet is impervious to lightning. On the contrary, water possesses remarkable conductivity. Joka concentrated on his divine card, attuning himself to the flow of magical essence. His vision blurred, and the atmosphere turned parched. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Thunder roared, seemingly echoing from the horizon. Joka faced his divine card, uttering the incantation to summon lightning, akin to the whisper of a grim reaper. Spade, vanquish a myriad of armies. King, summon the heavenly thunder. The heavens transformed instantaneously. The winds surged violently. Lightning flashed and thunder crashed. Boom! With a tremendous roar, under Joku's guiding gesture, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down in an instant. This celestial lightning shone like a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire night sky. The darkness blazed as brightly as day. In that fleeting moment, the lake's surface sparkled, with countless individuals silently shrieking and struggling within its depths. Yet, none could escape. All who had sought refuge in the lake met their demise as the electric current coursed through the water and into their bodies. Countless corpses began to surface one by one. Outside the examination venue, the remaining number of survivors on the display board fluctuated wildly, plummeting. 65, 43, 22, 17. 5, ultimately stabilizing at a definitive number. 1. In the dual onslaught of fire and thunder, Joka stood as the sole survivor. By this moment, the originally thriving assembly of over 900 participants had been ruthlessly decimated by Joka alone in the span of a mere half hour. Joka gradually lowered himself to the ground, observing the ripples on the lake's surface. At that moment, the sky crackled with lightning. Behind him, flames blazed. All around, the wind howled. Before him, the corpses bobbed to the surface. And in the midst of it all sat the sole, eternal, and solitary king of the world. He reclined on the scalding earth, murmuring softly. The magic concludes impeccably. Chapter 44. The sole victor, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The inferno, the thunder, the boiling waters of the lake, all vanished in an instant. The familiar playground reappeared before his eyes. Here, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze stirred, and the air was filled with the sweet songs of birds and blooming flowers. Everything was so tranquil and harmonious. It seemed as if the trials endured within the examination hall were merely a dream. Countless classmates gradually awakened, glancing around as if still acclimating to their surroundings. Joka remained motionless in his place. After a considerable while, he sighed deeply, readjusting his immersed emotions to reality. On the large data screen ahead, the following was clearly displayed. Remaining survivors. 1. Ranking results. 1 Joka, 15,000 points, 2 o'clock points, 3 o'clock points, aside from Joka. All other students received a score of 0. Meanwhile, Joka alone amassed a score exceeding 10,000. All the new students, in unison, directed their gazes toward Joka. Yet, Joku's expression remained one of serene calmness. With an overwhelming victory, he was undeniably the champion. On stage, Senior Liu Yingming appeared momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he was the first to break the silence with applause, initially the sole clapper. Zhang Yang followed suit, as reality returned to him. The pangs of hunger and pain dissipated. At this moment, he quietly observed his teammates, applauding and celebrating the triumph of the Red Heart Nation. Tang Xin also regained her composure and slowly joined in the clapping. Su Chenxi was the fourth to applaud, having exited the stage early. She had already witnessed Joku's victory from outside the examination hall. She sat with poise, her applause resonating louder than anyone else's. Gradually, countless others began to join in, the applause swelling and echoing throughout the campus. They unanimously acknowledged that Joka was deserving of this championship. Of course, there remained a few, like Yi Lingtian, stubbornly seated and unmoving, Yet they could not dampen the collective enthusiasm. The entire campus network erupted with fervor. The scene of Zhou Ku igniting the entire island and summoning thunder became a viral sensation. Even the upperclassmen had never witnessed such a remarkable feat during the freshman assessment. Undoubtedly, Zhou Ku had delivered an unprecedented and spectacular competition for the entire school. Senior Liu Yingming took the microphone and addressed the crowd. Please, our deserving champion of the freshman assessment, share your acceptance speech. Zhou Ku hesitated for a moment before slowly rising. Bowing his head, he took deliberate steps forward. His pace was languid, his expression shrouded in shadow, making it difficult for others to decipher his thoughts. He did not glance around, merely advancing step by step. Upon reaching the front of the stage, he lifted his foot to ascend the stairs. Though the staircase was not long, Zhou Ku's movements were deliberate. One step, then another. He resembled a king gradually ascending a long staircase at his coronation, approaching his crown. Finally, he reached the stage and took the microphone. Countless eyes were fixed upon him. After enduring this thrilling, comprehensive assessment, they all speculated what this singular victor would articulate. Zhou Ku slowly raised his gaze, cleared his throat, and promptly shifted his demeanor. Ahem, does everyone recall that voting forum on the campus network? The one betting on who would win, with the victor splitting 100,000 yuan? I just want to say, please have the Poster S author transfer the money to me soon. I voted for Zhou Ku. Whether I am champion or not is of little consequence. I am rather in need of funds. His tone was as if the recent feat of vanquishing nearly 1,000 opponents was merely a trivial matter to him. He returned the microphone, stretched lazily, and departed with nonchalance. Below, all the freshmen were left in astonishment. A person with merely 3 teammates, who single-handedly annihilated almost the entire freshman class to claim victory, requesting only the prompt disbursement of prize money in his acceptance speech. What a quintessential jester. So, Professor, where are we headed now? Zhou Ku inquired of Professor Chunyun in the elevator. Professor Chunyun chuckled. Of course, we are going to present your reward. Zhou Ku's eyes sparkled. Divine relic? Chunyun smiled and nodded, of course. The promises made by the school must be fulfilled. Initially, I thought the principal was quite mad to offer such a treasure as a reward for the students. However, after witnessing your performance in the freshman assessments, my perspective has entirely shifted. You are truly deserving of this treasure. Zhou Ku humbly smiled. Oh, it's merely luck. Chunyun playfully pinched his cheek. Can luck alone make you the sole victor among the 3 assessments? Be humble before the teachers no more. She was entirely correct. Zhou Ku had achieved overwhelming victories in each of the 3 freshman assessments. In the first, the lineage test, his magical essence level was the highest among all newcomers, scoring 43 points, far surpassing the 15 points of the second place, Su Chenxi. In the second assessment, the aptitude test, although it was abruptly halted, Zhou Ku accomplished an unprecedented feat. He vanquished the assassin from the Skeleton Society. As for the third assessment, the comprehensive test, it was even more remarkable. Zhou Ku single-handedly eliminated every living competitor, rightfully earning the title of champion. Thus, this divine relic rightfully belongs to you. Curiously, Zhou Ku inquired, so Professor, what exactly is this divine relic? Why must we take the elevator underground to retrieve it? Professor Chunyun mysteriously raised a finger to her lips. The underground is essentially the school's storeroom, filled with all manner of wondrous items. As for what the divine relic truly is, you will discover that upon your arrival. Suddenly, Professor Chen asked, Zhou Ku, do you wish to become a deity? Zhou Ku paused, gazing into Professor Chen's eyes, which were devoid of their usual frivolity and seemed tinged with seriousness. He replied earnestly, I'm not sure. Professor Chen was taken aback. Not sure? Zhou Ku nodded, indeed. I have heard that by continuously ascending the divine ranks, one can elevate their social standing. Achieving the highest level could even lead to becoming a deity. I would like to become a noble, to earn more money and perhaps establish a small enterprise. After all, I hail from humble beginnings and fear poverty. However, I do not harbor a strong desire to become a deity. Professor Chen regarded him thoughtfully. That is simply because your time has not yet come. People cannot resist the pursuit of power. One day, you will yearn to become a deity. Zhou Ku politely asked, so Professor Chun, your inquiry is not merely out of curiosity about the thoughts of a newly minted 18-year-old, is it? Professor Chin smiled, certainly not. I merely wish to know if you would choose to gather all the divine relics. Zhou Ku was somewhat puzzled. Gather all the divine relics? Does that relate to becoming a deity? Ding. The elevator reached the lowest level. Professor Chin gestured for him to walk and talk. You may not be aware, but this matter is known only to a select few. Desiring to ascend to divinity, aside from elevating the divine artifact to its highest rank, there exists another method, to gather all 14 divine relics. Professor Chunyan led Zhou Ku to a small safe, smiling as she said, now, you are about to acquire one of these 14. She entered a password, and the safe opened with a click. Inside lay a crystal skull, quietly resting. Zhou Ku retrieved it, feeling the profound depth of the eye sockets, as though he might be drawn into them. He quickly shook his head and averted his gaze. Still smiling, Professor Qinyun explained, this treasure is known as the Skull of the Prophet, one of the 14 divine relics in the world. Legend has it that it is the skull of a fallen deity. Zhou Ku, feeling the icy touch of the skull, inquired, what purpose does this skull serve? Professor Qinyun waved her hand dismissively. I cannot say for certain. Zhou Ku was taken aback. Perhaps you should ask it yourself, she suggested with a mysterious smile. The skull of the prophet is alive. If it recognizes you as its master, it will serve you. Chapter 45. The Skull of the Prophet. The Skull of the Prophet. One of the 14 divine relics. It is said that this crystal-like skull harbors the soul of an omniscient deity. It can provide knowledge, avert disasters, and even foretell the future. To date, no one has been able to unlock all the functionalities of this crystal skull. Currently, this divine relic is stored in the underground repository of the Divine Artifact Academy. With a resounding clap, Zhou Ku closed a hefty tome. The moment he acquired this divine relic, he hurried to the school library to research relevant materials. He had learned that these 14 divine relics were immensely powerful, each possessing the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. Collecting all 14 would grant him the ability to ascend to divinity. Such a formidable treasure was now in his possession. He once pondered why such a powerful artifact would be awarded to students and directly posed this question to Professor Chinyan. However, she merely stated that it was the principal's decision. With a sigh, Zhou Ku picked up the skull, now glowing with a green hue, and gazed into its hollow eye sockets. Hello. A voice, ethereal and devoid of emotion, suddenly resonated in his mind. Zhou Ku was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. The materials had indicated that the skull housed the soul of a deity. In other words, the skull of the prophet was alive. Greetings, I am Zhou Ku, currently your possessor. After a brief pause, the skull spoke again in Zhou Ku's mind. Deities have no possessors. You merely hold my skull. This deity seemed to possess a fair amount of pride. So what can you do? I possess no physical form, yet I hold boundless knowledge, understanding the principles that govern all existence. In other words, I am aware of everything, including the past, present, and future of this world. Zhou Ku's eyes widened with excitement. Really? You comprehend all? Can I ask you anything, and you will have the answer? Naturally. Please, pose your question. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The trolley problem. Imagine a trolley is about to run over 5 individuals bound to the tracks. Yet you possess the ability to pull a lever to divert its course. However, this diversion would result in the demise of an innocent bystander. Would you pull the lever? The ship of Theseus. If a grand vessel continuously replaces its damaged components until every single part has been exchanged, does it remain the same ship? The head of the oracle fell silent. 2 seconds later. These are all meaningless queries, mere riddles for the mind. Surely, you do not feign ignorance of the answers to obfuscate matters? Provocation is futile against the divine. I had anticipated you would pose more significant and profound inquiries. I comprehend now. You are merely a charlatan of prophecy. The skull once again lapsed into silence. Just as Zhou Ku began to perceive the oracle's head as rather unremarkable. If I were you, I would inquire, what were the final words of your mother? Zhou Ku was taken aback. How could you possibly know? Before you, I have encountered countless possessors. Some have ascended to become affluent merchants through the knowledge I bestowed. Others have entered court, becoming politicians of great influence. And some have emerged as invincible generals. My last possessor successfully attained the position of principal based on my guidance. Thus, please refrain from questioning my capabilities. It is merely a waste of time. Very well. Zhou ceased his attempts to jest with the deity and began to contemplate sincerely the questions he wished to pose. To be honest, Zhou was a time traveler, possessing limited understanding of this world. He was not particularly clear on the varieties of divine cards, the mechanics of societal operations, how to elevate his magical essence, or the specifics of ascending the divine card. Yet these were ordinary pieces of knowledge that Zhou would inevitably grasp over time. Therefore, the questions he sought to ask should be of greater significance and complexity. After much deliberation, Zhou formulated 3 inquiries in his mind. 1. There are 52 types of divine cards. Why then do I possess the Joker card, which is beyond those 52? 2. Who was responsible for the death of my parents? Or my mother's final words? 3. Why is my magical essence level so high? Am I truly just an ordinary commoner? He blurted them all out at once. The oracle's head continued to emit a faint green glow, and after 2 seconds, your magical essence level is too low. The oracle's head replied, maintaining that ethereal tone. To which of my questions does this statement pertain? I did not provide an answer. I merely stated a fact. I possess independent thought, which is not erroneous. However, I also require a mental link with the possessor to communicate accurately with you. The possessor's magical essence level determines the extent of questions I am able to answer. Each of the inquiries you have posed is indeed significant. The answers to these questions are beyond the comprehension of one who possesses less than 100 points of magical essence. I see now. You disdain my mere 43 points of magical essence and are unwilling to assist me. I never imagined that even deities could exhibit such a bias against power levels. The skull paused for a moment and said, 43? No, that was in the past. Certainly, you have yet to surpass the 100-point threshold. However, your current level of magical essence is significantly greater than 43. Upon hearing this, Zhou felt a surge of excitement. Had his magical essence level truly increased? In this world, the level of magical essence equates to one's power. Even a slight enhancement signifies a step toward greater strength. His magical essence level was the highest among all first-year students, though not the strongest in the entire school. Upperclassmen, particularly those who preside over various student organizations, undoubtedly possessed even higher levels of magical essence. So, what is my current level of magical essence? I cannot disclose that information, the skull replied, but you will learn of it in tomorrow's class. Oh, is it a prophecy you have made? Can you truly foresee future events? Zhou's interest was piqued once more. The prophetic skull ceased to respond, appearing as if it had fallen into slumber, regardless of Zhou's persistent inquiries. With a sigh, he placed the skull into his backpack. By the way, the skull's voice echoed softly, you will die in tomorrow's class. Zhou froze momentarily. Had it made a prophecy? Or was it a curse upon himself? Unless you bring a lighter, it could save your life. Chapter 46. Fundamentals of Magical Essence. Zhou, what a coincidence. A clear female voice called out. As Zhou, yawning, made his way to the lecture hall for his early class, he was unexpectedly approached. Turning around, he saw Su Chenxi, impeccably dressed, walking towards him with her back straight and a graceful demeanor. Hello, Tefkiskibiko greeted Priscilla. Su Chenxi approached him and asked, are you also heading to the Fundamentals of Magical Essence class? Zhou yawned again, replying, indeed. An 8 o'clock class is rather excessive. For junior high and high school students, starting classes at 6 is the norm, but for a university student like me, 8 o'clock feels quite taxing. Su Chenxi smiled, questioning. You should be careful not to be late. The professor for this course, Professor Yuan Xing, has quite a temper. Moreover, it is said that he places significant importance on students' lineage. Those from lesser noble backgrounds often find themselves at a disadvantage. Zhou shrugged off her concerns, saying, let be. He teaches his material. I learn mine. I finished reading the entire textbook last night, after all. Su Chenxi's eyes widened with surprise. You are already a genius, and yet you are so diligent. As they walked side by side along the school's main path, they attracted the attention of numerous students, who whispered amongst themselves. Zhovka noticed a stir around them and remarked, "Su Chensi, accompanying a humble commoner like me to class may tarnish your image. Look, everyone is watching you." Su Chensi paused, then suddenly covered her mouth, bursting into laughter. "They are all watching me? Did you think they were looking at me? Surely not." Zhovka shook his head and finally directed his gaze towards the crowd. Nearby, clusters of young girls formed groups of 3 or 5, gazing at Zhovka with admiration. As he passed by them, he faintly caught snippets of conversation. "Wow, look, Zhovka seems to be glancing this way. Nonsense, definitely nodded at me. Oh, Zhovka is even more handsome in person than the campus videos. Do you think if we approached him for contact details, he would oblige? Did you not see Su Chensi beside him? You could never compete with the princess." Zhovka feigned ignorance and hurried past. Su Chensi maintained her usual smile, stating, "After the 3 major freshman assessments, your reputation has soared far beyond mine. Having won that precious divine relic, you have truly become the talk of the school. Were it not for my status as a princess, I would hesitate to walk beside you." Zhovka humbly replied, "Your Highness, please cease your teasing. Your popularity among the boys is hardly inferior to mine." Following several rounds of mutual flattery, they entered the classroom. Silence engulfed the room. After the bell rang, a middle-aged male professor entered. The professor sported a neatly trimmed beard, his hair meticulously styled, and his expression was notably stern. After surveying the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the students. He inscribed his name on the blackboard, Yuan Xing. The students collectively held their breath. They had all heard of Professor Yuan Xing's reputation as the strictest teacher in the entire institution. "My class only accepts the finest and most exceptional students," he declared, still maintaining his serious demeanor while scrutinizing the entire class. "Those seated here are predominantly the cream of the crop from the freshman assessments, the elite among elites. Therefore, I do not wish to witness the chaotic state of the classroom upon my entrance again." He paused momentarily, his gaze still roaming, then continued, "I have noted that most of you hail from commendable backgrounds. This is commendable, as I've always upheld a singular belief: lineage surpasses all." After stating this, he paused briefly. Zhovka, feeling rather bored, leaned on his desk, resting his chin in his hand, feeling somewhat drowsy. He glanced sideways and noticed Su Chensi, seated not far ahead, who seemed to furrow her brow slightly upon hearing Professor Yuan's remarks. This was hardly surprising. Yuan Xing's philosophy was one of lineage supremacy, while Su Chensi had always advocated for class equality. Suddenly, Yuan raised his voice. "I have also observed that our class is not devoid of individuals from lesser noble backgrounds." Several students of minor, noble lineage nervously shrank their shoulders. To everyone's surprise, Yuan's gaze abruptly settled on Zhovka. "And here we have a commoner sitting in my class." Naturally, the students understood who the professor referred to and turned their eyes towards Zhovka. He remained half reclined on his desk, his eyes half closed. It was not that he lacked interest in the lecture. It was simply that the middle-aged professor had been rambling on without delving into the actual teaching content, leaving Zhovka disinterested in raising his head to listen. Perhaps some individuals fancy themselves as geniuses, believing they can slumber in my class. Zhovka finally opened his eyes, calmly gazing at him. "Zhovka, please answer my question. How many levels are there for the divine cards?" After Professor Yuan Xing posed this inquiry, countless students quietly flipped through their books. In the foundational course on magical essence, the topic of divine card levels appears in a later chapter. However, Zhovka had already thoroughly perused the text and could effortlessly reply, 7 levels. Professor Yuan Xing initially presumed that Zhovka, coming from a humble background, would possess limited knowledge on this subject. He was taken aback by the speed of Zhovka's response, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Many classmates also turned their gazes toward him, their eyes widening slightly. Professor Yuan Xing, momentarily astonished, quickly pressed on, "What are the 7 levels? How are they distinguished?" The sound of pages turning filled the air once more. Zhovka remained seated, undeterred. It is quite simple to discern the level of a divine card. Observe the back of the card. As he spoke, he produced his own divine card, displaying its reverse side. A magical essence level from 0 to 10 corresponds to an iron backing, denoting an iron tier. Countless students retrieve their divine cards, examining the material of the backs. Since the majority of students had a magical essence level below 10, their cards were all of iron backing. A magical essence level below 10 signifies quite limited capabilities, with the strength of their supernatural abilities being rather basic. The combat-oriented spade abilities were weak, while the transformative square abilities were also severely constrained. Many students struggled to effectively wield their powers at all. Zhoka had first-hand experience regarding this matter. Tang Xion's divine card was a square 5, as was Professor Qinyun's. The ability of a square 5 is transfer. Professor Qinyun could instantly transport herself to the school gate from dozens of miles away, while Tang Xion found it challenging to move just a few meters. Identical divine cards, when assessed at different levels, yield vastly different results. Zhou Ku continued to surpass the limitation of 10 points in magical essence. One must undergo a divine card ascension. He showcased the back of his card, an iron tier divine card, which ascends to a copper tier. In this class, only 3 students possessed a copper backing: Su Chenxi, Yiling Tian, and Zhou Ku himself. A copper tier divine card has a magical essence level ranging from 10 to 100. At this level, individuals can generally wield their supernatural abilities freely. In fact, the majority of ordinary nobles in the Dragon Kingdom society are of this tier, as achieving a magical essence level of 100 is a significant threshold. To surpass it, one must again undergo divine card ascension. Professor Yuan Xing suddenly raised his hand. Wait a moment. Zhou Ku, I did not anticipate your extensive knowledge. It seems I have underestimated you. It's quite all right, Professor. I am no stranger to being underestimated. Although Professor Yuan Xing held a disdain for those of lowly origins, he held great respect for diligent and studious students. He cleared his throat and said, Zhou Ku, since you mentioned the ascension of divine tokens, could you kindly elaborate on how one might elevate their divine token level? Chapter 47. The mystery of divine token ascension, I don't know, Zhou Ku replied calmly, his tone devoid of agitation. A wave of astonishment swept through his classmates. I don't know. The prodigious talent of magical essence, the champion of the freshman assessment, actually uttered such words for the first time. It was indeed astonishing that Zhou Ku would encounter a question he could not answer. Nearby, Yiling Tian burst into laughter. Ha! You've finally been stumped. Clap, clap, clap. In a rare moment, Professor Yuan Xing exhibited a pleased smile and applauded. Absolutely correct, he declared. Over half the class appeared bewildered. This question is one I pose to a student every year. However, they invariably do not know the answer, yet they concoct some nonsense. I do not blame them, for the concept of divine token ascension is not included in the textbooks. Even the materials for the upperclassmen do not mention it. Thus, it is entirely normal to be unable to respond. But unexpectedly, Zhou Ku, you have articulated the standard answer. Yiling Tian, mouth agape, hesitated before raising his hand to inquire. Professor, I cannot have misunderstood your meaning, correct? You're stating that the standard answer is unknown? Professor Yuan scrutinized him for a moment, noticing the square medal on his chest. You must be a scion of the Yi family, am I right? What you said is indeed correct. The proper answer is unknown. He strode confidently to the podium. Since ancient times, the method of divine token ascension has perplexed human society for millennia, yet no definitive answer exists. Some individuals toil diligently for countless years, yet remain trapped at the same level, unable to ascend. Others, indulging in leisure and revelry, inexplicably find their divine token elevated by one rank. As for the enigma of divine token ascension, the sages of old have proposed numerous hypotheses, performing a certain ritual, gaining the favor of deities, achieving spiritual enlightenment, yet all have been refuted. Thus, everyone must conclude, no one knows how to achieve divine token ascension. Yuan Xing paused, surveying the room. I dare say, if someone were to uncover the secret of divine token ascension, the nation would undoubtedly elevate them to a new nobility. No, they would be granted titles and positions, perhaps even becoming the first prince of an alternate lineage in the Dragon Kingdom. His lecture was impassioned, but upon lowering his head, he noticed his students staring at him, motionless. His expression soured. "What are you staring at? Write down what I've said." The students seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily flipping open their notebooks to inscribe the point. The mystery of divine token ascension, unknown. Yuan Xing nodded with a smile. Kiskiviko. Your ability to answer this question correctly suggests you have devoted considerable effort after class. At this moment, Yuan Xing's impression of Zhou Ku underwent a complete transformation. A commoner background might indeed have its merits. Yiling Tian scoffed. Humph, he surely didn't know. He just got lucky. Zhou Ku cast a subtle glance at him, speaking in a calm tone. The Theory of Ascending Divine Cards, 3rd edition, page 257, line 7. Regarding the mysteries of divine card ascension, ancient sages conducted countless explorations, ultimately concluding, no one knows. This is the original text from the library's 5th row of advanced books on the 4th floor. Professor Yuan Xing was momentarily taken aback. Applause erupted once more. Truly, a remarkable student of mine. Now, let us return to the previous question. What are the 7 levels of divine cards? Naturally, Zhou Ku had already provided the answer for us. The first 2 levels are iron and copper. He blinked a few times and suddenly called out, "Su Chenxi, Your Highness. Could you elaborate?" Acknowledged by name, Su Chenxi nodded slightly and began her explanation. "Of course, Professor. As Zhou Ku has mentioned, the levels of divine cards can be directly observed from the back of the card. The first level is the iron card. The second level is copper. Moving on, the third level, with a magical essence level of 100 to 1,000 points, is classified as silver. This level is exceedingly rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even more so at our institution. To my knowledge, only a handful of seniors and professors have attained this level. Divine cards of this grade release abilities of considerable strength. For instance, a silver-level spade card can, under extreme conditions, unleash enough power to demolish an entire building." Yuan Xing nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Please continue." Su Chenxi, maintaining a dignified posture, slightly bowed. The 4th level gold ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 in magical essence. Abilities at this level possess the capacity to obliterate an entire city. At this stage, such cards are exceedingly rare nationwide, with only a scant few present in our school. The reason for this scarcity is precisely what the professor mentioned earlier. The secret of divine card ascension remains unknown. While it is relatively simple to enhance magical essence levels, once one reaches 10, 100, or 1,000 points, they touch the threshold. To continue ascending, one must elevate the level of the divine card, yet no one knows how to achieve such ascension. Hence, the higher the card level, the rarer it becomes. Yuan Xing stepped onto the stage. "Su Chenxi, you have answered splendidly. There is no need to elaborate on the remaining 3 levels." "Why not?" Many students inquired eagerly, all keenly interested in how to elevate their divine card levels. Who wouldn't wish to grow stronger? Because they exist solely in theory. The final 3 levels, platinum, diamond, and divine, are only recorded in ancient texts, and in reality, no one has ever encountered them. Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom, no one can elevate a divine card to the platinum level. It is said that individuals at the platinum and diamond levels possess a semblance of divinity, often referred to as demigods. Their bodies are impervious to harm. They feel no hunger or fatigue, and they may even achieve immortality. As for the divine level, it is, as the name suggests, the realm of true divinity, the creators of the world. Alas, it is a pity. Yuan Xing's eyes drooped as he lowered his voice slightly. To become a deity is the dream of countless souls throughout history. It is rumored that only one individual has achieved this, though that may very well be mere folklore. And the notion of a demigod is merely theoretical. No. Su Chenxi met the professor's gaze directly, raising her voice just a fraction. Demigods do exist. Professor Yuan Xing looked at her. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Su Chenxi nodded slightly. "I apologize, Professor, but according to my father, there exists a demigod in the Dragon Kingdom." Yuan Xing's eyes flickered. "Your father, His Majesty the King, said this?" Su Chenxi replied, "Yes." Yuan Xing's expression brightened with excitement. "Really? If this is indeed what His Majesty has stated, could it be that this esteemed individual resides within the royal court of the Dragon Kingdom?" Su Chenxi's gaze darkened. No, this demigod is my father's adversary. He is part of the Skull Society. Chapter 48. The Skull Society. The mention of the Skull Society caused every student in the class to gasp in shock. Even the notoriously arrogant Yi Lingtian lost some color in his face at this moment. This reaction was understandable. Zhouke had long since perused the history of this world. The Skull Society is a top-tier assassin organization lurking within the Dragon Kingdom. Anyone marked by them meets a gruesome fate. The chilling aspect is that their targets are chosen without any discernible logic. Individuals from all walks of life and various statuses have fallen victim to their merciless assassinations. It is conceivable that one day, the Skull Society may set their sights on one's family or oneself. The government is utterly powerless against them. In short, the Skull Society is a terror organization comprised of antisocial elements. Thus, whenever nobles hear the term Skull Society, their expressions shift dramatically. Professor Yuan Xing furrowed his brow. Are you truly saying that there are platinum-level assassins within the Skull Society? Su Chenxi sighed. Yes, however, it appears that this platinum-level demigod does not possess particularly potent combat abilities. Therefore, he cannot pose a fundamental threat to the entire Dragon Kingdom. Nonetheless, being platinum level is no trivial matter. The strength of the Skull Society is on par with that of the government. Fortunately, the leader of the Skull Society seems averse to indiscriminate slaughter, opting instead to select specific targets for assassination. Those marked by them are invariably doomed. It seems their current target is. Su Chenxi suddenly fell silent. Her classmates appeared to have noticed something, turning their gazes toward Zhouke. Indeed, for reasons unknown. The next target of the Skull Society is Zhouke. Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. The Skull Society is not as formidable as one might think. Did not Zhouke personally eliminate an assassin from the Skull Society during the freshman assessment? Yi Lingtian suddenly smirked. That was merely a temporary victory. My father has warned me never to provoke the Skull Society. For every small assassin you eliminate, more will come after you. You merely dispatched a minor lackey. The true threat lies ahead. They will not rest until their goals are achieved. Historically, all those targeted by them have met with bizarre deaths. Yi Lingtian looked at Zhouke with malicious intent. You shall, sooner or later, meet your demise. Zhouke maintained a calm demeanor. I do not care. Long ago, when I eliminated that assassin, I proclaimed that for every adversary they send, I shall vanquish them. Suddenly, Yuan Xing raised his voice, infused with anger, and declared, Do not resort to alarmist rhetoric. Our idle chatter ends here. Let us return to the lecture. Where do we leave off? Tefkeskiviko responded. You were just discussing the ascension of the divine tokens and the 7 tiers thereof. Professor Yuan Xing resumed his customary serious demeanor, indeed. However, this course is titled Fundamentals of Magical Essence, and today's focus remains on enhancing one's magical essence level. At that moment, Professor Zhouke unexpectedly raised his hand. What is it? Yuan Xing inquired. I still wish to delve deeper into the knowledge of divine token ascension. Yuan Xing frowned slightly. Did we not already cover this? The mysteries of divine token ascension are known to no one. Zhouke promptly replied, I understand, but it is merely unknown to humans, is it not? In other words, perhaps beings beyond humanity possess such knowledge? For instance, gods? Gods? Yuan Xing momentarily failed to grasp Zhouke's implication. The relic of the divine, the skull of the seer. Zhouke succinctly articulated these 8 words. Upon hearing the term divine relic, all the students instinctively raised their heads. Their interest peaked as they turned their attention to Zhouke. They were aware that Zhouke had received a divine relic as a reward for being the champion of the freshman assessment, yet the specifics remained unclear to them. The skull of the seer. Professor Yuan Xing did not oppose this topic. It appears you have done your homework and understand the purpose of this divine relic. Zhouke nodded slightly. The skull of the seer harbors an omniscient deity. It claims to possess knowledge of all things, including the past, present, and future. Zhouke vividly recalled that just yesterday, he had thought he would glean no information from the skull of the seer, when suddenly, the skull spoke. Yesterday, in the library. Tomorrow, in the Fundamentals of Magical Essence class, you shall perish. What? If you do not heed my instructions, you shall die. No, have you lost your mind? I cannot possibly lose my life in a mere class. Incorrect. You are but an empty skull devoid of brains. I'm quite serious. Someone intends to kill you. They failed previously, but have not given up. Tomorrow, they will succeed. Joku immediately adopted a grave demeanor. The skull of the seer could predict the future. Although the authenticity was uncertain when it pertained to his own life, he chose to believe in its validity. Pray tell, seer, how might I evade this calamity? A lighter. What? Bring a lighter to class tomorrow. It may save your life. You, a divine being, are aware of a lighter? The skull fell silent once more. Joku placed great importance on the prediction, promptly stowing the lighter on his person. At this moment, within the confines of the fundamentals of magical essence class, Joku appeared outwardly composed, yet he was acutely vigilant. He listened intently to Professor Yuan Xing's lecture while observing his surroundings, all the while discreetly gripping the lighter in his pocket, prepared for any potential attack. However, as the class progressed, it was merely a dialogue between the professor and the students. No danger had yet manifested. Could it be that the oracle's cranium is utterly incapable of foretelling the future? Professor Yuan Xing chuckled. Indeed, it possesses knowledge. What? Joku was momentarily distracted, uncertain of what he had just heard. It knows? It knows how to ascend to divinity? Of course, Professor Yuan Xing affirmed with unwavering confidence. It is a deity, an omniscient being. Alas, it shall not divulge its secrets to us. That is the enigma of becoming a god. Joku, do you comprehend why the principal has entrusted such a precious relic of the divine to you? Joku politely nodded. I would like to hear more. Because the esteemed principal has already exhausted all inquiries he could pose. He has wrung every piece of knowledge that the oracle's cranium could impart. Naturally, he was unable to uncover the mystery of divine ascension. However, perhaps you might. Me? Joku inquired. Why? Professor Yuan Xing hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating whether to reveal this. In truth, the oracle's cranium specifically requested to meet you. Chapter 49. The Enchanted Artifact. Meet me? Indeed, Professor Yuan Xing affirmed. It insisted repeatedly that you must possess it. Yet, Joku questioned, if memory serves me correctly. The oracle's cranium is meant to be the prize for the champion of the new student assessment, is it not? What if I do not win the championship? You will undoubtedly do so, Professor Yuan Xing assured confidently. That is the prophecy of the oracle's cranium. Its predictions have never faltered. At that moment, the gaze of the entire class turned towards Joku. Joku pondered the professor's statement. Its predictions have never faltered. Just yesterday, the oracle's cranium had made 2 prophecies regarding Joku. 1. He would discover his current magical essence level in this class. 2. He would face a life-threatening danger, which could only be resolved by carrying a lighter. Until now, the class remained tranquil. Despite Joku's unwavering vigilance, no signs of impending danger had manifested. Thus far, neither of these prophecies had come to fruition. Very well, Professor Yuan Xing tapped on the desk. As we are the elite class, we have delved into numerous extracurricular discussions. It is now time to formally commence our lesson. Personally, I abhor a monotonous lecture format. I have always believed that practical application is the most effective means of absorbing knowledge. He suddenly raised his voice. Is there anyone among you whose divine card is Spade 2? In the corner, a rather timid-looking boy quietly raised his hand. Excellent. Speak up and tell us what the unique ability of Spade 2 is. The boy's voice was barely audible. The Spade abilities are related to combat prowess. Spade 2 represents the ability of single-target attack. Spade 2 can launch an assault on a single foe, with its potency contingent upon one's magical essence level. Professor Yuan Xing nodded. Correct. And what is your magical essence level? 44 points. Professor Yuan Xing frowned in discontent. That is rather low. A magical essence level of 4 points cannot truly harness the potential of Spade 2. Very well. Step forward. The boy appeared somewhat apprehensive, hesitating as he approached. The professor suddenly produced a small cage from beneath the desk, containing a diminutive white mouse. You, attack it with your divine card. Do it well. Taking a deep breath, the young man recited an incantation. Spades break the myriad armies. The blade of 2 severs the enemy's soul. His voice was not loud, nor did it exude confidence. Yet, the divine card evidently wielded its influence, as the little white mouse in the cage suddenly trembled violently, emitting a series of squeaks. However, mere moments later, the mouse appeared to regain its composure, frolicking about once more. Professor Yuanxing's displeasure was palpable. You must project your incantation with fervor, locking your gaze onto your target. Your heart should harbor the intent to annihilate your foe. He pushed the male student aside and produced his own divine card. Zhou Ku observed that Professor Yuanxing's divine card was also the two of spades. Fixating on the mouse in the cage, he bellowed, "Spades break the myriad armies." The blade of two severs the enemy's soul. A ressounding explosion échouée. The little white mouse emitted a piercing scream, as if struck by a blade, its flesh quickly oozing with blood. In the next instant, with a thunderous bang, the cage shattered, the mouse exploding within, blood and gore scattering everywhere. In that fleeting moment, the rodent met its untimely demise. Many students gasped in shock. If my target were a living person, the outcome would mirror that of this mouse, Professor Yuanxing murmured. He turned to address the entire class. Do you see? Even with identical divine cards, the variance in magical essence levels yields vastly different extraordinary effects. This course is dedicated to enhancing each student's magical essence. He paused for emphasis. Many students leaned forward, excitement evident on their faces. After all, enhancing magical essence translates to elevating extraordinary abilities. Everyone yearned for strength. Practical application. By personally casting divine card abilities and continuously honing your skills, you will gradually elevate your magical essence level. Now, please form a queue, approaching one by one to unleash your attack on this training dummy. Professor Yuanxing retrieved a doll from the corner of the classroom, its form wrapped in countless strips of bandage. Through hands-on experience, you can enhance your magical essence level. I will assess the extent of your damage to the dummy, with the highest scorer receiving a reward for this lesson, a small vial of essence of magical essence. Upon hearing this, many students' eyes widened in astonishment as they whispered amongst themselves. Zhou Ku noticed Yiling Tian, not far away, conversing quietly with his followers. I must win that vial of essence of magical essence. Drinking just one of those would elevate my magical essence level by at least 10 points. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Ku. The essence of magical essence was a potion for rapidly acquiring magical essence, akin to an experience book in an online game. However, a female student raised her hand to inquire. Many of us do not possess spades-type extraordinary abilities and are unable to launch attacks, nor can we inflict damage on the dummy. Several students nodded in agreement, casting puzzled glances at the professor, seemingly prepared for their inquiry. The professor produced an object resembling a glass orb. Do not worry. With this magical apparatus in my hand, you can launch attacks. Does anyone know what a magical apparatus is? In the front row, Su Chenxi raised her hand. Professor Yuanxing nodded. Excellent. Su Chenxi, please proceed. Su Chenxi began. Magic devices are extraordinary tools crafted from magical essence by the nobility. They can perform a myriad of functions, achieving effects akin to those of divine cards. However, as these tools are artificially created, their efficacy pales in comparison to the divine gifts of the gods. The difference between magic devices and divine cards is akin to that between counterfeit and authentic items. Nevertheless, magic devices suffice for our daily lives. Professor, if I am not mistaken, the magic device you possess appears to be infused with the magical essence of the two of spades, does it not? Its function mirrors that of the two of spades divine card. Professor Yuanxing nodded approvingly. Well articulated. Indeed, the magic device I hold, resembling a crystal ball, can now effectuate targeted attacks against adversaries. However, as a man-made artifact, its power is even less formidable than that of the divine card wielded by the gentleman earlier. Therefore, you must fully harness the magical essence within you to amplify its attack potential. Now, one by one, please come to the stage and wield this magic device against the teaching dummy. I shall keep score. Chapter 50. Half silver level thus. The students rose in unison, forming a queue to step forward. Zhou Ku positioned himself towards the rear of the line. It was not that he was reluctant to engage in the training early. Rather, He wished to take this time to observe the classroom once more, vigilant against any potential threats. The seer had forewarned him of an imminent life crisis, suggesting that a lighter might save him. What dangers could possibly lurk within the confines of a seemingly ordinary classroom? Zhou was uncertain, but remained ever watchful, his grip on the lighter unwavering. Ahead, the student at the forefront had grasped the magic device, her face flushed as she attempted to launch an attack on the dummy. Yet nothing occurred. Professor Yuan Xing's voice resonated. You must sense the flow of magical essence within you to activate the energy of the magic device. While the professor continued his instruction, Zhou seized the opportunity to scrutinize the classroom for any signs of danger. The classroom appeared quite mundane, furnished with standard desks and chairs. A blackboard and multimedia tools adorned the front, while a clock hung at the back. None of these objects seemed capable of posing a threat to Zhou's life. Redirecting his attention to the ongoing training, he observed a shorter girl wielding a magic device, swinging it at the dummy, yet the dummy remained unperturbed. The magic device emitted only a faint glow. 30 points, you may step aside, Professor Yuan Xing sighed, signaling the next student to approach. Thus far, none had achieved a score exceeding 60. Most could only inflict minor bruises upon the dummy, and some found their magic devices entirely unresponsive. The next student was the boy who had previously wielded the 2 of Spades divine card. Professor, since my divine card is already the 2 of Spades, may I forego the magic device? He inquired, hope brimming in his voice. Absolutely not. Professor Yuan Xing resolutely declined, stating, this is not merely a training exercise. I must evaluate your performance. The abilities triggered by the divine card far surpass those of the magical artifact. Utilizing the divine card would be unfair to your fellow classmates. The boy, disheartened, retracted the divine card and accepted the crystalline magical artifact instead. To everyone's astonishment, the artifact immediately radiated brilliance. The boy fixated intently on the training mannequin. Whoosh! An invisible blade seemed to slice through the air. Crack! The mannequin bore a distinct, albeit shallow, gash. Splendid. Among so many students, finally, one shows promise. 80 points, Professor Yuan nodded lightly. The boy appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, gratefully touching his nose. Yet, do not become complacent. This magical artifact is infused with the essence of the Spade 2, and your divine card also happens to be Spade 2, thus triggering a resonance of magical essence. In an ideal match of divine card and magical artifact, one would naturally perform admirably. Theoretically, you should have scored over 90 points to be deemed satisfactory. The boy, seemingly disheartened once more, walked away with his head bowed. Zhou, however, was not anxious about his score. He remained preoccupied with pondering where the true danger lay. Was it the crystalline magical artifact? Would it explode upon his turn? Or perhaps among his peers lurked an assassin from the Skeleton Society, poised to strike? Next, Professor Yuan's voice rang out like a bell. Yiling Tian stepped forward confidently, taking the magical artifact in hand. In the next moment, the artifact emitted a soft glow. Professor Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the impressive resonance. Yiling Tian fixed his gaze upon the mannequin. Boom! The mannequin trembled violently. Swish, swish, swish. It seemed as if countless blades were slicing through the air, wood shavings scattered, and crash. One of the mannequin's arms shattered and fell to the ground. Yiling Tian proudly lifted his head. Professor Yuan gently applauded. Very good, 90 points. As Yiling Tian passed by, he boasted to his friends, this is child's play. I've used such magical artifacts countless times before school. To me, this is kindergarten level. Next, countless students proceeded with their training assessments, yet none surpassed Yiling Tian's score of 90. His smile remained unbroken. The essence of magic is mine. Next, Su Chenxi approached the podium with measured steps. Unexpectedly, the usually stern Professor Yuan revealed a smile and nodded at her. Su Chenxi slightly bowed and accepted the magical artifact. With a flash, the crystalline sphere shone brilliantly. Facing the training mannequin, Su Chenxi gently closed her eyes. In the next moment, she suddenly opened them. The previously serene and dignified princess now possessed a gaze as sharp as a blade, brimming with lethal intent. This expression reminded Zhou Ku of the violent princess who had brandished an assault rifle during the freshman assessment. Boom! The training mannequin exploded into fragments. Excellent. Professor Yuan clapped enthusiastically. 95 points. Su Chenxi, being a member of the Spade series Divine Cards and already having attained the bronze level, found it effortless to launch an attack against a lifeless puppet. Her expression returned to its usual gentle demeanor as she slightly bowed to the professor and returned the magical artifact. After several students had taken their turns, it was the next one's turn. Zhou Ku approached the stage with an indifferent expression. Due to the princess's earlier destruction, the training puppet had been replaced with a new one. This puppet bore a slightly different appearance, with many yellowed cloth strips wrapped around it, emanating a peculiar odor. Zhou Ku glanced at the puppet, his brow furrowing slightly. He had a conjecture about the cloth strips. He took hold of the magical crystal ball. Boom! The artifact instantly emitted a blinding white light. A tempest erupted. Zhou Ku felt the artifact in his hand heat up alarmingly. Crack! Crack! A series of muffled explosions echoed in the air. Invisible blades of air flew chaotically. Slash! Slash! The desks were cleaved in half. Windows shattered in succession. Students hurriedly ducked down, seeking refuge. Boom! The classroom door was forcefully blown open by the air, creating a tremendous noise, swaying back and forth with the gusts. Zhou Ku focused his mind, staring intently at the puppet before him, ready to unleash his power when, suddenly, crack! The crystal ball in his hand exploded on the spot. Instantly, all the peculiar occurrences in the classroom vanished. The tempest ceased as if it had never existed. The classroom lay in disarray, littered with shards of glass, and students sprawled haphazardly. After falling to the ground, Yi Lingtian rose, and upon seeing the shattered magical artifact in Zhou Ku's hand, gleefully exclaimed, "Ha! You broke the magical artifact. Do you know how expensive one is? You couldn't even pay for it if you sold yourself." Zhou Ku quietly gazed at the fragments of the artifact on the ground, replying calmly, "I will compensate." He looked towards Professor Yuan Xing, awaiting his reprimand. He had resolved that, regardless of the professor's anger, he would accept it. After all, the fact remained that he had broken a magical artifact. To dare to take responsibility is the essence of manhood. To everyone's surprise, Professor Yuan Xing appeared stunned. "No, there's no need for compensation." He glanced at the shattered artifact on the ground, and then at Zhou Ku, seemingly perplexed. This phenomenon should not have occurred. 2 seconds later, a look of sudden realization crossed his face. Could it be that you are half silver level? Chapter 51. Magical Essence Detector, half silver level? Upon hearing the professor's words, the students turned their gaze towards Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku naturally understood the implications of being half silver level. A magical essence level above 100 points signifies a silver card. However, a magical essence level between 50 and 100 points, while still classified as bronze, is nearly twice as powerful as that of a level between 10 and 50 points. Thus, this stage is referred to as half silver level. Professor Yuan Xing stood amidst the chaos of the classroom, glancing at the disarray and then down at the shattered crystal ball. Suddenly, he raised his head in excitement. "No, what a rare occurrence this is." He turned to Zhou Ku and said, "Wait for me a moment. I shall retrieve the magic essence detector." After uttering this statement, he abruptly exited the classroom. The magic essence detector? Zhou Ku couldn't help but recall the first prophecy made by the seer. You will discover your current level of magical essence in tomorrow's class. A few minutes later, Professor Yuan Xing quickly returned, holding a sophisticated piece of equipment. In the distance, Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow upon seeing it. Isn't that the most advanced magic essence detector? To assess someone of common origin, does it require such a precious magical instrument? Yuan Xing paid him no heed and instead handed the detector to Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku received it and began to examine it. This magic essence detector was entirely different from a machine used for bloodline testing at the beginning of the semester. It appeared exceedingly high-end and exquisite. This detector is the finest in Longhua. Regardless of your magical essence content, it can deliver an immediate and precise measurement, without any deviation. Professor Yuan explained. As soon as Zhou Ku touched the surface of the device, The numbers began to rapidly fluctuate. 43, 44, 45, 60, 70, 80, 85, 86, 87. Ultimately, the screen stabilized at 87. 87, Professor Yuan exclaimed, his voice resonating. Upon hearing this figure, the classmates began to murmur among themselves. Professor Yuan, uncertain, looked up and inquired of Zhou Ku, "What was your magical essence level upon enrollment?" Have you consumed any magic essence elixir? Zhou Ku politely responded, "Until I attended your class, I had no knowledge of what a magic essence elixir was." Professor Yuan wore an expression of disbelief. In merely 2 weeks since enrollment, your magical essence level has risen so significantly, and you have not even consumed any elixirs. To enhance one's magical essence purely through self-improvement necessitates relentless training and the activation of one's divine abilities. Suddenly, he chuckled, patting Zhou Ku on the shoulder. "I understand now. Zhou Ku, you must have been diligently using your abilities over these 2 weeks, correct?" Haha. Theoretically, such intense training over a fortnight could indeed yield that much improvement. But do not overexert yourself. Nevertheless, your spirit is commendable. Look, such a genius as Zhou Ku also dedicates himself to relentless training day and night. Even geniuses must strive. Zhou Ku smiled and shook his head. "Professor, it seems you have misconstrued something. Over the past 14 days, I have eaten, played, and slept a full 8 hours each night. During this time, aside from necessary circumstances, I have never used my divine abilities." Now, Professor Yuan was taken aback once more. "Then how many times in total have you utilized your divine abilities?" Zhou Ku counted on his fingers, stopping after reaching 4 times. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from his classmates. Yiling Tian scoffed, "Liar. To increase by even a point or 2 with 4 uses of divine abilities is exceedingly difficult. You expect to enhance by over 40 points? Impossible." "No," Professor Yuan declared with conviction. "Zhou Ku is not lying. I am aware that there exists a circumstance capable of significantly elevating one's magical essence levels. That is, to unleash one's divine card abilities to their utmost potential, thereby garnering the attention of the deities." Upon hearing the professor's words, Zhou Ku reflected on his 4 instances of triggering divine cards. The first instance, the Plum Blossom, allowed him to alter probabilities, successfully escaping death while earning the qualification assessment and even turning the tables on an assassin from the Skeleton Society. The second instance, the Heart of 7, was a mind-reading ability that he activated during battle. Though it seemed inconsequential at first, he maximized its potential, using mind-reading to control a tentacled monster, ultimately leading to its demise. The third instance, the Square of 8, involved the ability of disguise. This time, the power was employed with exceptional efficacy as he impersonated Su Chenxi, deceiving the other 2 kings into a fateful encounter, achieving a double kill, and triumphing in the first phase of the comprehensive assessment. The fourth instance, the Spade, granted him dominion over lightning. Rather than employing it merely for direct assault, he ingeniously utilized the conductivity of water to eliminate an entire lake's worth of individuals in one fell swoop. In each occasion, Zhou Ku adeptly harnessed the characteristics of his abilities, transcending their mere functions and achieving additional outcomes, indeed aligning with the professor's notion of maximizing potential. Perhaps it was these actions that earned him such an abundance of magical essence points. Zhou Ku, this magical essence detector, valued at a staggering 10,000 dragon coins, is yours, Professor Yuanxing proclaimed, patting Zhou Ku on the shoulder. Zhou Ku was taken aback. "How can this be? I cannot accept such a precious gift." I have always held admiration for exceptional students, and your performance has utterly transformed my perspective. A lesser lineage can still yield a genius. I must thank you for attending my class. This is my personal token of appreciation, and you must accept it, insisted Professor Yuanxing. "From now on, you can check your magical essence points anytime and anywhere. It is incredibly convenient." Reluctantly, Zhou Ku accepted the gift, replying, "Thank you, Professor. I will forever remember this kindness." Indeed, Possessing this artifact would prove to be exceedingly convenient in the future. Zhou tucked it into his pocket. However, despite the surge in his magical essence levels and the receipt of a magical essence detector, Zhou did not feel particularly elated. For at that moment, the first prophecy of the prophet's skull had come to fruition. He learned of his current magical essence level, 87. This meant that the second prophecy was about to unfold. Zhou grasped the lighter in his pocket. Within the pocket, there lay not only the lighter, but also a vial of fireproof potion. This was an item he had encountered during the previous comprehensive assessment, which had spared him from the flame's wrath. When the prophet's skull foretold the necessity of the lighter, Zhou resolved to prepare thoroughly. With the incendiary tool at hand, it was prudent to also have a means of fireproofing. He discovered that the school's laboratory possessed such a potion. Fortuitously, the student on duty that day was a young girl, a devoted fan of his. Thus, he employed his charismatic charm to borrow the vial of fireproof potion. Of course, the borrowing was executed through a blend of sleight of hand and persuasive conversation. Indeed, Zhou, you have yet to complete the assault test on the automaton. I must prepare a superior magical device for you. Professor Yuan Xing retrieved another crystal orb from beneath the podium. The previous one, which malfunctioned, was intended for students with magical essence levels below 50. Hence, your attempt resulted in its explosion. This new orb, however, is suitable for those with magical essence levels ranging from 50 to 100. Here, take it. Professor Yuan extended his hand, presenting the new crystal orb to Zhou. Chapter 52. The Awakening of the Undead upon receiving it. Zhou immediately sensed that this crystal orb was markedly more stable than the previous one. A gentle luminescence emanated from the orb, devoid of the tremors and potential for explosion that characterized its predecessor. Holding a magical device, he focused intently on the automaton before him, his eyes gradually filling with a palpable aura of lethal intent. The magical essence coursed through his body, and he felt energy coalescing at the center of the crystal orb. With a swift motion, power erupted forth. A gale coalesced into a massive blade of wind, cleaving towards the automaton's chest. The force was far more intense than anything unleashed by Yiling Tian or Su Chenxi. The blade struck the automaton, propelling it forcefully against the classroom wall. In an instant, a tremendous fissure marred the surface of one wall, leaving Zhou's strike having torn through the very structure of the classroom. Excellent. Professor Yuan applauded enthusiastically, seemingly unconcerned about the damage. I have never witnessed such formidable power. 100 points. As Zhou prepared to retract his strength, the automaton suddenly stirred. The once lifeless figure sprang upright with a jolt. At that moment, the entire class was rendered speechless. The automaton is alive? A student exclaimed, bewildered. The automaton stood, its eyes opening to reveal a sinister crimson glow. Creaking and groaning, its joints began to move. It spoke, its voice dark and parched. The living must die. In an instant, it lunged towards Zhou, who had anticipated this and swiftly dodged to the side, evading the attack. From a moment Zhou first laid eyes on this training automaton, he sensed something amiss. The yellowed fabric and decaying flesh revealed its true nature. A creature from the comprehensive assessment, known as the undead. Despite previous students attacking it, the undead had shown no reaction. Just as before, the undead remained dormant during the king's trial, likely requiring specific trigger conditions to awaken. The awakening of the undead is conditional, Zhou surmised. Perhaps this very trait is what led to this creature being chosen as a training automaton. Yet he remained cautious, vigilant against the automaton's potential assault, enabling him to evade the undead's ambush flawlessly. Nonetheless, this particular specimen was evidently more formidable than those encountered during the comprehensive assessment. Its speed and reflexes far surpassed those of the mindless corpses previously encountered. Just as Zhou regained his footing, the undead lunged at him once more. The time had come. Zhou tightened his grip on the lighter in his hand. Fire. He distinctly remembered that Tang Xian had once said that the undead could not be killed. The only means to eradicate them was through fire. Just as Zhou was about to retrieve his lighter, a warning rang out. Danger. Step aside quickly. Professor Yuan Xing reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke lowered his hand, which had been grasping the lighter. Indeed, there was still a professor present in this classroom. As a distinguished professor of the spade suit's divine cards, he ought to be more adept at handling such monstrosities than Zhou Ke himself. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ke obediently stepped back, allowing the professor to confront the threat alone. The undead, thwarted by Yuan Xing, seemed quite displeased and lunged forward immediately. Yuan Xing clutched his spade, 2 divine card, and bellowed. Spade, break through the myriad armies. Blade, sever the enemy's soul. With a loud clap, the undead's body trembled violently. Yet it merely staggered back a step before regaining its original speed, charging at Yuan Xing once more. Yuan Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the undead's continued mobility. In his advanced stage, he could not evade in time and was bitten on the shoulder. The students were left speechless. How could this be? Professor Yuan Xing's spade, 2 divine card, in theory, should have been a guaranteed lethal strike against a single life form. Why did this creature show no response? Zhou Ke was equally astonished, not by the undead's apparent invulnerability, but rather by the ignorance displayed by his classmates and Professor Yuan Xing. What is wrong with you? Do you not understand that this creature cannot be killed? Zhou Ke shouted at his peers. The other students wore expressions of confusion, shaking their heads in unison. All right, Professor, do you not know what the undead are? Zhou Ke implored anxiously once again. Relying on his mastery of divine cards, Professor Yuan Xing managed to force the undead back a step. I don't know what the hell the undead are. Yuan Xing seemed incredulous that his divine card could not vanquish a mere ragged creature. In a frenzied state, he relentlessly unleashed his divine powers upon the undead. Yet these attacks evidently had no significant effect, instead provoking the creature to fight even more fiercely. In the midst of their struggle, the undead gained the upper hand once more, biting Yuan Xing's arm. Stop! The undead cannot be killed. They possess no life. Zhou Ke shouted once again. However, Professor Yuan Xing was beyond the point of listening. He was gravely injured, blood pouring from his wounds, nearly losing consciousness. Why? Zhou Ke pondered in confusion. Did Professor Yuan, as an educator, not know what the undead were? The surrounding students displayed fear, retreating in haste. Those quick to react had already fled the classroom to summon other professors. Zhou Ke glanced at his classmates, who bore expressions of ignorance. It seemed that everyone in the classroom, save for himself, had never encountered the undead before. Zhou Ke closed his eyes, calming himself, and immediately deduced the reason. Indeed, ever since he had left the comprehensive testing simulation, he had perused countless books in the library, yet none had ever introduced knowledge about the undead. His understanding of the undead was solely derived from what he had heard from Tang Xine. Had he never encountered Tang Xine, he would likely have been as bewildered and lost as those students. Yet, Zhou Ke distinctly recalled Tang Xine stating that only fire could vanquish the undead. He was the sole bearer of this knowledge, which meant that only he could obliterate the creature before his classmates. With this thought, a plan swiftly formed in his mind. Zhou Ke immediately turned to Su Chenxi, who was raising her spade-shaped divine card, poised to conjure a weapon and join the fray. Stop! No one should attempt to attack this monster. Tiskiviko commanded urgently. Su Chenxi, gather the professor and everyone else, and exit this classroom at once. What? Su Chenxi hesitative, her actions faltering. Then what will you do? Have no fear, I have a plan, Zhou Ke replied, stepping forward to capture the attention of the undead. If I am not mistaken, your target must be me, correct? The undead halted its pursuit of Yuan Xing, glanced at Zhou Ke, and in an instant, lunged toward him. Zhou Ke gripped his lighter tightly, a smile of triumph curling his lips. The bait had been taken. Fire has the power to create wondrous magic. Hideous creature, prepare to embrace the purifying flames. Chapter 53. For a greater purpose, the undead emitted a strange hissing sound as it lunged toward Zhou Ke. He deftly dodged its attack. At that moment, everyone in the classroom had fled outdoors, rendering the space spacious and allowing Zhou Ke to unleash his full potential. He retrieved a vial of fireproof solution, uncorked it, and downed it in one swift motion. With a decisive motion, he discarded the glass bottle, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the air. A warm sensation enveloped him. He knew the fireproof solution had taken effect, rendering him impervious to flames. He raised his lighter slightly. Tang Xin had proclaimed that only fire could destroy the undead. Previously, due to the overwhelming number of undead, Zhouke had refrained from igniting a flame. But now the moment had come to test the truth of her words. Tang Xin, I hope you are correct, he whispered to himself. In a swift motion, he tossed the lighter into the air. It spun gracefully, its silver surface glinting softly. Time seemed to slow infinitely. Even the undead appeared momentarily stunned. Zhouke lunged forward, seizing the crystal ball artifact from the podium. A mere lighter would not suffice to unleash the devastating power needed. The lighter contained a spark plug, designed to ignite, theoretically. Under impact, it would explode, capable of producing a fireball with a diameter of 30 centimeters. This would be ample to ignite an undead creature wrapped in flammable fabric. Yet, Zhouke was unwilling to gamble on a potentially flawed plan. He sought absolute victory. He grasped the crystal ball, aimed it at the spiraling lighter, and concentrated, channeling the essence of magic into it. Boom! The magical power of the crystal ball amplified the explosive force of the lighter exponentially. In an instant, the lighter morphed and detonated, a fireball surging forth from its center, rapidly expanding. The temperature within the room surged dramatically. The undead seemed to finally grasp the imminent peril, screeching and attempting to escape the heart of the flames. Yet, how could its speed possibly compare to the instantaneous explosion? The fireball's diameter expanded relentlessly, soon engulfing the entire chamber. In an instant, the tattered strips of cloth adorning the undead were ignited, as it feebly flailed its decayed arms, struggling in agony. Zhouke stood amidst the flames, impervious to the searing heat, merely experiencing a peculiar tingling sensation. He calmly observed the undead writhe and struggle in torment within the inferno. The strips of cloth fell away. Zhouke distinctly noted a black skull tattoo revealed upon the undead's body. Ah, indeed, it is once again you. I have stated before, send as many as you wish. I shall slay them all. The undead, which had been writhing in distress, suddenly halted, remaining motionless, only emitting a hissing sound. It's hollow. Red glowing eye sockets fixated intently on Zhouke. For a greater purpose. Upon uttering this phrase, it appeared to expend all its remaining strength, collapsing to the ground. For a greater purpose? What aspirations could a mere corpse possess? Zhouke regarded the lifeless form on the ground with suspicion. Boom! Flames once more scorched, filling the entire classroom. Desks and chairs were reduced to ashes. Outside the classroom, countless students stared at the closed door in disbelief. As the classroom succumbed to raging flames, they were utterly stunned. Had Zhouke lost his mind? Was he intent on perishing along with that monster? Gasps of incredulity erupted among the students. Impossible. He is the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. Zhouke will be fine. Su Chenxi watched the classroom door intently. Despite her words, her tightly clenched fists, beads of sweat seeping from her hair, and her slightly pale lips betrayed her inner anxiety. Who would emerge alive from that door? Zhouke or the monster? Bang! The door swung open. Out came the undead. The students gaped in horror as the undead flailed its arms and let out a chilling howl, its complexion turning ashen in an instant. Ha ha! I'm not joking. Look at how frightened you all are. Zhouke, who had been concealed behind the undead's body, suddenly peered out, releasing his grip on the undead's arm and casually tossing it aside. Do not worry, it is thoroughly dead. Zhouke nonchalantly kicked the charred remains of the undead. Behind him, the roaring flames blazed, causing a gentle breeze to tousle his hair. He stretched languidly, completely unscathed. Su Chenxi, witnessing Zhouke's actions, seemed almost amused by his audacity. In such perilous circumstances, Zhouke still had the presence of mind to jest. The campus fire brigade, upon seeing Zhouke emerge unscathed, promptly commenced extinguishing the flames. Zhouke, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a large bag of snacks in hand, returned to his dormitory. Welcome back, superstar. As soon as he pushed open the door, a cheeky voice echoed through the room. Zhang Yang's mischievous grin approached, brandishing his phone. Superstar, You've made it onto the campus confession wall again. What? Zhoukou immediately took the phone. Confession. Zhoukou from the elite class. He saved the professor and the entire class from a terrifying monster. And when he emerged, he looked incredibly handsome. Accompanying this was a meme that read, Zhoukou, love, crazy fan. Below, countless comments followed. Is this true? I heard that Professor Yuan Xing from the Spade Department couldn't harm that monster. Yet, Zhoukou single-handedly defeated it? It's true. I witnessed it with my own eyes and even took a photo. It's true, I saw it myself. I'm Zhoukou's classmate. It's true, I saw it myself. I'm a classroom blackboard. Zhoukou returned the phone, shaking his head in resignation. Zhang Yang chuckled. How can you look this handsome in class? So far, Zhoukou had ignited numerous trending topics on campus. From the moment he enrolled, causing a citywide blackout for 5 seconds, to the 3 rounds of freshman assessments. And now this class, he had ascended to the top of the campus popularity chart. Zhang Yang opened another interface, showcasing a list independently created by the students of the esteemed school, ranking their popularity. Before Zhoukou's arrival, the top spot had been a constant rotation among Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, and Lu Yingming. After Su Qinxi's brief reign at the top, Zhoukou had now become a household name, firmly securing the first position with a popularity score even double that of the second place, Zhuang Xingyao. Indifferent to the superficiality of it all, Zhoukou handed the phone back to Zhang Yang and offered him the large bag of snacks. What's this? Zhang Yang blinked in Zhon Fuxian. For you. For me? Zhang Yang's eyes brightened with excitement. Yes. Zhoukou generously handed over all the snacks, saying, to thank you for your selfless sacrifice during the comprehensive assessment. Here's your food back. Zhang Yang accepted without hesitation, remarking, who are we to each other? Just let me borrow your homework in the future. Despite his jest, he tore open a bag of chips and poured them into his mouth. Zhoukou sighed, but we're in different classes. How can you copy my homework? After the 3 rounds of assessments, Zhoukou, having secured the top rank in his grade, was naturally placed in the best class, the elite class. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Tang Xian found themselves in the ordinary class. There was no alternative, as everyone else scored 0 in the final round except for Zhoukou. Thus, the school had to rank students based on lineage test results and the scores from the first round of comprehensive assessments. Zhoukou sat on his bed, contemplating the final words of that living dead. For greater purpose. What could that possibly mean? A more ambitious goal refers to the objectives of the undead or the Skull Society. It is evident that the undead, adorned with a black skull emblem, belongs to the Skull Society. This indicates that the Skull Society has never ceased its relentless pursuit of its own. Suddenly, Zhoukou stood up, donned his coat, and prepared to leave. Where are you headed? Zhang Yang inquired, his words muffled by the chips he was munching. I'm going to find Tang Xian and ask her something. As Zhoukou passed by the school hospital, his steps unexpectedly faltered. Perhaps it would be prudent to pay a visit to that individual before meeting Tang Xian. The student on duty at the school hospital was a girl. As Zhoukou approached, she spoke without lifting her gaze. Visitors must register their names. Zhoukou, he replied. Upon hearing this name, the girl abruptly looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It's really you. Could you please give me your autograph? Zhoukou chuckled in disbelief. The fate of becoming a celebrity is such that one invariably encounters fans wherever one goes. He quickly signed his name and hurried towards the ward. Professor, I've come to see you. Zhoukou placed a bouquet of flowers on the bedside. Professor Yuan Xing was covered in bite marks and, upon hearing Zhoukou's voice, struggled to sit up. Professor, please lie down, Zhoukou urged. Yuan Xing sighed as he reclined, alas. This is the first time I've encountered such a significant incident during a lecture. I never expected a teaching mannequin to come to life. Zhoukou hesitated for a moment before asking, do you truly not know what an undead is? Undead? Professor Yuan responded, puzzled. This is the first time I've heard of it. Is that the mannequin? We've been using it as a teaching tool for decades. And today marks the first incident. Zhoukou shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, Professor, I have another question. Have you heard of for a more ambitious goal? As soon as Zhoukou spoke, Professor Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. He began to cough violently, his eyes filled with fear. Where did you hear this phrase? Zhoukou answered candidly, from that mannequin. Professor Yuan widened his eyes again. Zhou Ku. This phrase is a motto of the Skull Society. They utter it each time they engage in a killing spree. Zhou Ku continued. So, what exactly is their goal? Professor Yuan shook his head. I don't know. No one knows. Their modus operandi has always been enigmatic. Despite possessing such formidable power, they neither seek wealth nor pursue official positions. They solely engage in murder. However, as for the ambitious goal, I cannot ascertain what it is. Yet their short-term objective is quite evident. At this point, Professor Yuan gazed at Zhou Ku with a sorrowful expression. To eliminate you. They have never missed their target. Zhou Ku furrowed his brow. They have already failed. I have evaded 3 assassination attempts. He vividly recalled each occasion. The first was during a game of Russian roulette when a hooded figure was shot. The second occurred on the subway when he severed the throat of a tentacled creature. The third happened today as the undead acted as the assassin. Professor Yuan's tone suddenly shifted to an unusual solemnity. You have not escaped. Have you not realized? They have dispatched mere half-human monstrosities. Not a single authentic member of the Skeleton Society has been lost. This indicates that the true lethal strike still lies ahead. His eyes turned mournful once more. The Skeleton Society's motto, for a greater purpose, is rooted in their unwavering commitment to avoid meaningless endeavors. Their recent failures in pursuit may well be deliberate. Deliberate? Kiskiviko pondered momentarily. Child, you're the most gifted student I have ever encountered. Although the Skeleton Society has never faltered, I sincerely hope you will be the exception. Zhou Ku reflected deeply. Rest assured, Professor. More than anyone, I desire to survive. He rose and politely bowed, saying, I shall not intrude upon your recovery any longer. I have a friend to visit. Professor Yuan suddenly interjected. Wait a moment. I almost forgot. As he rummaged through his bedside, he eventually produced an item. Here, take this. Zhou Ku accepted a small vial of purple liquid. As I mentioned, I shall reward the most outstanding student in class with a bottle of essence of magic. He gestured towards the vial. How could I forget? Thank you, Professor. Zhou Ku replied with courtesy. Upon exiting the infirmary, he continued toward his intended destination. You have survived today, an ethereal voice suddenly emerged. Zhou Ku quickly retreated to a secluded corner, opened his backpack, and retrieved the green glowing crystal skull. Why do you speak like a ghost, without any greeting? All right, you are dead, so it makes sense. The prophet's skull remained unresponsive to Zhou Ku's jest. I am pleased to see you have heeded my prophecy. For in that classroom, no one could contend with that creature. Had you not carried a lighter, you would have perished in the clutches of that living corpse. Then, the entire school would have reported on your funeral. Zhou Ku waved his hand dismissively. All right, I acknowledge your contribution. Now, what else is there? I suggest you give that bottle of essence of magic to the girl you are about to visit. Zhou Ku tentatively inquired. Cannot I keep it for myself? Your magical essence level is rising swiftly. You have no need for such a potion. Consuming it would merely be wasteful. And let us not pretend otherwise. You had already intended to do so. Zhou Ku chuckled lightly. That thought is hardly concealed from you. Indeed, I wish to offer a gift to express my gratitude to my companions. The prophet's skull fell silent for 2 seconds. I see you have further inquiries. Ask away. Zhou Ku sighed softly. The relics of the divine truly hold significance. I shall pose my question. How does one achieve ascension with the divine token? Chapter 55. Birthday gift, would you like to know? I shall not divulge it. I knew it. Because you shall soon discover for yourself. Zhou Ku's initial resignation swiftly transformed into curiosity. What? I mentioned that the secret of the divine's ascension is something you will discover on your own, without needing my guidance. Zhou Ku swiftly inquired. Isn't it said that the divine's ascension is known to no one? That is merely a conclusion drawn by you humans, as stated in textbooks. In truth, there are those who have long since uncovered the secrets of the divine's ascension. They have simply never made it public. Zhou Ku continued to press. When will I learn of it? The skull fell silent for 2 seconds, then spoke softly. When you find yourself under the grip of an inescapable death curse, you will be ensnared in a perilous state of life and death. Only then will you discover the method of divine's ascension. Zhou Ku asked, how long might that situation last? Sooner than you might imagine. Approximately within a month. as Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. He quickly retrieved his phone and opened the Notes app. He created a new note titled Prophecy from the Speaking Skull and began typing furiously. Within a month, I will fall victim to an inescapable death curse. Only then shall I uncover the secrets of divine's ascension. You know, the skull remarked. A good memory is inferior to a poor pen. Zhou candidly replied, I admit that you, as a skull, possess some remarkable abilities. Truly, being one of the 14 divine relics, your 2 prophecies have both come to pass. If I hadn't heeded your advice to bring a lighter, I might have met my end. Therefore, I plan to meticulously record all your key points and act accordingly. The prophet's skull fell silent for 2 seconds, then said, You are quite an intriguing human, more intelligent than anyone I have encountered before. Thus, I shall offer you another piece of advice. Zhou gazed into its eye sockets. Please go ahead. Do not acquiesce to that girl's request. Zhou diligently noted this down. That girl must be Tang Xi, right? Rest assured, I shall heed your counsel. I will not grant her any of her requests. Aren't you curious about the reason? Isn't it for you to reveal? In order to attempt to preserve your life. Zhou nodded, adding another note. Refusing Tang Xi's request is aimed at preserving my life. He had already decided not to delve into the meaning of the prophet's skull's prophecy. Ultimately, it would undoubtedly prove accurate. After packing away the prophet's skull, Zhou had scarcely taken 2 steps when another familiar, piercing voice suddenly rang out. Hello, my child. Do you remember me? It was another deity, the clown god. What brings you here? I simply felt a twinge of annoyance, seeing you so chummy with other deities. Are you really jealous of a god? That prophet is merely a skull. Not at all. In life, she was a striking beauty. What? You say the prophet's skull was female? Zhou struggled to reconcile the ethereal voice with the image of a beautiful woman. Ah, deities possess no gender. However, by human standards, her appearance in life would certainly qualify her as a beauty. What does it matter? After all, she's just a skull now. Suddenly, Zhou recalled something and inquired again. What happens if I ascend to the divine rank? How will my ability strengthen? The jester god exclaimed. You finally asked the question. If you elevate to the divine rank, all the abilities you acquire will be at the strength level of your ascension. Not only that, but perhaps the restrictions on ability activation, the random selection mechanism, and the limitation of one-time use will all be lifted. After this, you will truly become the owner of 52 abilities, a hexagonal warrior. Such power? At that moment, Zhou felt an intense yearning to ascend to the divine rank. If these limitations could be abolished, he would genuinely become the master of 52 abilities. Having obtained the information he sought from the jester god, Zhou continued towards Tang Xi's classroom. As he approached, the crowd thickened. Many clusters of young girls, upon seeing Zhou nearing, gazed with starry eyes and whispered among themselves, Wow, look, it's Zhou. So handsome. Why is he in a regular class? Could he be looking for someone? Who could it be? Zhou sighed, disregarding the surrounding chatter. He finally understood why Su Chenxi always wore a black mask. It turns out that being a celebrity and avoiding attention is quite troublesome. Inside the regular classroom, several girls surrounded Tang Xi, chattering excitedly. What should we eat tonight after class? I want to go to the barbecue place outside school. Tang Xi, isn't today your birthday? Did you receive any gift from the boys? I just started school. Who would give me gifts? Tang Xi replied bashfully, scratching her head. How could that be? You're so adorable. Look outside the window. One girl exclaimed, pointing outside. There, leaning casually against the wall, was a handsome boy. Oh, it's Zhou. He came to our class. Tang Xi, could he be looking for you? I heard you were teammates during the freshman assessment. Tang Xi felt a surge of pride at that moment. Blushing, she dashed out of the classroom. Zhou had not anticipated that his appearance would attract so much attention. Had he known, he would have called Tang Xi to meet elsewhere. Fortunately, before he could find Tang X, a small figure emerged on her own. Brother Zhou, are you looking for me? She tried her best to calm her emotions, yet excitement still colored her tone. It's too crowded here. Let us talk somewhere else. Zhou said, pulling Tang Xi away. Finally escaping the group of giggling girls, Zhou teased, Tang Xi, it seems you can't escape the nickname attention magnet now. Tang Xi patted her cheeks, There's nothing I could do about it. Brother Zhou, you are a big star? Hee. It turns out being an attention magnet feels quite nice. Tang Xin had just been whisked away by the renowned star of the school, and in that moment, she felt as though she had stepped straight out of a novel as the leading lady. Observing the jubilant expression on Tang Xin's face, Zhou was suddenly reminded of her during the recent comprehensive assessment, her petite frame brandishing a bomb to draw the enemy's attention, sacrificing herself for him, only to be reduced to charred remains. A wave of sadness washed over him. He extended a vial of magical essence towards her, saying, "Here, a gift for you." Wow. Tang Xin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Zhou, how did you know today is my birthday?" "Thank you for the birthday gift." "Birthday?" Zhou was momentarily taken aback. "Skull, you truly have a knack for this," he murmured. It was the seer's skull that had advised him to present this vial to Tang Xin, serendipitously aligning it with her birthday. Seer's skull, was this also part of your calculations? He cleared his throat lightly, muttering, "Happy birthday to you." However, Zhou's true intention in coming here was not merely to bestow gifts. He sought to extract from Tang Xin the reason behind her knowledge of the living dead. By first pleasing her, he hoped to coax the information out more easily. Tang Xin toyed with the magical essence vial, enchanted by it. "I heard this potion not only rapidly boosts magical levels, but also tastes delightful," she exclaimed, uncorking the bottle. "Zhou, let me have a taste." Zhou nodded, "Yes. Please do, it is indeed for you." With joy, Tang Xin brought the vial to her lips and drank it in one swift motion. "Wow, it's truly sweet." "Zhou, thank you for your gift." Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. "Oh right, Zhou, I have one more request." "What is it?" Zhou feigned indifference, though he was already bracing himself for her response. As anticipated, the seer's skull had predicted that Tang Xin would make a request. He had resolved to refuse her, regardless of what she might ask. "Do you want?" But before Tang Xin could finish her sentence, her right hand trembled violently, and the empty vial clattered to the ground. Her expression suddenly stiffened, and she began to convulse. In the next moment, Tang Xin collapsed to the floor, frothing at the mouth, her eyes rolling back. She writhed on the cold ground, emitting agonizing cries of distress. Chapter 56. Poison gasping. Tang Xin struggled on the floor, her complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple, her throat producing intermittent cries of anguish. She had been poisoned. Zhou immediately realized that the vial of magical essence was tainted. Reacting swiftly, he scooped Tang Xin up from the ground and raced towards the school infirmary. This symptom was unprecedented. The school doctor, upon witnessing Tang Xin's condition, widened her eyes in horror. "Is there no treatment available?" Zhou asked anxiously. Tang Xin lay on the hospital bed, still frothing at the mouth, and a nearby ECG monitor displayed erratic readings. She hovered on the brink of death, at any moment within the grasp of the Grim Reaper. Her struggles weakened, yet her breaths grew increasingly faint. All the medical staff present could see that Tang Xin was a mere breath away from death. Kiskiviko. Tang Xin's eyes remained tightly shut. "What?" Zhou was slightly taken aback, immediately grasping her hand. However, Tang Xin uttered only a single cry before slipping back into a state of unconscious moaning. "Is there truly no one who can save her?" Kiskiviko Soteth. Suddenly, one of the school nurses had a thought. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed. "Professor, please send Lu Ming over at once." "Lu Ming?" Zhou immediately inquired. "Can he really heal Tang Xin?" The nurse hesitated. "I don't know, but his divine card ability is related to healing, and his magical energy level is quite high. Perhaps he can help." "When will he arrive?" "He'll be here shortly." Zhou nodded and returned to the ward. "Tang Xin, can you hear me? Someone is coming to save you." Tang Xin, eyes tightly shut and body convulsing, seemed to calm significantly upon hearing Zhou's voice. He noticed her faintly nodding. Tang Xin's once pretty face was now turning purple, twisted in agony. Zhou clenched his fists. In this moment, he realized that Tang Xin was teetering on the brink of death. "Little standout, you must hold on." He recalled the first time he met Tang Xin, a petite girl with a ponytail standing in the center of the playground, urging everyone to cease their mutual slaughter. But as soon as the rules were announced, she was struck by a stray bullet. At that time, he did not know her name and merely nicknamed her little standout. Later, he encountered Tang Xian again. She was then advocating for her classmates not to fear Yiling Tian, only to be met with violent bullying. After Zhou Ku drove Yiling Tian away, Tang Xian even lied to the professor to help him evade responsibility for the fight. It was then that Zhou Ku discovered he had a little fan of magic within the school. Subsequently, Tang Xian joined the Red Heart Nation, becoming Zhou Ku's ally. During a comprehensive assessment, when they faced the attack of the undead, she resolutely used the sharp edge of her divine card to cut her own wrist, releasing blood to lure the attackers. Zhou Ku understood that Tang Xian was not merely a decorative teammate. She was a little madcap. Later, when Zhou Ku found himself immobilized, it was Tang Xian who quickly devised the idea of impersonating him. Alone, she faced hundreds of enemies without hesitation, igniting a bomb and perishing alongside them. She was torn to pieces by the explosion. At that moment, Zhou Ku felt a stir of emotions at the thought of Tang Xian's demise. But that was all a fade. In the examination room, no matter how tragic the death, one would always return to their original state upon returning to reality. Yet now, this was reality. Tang Xian lay in pain on the hospital bed, struggling at the threshold of death, while Zhou Ku felt utterly powerless. Bang! Zhou Ku suddenly slammed his fist against the ground. He loathed himself. He despised his own helplessness. Though everyone called him a genius, genius does not equate to omnipotence. He wished to utilize his divine card to revive Tang Xian, but his divine ability had yet to be activated. Zhou Ku had never given it much thought before, but now he realized that his powers were not particularly strong. The only divine card held all abilities. However, the triggering conditions remain concealed, and the acquired abilities are entirely random. Furthermore, each ability can only be employed once, imposing numerous restrictions. He suddenly recalled the words of Professor Chen Yun from a couple of days ago. People cannot resist the desire for power. One day, you will yearn immensely to become a deity. At that moment, Zhou Ku had not fully comprehended the meaning of those words, but now he felt their profound significance. If he possessed a higher-grade divine card, he could eliminate these constraints on ability activation. He could, like a god, merely gesture to realize anything, including resurrecting Tang Xian. At this moment, an intense yearning to enhance his own power surged within him. If only he were a bit stronger, Tang Xian could return to life. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room burst open. Senior Lu Yingming rushed in. Zhou Ku immediately exclaimed, "Senior, please save my friend." Without hesitation, Lu Yingming bent down to assess Tang Xian's condition. His typically stoic expression momentarily revealed astonishment. "What kind of poison is this? I've never seen anything like it." Upon hearing Lu Yingming's words, Zhou Ku's heart sank. "What? Senior, you can't help her either?" Lu Yingming's expression turned grave. "I can only attempt it. My divine card is square 10, and my ability is purification, which removes all specified substances. Perhaps it can cleanse the toxins within her body." As he spoke, he softly recited an incantation. Square transforms all phenomena. 10 purges the murky dust. Zhou Ku observed that the back of Lu Yingming's divine card was made of silver. His magical energy level surpassed 100, qualifying as silver grade. A faint glow emanated around Tang Xian. The girl gradually ceased her trembling and slowly calmed down. The readings on the medical instruments nearby also stabilized at safe levels. Tang Xian had returned from the brink of death. Zhou Ku let out a long sigh of relief. Yet he was engulfed by profound guilt. His own divine card could indeed transform into square 10. He could have saved Tang Xian. However, his divine card's level was too low, preventing him from freely employing his abilities. The conditions for activating his powers remained hidden and undiscovered. Had Senior Lu Yingming arrived, even a moment later, he would have been forced to watch a life wither before his eyes. After this incident, Zhou Ku yearned desperately to learn the triggering conditions of his divine card, so he could wield his powers freely. Suddenly, the medical equipment beside him began to emit urgent alarms. "Tang Xin convulsivamente, screaming agony." Lu Yingming's face turned pale. "This is bad. I made an error. The poison she is cannot simply be purified. It will accelerate her demise. It was the first time his voice trembled so. What? Even Lu Yingming, with his silver-grade healing ability, could not save Tang Xian. What hope did he have left? Tang Xian's screams grew louder, more tragic. She coughed violently, blood gushing from her mouth. Lu Yingming, clutching his head, bowed down and murmured, "This trait, no, I have definitely seen it before." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "I've remembered." Lu Yingming swiftly turned to Zhou Ku. "Only you can save her." Zhou Ku immediately responded, "What must I do?" Lu Yingming pondered for a moment, his expression fraught with urgency, seemingly recalling, "This poison is targeted. Its name is targeted toxin. Just like an arrow must strike its mark, this poison must sense its target to dissolve. And the target of the toxin is you, Zhou Ku. Your part. You must feed her a part of yourself to neutralize the poison." "What? A part of myself?" Without hesitation, Zhou Ku swiftly plucked a strand of his hair. He then snatched a bottle of antidote from the school nurse's hands, dissolving his hair within it. He rushed forward, disregarding Tang Xian's bloodied state, and administered the mixture to her. Tang Xian's lips had already turned purple, her movements unconscious. She struggled to swallow the remedy. After a few moments, Tang Xian ceased trembling, her breathing becoming steady. The medical instruments indicated that her vital signs were stabilizing. Tang Xian had returned from the brink of death. Phew! The school nurse wiped the cold sweat from her brow. She still needs to rest for a while. But she is no longer in danger. Why did you deceive me? After leaving the infirmary, in a secluded corner, Zhou Ku raised the prophet's skull high. "If you utter another falsehood, I shall shatter you at once." "I did not deceive you." The voice of the prophet's skull was remarkably calm. "You are omniscient. You knew all along that the potion contained poison. You still wanted me to present it as a gift to Tang Xian. I have stated before, all my advice is aimed at preserving your life. The rest is of no concern to me. Then why not simply instruct me to discard it?" The prophet's skull fell silent. 2 seconds later, it spoke. "I am omniscient. I am fully aware of your innermost thoughts. The masquerade you performed before your senior and the school nurse need not be repeated before me." "What do you mean?" Zhou Ku's tone suddenly turned frigid, his expression shifting from initial fury to calm composure. He furrowed his brows, fixating intently on the skull. "I merely offered suggestions in accordance with your desires. Ultimately, you were already aware the potion was poisoned, weren't you? You had long desired for someone to test the toxin, hadn't you? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that I intended to harm Tang Xian?" Though Zhou Ku still did not concede, his tone had lost the frantic urgency it held in the infirmary. This calm demeanor resembled that of conversing with an old friend. The eye sockets of the prophet's skull were hollow yet penetrating. 2 seconds later, it declared, "Zhou Ku, your cold-blooded madness has seeped into your very marrow. In this school, someone seeks your life, and you have always known. You have never relaxed your vigilance. You had already suspected the potion contained poison. You had long since perused the knowledge regarding targeted poisons in the library. From the first assassin, you extracted information about the existence of a skeleton society assassin within the school. Thus, you have been covertly seeking this individual." Zhou Ku feigned curiosity. "Oh? Are you implying that I suspect Tang Xian to be a member of the skeleton society?" "Certainly. Your visit to Tang Xian was not merely to inquire about the information concerning the undead. After that fateful lesson, you realized the connection between the undead and the skeleton society. Moreover, Tang Xian is the sole person privy to the secrets of the undead. In your eyes, her suspicion looms largest. Hence, you deliberately presented the poison to Tang Xian. If she dared not drink, you would have ensnared her." Upon hearing the recounting from the prophet's head, Zhou Ku's demeanor suddenly soured. He lowered his head, his expression cloaked in shadows. Pausing for an extended moment. After a while, he let out a chilling laugh, as if the prophet's head could indeed see through everything. "In that case, I shall cease my pretense. I must survive by any means necessary. Tang Xian is far too suspicious. Why did she publicly address the gathering at the entrance of the teaching building to garner my favor? What a coincidence that she is my fan. In the comprehensive assessment, why did she sacrifice herself for the team? Why did she not strive for her own survival? Years of navigating the harsh realities of life have taught me a fundamental truth. Every person acts in their own self-interest. The prophet's head remained silent. But you are mistaken. Tang Xin drank the potion. What if she truly is your ally? Perhaps she genuinely admires you? What if she sincerely cares for you? Zhou Ke's lips curled slightly. I am not devoid of compassion. For a true companion, I would not turn a blind eye to their peril. In the final moment, did I not administer the antidote to her? That was merely a desperate act after Lu Yingming recalled the antidote. Zhou Ke did not respond to this remark. Instead, he raised his gaze and approached a nearby window. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, yet his smile was frenzied. It is an unavoidable predicament. I must survive. All threats surrounding me must be eradicated. Suddenly, he remarked, "Are you familiar with Chow Chow?" What? The prophet's head seemed to encounter this unfamiliar term for the first time. He is a historical figure for my world. I am fond of a phrase he uttered. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. In many cultures, the jester is not merely a comedic role, but embodies terror, mystery, and madness. As a gentle breeze tousled Zhou Ke's hair, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window. The sunlight was warm, yet Zhou Ke's visage remained chillingly pale, almost ghostly. A broad smile curved at the corners of his mouth, his expression laced with mockery. Zhou Ke lifted his blood-stained hands, extending his fingers to the sides of his lips, then gently swiped them upwards at an angle. This action left behind 2 blood-red arcs, creating a sanguine smile. In that moment, Zhou Ke resembled a deranged jester. Chapter 58. The Welcome Party. So your objective is my immediate aim, of course, is to survive. I desire life more than anyone else. In this school, there are those who wish to take my life. I remain in the light, while he lurks in the shadows. This individual, intent on my demise, must have some connection to me. Therefore, it must be someone I know. For now, I can temporarily dismiss Tang Xin as a suspect. A multitude of familiar faces flashed through Zhou Ke's mind. Zhang Yang, Su Chenxi, Yiling Tian. These were all classmates. Li Hanfeng, Zhuang Xingyao, Lu Yingming. These were upperclassmen. Chen Yun, Yuan Xing, and the enigmatic principal could also harbor ill intentions. I shall devise a means to discern who it truly is. In the span of a single day, 2 assassination attempts against Zhou Ke had already occurred. He had no intention of remaining passive. He would take the initiative. Very well, since that is the case. Our goals align. You wish to survive, and I too wish to preserve your life. Go meet that girl. She should be awake now. Do not forget. Do not acquiesce to her request. Otherwise, you may perish. In the hospital room, Tang Xin, how are you feeling? Zhou Ke inquired with genuine concern as he sat at the head of the bed. I'm fine now, Tang Xin replied, her face pale and her voice weak. Brother Zhou, I heard you saved me. No, Zhou Ke responded with guilt. It is my fault. I failed to notice the poison in the magic essence. Tang Xin, still coughing, said, Brother Zhou, please don't say that. I heard the doctor mention that the poison in the magic essence was specifically designed for you. Had you ingested it, you would have lost your life within a second. She spoke with a hint of fear. Fortunately, it was I who consumed it. Zhou Ke paused for a moment, then took her hand. Danxin, Tangzu. By the way, before you took the medicine, it seemed you had a request for me. What was it? Though Zhou Ke posed the question, he had already resolved to refuse whatever Tang Xin might say. It's nothing of great importance, Tang Xin replied softly. I heard from our classmates that the school will host a welcome party at the end of this month. A welcome party? Zhou Ke had not anticipated that this was what Tang Xin wanted to discuss. The school's official website will likely announce it today. Although it is called a welcome party, every student will participate. Each grade will have a few slots to perform in front of the entire school, whether it be singing, dancing, or other acts. Su Den Li, Danxin Semet Bats Fun. Brother Zhou, will you participate? I just think that if you perform magic in front of the whole school, it will be incredibly impressive. Zhou Ke initially intended to refuse immediately. However, in an instant he hesitated. You mean in front of the entire school? Everyone would be watching? Danxin not that. The advice of the prophet's skull reverberated in his mind. Do not acquiesce to her request, or you shall perish. In this moment, Zhou Ke grasped the profound significance of these words. Contemplating Tang Xian's plea, he realized that if he performed at the welcome party, he would inevitably attract the attention of an assassin, thus sealing his fate. Yet, this also presented a unique opportunity to apprehend the killer. Suddenly, a brilliant idea surged within Zhou Ke's mind. Maintaining an outward composure, he secretly chuckled to himself. If I do not dare to challenge death, then I'm not truly alive. He lifted his gaze and addressed Tang X. Very well. I shall participate. Rest assured, I will deliver a grand and spectacular magic show before the entire school. He acquiesced to Tang Xian's request. For the first time in his life, Zhou Ke made a reckless decision. He chose to defy the counsel of the omniscient deity. What are you doing? The prophet's skull bellowed immediately upon leaving the hospital room. Did I not instruct you to refuse her? I have gone to great lengths to preserve your life, and you choose to engage in self-destruction? Did you not claim, more fervently than anyone, that you wish to survive, only to spout nonsense? The prophet's skull, a deity, was now unleashing an utterly furious roar. Zhou Ke, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, he uttered a seemingly unrelated remark. I have heard that you were a stunningly beautiful deity in your past life. The prophet's skull suddenly paused. What does that have to do with what I just said? It has everything to do with it, Zhou Ke replied with a smile. A beauty should not be angry. You madman. Zhou Ke ceased his jesting. Since you are still willing to converse with me, it indicates that my demise is not a foregone conclusion, is it? Therefore, is the future, the fate, certain for you? No. Fate is a web of probabilities. I merely perceive that if you refuse Tang Xian and do not make an appearance at the welcome party, you possess a significantly higher chance of survival. But if I must participate in the welcome party and earn the applause of the entire student body, your odds of survival are merely 1 in 52. Zhou Ke smiled faintly. That is sufficient. Quite favorable, in fact. What? Even if it were 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000, I would still take the gamble. Moreover, I shall certainly win. A mere 1 in 52. What is there to fear? Listen, Skull. You are indeed a relic of a deity. Your prophetic abilities are undeniably potent. However, you're not the only divine artifact in existence. You may glimpse the future, but you cannot discern the altered future. After uttering this statement, Zhou Ke did not wait for the skull to respond. He promptly stuffed it back into his bag. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and opened the memo titled Prophecies from the Talking Skull. He swiftly added 2 lines. Participate in the welcome party, survival probability, 1 in 52. Simultaneously, he bolded the probability figure. The number 52 was indeed quite fortuitous, Zhou Ke mused. Hello, clown god. Zhou Ke ventured to a secluded area and softly called into the air. I'm here. Hee. Are you missing me again? I wish to inquire. What would it appear to others if I were to publicly utilize my divine card? Oh ho ho, you have hit the nail on the head. Do you recall the bloodline test conducted upon your enrollment? What did that device reveal as your divine card? Zhou Ke nodded. Yes. The device indicated that my divine card is Plum Blossom. Precisely. That apparatus is the most exquisite detector in all of Longhua. Incapable of discerning the existence of the clown card, you may use it with complete assurance. Regardless of whether it is seen by human eyes or machines, they will perceive only the plum blossom. Even if you were to thrust the divine card in front of them, they would merely assume you were employing the powers of the plum blossom. By the way, haven't you taken the basic course on magical substances? Well, you learned about magical artifacts. When you activate your powers, your classmates will think you are wielding some peculiar magical instrument. That makes things easier. Oh, then why do you ask this? Of course, I am preparing to use my divine card once more in front of the entire school. Oh ho, my child. Have you forgotten something? The clown card cannot be used at will. To activate it, a hidden triggering condition must be fulfilled. Chapter 59. The 7 of the Skeleton Society. I'm aware of that. Zhou Ke's voice remained calm, devoid of surprise. Thus far, he had triggered the divine card's powers 4 times. Although each instance was a passive trigger, Zhou Ke had begun to discern a certain commonality among them. On the day of my 18th birthday, when I first received the divine card, you informed me that the condition to activate the clown card is hidden. However, I have formed a judgment regarding what this hidden condition entails, but it requires further verification. Zhou Ke picked up his clown card. The surface flipped at his fingertips, revealing the faint dark red patches. With a snap, he pinched one corner of the card between his fingers. At the welcome gala, I shall actively activate the divine card. I will unearth the triggering conditions of my powers. I shall present a flawless magic show to all students. I will connect the now with the future, breaking the limitation of 1 in 52 probabilities. I will dismantle the death prophecy imposed upon me by the seer's skull. In a corporate building, a man hurriedly entered an elevator. This elevator happened to be occupied solely by him, which suited his intentions perfectly. Ding! The man scanned his divine card and pressed a button for a certain floor. The elevator descended slowly. The man frequently glanced at his watch, his expression marked by anxiety. As the elevator approached its destination, he reached into the inner layer of his clothing, retrieving a mask, which he gradually donned over his face. The mask resembled a skull. Ding dong! The underground basement level has arrived. Originally, this should have been the company's underground parking lot, but as the elevator doors opened, what lay before the man was a dimly lit, shadowy room. The room remained unlit, illuminated only by countless rows of candles, reminiscent of a bygone era. The man slowly strolled into the room. Within, a long table was surrounded by 6 figures, all adorned with skull masks. Among them were men and women, some stout, others slender. The dimly lit surroundings rendered each silhouette indistinct and elusive. 3 individuals occupied the left side of the table, while 2 were seated to the right. At the head of the table sat a gaunt man, his hands interlaced, knuckles prominent, with his elbows resting upon the surface. "You're late, Greed," intoned the man at the head, his voice hoarse and parched, yet light, as if he were softly reciting a verse. "My apologies, arrogance. There were unforeseen circumstances at the school, which detained me," the man designated as Greed replied succinctly, pulling out an empty chair to his right. The screech of the chair's legs against the floor echoed sharply in the vacant room, but he paid it no heed as he took his seat. "Do not blame yourself. After all, we are all aware that you serve the leader, that you serve the Skull Society." The man, known as Arrogance, maintained a soft tone. "You're doing well. We are gradually drawing closer to our objective." Greed nodded slightly. "Indeed, thus far, I have adhered to the organization's plan, and no one at the school has suspected my involvement." Opposite Greed, a provocatively dressed woman cleared her throat. Leaning back against her chair, she swayed slightly, her tone laced with skepticism. "But do our actions truly benefit the leader? After all, our attempts on Zhou Ku have all ended in failure." Arrogance responded softly, "Of course. Lust, you need only follow the leader's plan. The Skull Society has its own arrangements." Lust, however, seemed unconvinced. "We have been working for the Skull Society for quite some time. Why is it that the leader has yet to meet us personally? And you, Arrogance, we have consistently followed your directives, yet how can we be certain that you are truly working for the leader?" Arrogance's voice revealed a hint of displeasure as he elevated his tone. "My loyalty to the leader is beyond reproach. The leader, though currently unavailable, entrusted me with his plans before his departure. I am directly accountable to him, while you are accountable to me." To Greed's right sat a corpulent man who interjected with a somewhat shrill voice. "Then why can't you disclose the leader's plans to us?" "Absolutely not." Arrogance's tone brooked no argument. "Keeping this information from you is part of the strategy. Gluttony, what the organization requires is not doubt, but action." The man known as Gluttony quickly replied, "I hold absolute loyalty to the leader and the organization." "Excellent." Arrogance resumed his previously lyrical tone. "Greed, repeat the orders you have received." "Yes." Greed promptly stated, "I remain at the school, receiving directives from the organization, and orchestrating assassination attempts against Zhou Ku in accordance with the leader's plan. To date, I have executed several missions. I dispatched hooded assassins, employing them in a game of Russian roulette. I sent out tentacled killers to carry out subway assaults. Furthermore, there were attacks by the undead, administering drugs infused with magical essence." Pride continued to inquire, "And what were the outcomes of these assassination attempts?" Greed articulated each word with precision. "All have failed." The remaining attendees collectively gasped, casting furtive glances at the expression of Pride. However, unexpectedly, clap, clap, clap. Pride slowly applauded, "Excellent. It appears you have completely grasped the leader's requirements." Greed nodded, his tone unmistakably clear. "Only failure is permitted. Success is not an option." Pride lightly tapped his forehead in satisfaction. "Including the assassination during the welcome party, it shall be the same." Greed, contact me via mobile when the time comes. Ensure that Joku's magic proceeds smoothly. Our ultimate strike will only be executed in the final second of his performance. He spoke in a melodic voice. An unbreakable death curse. Rising, he clenched his left fist to his chest. The flickering yellow flame of the candle danced with the wind, casting a soft glow upon Pride's mask. Beneath his dark golden skull mask, his eyes sparkled with arrogance. And all of this was for the purpose of swish. The sound of countless chairs shifting echoed. All others rose, left fists clenched to their chests. Their voices, a blend of male and female, some high-pitched and shrill, others hoarse and deep, resounded in unison, for a greater cause. Chapter 60. The Unbreakable Death Curse Inside the Dormitory. Joku, are you really going to participate in the welcome party? Zhang Yang's voice brimmed with excitement. That's fantastic. I heard you are a master of magic. I've never seen the popular tricks among commoners. He chuckled. Hey, once you perform for the entire school, you'll likely gather a throng of admirers. Joku lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone, responding absent-mindedly. It's merely a magic show, quite ordinary in the realm of commoners. It's only because you nobles have never witnessed it that you are so thrilled. Joku had already registered for the welcome party on the campus website. Of course, his intentions were far from the trivial pursuit of garnering admirers, as Zhang Yang suggested. His objectives were twofold. Firstly, to take advantage of the opportunity to test the triggering conditions of his divine card. Secondly, to shatter the death prophecy foretold by the Prophet Skull. Simultaneously, he aimed to identify members of this skeleton society lurking within the school. Naturally, the magic show needed to be captivating. Pursuing perfection was Joku's guiding principle in life. He opened the notes application on his phone, locating the section labeled Prophecy from the Talking Skull, and clicked it open. The content spanned 2 lines. The first line read, "Do not acquiesce to Tang Xian's request. The purpose is self-preservation." He frowned, deleting that line. This prophecy and suggestion have already been violated by him. He must attend the welcome party. The second line reads, "Attending the welcome party, survival probability, 1 in 52. He scoffed softly, deleting the phrase 1 in 52, and then revised the screen, adding a few words. The statement now transformed to, "Attending the welcome party, survival probability, 100%. Joku continued to read. The third line stated, "I will fall under an inescapable death curse." Joku furrowed his brow. An inescapable death curse was a term he had never encountered before. For knowledge he lacked in this world, Joku's customary solution was to visit the library. Inside the library, he found himself utterly at a loss. Joku perused countless books, but found no relevant content. He also utilized the electronic search system within the school library, yet similar keywords eluded him. However, this was a prophecy delivered by the seer's cranium. It could not possibly fabricate a term to deceive him, could it? Although he could not uncover the details of the death curse, he still made other discoveries. Joku settled into a small corner, flipping through a thick tome. It was in this very book that he had previously found information regarding divine relics. He had browsed through the known divine relics, which included a blade that guarantees a fatal strike, a time-reversing clock, and the all-knowing seer's cranium. He turned back a page before the section on the seer's cranium. The time-reversing clock was illustrated with an image of a pocket watch. It is said that this relic was left by the god of time. The possessor can reverse time and return to the past. Joku pointed to this page with his finger and softly declared, "I wish to collect all 14 divine relics, including this one." After exiting the library, Joku ventured to various locations, acquiring an assortment of items, essential props for his magic performance. Later that night, in solitude, he arrived at the school's grand auditorium. The auditorium was the venue for the forthcoming welcome party. He meticulously examined the stage and undertook numerous preparations in advance. After a full day of labor, he felt neither fatigue nor weariness. On the contrary, he felt fulfilled. Just wait, he thought, At the welcome party, I shall present the most spectacular magic performance. Days swiftly passed, and the school's welcome party arrived as scheduled. Inside the auditorium, the stage lights flickered. The audience was packed with students from the entire school, eagerly awaiting the performance on stage. The opening rock music erupted, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the hall. Oh. Zhang Yang sat in the center of the stands, exuberantly waving a glow stick. This is amazing. She'll keep it down. Tang Xan beside him covered her ears, seemingly unaccustomed to such a lively environment. How often does a school host such grand events? Lighten up and enjoy. Zhang Yang's spirits remained exceptionally high. Once upon a time, the inconspicuous bag remarked, "Why do you refrain from signing up for the show, hiding in the audience? It does not align with your persona. Do not refer to me as the inconspicuous bag. I have a name." Tang Xan sighed helplessly, casting her gaze towards the backstage. There, Zhou awaited his turn to perform, remarking, as before, "I am better suited to being an audience member of a grand magician." In a dimly lit corner of the auditorium, a man typed furiously on his phone. Currently, the plan was proceeding smoothly. Zhou was preparing to execute a perilous magic trick. Meanwhile, I had already sabotaged his props in advance. Furthermore, I had concealed a humanoid killing machine in a location that would elude detection. During Zhou's performance, it could launch an attack at any moment. Moments latte. A message arrived promptly. "Excellent. Remain on standby." The man furrowed his brow and typed several more lines. "Yet, there are some details I still do not comprehend." Inquire. "All of my plans are orchestrated by your directives, and you're following the leader's orders, correct?" "Naturally. However, the leader also mentioned, only failure is permitted, success is forbidden." Indeed, those are the leader's exact words. The man hesitated and sent a few more messages. "But if we proceed with this assassination plan, Zhou cannot escape death. Based on my assessment at the scene, his chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Your assessment is not erroneous." The leader stated that his probability of surviving this assassination attempt is merely 1 in 52. What difference does such a probability make when it equates to certain death? You are not mistaken. The details of the assassination plan were arranged by the leader. The survival probability was also articulated by the leader himself. However, you need not worry. Should he indeed perish, it would signify that Zhou is not the individual we seek. Thus, if our assassination is genuinely successful, the leader will not lay blame. And what if the assassination fails? What if he defies the odds of 1 in 52? They would indicate that the leader's arrangements are flawless. Do not forget, our true trump card, the inescapable death curse. He will undoubtedly not escape. The man chuckled softly, typing away. I wonder how the entire audience of students will react when they witness their grand magician dying publicly. Chapter 61. Waiting in the preparation room at this moment. Zhou was in the preparation room behind the stage, perusing the program list for the welcome gala. Most of the performers were unfamiliar to him, yet a few recognizable names caught his eye. Li Hanfeng, solo stand-up comedy performance. Instantly, Zhou envisioned the somewhat silly senior. Stand-up comedy indeed suited his character. The second name was Zhuang Xingyao, original song solo. Zhou recalled the image of that cool and aloof senior, with short hair and fair skin. She had been somewhat stiff and distant during the freshman assessment, though she had treated him quite well. He wondered if her singing was delightful. The third, Lu Yingming, a martial arts performer, took Zhou by surprise. It was unexpected that this senior, a prominent figure in the square system, had an interest in martial arts. As he continued to peruse the program, another familiar name caught his eye, Su Chenxi. Although she had not signed up to perform, she had taken on the role of the evening's host. Zhou's magic performance was scheduled to be the grand finale. Due to the unique nature of his act, he had not participated in the preliminary rehearsals. However, he had privately practiced countless times alone. As the music surged with a vibrant crescendo, the warm-up melodies resonated throughout the grand auditorium. The welcome party had commenced. Zhou set aside the program and found a corner near the door of the preparation room, allowing him a clear view of the stage. With his performance slated for last, he decided to take this opportunity to quietly appreciate the performances of others, thus passing the time. With the music flowing, a figure clad in white gracefully ascended the stage. Su Chenxi, her long hair cascading freely, adorned with a subtle yet exquisite makeup, donned a flowing white gown as she elegantly strode onto the grand stage. The lights beamed upon her, and in that moment, she captured the attention of every audience member. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, acknowledging her presence. Even though Su Chenxi was merely the host and not performing, she effortlessly commanded the focus of all. As the warm-up music faded, the lights danced across the audience. Su Chenxi parted her ruby lips, her voice rich and articulate. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. Class of 2025, please accept the blessings from our school. Tonight, beneath the grand hall of the Divine Card School, we are not surrounded by concrete and steel, but rather enveloped in a realm of music and dance. The ceiling of the auditorium has transformed into a celestial expanse. Upon hearing Su Chenxi's address, the students waved their glow sticks in spirited unison. Within this institution, countless dreams burned bright like stars, and many legends of transformation unfolded. Each dream propelled the students toward becoming radiant new stars. Over the next 3 hours, the audience would be treated to enchanting songs and dances, hilarious stand-up comedy, and a mesmerizing showcase of magic. The welcome party had officially begun. Su Chenxi concluded her opening remarks with an elevated tone, eliciting waves of applause and cheers from the audience. Even though Zhou Ke remained hidden behind the stage, he could not help but be swept up in the fervent enthusiasm. Yet, the weight of reality anchored him, compelling him to maintain his focus and vigilance. He was acutely aware that he was not merely attending a celebration. His magic performance transcended a mere act. After delivering her speech and introducing the first program, Su Chenxi swiftly descended the stage and made her way toward the preparation room. As she approached, Zhou Ke quickly joined in with a few claps, praising her princess, a goddess descended from the heavens. Su Chenxi, feeling somewhat bashful upon seeing Zhou Ke, remarked, "I am merely the host. The true contributors to the evening are the students performing." She then inquired, "Zhou Ke, what magic trick will you be presenting? You didn't even participate in the rehearsal, which adds an air of mystery." Zhou Ke slightly curled the corners of his mouth, responding, "One of the magician's rules is to never reveal the content of the trick in advance. You will find out when I perform. Rest assured, it will be spectacular." Sitting beside Zhou Ke, Su Chenxi expressed, "Of all the acts in this welcoming gala, yours is the one I anticipate the most. Best of luck with your magic performance." In the preparation room, approximately a dozen students awaited their turn to perform. After each act, Su Chenxi would return to the stage to deliver connecting remarks and introduce the next performance. Time passed, and during one of the acts, she returned to the preparation room after announcing the program. Taking a seat beside Zhou Ke, she removed her shoes and rubbed her heels, exclaiming, "Wearing high heels is truly exhausting. I hope your act comes up soon so I can rest." Zhou Ke chimed in, "You seem somewhat out of place in such an environment." Su Chenxi softly replied, "As a princess, maintaining basic etiquette and attending various public events is a fundamental requirement. However, I prefer practicing martial arts and fighting." Zhou Ke nodded slightly. He had long realized that although the princess appeared graceful and dignified, at her core, she was a spirited warrior. "Ah, Zhou Ke, so this is where you've been hiding." Suddenly, a male voice broke in. Zhou Ke looked up to see the cheerful face of Senior Li Hanfeng. "I knew it. I saw your name on the program and figured you would be here." His loud voice drew the attention of everyone in the preparation room. Zhou Ke noticed Senior Lu Yingming in the corner, watching him intently, while Senior Zhuang Xingyao, who had been engrossed in her phone, abruptly looked up in his direction. Realizing what Li Hanfeng was hinting at, Zhou Ke understood that he was trying to drag him into something. Clearing his throat, Zhou Ke interjected, "Senior, is it not time for your performance yet?" Li Hanfeng scratched his head, saying, "It seems the next act is indeed mine, but don't try to change the subject." He suddenly adopted a deliberately serious tone, pretending to be a seasoned senior, and said, "My dear junior, the welcoming gala is merely a light-hearted affair. The truly grand event at the school is the Elite Cup." He continued, "And the prerequisite for participating in the Elite Cup is..." Zhou Ke, exasperated, completed, joining a certain student organization. "Correct. Liam Fem Shuklat. So, Have you not joined a club yet? How about the Black Blade Society? Out of the corner of his eye, Zhou Ke noticed that Senior Zhuang Xingyao had completely set aside her phone, while Senior Lu Yingming crossed his arms, both of them waiting for Zhou Ke's response. Not only that, but even Su Qinxi beside him had turned her head, seemingly eager for his answer. Nevertheless, Zhou Ke remained steadfast in his response. Senior, I have yet to decide. Li Hanfeng sighed. Oh dear, why do you still have the same answer? Suddenly, he turned to Su Qinxi beside him and casually inquired. And you, Your Highness? Clearly taken aback by the unexpected question from her senior, Su Qinxi blinked in surprise. Me? Hesitating, she glanced at Zhou Ke, then at Li Hanfeng. I am not in a hurry. I'm still contemplating. Li Hanfeng pressed on. Oh, dear princess. As a fellow member of the Spade suit, the Black Blade Society is undoubtedly the premier choice. Would you truly prefer to join those two dullards clubs rather than the Black Blade Society? He lowered his voice, discreetly pointing towards the two individuals in the corner. The dullards referred to Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming, of course. Su Qinxi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. On stage, the music softened. The performers of the previous act had exited. Su Qinxi suddenly startled and sprang up. I apologize, Senior. I must host the evening's event. With that, she bowed deeply and hastily fled the scene. Li Hanfeng sighed again, turning back to Zhou Ke. Ah, if you do not join us, the princess will not come either. Zhou Ke inquired, what do you mean by that? Li Hanfeng lowered his voice again. I just noticed. When I invited the princess, she glanced in your direction. Clearly, she wishes to join a society with you. Come on, Zhou Ke, join us in the Black Blade Society. With both the freshman king and the princess on board, we are set to soar. Zhou Ke smirked. Freshman king? Are you referring to me? Of course. Each champion of the entrance examination is dubbed the freshman king in their inaugural year. In my own time, I was also the freshman king. Li Hanfeng reminisced with a wistful smile. On stage, Su Qinxi's voice drifted faintly. Next, we invite the following student to perform. Senior? Zhou Ke feignet a conchaston. What is it? Li Hanfeng snapped back to reality. Isn't it your turn to perform next? Li Hanfeng's expression froze momentarily before he leapt up, exclaiming, oh no. He then uttered, Zhou Ke, we shall continue this discussion later, and dashed towards the stage. His personality truly suited the art of stand-up comedy. After Li Hanfeng departed, two figures not far away simultaneously rose. Zhuang Xingyao and Lu Yingming stood face to face, seemingly aware that their intentions were aligned. Zhuang Xingyao locked eyes with Lu Yingming, refusing to yield. Lu Yingming, arms crossed, remained steadfast. They held each other's gaze, silently engaging in a battle of wills. Finally, Lu Yingming's gaze drifted to Zhuang Xingyao's collar, where the red heart insignia gleamed. With a resigned sigh, he sat down and softly declared, you go ahead. Ladies first. Zhuang Xingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement before making her way towards Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke had been attentively listening to Senior Li Hanfeng's stand-up routine, utterly oblivious to the movements of the two individuals beside him. It must be said that Senior Li possessed an innate sense of humor, a natural talent for crafting witty anecdotes. Each joke he delivered, whether original or drawn from popular internet memes, elicited uncontrollable laughter from his classmates. Once a peer had inquired why my club was named Black Blade Guild. Was it because my card was the spade, or did my name contain foam? I replied, no, it was simply because of my complexion. I am of African descent. Suddenly, the background music erupted with Sunshine Rainbow, Little White Horse, prompting uproarious laughter throughout the venue. Zhou Ke smiled knowingly, ready to hear Senior Li Hanfeng's next punchline when a voice, cool and composed, interrupted him. May I intrude for a moment? It was the unmistakable voice of Senior Zhuang Xingyao. Zhou Ke turned, directing his attention to the young woman before him. Senior Zhuang maintained her characteristic cool demeanor, her short hair framing her strikingly fair skin. It appeared she had donned subtle makeup for this welcoming soiree, accompanied by a faint, pleasant fragrance. Zhou Ke sighed, sister, you have already intruded upon me. There is no need to ask again. Zhuang Xingyao paused for a moment before quickly lowering her gaze. I apologize. I truly apologize. Her demeanor was notably sincere. Zhou Ke stated plainly, Senior Zhuang, I'm already aware of your intentions. My response remains the same as before. Zhuang Xingyao shook her head. No, you misunderstand. I'm not here to invite you to join my club this time. Next week, the comprehensive building will host a dance organized by the Qixing Club. I hope you can come and take a look. Of course, it is merely an invitation, and you are free to decline. Zhuang Xingyao gazed earnestly into Zhou Ke's eyes, her expression solemn. If it is merely to observe, Zhou Ke replied, I appreciate your invitation, senior. If I have the time, I shall certainly attend. Outside the stage, Li Hanfeng delivered another punchline, igniting a wave of cheers from the audience. Zhuang Xingyao returned to her previous position, while senior Lu Yingming contemplated stepping forward. However, Zhou Ke had already shifted his focus back to the performance, intermittently applauding. Lu Yingming pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose to remain seated, refraining from disturbing Zhou Ke. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, the welcoming event had reached its midpoint. Su Qinxi announced, Please welcome senior Zhuang Xingyao to present her original song. Zhuang Xingyao adjusted her attire and strode confidently out of the preparation room, her demeanor exuding calm. As she took the stage, the audience erupted in cheers, rivaling the enthusiasm displayed for Li Hanfeng. The two exchanged microphones, the stage lights illuminating them. Both were breathtakingly beautiful, making it difficult to discern who was more stunning. Su Qinxi returned to the preparation room and sat beside Zhou Ke. Senior Zhuang Xingyao is remarkably talented. Her lyrics and composition are entirely original. Suddenly, the rock music ceased. The next moment, a hauntingly beautiful piece of traditional music filled the air. The audience instinctively fell silent, engrossed in the melancholic ambience created by the music. As senior Zhuang Xingyao began to sing, even a single line of her lyrics captivated the entire audience. Oh, 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 oh. The crowd waved their glow sticks with fervor. Many students waved luminous, colorful light signs emblazoned with Zhuang Xingyao as they reveled in the atmosphere. The song flowed with an elegant and gentle style, undeniably melodious. However, the fervent exclamations of Senior, I love you, and such beautiful singing, divine voice, echoed through the audience. A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd, where every student, regardless of gender, wore expressions of ecstatic adoration. It resembled a grand fan gathering, even more frenzied than a star-studded concert. Some girls screamed unabashedly, disregarding their demeanor, while a few boys, exhilarated, shouted and waved their shirts aloft. Zhou Ke furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He acknowledged that Zhuang Xingyao's songs were indeed impressive, showcasing considerable talent. Yet, the audience's reaction felt excessively unnatural, as if they were under some form of manipulation. Chapter 63. Red Heart Something is not quite right. Leaning against the door of the preparation room, Zhou Ke observed the audience with a cold gaze. The emotions of the crowd were palpably heightened. His eyes scanned the sea of faces, quickly locating Zhang Yang and Tang Xin. In that moment, Zhang Yang was wholly unconcerned with his image, bouncing around like a baboon. Even Tang Xin rested her chin on her hands, her face alight with infatuation. Zhou Ke frowned again, turning his attention to the stage. Zhuang Xingyao, with her eyes closed, was absorbed in her performance, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding clamor. Zhou Ke shook his head gently and glanced back inside the room. To his surprise, even the students in the preparation room exhibited similar peculiar reactions, their faces mirroring the same obsessive expressions. Senior Li Hanfeng's response was the most intense. Goddess Xiao Zhuang, unmatched in the world. Had Zhou Ke not intervened in time, Li would have rushed onto the stage. Moreover, from the corner of Zhou Ke's eye, he noticed even the usually reserved Lu Yingming had flushed cheeks, sitting silently with his lips pressed tightly together, seemingly struggling with his emotions. Qu'est-ce qui vit gossait? Surely, there must be some unaffected individuals in this grand auditorium. Indeed, there was. Su Qinxi maintained a serene demeanor, her expression unchanged. As she addressed Zhou Ke, have you heard of the sirens? The sirens? Qu'est-ce qui vit incurred uncertaile? The mythical enchantresses from ancient tales? Su Qinxi nodded slightly. Indeed, in the stories of the common folk, the sirens are legendary sea nymphs. They often linger between reefs and ships, emitting hauntingly beautiful melodies. Their enchanting voices have been known to mesmerize passing sailors, leading to maritime disasters. Zhou Ke replied, I have heard of this myth. Suchensi continued. This is merely a narrative crafted by the common people. However, many deities, spirits, and demons featured in myths have their origins in reality. They were all ancient bearers of divine tokens. The siren, a legendary sea nymph, was one of the earliest bearers of the divine token known as the Red Heart. It is said she was also the matriarch of the Hongxin family, the Zhuang lineage. Zhou Ke nodded in understanding. I see. That explains the strange occurrences here. If I am not mistaken, Senior Zhuang's divine card is the Heart of Red, with the ability of enchantment? Suchensi affirmed, eighteenth. The Heart of Red enhances others' affection towards oneself significantly when the ability is employed. The potency of the heart is influenced by its level. At the iron level, it merely slightly increases a single target's fondness. At the copper level, it engenders profound love and even obsession in others. The silver level can create collective enchantment, forming a fervent small group. As for Senior Zhuang, her divine card is at the gold level, with her magical essence surpassing 1,000 points, a truly terrifying figure. If she were to unleash her divine ability fully, she could make the entire school fall for her. Zhou Ke's expression shifted slightly. So powerful? Su Chenxi replied softly. The Heart of Red, as a letter card, possesses far greater ability strength than ordinary numbered cards. Moreover, she benefits from her magical essence. Zhou Ke glanced at Zhuang Xingyao outside. So, she activated her divine ability? Was it necessary for a mere small gathering? Su Chenxi shook her head. No, she did not use her divine card at all, which is the most frightening aspect. She was simply too earnest and engrossed while singing, completely unaware that she inadvertently triggered her internal magical essence. If one's magical essence level is excessively high and not rigorously controlled, it may lead to uncontrollable abilities. Although Senior Zhuang ascended to gold level through effort, luck played a significant role as well. Consequently, she struggles to manage the power bestowed by her gold level divine card. This is a source of great distress for her. Su Chenxi suddenly smiled faintly. Do you know? Senior Zhuang was not always so aloof. I have known her since childhood, and she was once lively and passionate. However, after her first incident of losing control over her divine card, she changed. She had to isolate herself, pushing others away. Her seemingly cold and ruthless exterior is not her true nature. It is an effort to diminish her allure and prevent situations like today from occurring. Nevertheless, despite her cold demeanor, she cannot entirely evade the interference of her magical abilities on others. Thus, many still admire her, and she consistently holds the top spot on the campus popularity chart. This is the power of the gold level and letter cards. Zhou Ke couldn't help but admire Su Chenxi's wealth of knowledge once more. Being close to a princess educated in nobility allowed him to absorb much new information. However, I am curious. Why are you unaffected? Su Chenxi blinked, her inquisitive gaze scanning Zhou Ke. You are a normal boy, yet seems you have no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. Zhou Ke's expression remained calm, devoid of any ripples. To be honest, he was uncertain himself. Zhuang Xingyao's singing was beautiful, yet beyond that, he harbored no extraneous thoughts. Dear princess, it seems you are the second individual, aside from myself, who remains unaffected by the allure. The most effective way to respond to a question is to return it. Su Chenxi smiled faintly. That is due to my lineage. Although both Zhuang Xuejia and I hail from the four great noble families, the royal bloodline is undeniably more exalted than the others. Do you recall the rules from the comprehensive assessment regarding class oppression? The regulations are derived from reality. A superior lineage can confer immunity against this involuntary magical chaos. Su Chenxi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she slightly parted her lips, seemingly eager to inquire further of Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke had long discerned her perplexity, as a commoner without noble blood. How can you also be immune to the enchantment? He immediately began contemplating how to deflect the question. By now, Zhou Ke no longer considered himself an ordinary commoner. Numerous clues, including the pursuit by the Skeleton Society, had led him to question his origins. Yet, For the sake of self-preservation, he continued to publicly assert his status as a commoner. As Zhou Ke pondered how to respond, the music gradually subsided. Su Chenxi's expression shifted, and she abruptly rose. Apologies, we shall continue this conversation later. It is my turn to host the stage. Chapter 64. The Desperate Escape. As Zhuang Xingyao concluded her performance, the music gently faded. As she regained her composure from the emotions of her singing, the audience emerged from their enchanted state. Many returned from their frenzied expressions, momentarily bewildered. Before sheepishly resuming their seats, Su Chenxi hastily took to the stage, seizing the microphone to redirect the audience's attention, calmly announcing the next act as if nothing had transpired. Senior Liu Yingming's martial arts demonstration was equally captivating, eliciting a thunderous applause from the crowd. As one act followed another, the welcoming gala approached its final performance, Zhou Ke's magic show. Following the penultimate magic act, Su Chenxi cleared her throat. The performer of our final act is undoubtedly familiar to all. He is the sole commoner of our school, the singular victor of the 3 assessments. The undisputed rookie king, reigning atop the campus popularity chart, the school's luminary. Please welcome Zhou Ke. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. As the top contender on the popularity chart, Zhou Ke's fame had eclipsed even Zhuang Xingyao's. At this moment, the audience's exuberance surpassed the fervor displayed when Zhuang Xingyao took the stage. Zhou Ke, Kifkiskivik, Kifkiskivik. The audience spontaneously chanted in unison. Zhang Yang energetically waved a fan sign reading Zhou Ke, love, superfan, while shouting encouragement for him. Dang Xin, while not as demonstrative as Zhang Yang, wore an expression brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in another part of the venue, a man tapped away at his phone screen, inputting messages. It's time for Zhou Ke's performance. Is everything foolproof? Yes, I have meticulously analyzed Zhou Ke's magic act in advance. There will be no errors. Is the humanoid killing machine adequately arranged? Certainly, I concealed him in a place that Zhou Ke would never suspect. The man's gaze remained fixed upon the curtain on the stage, counting down the seconds until he would make his entrance. Not just the man, but all the students in the auditorium were enraptured, their eyes glued to the crimson drapery. 3, 2, 1. The curtain remained still. Zhou Ke did not appear. Su Chenxi stood to one side of the stage, her expression mirroring the audience's confusion. What is happening? Murmurs arose among the students in the crowd. Suddenly, the lights extinguished with a resounding clap. What was occurring? The students exchanged bewildered glances, whispering amongst themselves. Another loud bang echoed through the hall. The lights abruptly illuminated the curtain. The darkness only served to accentuate the circular bright spot, which shone brilliantly. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhou Ke's voice resonated from all directions, reverberating throughout the auditorium. The magic show begins. His tone was vibrant and compelling. At that moment, the background music surged forth, a graceful and prolonged symphony filling the air. With a swoosh, countless playing cards cascaded from above the stage. Following this, 2 strings of white doves soared past, each grasping one end of the red curtain in their beaks, gradually pulling it apart. Zhou Ke's figure suddenly emerged from the shower of cards. Clad in an exquisite black and white ceremonial robe adorned with shimmering sequins, he sparkled under the stage lights. He danced in the air, swirling gracefully, and astonishingly headed towards the audience. His attire billowed majestically, and his hair was swept upwards. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, their cheers echoing throughout the hall. Zhou Ke traversed the auditorium in a grand circle before reluctantly returning to the stage, descending gently until his toes lightly touched the ground. This was merely the opening act. It had ignited the fervor of all his classmates. Glow sticks waved, and the chant crescendoed. Zhou Ke, Zhou Ke, Kifkiskivik. Standing at the center of the stage, Zhou Ke basked in the adoration of the audience, enveloped in the warm glow of the stage lights. He bowed slightly, then elegantly conjured a rose from his hand, tossing it into the audience. Some members of the crowd sprang to their feet, eagerly vying for the rose he had thrown. The scene was even more frenzied than when Zhuang Xingyao lost control of his magical abilities. Of course, Joko had invested considerable effort into this performance. Although his primary goal was to uncover the conditions that triggered the divine card and the opportunity to escape death, as a magician, he maintained a fundamental level of professionalism. Presenting an exquisite magic show was also part of his aspiration. He had spent money on a splendid outfit, styled his hair meticulously, and even applied some makeup. This transformation rendered him remarkably more handsome than usual, akin to a star artist. Zhou clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Instantly, the students ceased their fervent actions, though their ignited enthusiasm remained palpable as they eagerly gazed upon Zhou. Zhou slowly began to speak. Magic is an ancient and enigmatic art, allowing an ordinary person like myself to manifest effects akin to supernatural powers. What you witnessed earlier was merely an appetizer. Now, the main event commences. With a sharp clap of his hands, the entire stage trembled slightly. In the center of the stage, a concealed door suddenly sprang open, and a cylindrical object began to rise slowly. A large water tank, 1 meter wide and 2.5 meters tall, filled to the brim with crystalline water that shimmered with a bluish hue. As the tank ascended, the water's surface rippled. A thunderous roar erupted once more as the lights ascended to the heights of the stage. A large transparent glass box, tethered by iron rods, began to descend gracefully. This glass box appeared to be a diminutive replica of the water tank below. However, unlike the tank brimming with water, the glass box was teeming with piranhas, their sharp teeth glistening ominously. Zhou stepped forward, addressing the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinary magic does not befit our welcome gala. Therefore, my transformation shall be nothing short of spectacular. I must candidly inform you that if this trick fails, it could cost me my life. Upon uttering these words, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, many drawing in sharp breaths. Yet, embracing challenges is the hallmark of a great magician. I shall seal my lips and bind myself, ensuring I cannot employ any magical tools. Then, I will plunge into the water tank. Subsequently, I shall strive to free myself from my restraints and escape the tank. I have 1 minute to accomplish this. Zhou paused before continuing. Of course, I notice some of you harboring doubts. 1 minute cannot possibly drown a person. So why the life-threatening stakes? With a smile, he raised a hand and pointed to the glass box filled with piranhas above. 1 minute from now, the base of this glass box will automatically spring open. At that moment, whether I am in the water tank or not, the piranhas will descend in their entirety. If I fail to escape, I shall be torn to shreds by these ferocious tropical fish. His voice resonated with fervor as the background music reached its first crescendo. Welcome to my magic act, the death-defying escape. Chapter 65, The Escape from the Water Tank. As the title implies, the audience naturally believed it referred to the magician's escape from the tank. Yet, Zhou's true objective extended beyond mere escape from the water tank. He sought to evade the deadly trap set by the Skull Society. Zhou paced deliberately up the staircase constructed on the stage. With each step, he elevated his stature, inching closer to the realization of his escape plan. He observed the audience still cheering, filled with anticipation. Soon, he reached the pinnacle of the staircase. Standing before the tank's open top, the clear water shimmering below. Undoubtedly, Zhou had harbored countless speculations about the assassination methods employed by the Skull Society. Drowning oneself, dispatching an assassin mid-performance, or incorporating lethal mechanisms into one's props. Yet he remains indifferent. He possesses an unwavering belief in his ability to survive. He is convinced that, regardless of the assassination technique employed, he can find a solution. A faint smile curves upon his lips as he muses. Oh, seer Skull, you can only perceive the future, yet remain oblivious to the manipulated fate therein. You can assess the probabilities of destiny, but fail to discern the probabilities that have been altered. Zhou produces 2 iron handcuffs, showcasing them to the audience. He deliberately subjects the cuffs to a series of tugs and quality tests to affirm their authenticity and robust nature. Securing his wrists and ankles tightly, he ensnares himself further with several loops of iron chains. At this juncture, murmurs ripple through the audience. He is all tangled up. Surely he cannot retrieve the divine card? Is he relying solely on his strength to unshackle himself? You may not comprehend this, but I've heard that commoners possess lock-picking skills. However, 1 minute seems rather brief. I wonder if he can succeed. If he actually drowns, that would be extraordinary. Joku raises his hands high, displaying the chains. Esteemed audience, should I fail to escape the water tank within the allotted time, this trick shall be deemed a failure. A slight smirk graces Joku's lips. If such a scenario unfolds, do not forget to arrange a proper funeral for me. A chorus of laughter erupts from the audience, who naturally interpret this as Joku's dark humor as a magician. Taking a deep breath, he then holds it, closing his eyes tightly. With a surge of power from his legs, he leans forward and leaps. Splash! The magician's form vanishes beneath the surface of the water-filled tank. The cold clarity of the water envelopes him. Subsequently, a red curtain, meant to obscure the view, slowly descends to shroud the tank. Beep! The large screen on stage instantly illuminates with bold red numbers. 59, 58, 57. The countdown commences. What the audience fails to notice is that in the very second he plunges, the lid atop the tank suddenly pops open and then swiftly descends to cover it. This lid is substantial and remarkably sturdy. A small iron lock instantly clasps shut. The top is sealed, and Joku is trapped within the tank. He has fallen into the trap I meticulously set. Somewhere in the grand hall, a man continues to send messages on his mobile phone. A few days ago, upon witnessing him preparing the water tank and purchasing a batch of piranhas, I delved into extensive research. Soon, I unearthed information about a trick in the commoner-s world known as water tank escape. The primary procedure of this illusion involves a magician binding their hands and feet, leaping into a tank of water. Then, within a stipulated time, the magician must free themselves from these cuffs and chains and escape the tank, or else face drowning. Naturally, this type of magic often incorporates numerous perilous elements to heighten the thrill. What Joku has done is place piranhas above, ready to descend at any moment. Typically, a skilled magician can indeed unlock the chains and emerge from the tank within the designated time frame. A minute is indeed a brief span, yet for Joku, it may not be insurmountable. However, I have taken measures. He will surely be unable to escape. I see. What exactly are these measures you have implemented? The man calmly continued typing. Originally, the top of his water tank was exposed, facilitating his escape. Yet I've devised a small mechanism. This mechanism ensures that when Joku leaps into the water, the lid of the tank will automatically close. Additionally, I have affixed a small iron lock that will likewise secure itself. But did you not mention that Joku possesses lock-picking skills? He can indeed unlock it, provided he can access the lock. The iron lock I have installed is on the exterior of the tank. Even if he manages to free his hands from the handcuffs, he will remain trapped, ultimately suffocating within the tank. Excellent. The plan is quite thorough. However, the man hesitated. The probability of Joku's survival is virtually zero. Why does the leader state it is 1 in 52? You need not concern yourself with that. The leader has arranged everything. Do not forget, if Joku truly perishes, you shall not face punishment. It merely indicates that we misjudged him. Joku is not our target. Understood. The man, having confirmed the integrity of his plan, set down his phone and gazed toward Joku. A red curtain shrouded the tank. At this moment, the entire audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating this tense and thrilling minute. The large screen displayed the red countdown, steadily ticking away. 42, 41, 40 soon. 20 seconds had elapsed. The curtain slowly ascended, halting at 2/3 of the tank's height, revealing only Joku's feet. Look, Joku has already unshackled his ankles. The audience gasped in astonishment, pointing at the tank. The countdown continued its relentless march. The curtain, in synchrony with the countdown, began to rise once more. 22, 21, 20. The curtain had now lifted to reveal Joku's hands. At this moment, the audience observed him deftly manipulating a small piece of wire at the keyhole of the handcuffs. Click! The handcuffs sprang open. Joku appeared to wear an elegant smile in the water, gently discarding the handcuffs. They sank slowly to the bottom. What seemed to be tightly secured handcuffs had been effortlessly undone by Joku in a remarkably brief time, with even 20 seconds remaining. Oh my! The audience erupted in cheers, applause resounding throughout the grand hall. How is this accomplished? Is this the magic of the common man? Unshackling with a mere piece of wire? 40 seconds. Ample time indeed. Zhou Ku appeared beaming, as if bowing graciously to the audience. Then, without delay, he glided upward, his feet propelling him toward the surface. Upon reaching the top of the tank, he felt a lid. Zhou Ku's form froze. Chapter 66. The falling school of fish. Zhou Ku pushed against the lid of the tank with all his might. According to the original magic routine, at this moment, having freed himself from all chains, he should swiftly emerge before the countdown concludes. However, in the original sequence of the magic trick, the cover of the water tank was meant to be open. He reacted swiftly, instantly realizing that the magical props had been tampered with. Zhou Ku swiftly shifted his gaze, quickly identifying the source of the issue. On the exterior of the tank's lid, there was a small black lock securing it. This lock was quite diminutive and inconspicuous, which is why Zhou Ku had overlooked it before the performance commenced. Yet precisely because of its diminutive size, the method to unlock it was rather simple. Brute force would work wonders. With only 20 seconds remaining, I discerned no apparent means of escape for him. The man gazed at the stage, his brow furrowed, and promptly began typing. Do not fret, continue to observe. Until the final second, the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, the man set down his phone, fixating intently on Zhou Ku on stage. At this moment, less than 20 seconds remained. Zhou Ku, submerged in the water tank, had already freed himself from all restraints and had discovered the interference to his movements. Zhou Ku, how do you intend to resolve this predicament? The man murmured softly. Suddenly, Zhou Ku rolled up his sleeves, revealing his elbows. He then sank to the bottom of the tank and steadied himself. With a sudden leap, he struck the top cover with his elbow, the most rudimentary method, yet remarkably effective. The man slightly furrowed his brow. To prevent Zhou Ku from discovering the lock, he had chosen a particularly small model. However, this also had a drawback. It was not very sturdy. Of course, for an ordinary person without extraordinary abilities, even this miniature lock would be exceedingly difficult to breach through sheer physical force. However, Zhou Ku possessed a high level of magical essence within him, and his physical capabilities had been enhanced to surpass that of the average person. Bang! After the first attempt failed, Zhou Ku repeated the maneuver, raising his elbow to strike again. The entire audience was left in astonishment. What was Zhou Ku doing? Was he attempting to break open the top cover? Wasn't that cover supposed to be open? Could it be that the magic trick had gone awry? In the audience, murmurs of confusion and disbelief grew louder. Zhang Yang, at this moment, felt a pang of worry. Hey, little attention-grabbing bag, do you think Zhou Ku's magic will go wrong? Surprisingly, Tang Xin wore an expression of someone experienced. You might not know this, but I used to watch Brother Zhou Ku's magic quite often. His favorite trick is to feign failure. This must be a part of Brother Zhou Ku's performance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang glanced back at the stage. So that is how it is? Nevertheless, a hint of concern still lingered in his eyes. Time flew swiftly. The numbers on the large screen flickered. Soon, only 5 seconds remained. Zhou Ku continued to strike the top cover. 5. Zhou Ku's expression was no longer graceful. His movements grew increasingly frantic. The whispers in the audience escalated. 4. Below the stage, Su Chenxi, acting as the host, gripped the microphone tightly. She was now beset by indecision. Due to the absence of a prior rehearsal for Zhou Ku's performance, she remained oblivious to the true nature of his magic. It was evident to any discerning observer that Zhou Ku's frantic and anxious demeanor resembled that of a magic act gone awry. Nevertheless, Su Chenxi recalled Zhou Ku's refusal to rehearse a few days prior, during which he had uttered these words: regardless of how perilous the magic may appear during the formal performance, do not intervene. Everything is part of the illusion. Thus, even as Zhou Ku appeared to be in distress, she refrained from halting the performance. Though her expression was one of deep concern, her gaze fixed intently on him. Zhou Ku, ensconced within the water tank, began to strike the lid with increasing fervor. He had completely lost the elegance he had exuded at the onset of the act and was now frantically battering the top of the tank, his expression one of agony. It seemed he was beginning to experience oxygen deprivation, struggling to catch his breath. Suddenly, his movements ceased, and he lunged against one side of the glass, pounding furiously. His once handsome visage now betrayed a sense of helplessness and fear. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter a word, but in his watery confinement, he merely expelled a bubble. Joku continued to beat against the glass, gesturing to his face and then pointing towards the top of the tank. Subsequently, he mouthed 2 words, "Help me." It was time. Suchensi no longer hesitative. This could not possibly be a part of Joku's performance. She discerned the helplessness and panic in his eyes and refused to believe that such mastery of performance could exist. Casting aside her microphone, she dashed onto the stage without a second thought. The numbers on the large screen plummeted to 0. The vivid red digits now appeared strikingly ominous and macabre. In an instant, the small water tank above began to unfurl its base, unleashing a frenzy of piranhas that writhed chaotically, poised to descend. At this critical moment, Joku's gaze turned resolute. It seemed he was prepared to make a desperate attempt. Summoning all his strength, he forcefully struck the lid. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the lid burst open, finally yielding to his efforts. Joku emerged, drenched, his head breaking the surface of the water as he gasped for fresh air. Yet, it was too late. The countdown had already reached 0. In an instant, countless razor-toothed piranhas cascaded down from above. With a thunderous roar, the wave of piranhas crashed down, forcefully plunging Joku, who had just managed to surface, back into the tank. Soon, the water tank was teeming with piranhas, engulfing him entirely. The audience, once calm, erupted into chaos. A cacophony of voices filled the air. What was happening? Had Joku failed to escape? Had the magic gone awry? They glanced around, hoping to glean definitive answers from anyone nearby. Yet, none had ever witnessed such a magic act performed by Joku before. Some among them even believed it to be part of the performance. Until, suddenly, the water erupted with the frantic writhing of a multitude of piranhas, seemingly ravenous, tearing into something. In an instant, blood gushed out from the aquarium, transforming the once crystal-clear blue water into a shocking crimson hue. The entire tank appeared to be filled with blood. At this moment, the audience could no longer remain composed. A cacophony of piercing screams erupted from the crowd, echoing throughout the grand hall and fraying the nerves of all present. Chapter 67. The magic did not fail just a moment too late. Su Chensi rushed onto the stage with only a second remaining. However, the piranhas had already descended. Countless ferocious tropical fish, with their sharp teeth, thrashed about in the water, clearly tearing into something. Blood gushed forth violently, spilling over the top of the aquarium and splattering onto the stage. The audience screamed in terror, some unable to withstand the brutality of the scene, fainting in their seats. Su Chensi could hardly believe her eyes. Weak and trembling, she nonetheless managed to draw forth her divine card. Black Spade, conqueror of 1,000 armies, the princess forging divine arms. Trembling all over, her incantation faltered in the grip of fear and shock. Yet a massive hammer materialized in her hand in an instant. Perhaps there was still time. If Joku were not dead yet, she could rescue him and bring him to the school hospital, and he might still survive. She dashed to the aquarium, gripping the colossal hammer tightly, and struck the glass with all her might. Bang! Su Chensi believed she had exerted tremendous force, yet she was still rebuffed. Her hands numbed by the impact, the hammer clattered to the ground at her feet. The aquarium, seemingly constructed from a special material, proved exceptionally resilient. Under her full force blow, only spiderweb-like cracks appeared. The piranhas continued to swim and thrash about, tearing at whatever lay within. Without wasting a second, Su Chensi immediately picked up the massive hammer once more and launched a second assault against the aquarium. Crack! After all, as a wielder of the Black Spade divine card, her magical essence was not insignificant, and her attack bore fruit. The glass shattered swiftly, fragments cascading down like a waterfall, littering the ground. Blood erupted forth like a miniature tsunami from the center of the stage, spreading outward. A multitude of piranhas leapt from the aquarium, crashing to the ground like an explosive volcanic eruption. Their gills flared as they thrashed about, their sharp teeth glinting in the light. creating a chaotic scene upon the stage. The spectacle was quite magnificent. With trepidation, Su Chenxi peered into the aquarium. To be honest, she fervently hoped to see nothing at all. A glimmer of hope lingered within her heart. She wished for Zhou Ke's magic to not have failed. She hoped this was merely a part of the act. She wished it to be just another of his mischievous tricks. After all, Zhou Ke had played such pranks before, had he not? During a foundational class on magical substances, the training puppet unexpectedly came to life. When Zhou Ke attempted to eliminate it, he concealed himself behind the puppet, feigning victory. Was today any different? Zhou Ke's panicked expression in the water was merely an act, wasn't it? Surely, the blood was merely some form of dye. Yet, the scene within the water tank dispelled her fantasies. In an instant, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. The blood-soaked water enveloped her calves, but she seemed to feel nothing at all. A shriek erupted once more from the audience. A palpable fear reverberated throughout the auditorium. Inside the tank lay a mutilated corpse, quietly propped against the shattered interior. Most of the flesh had been torn away, revealing stark white bones, with only remnants of sinew clinging to them. The face of the corpse was so gnawed that it was unrecognizable. However, the black and white sequin coat it wore unmistakably identified the body as Zhou Ke. It was over. In the shadows of the auditorium, a man composedly typed, "He has failed." It seemed an eternity passed before a response came through. Is that so? This is indeed unexpected. I initially thought Zhou Ke was certainly our target. After all, it was a 1 in 52 chance. It was not surprising that he did not succeed. But I had thought probability meant little to him. What does this imply? Nothing. Forget I said anything. In truth, I had always believed Zhou Ke would not survive. My assassination plan was flawless. Even without the cover at the top, Zhou Ke would have faced a second wave of attack. After all, I had concealed a killing machine that he would undoubtedly not detect. Indeed, you had mentioned it before. It appears you are quite diligent in carrying out the tasks assigned by the organization. By the way, where did you hide that killing machine? Within the tank's lid. The lid is heavy yet hollow. Once the countdown concludes, the killing machine will automatically strike. If Zhou Ke were still alive, he would receive a fatal blow. After sending this message, the man received no response from the other side. After what felt like an eternity, a new message arrived. So, has the killing machine emerged? No, what is the matter? The killing machine strictly adheres to its killing orders. Why has it not appeared? Are you absolutely certain Zhou Ke is dead? The man gazed at the stage, at the corpse clad in the magician's attire. Absolutely. I witnessed his body being devoured by piranhas. Let me pose one more question. What was Zhou Ke wearing before the magic performance commenced? The man hesitated momentarily, puzzled as to why arrogance would inquire about this seemingly unrelated detail. Nevertheless, he faithfully described. Zhou Ke was quite invested in the performance. He donned an extravagant coat and styled his hair. Furthermore, it seemed he had applied heavy makeup, resembling a dashing clown character. Within a minute after Zhou Ke leapt into the water tank, were you fixated on him the entire time? No. After Zhou Ke jumped in, a curtain swiftly enveloped him. Approximately 20 seconds later, the curtain gradually ascended once more. The man could not comprehend why the arrogant individual posed so many seemingly unrelated questions. Yet he faithfully responded based on the facts. The speed of replies from the other side appeared to slow down. Subsequently, messages arrived. You did well. Zhou Ke's magic has not failed. He is the person we're searching for. What? The man was taken aback, staring at the messages on his phone, unable to decipher their meaning. In the following moment, he heard a clear, confident, and soaring youthful voice. The entire venue had descended into panic. Some students had already risen, preparing to flee the auditorium. Others seemed eager to join the chaos, wanting to see if the corpse was indeed real. A few had already fainted. Yet, in an instant, in my many years of performing magic, my favorite line has always been, the entire audience seemed to have been muted, and the clamor abruptly vanished. In its place, a whisper arose. This voice sounds like Zhou Ke. How could that be? Isn't dead? Good heavens. The dead have come back to life. Crack. The lights throughout the venue extinguished. Then, crack. All the spotlight illuminated a particular spot in the center of the last row of the audience. There, a figure, elegant, magnificent, and flawless, stood with arms outstretched. Zhou bore no scars nor damage to his clothing. He softly spoke the line he cherished most. Magic does not fail. It is merely you who have fallen into a meticulously arranged ruse. His tone was elevated and confident, and the resonant echoes of his impassioned delivery lingered in the grand auditorium. Chapter 68. It is merely you who have fallen into. The audience was momentarily frozen in disbelief. After a considerable pause, they gradually regained their senses. The initial panic, doubt, and speculation dissipated entirely. They rose, cheering and leaping in jubilation. I cannot believe it. The living Zhou is here. He had been hiding behind the audience all along, and I failed to notice. What was I thinking? Everyone was focused on the stage. Who would look back? At that moment, I truly thought the magic had failed. Yet here we are. Discussions erupted, and even more fervent was the applause from the audience. At this moment, the resounding claps echoed to the heavens. Zhou slowly descended the steps from the audience, illuminated by the spotlight. The background music of the magic performance resumed. With each step Zhou took, the cheers grew more fervent, and the symphonic emotion intensified. Ultimately, he descended from the audience and returned to the center stage. At this moment, the rhythm of the symphonic piece had reached its climax. The stage lights flickered, and all gazes were fixed upon him. Zhou revealed a graceful smile, standing high upon the stage, bowing like a gentleman to the entire audience. The entire audience rose to their feet, erupting in applause, cheers, and shouts. In that moment, Zhou felt as though he had become the very epicenter of the world. Beside the stage, Su Chenxi shyly inclined her body, discreetly retrieving the iron hammer she had conjured, and quietly retreated to the sidelines. In the audience, Zhang Yang waved his fan light sign vigorously, exclaiming loudly to Tang Xian, "You were absolutely right. Zhou is indeed creating a spectacular effect." Tang Xian, equally exhilarated, reflected on the magic livestream she had previously watched, exclaiming, "I suspected it was a staged effect, but I never anticipated Zhou's execution would be so convincingly real." The audience's fervor mirrored their emotions, united in their astonishment at Zhou's dramatic twist in magic. Yet, amidst their awe, a thrill of speculation coursed through them. Moments ago, Zhou had appeared as though his magic had utterly failed, even revealing what seemed to be his lifeless body in the water tank. How could the genuine Zhou possibly emerge from the back of the audience? The day before Zhou's performance, he had discovered that a small iron lock had been affixed to the top cover of the magic water tank, an addition neither orchestrated by him nor part of the act. Quick to react, he realized someone had tampered with his magical apparatus. The assassin's ploy was clever. The lock was inconspicuous, its presence diminishing the security while significantly enhancing its stealth. However, such a trivial ruse could not elude Zhou's keen perception. He promptly tested the cover, and with a definitive click, the lock engaged. Moreover, as he closed the lid, he sensed an anomaly. The cover was decidedly heavier than usual. Zhou's water tank was a specially crafted magical prop with a thick top, designed with a concealed layer intended for hiding various magical tools. In that instant, Zhou comprehended that something was concealed within that layer. Given the circumstances surrounding previous assassination attempts and the weight he discerned, he concluded that a person was hidden inside. Swiftly, he drew forth a short sword and handcuffs, then quickly opened the concealed layer from the inside of the lid. Indeed, there was a cloaked figure, draped in black and adorned with a skull emblem, curled within the compartment. The hooded individual appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly oblivious to being discovered. With decisive speed, Zhou seized him and pinned him down, subduing him. The cloaked figure struggled, but could not match Zhou's strength, his hands firmly shackled. Once he had restrained the hooded figure, Zhou pressed the point of his sword against the man's neck and softly inquired, "Who sent you?" The hooded man stammered incoherently, unable to articulate a single coherent word. In the parched, cracked lips of the figure, Zhou, to his astonishment, beheld a severed tongue root. Ah, yet another transformed humanoid killing machine? He raised his short sword, intending to swiftly sever the man's neck. However, at the very moment the blade grazed the hooded figure's throat, an intense shudder coursed through his mind. In an instant, a brilliant idea surged forth within his consciousness. He glanced at the hooded man, his hands shackled, then at the small iron lock on the lid of the water tank. An exquisite plan rapidly took shape in Zhou Ku's mind, becoming intricately refined. Why not play along with the ruse? He deftly delivered a swift strike to the hooded figure. In that fleeting moment, the man ceased his whimpering, his struggles coming to an abrupt halt as he succumbed into unconsciousness. Zhou Ku proceeded to remove the hooded man's tattered garments, revealing a striking black and white sequin costume, which he adorned upon the figure. Surprisingly, what was once a ragged individual now appeared somewhat resplendent in this attire. Indeed, clothing makes the man, as a magician's substitute. One cannot afford to appear less dashing than the magician himself. After dressing the assassin, Zhou Ku retrieved a makeup kit and meticulously began to apply makeup to the hooded man's face. Your facial structure bears some resemblance to mine, though your features are quite different. However, makeup is often referred to as the mystical Eastern art of disguise. Under the right distance, lighting, and the thick veil of cosmetics, all shall perceive you as me. Fear not, the materials I employ are waterproof. Your handsome visage shall remain unblemished even when submerged. Once this transformation was complete, Zhou Ku, satisfied, propped the assassin upright. As he admired his exquisite makeup artistry, he secured the assassin's hands and feet with handcuffs, adding several iron chains for good measure. Finally, he stowed the completely unconscious assassin back into the concealed compartment. Minutes before the magic show commenced, amidst resounding applause, Zhou Ku ascended the steps, approaching the water tank. He surveyed the small iron lock beside the tank's lid and scrutinized the thick compartment above. With a smile, he unveiled an elegant grin, then spread his arms wide, slowly announcing, "The magic begins." He plunged downward, splashing into the water. The moment Zhou Ku submerged, the stage curtain gracefully descended, concealing all that transpired behind the scenes. Chapter 69. A carefully orchestrated deception. The icy cold water enveloped Zhou Ku's skin, yet he felt no chill, for victory was assured. In the very second Zhou Ku leaped into the tank, a distinct click resonated. As anticipated, the dark lid swiftly descended, locking shut. Zhou Ku held his breath, wasting no time, and immediately employed his expertly honed lock-picking skills to free his hands and feet from their restraints. This endeavor took but a mere handful of seconds. The moment had arrived. Zhou Ku was to perform magic before the entire school, with a crucial objective: to ascertain whether his understanding of the activation conditions of the divine card was indeed correct. If he was not mistaken, the voice of the clown god immediately echoed, "The activation conditions for the divine card have been met. Powers will be extracted automatically." As expected, the divine card in his pocket began to emit a gentle warmth. He quickly retrieved it. The clown card, originally dull, now shimmered with a white light. Spinning rapidly in the water, its patterns gradually blurring. A 1 in 52 chance. This probability referred to the likelihood of drawing that divine card, did it not? The powers were drawn at random. The odds of obtaining the desired divine card were exceedingly slim, yet a profound confidence resided within Zhou Ku. Even if it was a 1 in 52 chance, before me, it becomes a certainty. Come forth the divine card I desire, the 5 of diamonds. Ding! The divine card has been successfully drawn. The card is the 5 of diamonds. The clown god's voice was filled with astonishment, seemingly incredulous that Zhou Ku had actually succeeded. In the palm of his hand, the clown card ceased its spinning, and the patterns became distinct. 5 red diamonds arranged themselves on the card, the 5 of diamonds. Although Zhou Ku was already aware of the powers bestowed by the 5 of diamonds, the clown god still dutifully introduced 5 of diamonds, copper-level divine card power, teleportation to a nearby location. The range is determined by the level of magical essence. With a slight smile, Zhou Ku gently accepted the transformed divine card. Ordinarily, the magic would end here. However, he wished to play a small prank on the entire school. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face, combined with his theatrical makeup, which might appear somewhat terrifying to outsiders. He hoped that this method of demise would not be too painful. Abruptly, he reached up to the compartment's switch at the top and pressed it gently. Boom! The compartment sprang open, and a figure plummeted down swiftly, A person, bound hand and foot, struggled as they fell into the water tank. Dressed in an identical coat and bearing the same clown makeup as Zhou Ku, their physique bore a striking resemblance as well. Truly, a perfect stand-in for a grim fate. The assassin from the Skeleton Society writhed helplessly in the water, emitting pitiful moans. A smirk crept across Zhou Ku's lips as he slipped a piece of wire into the stand-in's hand. Remember, pry open the handcuffs, and you may have a chance to avoid drowning. The remainder of the magic is now in your hands. After uttering those words, Zhou Ku firmly grasped the divine card and softly intoned, transformed the myriad into 5, and returned to the destined path. Whoosh! Unlike the first time he was transported by Professor Chen Yun, this time the power was in his hands. The teleportation process was devoid of discomfort. On the contrary, Zhou Ku felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping him, as though he were soaring through the air. He instantly detached from the chilly water. The surroundings rapidly receded, leaving only indistinct remnants behind. In an instant, Zhou Ku landed perfectly at the envisioned destination, a visual dead angle behind the audience seats. All spectators were engrossed, fixated on the water tank upon the stage. At this moment, the curtains slowly ascended, captivating the audience's full attention, leaving no excess energy to divert their gaze beyond the stage. Zhou Ku was immensely satisfied. Throughout the entire transportation process, not a whisper was heard. He examined himself, noting that not a single droplet of water had been inadvertently transported along with him. He remained as elegant, refined, and striking as he was before plunging into the tank. Leaning gracefully against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, he watched the magician's performance unfold. The countdown reached the 40-second mark. The curtain had risen 1/3 of the way. The audience erupted in cheers as they witnessed Zhou Ku free himself from the shackles. It seems your will to survive is quite robust. Liberating oneself in such a brief span is no small feat. Zhou Ku had effectively transformed into a spectator, observing the thrilling escape from the water tank. With only 20 seconds remaining, the curtain fully lifted. Zhou Ku, now completely unbound within the tank, swam vigorously towards the top. However, upon reaching the lid, his progress abruptly halted. The lid was astonishingly locked. With no other thoughts occupying his mind, Zhou Ku's singular desire was to survive. Thus, he resorted to the most straightforward method. He slammed his body against the top cover. Bang! Bang! Once, then again, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Ouch! It looked painful. Although Zhou Ku, hidden in the corner, feigned indifference with a smirk, his expression betrayed a hint of amusement. I wonder if you can indeed break free. As the countdown ticked away, the moment of truth arrived. At the final second, bang! The iron lock finally gave way, and Zhou Ku's substitute emerged from the tank, gasping for fresh air. But, in a twist of fate, a swarm of piranhas descended from above. The unfortunate assassin barely had time to escape before being forcefully thrust back into the tank by the ferocious tropical fish. The piranhas thrashed and tore at their prey. Zhou Ku, feigning sorrow and covering his eyes, could not suppress the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, revealing his true feelings. It is quite amusing to see a Skull Society assassin fall victim to the very traps set by the Skull Society. Suddenly, Su Chenxi burst onto the stage, wielding a massive hammer to shatter the tank, collapsing onto the ground in a limp heap. The assassin, reduced to a half-skeletal figure, lay amidst the shattered remnants of the tank. A chorus of screams filled the auditorium, rife with chaos and terror, as Zhou Ku's playful spirit surged alongside the audience's panic. He deemed it the perfect moment. Little assassin, your commendable performance has been a spectacle for all. Yet after such an arduous display, you must be utterly exhausted. Look, you've simply collapsed into slumber. If that is the case, allow me to handle the aftermath. Oh, you inquire about the aftermath? Naturally, it involves the flowers, cheers, and applause awaiting the audience. Zhou Ku stepped into the limelight, delivering his most cherished lines, and gradually approached the stage. More and more audience members began to awaken to the unfolding spectacle. The initial panic has dissipated, replaced by a profound astonishment at Zhou Ku's mesmerizing magic. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and applause. Zhou Ku stepped to the center of the stage, basking in the myriad of flashing lights, raising his arms high. The curtains slowly descended. Amidst the spotlight's glow, Zhou softly murmured, "The magic concludes perfectly." In a hidden corner, a man fixated intently on his phone screen, reading the incoming message. What is his current state? He typed swiftly. He is reveling in the success of his magical performance. After all, he is merely a young man, still restless. Do not forget, the conditions for the death curse have already been fulfilled. The man raised an eyebrow slightly. Shall we cast the spell upon him now? Yes, immediately, as commanded. In the coming days, Zhou would begin to feel unwell, gradually worsening, until ultimately you understand. I truly wonder how despair will etch itself onto his face once he realizes he is ensnared in an unbreakable death curse. Chapter 70. Conditions for the divine card activation. Zhou's magical performance at the welcome party had ignited a frenzy on the campus hot search. The campus network's headline read, "Astonishing twist. The Commoner's death-defying escape." This had been shared countless times. The comment section was vibrant. It was spectacular. I genuinely thought the magic had gone awry. That skeleton was truly terrifying. It looked so real. I am completely captivated by Zhou. 398 dragon coins for the complete magic tutorial, an essential for wooing the ladies, guaranteed to teach you everything. Is Big Brother 111 for real? Zhou switched off his phone. His intention in performing magic was not to seek fame, but merely to evade the next assassination attempt from the Skeleton Society and to experiment with the activation conditions of the divine card. So, how did you manage it? The voice of the crystal skull resonated from across the space. Manage what? Feigned ignorance. To survive. I clearly saw the probability of your survival. It is merely 1 in 52. Yet, you actually succeeded. What? Oh. So even you, the omniscient, are perplexed by this matter. Omniscience pertains only to you humans. When it comes to matters concerning the divine, I do not possess all knowledge. That is precisely correct. What? A day had passed since the magic of the welcome party, and at this moment, he was concealed within a grove on the campus, relishing a moment of tranquility. Zhou rose, basking in the sunlight. Perhaps I am merely fortunate. Perhaps I simply happened to fall within that 1 in 52 probability. Or perhaps, he suddenly paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Probability is controllable for me. What? The prophet's skull comprehended the implications of Zhou's words. The divine ability of the Plum Blossom card? However, with your current divine card level, you can only use it once. As he stood amidst the trees, Zhou observed his classmates engaged in various athletic endeavors on the playground. At the moment I drew the divine card, a potent sensation coursed through me. I was certain that I would succeed. Rarely do I base my judgments solely on instinct. Yet whenever I am gripped by an inexplicable intuition, it has invariably proven accurate. So, your intuition suggests, Zhou smiled, that someone, unbeknownst to us, has secretly employed the divine card of the club suit. This individual has ensured that my probability of drawing the 5 of diamonds was elevated to 100%. That is impossible, the prophet's cranium asserted with unwavering certainty. Why is it impossible? Zhou countered, glancing at the hollow eyes of the prophet's cranium. Do you not see clearly, despite your wide-eyed stare? To me, nothing is deemed impossible. But do not fault yourself. You have previously stated that you can only perceive the past, present, and future of humanity. However, when it comes to the future of the divine, you remain in the dark. Are you claiming to be divine? Certainly not. At least, for now, I am merely an ordinary human. Yet, who can predict what I may become in the future? The future you? Zhou paused for a moment before softly uttering, as I have mentioned, you can discern the future, but are blind to the altered future. The day before my magic performance, I visited the library and revisited the tome on divine relics. One particular relic was described as a clock capable of reversing time, allowing one to return to the past. In that instant, a fervent obsession ignited within me. I must acquire this relic in my future. Then, I shall return to the present and elevate my chances of survival to 100%. The prophet's cranium remained silent for an extended period before speaking again. Its ethereal voice now tinged with uncertainty. So you succeeded. Zhou did not respond immediately. He strolled leisurely, ascending to the summit of a small hill within the school grounds. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the hem of his coat. He finally spoke. Who knows? Perhaps all of this is nothing more than a figment of my imagination. Maybe I was simply fortunate enough to encounter that 1 in 52 chance. Yet, one thing I'm certain of is this. I will surely gather all divine relics in my future. I will elevate my divine card to the highest realm, continuously ascending from a commoner to a minor noble, then to a mid-tier noble, and finally to a grand noble. If fate allows, I shall become the king of the Dragon Kingdom, and if given the opportunity, I aspire to become the world's most formidable deity. The prophet's cranium appeared momentarily taken aback. Why? Zhou smiled, a graceful and generous expression imbued with a hint of nonchalance and composure. He remained atop the hill, gazing down at his playful and innocent classmates below. Then, he lifted his gaze skyward, spreading his arms wide to embrace the sweet air at the mountain's peak. In my perspective, those at the foot of the mountain appear minuscule. The air atop the summit is the freshest, and the vistas from that height are the most breathtaking. After conversing with the prophet, Zhou returned to a secluded corner and called out into the void, "Clown God, are you there?" "Yes, I am here, my dear." A sharp voice responded. "I apologize, my child, but I eavesdropped on your exchange with that skull." It continued. "You shan't hold it against me, will you?" Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "I intended for you to hear. After all, when I activated the divine card at the orientation party, your reaction was quite astonished. Surely, you were unaware of how I drew the 5 of diamonds. Hence, I thought it only fitting to provide you with an explanation." "Oh, I see now. How enlightening. Thus, what brings you to summon me this time?" "Naturally, I seek to validate the mystery behind the activation of the divine card." "Ah, it seems you already harbor some conjectures?" Zhou replied softly, "Not conjectures, but certainties." The clown god appeared quite exhilarated. "Splendid, my child. Pray, do share your insights. What are the hidden conditions for the activation of the divine card?" Zhou manipulated his divine card, gazing at the clown emblem. The conditions for triggering the divine card are quite straightforward. To be a fool. Chapter 71. To be a fool, or in other words, to be questioned regarding one's capabilities, underestimated or doubted, summarily, to be regarded as a jester by others. Zhou elaborated. The first activation of the divine card occurred on my 18th birthday, when I had just received my divine card and my powers were immediately awakened. At that time, 2 police officers harbored suspicions about my identity. Even after I explained that the entire city was plunged into darkness, they thought I was jesting. It was precisely this reason that led them to perceive me as a fool, thus activating my powers. The clown god laughed heartily. "How amusing." Zhou continued softly. The second activation, the 7 of Hearts, transpired when Su Chenxi and I were attacked by the Skeletal Society's killing machine in the subway. I distinctly recall the moment my powers activated was quite embarrassing. I had confidently assured Su Chenxi that the assassin was targeting me, only to discover that she was also the target of the assassin. This was the second instance of foolishness. The clown god chirped with glee. "Ha! I remember that moment. I thought you were even more suited to be the clown god than I." Ignoring the comment, Zhou pressed on. "To be candid, after these 2 instances of divine card activation, I had a vague inkling that the condition for activation was indeed to be foolish. However, the subsequent 2 activations left me unable to ascertain with absolute certainty, as I believe there were no apparent audiences perceiving me as a fool during those instances." Reflecting, Zhou recounted. The third activation of the divine card was the 8 of diamonds. The moment my powers triggered was just as I intended to demonstrate my prowess. And Su Chenxi happened to burst in, dispatching Zhang Yang with a single shot. Indeed, this undeniably represents a clown moment, albeit devoid of an audience. It was only later that I realized the comprehensive assessment was conducted live, suggesting a considerable number of viewers were, in fact, observing me. In that instant, they perceived me as a jester. The 4th instance was no different. It was the spade. At the moment the divine card was activated, I failed to comprehend the underlying reason. It was not until after the competition that I engaged in a review. I suddenly discovered that numerous individuals on the campus network were attentively following my progress. noting that the other two monarchs had amassed substantial support, while I was left with merely two teammates. Consequently, I found myself subjected to relentless scrutiny and derision regarding my abilities, effectively relegated to the role of a fool. These two instances of divine card activation led me to formulate a bold hypothesis, as well as uncover a significant method to enhance the triggering of divine cards. The jester deity's interest grew increasingly piqued. Oh, what is it? The answer was the difficulty of pleasing everyone. As long as my audience was sufficiently large, there would inevitably be those who questioned my prowess. To validate this theory, I resolved to defy the Oracle-esque council and agreed to perform a grand, yet perilous magic act before the entire school. This particular trick, from an outsider's perspective, bore a high failure rate. Thus, irrespective of my true capabilities, there would undoubtedly be individuals who would challenge my skills, perceiving me as a mere jester. And that sufficed. The jester deity appeared momentarily stunned, then exuberantly exclaimed, "Excellent. Truly wonderful. You are indeed born to hold the ace." Absolutely correct. The answer lies in the embarrassment. As long as someone questions your abilities and regards you as a clown, your extraordinary powers will be triggered. The jester card bestowed upon you is indeed a fine match for your talents. Upon hearing this, Joku paused, then revealed an elegant smile. Jester deity, do you not find it remarkably clever? Each playing card holds its own significance. The spade excels in martial prowess, its shape resembling a shield complemented by a long sword. The heart governs the soul, its shape naturally correlating with human emotions. The diamond symbolizes transformation, its form resembling bricks, the foundation of all things. Meanwhile, the club disrupts causality, symbolizing nature and representing the inherent laws of the universe. Ultimately, the card adorned with the jester signifies the very act of causing embarrassment. The thought process behind the creation of these divine cards by you deities is truly exquisite. The jester deity chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. You made me feel a bit bashful. However, Joku furrowed his brow and continued, I have another inquiry. The jester deity's voice remained high-pitched. Joku articulated his question. The concept of embarrassment is inherently subjective. It cannot be regarded as an entirely objective scenario. Thus, what precisely constitutes the criteria for determining a clown moment? The jester deity erupted in a hearty laughter once more. What a splendid question! What a splendid question! In response to your inquiry, I shall simply state, the final interpretation rests solely with the jester deity. As long as I perceive your current circumstances to align with a moment of folly, I shall bestow upon you the opportunity to extract supernatural abilities. Rest assured, my child, I have always been on your side. I will grant you these powers at the most opportune moments, so there is no need for concern. You have never disappointed me. Indeed, some of your abilities have blossomed impressively, truly expanding my horizons. Ha ha ha! I eagerly anticipate your even more remarkable performances. After the words of the clown god, silence enveloped once more. Fortunately, Joku had already gleaned all the information he sought. Indeed, the activation condition for the divine card is to embarrass oneself, and the judgment of what constitutes embarrassment lies within the purview of the clown god. The usage of supernatural abilities is not without its constraints. Yet, you have also mentioned that once my divine card ascends, the abilities I extract will become progressively more formidable. Many limitations will gradually be lifted, and new mechanisms will emerge. I shall truly become the possessor of all divine card abilities. Ahem, Joku suddenly felt a slight discomfort in his throat and coughed lightly. However, he paid it no mind and shook his head gently. Joku retrieved his phone, opened the notes, and clicked on the prophecy of the talking skull. Within were but two messages. The first read, survival probability at the welcome party, 100%. Joku chuckled softly and deleted it. The second message stated, after the welcome party, I will be afflicted by an unbreakable curse. Within the following month, I shall uncover the secrets of divine card ascension. TSK. Joku marked this prophecy, bolding and highlighting it. It seems you hold my prophecy in some regard. The voice of the skull echoed softly. Might you be interested in hearing another? This prophecy pertains to your innermost secrets. Chapter 72. Secrets, O? Pray tell, Joku responded. seating himself on a small stool. I have always valued your counsel. Yet, he smirked playfully. Whether I choose to heed it is another matter entirely. What, pray tell, is a secret that lies deep within my heart? Noticing the skull seemed somewhat at a loss for words. Zhou, in a bid to nurture the fragile psyche of this divine being, initiated the discourse. Naturally, it pertains to your cold-blooded nature. Zhou raised an eyebrow. Are you, perhaps, a deity of righteousness, looking down upon someone like me? Certainly not. I generally refrain from passing judgment on human values. However, I must confess, I genuinely admire your disposition. You are maximally self-serving, yet retain a semblance of humanity. This grants you the ability to navigate both benevolence and malevolence with remarkable ease. All right, great-eyed skull, cease your flattery. Quickly, enlighten me regarding the prophecy related to my cold-blooded nature. The skull paused, seemingly pondering how to articulate its thoughts. Your next lesson will be the foundational course on the Heart Suit Divine card. And the Heart Suit, of course, is intrinsically linked to the realm of the mind. In this lesson, there exists a significant probability that you will reveal your true nature before the entire class. Upon hearing this, Zhou let out a light chuckle. Is that all? The skull seemed to anticipate Zhou's reaction and rephrased. There are too many secrets about you that must remain hidden from your classmates. You employed a living person as a prop in your magic act during the welcome party. You suspect Tang Xin to be a member of the Skeleton Society, and thus you deliberately offered her poison. Most importantly, your divine card is not the Plum Blossom, but rather the Joker. It is best to keep these pieces of information concealed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou acknowledged that the words of the prophet's skull held merit. He suddenly coughed violently twice. However, he shook his head, forcing himself to cast aside the discomfort. Straightening up, Zhou addressed the prophet's skull. Master, please enlighten me. What shall transpire in tomorrow's class? What should I do? The prophet's skull appeared satisfied with Zhou's attitude. Ah, the child is teachable. The content of tomorrow's lesson pertains to the mind. You shall naturally uncover the specifics during class. As for how to avoid disclosing your inner secrets, I impart to you 8 words. Relax completely and relinquish resistance. Relax completely and relinquish resistance? At first, Zhou did not fully grasp the meaning. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden thought surged into his mind. He nodded and said, I understand. If certain circumstances arise in tomorrow's class, I shall relax completely and relinquish resistance. The next day, on the way to class, Zhou coughed twice again. Since the conclusion of the welcome party, he had been plagued by a persistent sense of discomfort, occasionally coughing. Am I coming down with a cold? Since acquiring the divine card, he had seldom fallen ill. The sudden onset of a cold felt rather peculiar. Zhou resolved to visit the school clinic when the opportunity arose. Suppressing his discomfort, he proceeded to the classroom. Drawing from his prior experiences of navigating the campus, he bundled himself up warmly, donned a mask so obscuring that even his mother would not recognize him. Yet, some classmates still managed to identify him. Is that not Zhou? It seems so. Oh my goodness, his walking posture is so charming. I am dying. Along the roadside, countless admirers appeared to recognize him, erupting into screams and surrounding him for autographs. Zhou sighed, quickened his pace, and swiftly evaded them. Following the magic show at the welcome party, Zhou had not only gained notoriety among the freshman cohort, but had also cultivated a fan base among upperclassmen. Within the campus network, a website for the Zhou support group had even emerged, boasting a considerable number of active participants. They fervently discussed Zhou's appearance, his past, various exploits, and some even offered high prices for his personal belongings. Even Zhang Yang jestingly remarked that Zhou has entirely supplanted Zhuang Xingyao's innate allure, becoming the true enchantress of the school. After evading the fervent throngs of admirers, Zhou finally arrived at the classroom. Please take a seat. Typically, Professor Yuan Xing would not show leniency towards tardy students, but upon recognizing Zhou, he made an exception and refrained from any admonishments. After all, Zhou had saved him once during the previous lesson. Once seated, Professor Yuan Xing cleared his throat. Today's class is on the fundamentals of heart abilities, traditionally taught by the principal to the elite class. However, as the principal remains preoccupied with personal matters, I shall once again take the helm. A murmur of whispers rippled through the classroom. Silence. Yuan Xing rapped his knuckles on the desk and proclaimed with authority, I am aware of your thoughts. You are wondering, isn't Professor Yuan Xing a spade system deity? Is it appropriate for him to teach a heart system course? The students quieted, anticipating his next words. Yuan Xing surveyed the room, ensuring everyone was focused before continuing. Although I am indeed specialized in spade abilities and possess considerable expertise, I am more than capable of instructing you inexperienced youngsters. Professor Yuan Xing retrieved a crystal ball from beneath the podium and placed it upon the table. Who can tell me what this object is? A moment of silence ensued. Observing this, Professor Yuan Xing added, this class, like the previous one, will assess your performance. Those who excel will receive a reward. Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian quickly raised his hand. Professor, this object is known as a magic tool, akin to an artificial deity card. By infusing it with the corresponding magic essence of a deity card, it can temporarily exhibit the capabilities of that deity card. However, the efficacy of a magic tool is quite limited, and many individuals are incapable of utilizing it effectively. For them, it is little more than a spherical brick. Yuan Xing nodded approvingly. Excellent. You are indeed the third-ranked student in our class regarding magic essence. It seems you have retained the knowledge from our last session. Yiling Tian displayed a smug expression. However, during the last class, I introduced a concept that I did not emphasize, and I wonder if anyone remembers it. After this inquiry, no one in the class responded. Some students even lowered their heads, engrossed in studying their desks. Observing this, Zhou subtly smiled and raised his hand. Professor, could it be that you are referring to the concept of magic essence resonance? Kiskiviko inquired. Magic essence resonance? The majority of students exhibited blank expressions upon hearing this term. Zhou continued. Magic essence resonance, as the name suggests, occurs when magic essences from different sources, due to certain similarities, trigger a resonance reaction. Generally, only magic essences from the same suit can resonate. For instance, during our last lesson, we utilized a crystal ball infused with the magic essence of Spade 2 to conduct basic attack exercises for the class. It is evident that students wielding this square and heart suits encounter significant challenges in effectively utilizing the crystal ball. The disparity in suits hampers their ability to resonate. Conversely, we observe that students with a spade suit can efficiently exploit the crystal ball to launch attacks. In fact, if a student possesses the Spade 2 card, employing this crystal ball will nearly unleash its full potential. This phenomenon is known as mystical resonance. In summary, it can be articulated that cards of the same suit, when paired with their corresponding magical artifacts, yield a more seamless experience. After all, they are all elite students in the class, and upon the conclusion of Zhou Ke's explanation, the majority of students displayed expressions of enlightenment. Excellent, Professor Yuanxing exclaimed. You have grasped the concept thoroughly. Zhou Ke earns an additional 10 points for his performance today. Zhou Ke smiled and expressed his gratitude to the professor. Professor Yuanxing gently caressed the crystal ball artifact before him, stating, today's lesson also pertains to mystical resonance. He surveyed the classroom and inquired, may all students with heart cards please raise their hands. Zhou Ke remained still. Su Chenxi and Yiling Tian, also not holding heart cards, did not raise their hands either. Approximately 1/3 of the class raised their hands, albeit sparsely. Professor Yuanxing nodded slightly without further comment and continued. Students with the Heart 7 card, please maintain your position while the rest may lower their hands. The majority of the students who had raised their hands promptly lowered their arms, leaving only 3 students still holding their hands aloft. Professor Yuanxing approached one of the female students and gestured for her to respond. What is the unique ability of the Heart 7 card? The girl, speaking somewhat rapidly, replied earnestly, in response to the professor, it is mind reading. However, my card is of higher grade, which generally allows me to faintly discern others' emotions. To accurately read thoughts, one must possess a card of copper grade or above. Professor Yuanxing nodded. One point I must add, the efficacy of mind reading is also contingent upon the magical level of the opponent. If you use your card on a civilian, even at the iron grade, you may glean some fragmented thoughts. However, if you face an opponent of gold grade and your level is inferior, the effectiveness of mind reading will be significantly diminished, potentially resulting in complete failure. The sound of notes being taken rustled through the air. Naturally, Joku remained inactive, as he possessed no habit of note-taking, relying instead on his memory. Professor Yuanxing continued his inquiry towards the female student. "And what is your magical level?" In response, "Professor, it is 9 points." Professor Yuanxing replied, "That is quite commendable, particularly within the iron grade." He turned to the other 2 students with the Heart 7 cards. "What about you?" One reported 5 points, while the other reported 7 points. Professor Yuanxing glanced back at the female student, stating, "It seems you hold the highest score in the class." He fixed her with a direct gaze, standing tall. "Now, please use your card on me." The girl slightly lowered her head, responding, "Understood." She produced a divine card and softly recited the incantation. "Red heart, seize the myriad souls. 7 emotions, unveil the truth." In that instant, Joku noticed a flash of red light in the girl's eyes. This was reminiscent of his first experience using Red Heart 7. Joku mused inwardly. The girl's gaze was fixed intently on Yuanxing, her expression gravely serious. The 2 locked eyes, neither blinking, while Professor Yuan appeared relatively at ease. In contrast, the female student's face was flushed from the effort, visibly straining. They remained in this tense stalemate until suddenly, she averted her gaze, pressed her forehead, and gasped for breath, her expression one of profound distress. "I feel so dizzy. I can't read anything. It's all blank." Professor Yuan gestured for her to sit down and then addressed the entire class. "Did you see that? I didn't actually do anything to defend myself. My thoughts are certainly not a blank slate." Her mind reading simply failed. The reason for her inability is, of course, the vast disparity in magical essence. My divine card is of the gold level, exceeding 1,000 points, whereas hers is iron level, a gap of 3 significant tiers. Such a difference in power is overwhelming. Professor Yuan paused momentarily. "Our class is an elite one. While I do not impose strict expectations, I sincerely hope that each student strives to elevate their magical essence level to the forefront of the school. After all, you have witnessed firsthand that the level of magical essence is the measure of power in the noble world." Now, he clapped his hands. "The theoretical portion of this lesson concludes here. You all know my teaching style. Knowledge is born of practice." He swiftly returned to the podium. Raising the crystal orb high, this magical artifact is infused with the magical essence of Red Heart 7. Upon hearing this, Joku furrowed his brow deeply. He had already discerned the professor's intentions. The prophecy of the oracle's cranium had indeed come to fruition. Prior to the class, Joku had envisioned countless scenarios. He was 100% certain of his unparalleled acting prowess. Without employing special means, no one could ever glean his innermost thoughts. His true character could not be exposed. Yet, Red Heart 7 was that very special means. Professor Yuan continued, "And each of you must undergo the trial of mind reading." Yiling Tian whispered to his friends, "Could it be that we are to use this magical artifact to cast spells on others?" "Ha ha ha. Then I shall choose Joku as my opponent. I am curious whether this overrated genius harbors any unspeakable secrets." Professor Yuan overheard. "Yi, you are only half correct. Indeed, each of you must endure the trial of being read. However, the one casting the spell will be me." "What?" A collective gasp resonated through the classroom, followed by a flurry of whispers. If Professor Yuan was the one casting the spell, then the mind-reading effect would surely succeed. After all, everyone harbors small secrets they wish to keep hidden. They immediately grew tense. Joku's expression became increasingly grave. The situation was more precarious than he had anticipated. Revealing one's true nature is not the gravest of concerns. However, he harbors other secrets, one that must remain concealed from others. There exist only 52 divine cards in the world. Yet he possesses a Joker card. Chapter 74. The mind-reading test. Joku was reluctant to unveil the secret of his divine card. Thus far, he had demonstrated his extraordinary abilities multiple times before the entire school, including twice during the freshman assessment, once through disguise and once by summoning lightning. There has been considerable discourse among the student body regarding how Zhou Ku accomplished these feats. Some students even crafted analytical posts on the campus forum. Nevertheless, in the collective consciousness, it is widely believed that only 52 divine cards exist. Aside from Zhou Ku, no one is aware of the Joker card's existence. Hence, no analysis has come close to the truth, nor has any touched upon it, even tangentially. The prevailing conclusion among students on the campus forum is that Zhou Ku is merely a magician, whether through disguise or lightning. Everything is an illusion, a mere magical effect. The escape from the water tank he performed during the welcome party only served to reinforce this perspective. Although seemingly miraculous, it is understood to be grounded in the principles of magic. Zhou Ku was quite pleased with their erroneous assessments, and thus he was determined to keep the secret of his divine card hidden during this class. He was acutely aware of what it meant to be subjected to the spell of Professor Yuan Xing. Professor Yuan, a holder of a gold-tier divine card, could easily manifest the fundamental mind-reading abilities regardless of whether his card belonged to the heart suit. With over 1,000 magical essence levels, while Zhou Ku barely surpassed 80, he was certain that Professor Yuan's mind-reading would undoubtedly succeed. Professor Yuan continued, as in the previous class, all students will line up to undergo the mind-reading test. I shall employ a magical artifact to invade your innermost thoughts, and you must summon your utmost willpower to resist my probing. He added, due to the difficulty in maintaining your composure, your performance will be graded based on the duration of your resistance. The longer you withstand the mind reading without revealing your innermost thoughts, the higher your score will be. Naturally, should any student completely resist the mind reading, they shall receive a perfect score. At that moment, Yiling Tian suddenly raised his hand. Excuse me, Professor, will our secrets be exposed to the entire class? The majority of students turned their gazes toward Professor Yuan, intrigued by this inquiry. After all, who does not harbor a little secret? No one wishes to unveil their privacy. Professor Yuan nodded apologetically. I regret to inform you that due to the limitations of the magical artifact, the thoughts I extract will be made public. However, rest assured, I will do my utmost to safeguard your privacy. The artifact will not disclose your secrets. It will merely reveal trivial thoughts, minor notions, or inconsequential facts, such as what you had for breakfast or what time you plan to sleep tonight. Certainly, if you all choose not to resist, certain more private thoughts may indeed be exposed. Personally, I regard this as a positive development. After all, it serves as a form of punishment that can motivate you to strive earnestly to face the challenge. Although Professor Yuan Xing conveyed this sentiment, many students still exhibited faint signs of concern. Please line up, everyone, for the mind-reading test. Zhou Ku once again positioned himself further back in the queue, needing additional time to contemplate his strategy. To be frank, the seer's head had already imparted to him the method for navigating this predicament, to relax completely and relinquish all resistance. However, this stood in stark contrast to Professor Yuan's advice, which indicated that the more willpower one exerted to resist, the less likely they were to be read. Conversely, if one made no effort whatsoever, the likelihood of exposing deeper, more private thoughts would significantly increase. Zhou Ku found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whose counsel to heed. The seer's head could indeed foresee the future. It had forewarned him that today's lesson would involve the topic of mind reading, hence the suggestion to give up resistance. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. Was its true intention to assist him? Zhou Ku glanced towards the front of the line, where Professor Yuan held a crystal ball, gazing intently at a male student. The student's jaw turned crimson, evidently straining to resist the professor's probing will. Yet, before the 30 seconds elapsed, the crystal ball emitted a line of small text. I particularly love eating stinky tofu. The boy appeared utterly drained, staring vacantly at the text. While this was not an exceptionally private revelation, it certainly wasn't commonplace either. Yuan glanced at his watch. 23 seconds. Not bad. A score of 70. Attention! If subsequent students resist for less than 20 seconds, they risk exposing even more confidential information. Don't say I didn't warn you. Some students in the back instinctively shrank back in fear. Next, a rather timid and fragile girl approached, her demeanor hesitant. She stood before the crystal ball, and within less than 10 seconds, a line of silver text materialized. I really like Zhou Ku. At that moment, Zhou Ku was deep in thought, oblivious to the girl's unveiled feelings. The girl covered her face and dashed back to her seat. The students behind her did not erupt in laughter. Rather, they regarded her with sympathetic expressions. After all, having one's secret crush revealed to the entire class must be an uncomfortable experience. Yuan sighed in exasperation. 6 seconds, unsatisfactory. A score of 50. How many times have I emphasized the need to resist with all your might? Students in the back, take heed. If your time is under 10 seconds, your scandals and private thoughts that you would prefer to keep concealed may be exposed. Yuan glanced again at the girl who was huddled over her desk, unwilling to lift her head, then at Zhou Ku, who seemed lost in thought, and added, "Everyone listen closely. It is forbidden to divulge any secrets you discover today. Anyone caught will face severe penalties. Everyone harbors secrets. Let us not look down upon one another." All the students promptly straightened their bodies and solemnly declared their intent not to speak carelessly. Next, soon, it was Su Chenxi's turn. Her expression remained tranquil, and she appeared remarkably relaxed. She stood gracefully before Yuan Xing, who nodded slightly and activated the magical device. Many students craned their necks, fixated on the crystal ball. After all, Su Chenxi, being a princess, sparked great curiosity about her innermost thoughts. Then 30 seconds passed, followed by 60 seconds, and after a minute and a half, small characters slowly emerged. I prefer to be alone. Su Chenxi maintained her composure for a long time, and this message was quite simple. Disappointed, some students withdrew slightly. Very good. 1.5 minutes. Excellent. 90 points. Next, Chapter 75. Relinquishing resistance. At this moment, Zhou Ku was deep in thought. He relaxed his entire body, surrendering to the process. Professor Yuan Xing had clearly stated that the way to avoid being read was to rely on one's formidable willpower to resist. Based on Zhou Ku's observations of previous students, he believed the professor's words to be true. The more one relaxed and let their guard down, the more their thoughts would be exposed. Conversely, those with steadfast willpower could endure longer. However, this contradicted the counsel of the oracle's head, which had never provided any harmful advice. The notion of relinquishing resistance hardly seemed advantageous for Zhou Ku. Suddenly, a hypothesis struck Zhou Ku's mind. Could it be that the oracle's head was not referring to Professor Yuan Xing's mind reading when advising him not to resist? With this thought settled in his heart, Zhou Ku resolved to fully comply with the oracle's head's guidance. When it was his turn for the mind reading test, he would completely relinquish resistance. Next, Professor Yuan Xing called out from the platform. Having determined his strategy, Zhou Ku turned his attention to the testing process of the other students. The next student was Yi Lingtian, who stood confidently at the front, wearing his characteristic arrogant expression as he stared directly at Professor Yuan Xing. Zhou Ku's impression of Yi Lingtian was rather straightforward. A young master from a prominent family, likely having never faced hardship and thus possessing a pure and simple heart. In light of this test concerning willpower, Zhou Ku did not anticipate Yi Lingtian to perform exceptionally well. However, every individual has their duality, and Yi Lingtian's magical aptitude was notably high among his peers. Professor Yuan Xing promptly activated the crystal ball, his eyes flashing red as he fixed his gaze on Yi Lingtian. In an instant, Yi Lingtian's previously carefree demeanor shifted, his expression turning grave. He pressed his lips tightly together, furrowing his brows, and clenched his fists. 30 seconds passed, yet the magical device remained silent regarding Yi Lingtian's inner thoughts. A minute elapsed, and Yi Lingtian continued to endure. Professor Yuan Xing's expression registered a flicker of surprise, and he no longer appeared relaxed but treated Yi Lingtian's assessment with utmost seriousness. A minute and a half elapsed. This duration marked the extent of Su Chenxi's perseverance, her best performance thus far. Yet, Yi Lingtian remained utterly unmoved. Zhou Ku raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that Yi Lingtian was not merely an inept scion of wealth. At this moment, Yi Lingtian had surpassed Su Chenxi's record. Another 30 seconds passed, and Yi Lingtian had now endured for a full 2 minutes. Professor Yuan Xing began to exert more effort, treating Yi Lingtian as a genuine contender. Eventually, Yi Lingtian's body began to tremble, cold sweat cascading down his brow, his expression a portrait of agony. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, uttering not a single sound. Ultimately, after 3 minutes, Yi Lingtian could no longer withstand the strain. His figure swayed. One hand pressed against his forehead, while the other braced against the wall to prevent his collapse. Professor Yuan Xing's expression was one of astonishment. He glanced at his watch. 3 minutes. A mere copper-level divine card managed to endure for 3 minutes while I was performing my spell seriously. 99 points. No sooner had the professor's words left his lips than the crystal orb emitted silver threads, revealing Yi Lingtian's thoughts. I find Zhou Ke utterly detestable, for he has stolen my spotlight at school. Yet he should not die. Upon the revelation of this message, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Zhou Ke keenly absorbed this information. How peculiar. While others' thoughts were succinct, Yi Lingtian's revealed inner musings comprised 2 sentences. Moreover, according to the professor, the longer the duration of endurance, the less significant the information. However, this inner thought evidently carried substantial weight. The first statement was easily comprehensible. Yi Lingtian's disdain for Zhou Ke was a well-known fact among the new students, hardly a secret. Yet, what did the second statement imply? Yi Lingtian himself was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his thoughts displayed. He then exhaled softly, allowing himself to relax. Noticing the puzzled gazes of his classmates, he disdainfully remarked, "What are you all staring at? I find Zhou Ke quite detestable, but as someone with such high potential, he has drawn the attention of the Skeleton Society. My father has said that once targeted by the Skeleton Society, the outcome is invariably death. To me, Zhou Ke is as good as dead. It's a pity, really, given his considerable magical aptitude. Therefore, I believe he should not die. Is there a problem with that?" Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's explanation, the other students shook their heads in agreement, indicating they had no issues with his statement. However, Zhou Ke astutely seized upon a key term from his words, the Skeleton Society. Did Yi Lingtian believe Zhou Ke should live because the Skeleton Society intended to kill him? Coupled with Yi Lingtian's earlier efforts to evade mind reading and the inner thoughts he had just revealed, a bold hypothesis began to take shape in Zhou Ke's mind. Could it be that Yi Lingtian had connections to the Skeleton Society? Did he possess knowledge regarding the Society's pursuit of Zhou Ke? Zhou Ke resolved that when the opportunity arose, he would certainly seek Yi Lingtian out for a private inquiry, employing any means necessary. Professor Yuan Xing remained noncommittal regarding Yi Lingtian's explanation, reiterating to the entire class the prohibition against divulging other secrets. Next, at last, it was Zhou Ke's turn. He walked slowly to the stage, gazing at the crystalline orb of magical apparatus, and gently closed his eyes. Zhou Ke had long since resolved to heed the counsel of the prophet's cranium. Drawing a deep breath, he relaxed his entire being, relinquishing any resistance. Professor Yuan seized the crystal ball, channeling magical essence with rapid force. Whoosh! At the very moment Zhou Ke surrendered, an excruciating pain surged throughout his body. Yet, he understood that this was not a consequence of Professor Yuan's mind reading. Since the conclusion of the welcome party, he had sensed a vague discomfort within himself. However, he had persevered, refraining from visiting the campus infirmary, instead harnessing magical essence to suppress the agony within. All for this moment. In the instant he relinquished his resistance, it felt as if a colossal beast roared within him, ferociously tearing at his entire being. Zhou Ke sensed his blood boiling. At that precise moment, Professor Yuan had just cast his spell. Boom! The professor, along with the magical orb, was sent flying into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Yuan rolled twice upon the floor, then painfully clutched his waist, struggling to rise. What? Could this be a loss of control over magical essence? He then turned his gaze to Zhou Ke. In an instant, Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, his face betraying profound fear. Chapter 76. Blood Curse. Zhou Ke experienced a sudden, overwhelming dizziness. In an instant, all his senses dulled. The scene before him blurred. His vision, touch, hearing, and smell gradually faded. He felt everything around him receding. The classroom walls tilted backward, but no, it was not the walls that were tilting. Rather, Zhou was falling backward toward the ground. He saw countless classmates around him displaying expressions of astonishment and panic. Yet their cries sounded muffled, as if emanating from another realm. Ultimately, he felt his back make contact with the icy floor. Zhou fell straight to the ground, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. The mind-reading examination was interrupted. The entire class encircled Zhou, yet none understood what had transpired. Professor Yuan initially appeared puzzled. This shouldn't happen. This magical apparatus only possesses Red Heart 7 of magical essence. How could it pose any danger? Whispers of confusion arose among the classmates. What happened to Zhou? Is this yet another prank? It doesn't seem so. I can already smell blood. Professor Yuan half knelt beside Zhou, seemingly racking his brain for answers. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen. No, it can't be. This is a blood curse. Most of the others looked bewildered upon hearing that term. Su Chenxi's expression shifted slightly as she rested her chin on one hand, pondering. Blood curse? Professor Yuan immediately lifted Zhou's limp body into his arms. Zhou remained in a state of unconsciousness, his body limp and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, one hand dangling weakly. Class is dismissed early. I will take Zhou to the infirmary, he exclaimed, attempting to rush out the door. A student raised a hand and suggested, Teacher, can we send 1 or 2 classmates with him? There's no need to delay the lesson, is there? Professor Yuan Xing abruptly paused, then turned to the student, shouting, Blood curse. Zhou is afflicted by a blood curse. Do you comprehend what a blood curse entails? Everyone, return immediately. It is imperative that no one disseminates the news of Zhou's collapse. He then dashed out of the classroom, murmuring to himself, if the news of someone being under a blood curse spreads, the entire school will descend into chaos. The remaining students exchanged puzzled glances. Though they were unaware of the true nature of the blood curse, the professor's intense reaction indicated its gravity. Consequently, the students began to exit the classroom. Amidst the ensuing commotion, no one noticed a small crystal orb lying in a corner of the classroom, which flickered slightly before revealing a line of silver text. Fortunately, everyone had already vacated the room. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly incited another wave of panic. The silver text conveyed Zhou's innermost thoughts. I have killed 4 people, and I relished every moment of it. In Professor Yuan's embrace, Zhou's lips curved into a faint smile. Though he genuinely felt unwell and the blood he coughed up was real, his unconsciousness was merely a fade. It worked, he mused. Indeed, the prophecy of the seer's skull was accurate. Ever since the welcoming party, he had been plagued by discomfort. Yet he had persevered until he heard the prophecy of the seer's skull. Relax completely, do not resist. This message was not a directive to refrain from resisting Yuan Xing's mind reading. Rather, it urged him to avoid resisting the discomfort within his body. While he prided himself on having formidable willpower, capable of enduring Yuan Xing's scrutiny for a considerable time, he lacked absolute confidence in his ability to prevent even a single thought from being revealed. Zhou harbored too many secrets within. Any one of them, even those that seemed inconsequential, he was resolutely unwilling to disclose. The essence of a secret thought lies in its confinement within the heart, never to be exposed. Thus, Zhou opted to address the problem at its root. He orchestrated chaos to terminate the lesson. Yuan Xing rushed toward the infirmary, cradling Zhou's seemingly lifeless body. As he ran, he contacted numerous professors to relay the news of Zhou's collapse. Soon, they arrived at the infirmary, where Zhou was placed in the intensive care unit. Although he had not completely lost consciousness, his head throbbed painfully, and his eyes remained tightly shut, leaving him only vaguely aware of the commotion around him. Professor Yuan, what has happened to Zhou? He vaguely recognized the voice of Professor Chunyan. I find myself compelled to hasten him to the hospital, proclaimed the voice of Professor Yuan Xing. Yet, is that truly feasible? I too harbor doubts, but this affliction has indeed manifested in Zhou. Another encounter with the Skull Society? Cursed be it. Why does this ordinary student become their repeated target? The reasoning eludes us. We cannot fathom the minds of those terrorists. Ultimately, they succeeded. A heavy silence ensued. After a moment, Yuan Xing spoke again. In your estimation, how much longer does Zhou Ku have to live? Chun Yun's tone betrayed sorrow. If fortune favors him, he may last no longer than a month. Should circumstances worsen, he may not survive the night. Another silence enveloped the room. Then, Chun Yun's voice trembled as she continued. Zhou Ku is a student I mentored. I genuinely hold a fondness for this child. The magic he performed was astonishing, and he possessed an endearing charm. In truth, I sensed a foreboding the moment he first caught the attention of the Skull Society's assassins. Under their relentless pursuit, survival seemed a mere illusion, only a matter of time. Yuan Xing fell into silence for a moment before responding. You were fully aware of his inevitable demise. Yet you persuaded the other board members to admit this commoner against all odds. Professor Chun Yun's voice was scarcely a whisper. I still recall the wonder and longing in his eyes when I first introduced him to the divine card. I have quietly watched him evolve from a state of ignorance about our world, filled with curiosity, to gradually assimilating into it. She paused, seemingly attempting to compose herself. Yet, the conclusion has turned out thus. Yuan Xing sighed deeply. At the very least, as a commoner, before his untimely end, he has touched the realms of divine cards and extraordinary abilities. Perhaps that offers some solace in his passing. Chen Yun, with a hint of reluctance, inquired, Is there truly no method to save him? Yuan Xing shook his head. The blood curse is the most malicious and wicked of spells. Presently, the mortality rate stands at 100%. Hence, it bears another name, the unbreakable death curse. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ku's heart sank. Though he was aware of his physical malaise, he remained ignorant of its nature. Now, he comprehended the truth. The unbreakable death curse. The prophecy of the Oracle's skull has once again come to fruition. Chapter 77, Voluntarily Offering Blood. However, it is implausible, Zhou Ku heard Professor Chen Yun murmuring softly. Although the mortality rate of the blood curse is indeed 100%, it is, after all, a death spell, and the conditions for its enactment are exceedingly arduous. How could Zhou Ku have fallen victim to the death curse? Yuan Xing's voice was laced with confusion. I too am utterly perplexed. Even when Zhou Ku collapsed, I hesitated for a couple of seconds. Yet his symptoms aligned perfectly with those of the blood curse, coughing blood, fainting, an icy body, and a waning magical essence. Thus, no matter how implausible it seems, he has undoubtedly succumbed to the blood curse. Chinyan shook her head. Yet, I still find myself struggling to comprehend. Despite the lethal potency of the death curse, historically, very few have perished from it. After all, the casting of the blood curse necessitates the active cooperation of the victim. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ku could no longer feign sleep. Despite the effort it required, he managed to open his eyelids. The two professors appeared startled. Zhou Ku, you are awake? They exchanged glances. Chen Yun quickly masked her sorrowful expression, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Zhou Ku pretended to have just roused, his voice faint as he inquired. Professors, what happened to me? Am I ill? Yuan Xing hesitated, then turned to Chen Yun. Perhaps you should explain. Chen Yun endeavored to present a relaxed facade. It's nothing. You just need to rest in bed for a few days. Do not succumb to psychological pressure. Zhou Ku sighed softly, determined to extract information about the blood curse. He resolved to no longer conceal his awareness. Actually, professors, I vaguely overheard part of your conversation while I was dreaming. The two professors exchanged astonished glances. Subsequently, Professor Chen Yun's expression turned somber. You heard all that? Zhou Ku nodded. Yes, the blood curse, also known as the irrevocable death curse. He then cast an inquisitive glance toward the two professors, parting his lips as if to speak. Chen Yun sighed. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. We shall answer. Zhou Ku directly posed his most pressing question. Is there truly no way to break the blood curse? Am I doomed to die within a month? Zhou Ku certainly did not wish for death. More than anyone, he yearned to survive. Although he had long heard that the mortality rate of the blood curse was 100%, he was unwilling to simply await his demise. Professor Chen Yun's eyes betrayed sorrow, as she did not directly respond to Zhou Ku's inquiry. For the next few days, you need not attend classes. Eat whatever you desire, and contact the campus doctor if you wish to do anything. Maintain a positive mindset. Perhaps a miracle may occur. The campus hospital will ensure that your final month is free from any drastic treatments, prioritizing your comfort. Not a single word directly addressed Zhou Ke's question, yet the implications were abundantly clear. The entire campus hospital, indeed the whole of Longhua, possessed no means to treat Zhou Ke's affliction. A month was his final deadline. Zhou Ke lay silently on the bed, gazing up at the ceiling of the campus hospital, softly asking, "I wish to understand what seeks to take my life. What exactly is the blood curse, and why do you say that this death curse requires the victim's cooperation?" Professor Yuan Xing responded, "I will answer your first question. This illness is akin to AIDS. It is a curse that attacks the body from within. Those afflicted by the blood curse will gradually lose magical essence, and their life force will diminish. The individual will progressively lose all ability to act, ultimately succumbing to death within a month at most, or as little as a day." Zhou Ke followed up with another question. "Then, how was the blood curse specifically cast? What must I do to cooperate?" Yuan Xing shook his head. "This is an exceedingly malevolent curse, a forbidden technique known only to the Skull Society, which possesses the knowledge of its precise incantation. However, I am aware of one step involved in casting the blood curse. As the name blood curse suggests, it requires the blood of the victim, and it must be provided voluntarily." Zhou Ke's expression flickered with shock, momentarily rendering him speechless. Chen Yun noticed Zhou Ke's unusual demeanor. "What is it, Zhou Ke? Have you realized something?" Zhou Ke slowly began to speak, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. "I provided it." "What?" Both professors exclaimed in unison, seemingly taken aback by Zhou Ke's revelation. "I said, I provided it voluntarily. I offer my blood to the Skull Society." "How could that be? Why would you voluntarily offer your blood to them? When did this happen?" The professors, incredulous, bombarded him with questions. Tifkiskiviko spoke slowly, as if recounting an inconsequential anecdote. "Professors, are you aware that the Skull Society has a motto?" The professors exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. "We are aware, but we never bring it up. In our world, it is a terrifying phrase." Zhou Ke appeared oblivious to their concern, continuing his narrative, for a greater purpose. "Initially, I did not grasp the full meaning of this phrase. Not until now." He suddenly turned to Chen Yun. "Professor Chen, you must remember. On the first day of my enrollment, during the assessment, I encountered an assassin from the Skull Society. The test was called Russian roulette. They orchestrated an unexpected examination. Upon hearing this, Professor Chen's countenance changed dramatically. She recalled the events of that day, her face betraying a hint of fear as she murmured, "Could it be that they began their scheme from that day onward?" Zhou Ke persisted in his account. The question was to place a red object on the table. However, there were no red items in that examination room. The only red thing I could produce was blood. Professor Chen's mouth fell open in astonishment. Professor Yuan Xing also furrowed his brow in concern. They had deceived me into providing my blood voluntarily through this means. Zhou Ke paused to collect his thoughts before continuing, for a greater purpose. "Although I remain uncertain of their ultimate goal, it is evident that they are indifferent to the time and effort required to achieve it. I previously believed that each of their assassination attempts was trivial and easily resolvable, but only now do I realize their far-reaching schemes. Every assassination must possess significance and intent. Each one serves their grander objective." Chapter 78, The Method of Extending Life. Yet, if they had collected blood long ago, why are they only now casting the blood curse? Chen Yin voiced her doubts softly. Zhou Ke, at a loss for an answer, quietly lifted the water cup from the bedside and took a sip. Yuan Xing elucidated that the collection of the victim's blood constitutes merely a pivotal step in the blood curse ritual. Perhaps there exist other stages yet unknown to us. Bowing his head, he appeared to be deep in thought, murmuring to himself that the blood curse is a targeted toxic enchantment requiring a designated victim for its casting. The most effective method typically involves the dissolution of a targeted poison. Targeted poison? Zhou Ke faintly registered this term. He comprehended the nature of this venom. It is a potent toxin with a specific aim. Merely days prior, someone had introduced this targeted poison into the essence of magic, attempting to eliminate Zhou Ke. The school had been diligently investigating the perpetrator, yet no leads had surfaced. Suddenly, Yuan Xing clenched his fist and tapped his palm. Heir. They also require the victim to voluntarily provide heir. By dissolving the heir in the targeted poison, this too is a step in the casting of the blood curse. With a sharp gasp, Zhouke's grip on his water cup faltered, causing it to slip from his grasp and shatter upon the floor, scattering glass shards everywhere. Zhouke's expression darkened, revealing no emotion. A nurse rushed over to clean the mess. Zhouke, have you come to a realization? Your complexion appears even worse. Noticing Zhouke's distress, Qinyun regarded him with concern. It's nothing, professors. I'm merely feeling unwell. I wish to remain alone in this room for a while. Zhouke continued to gaze at the ceiling. Very well. If you feel any discomfort, please ring the bell by your bedside, and the school nurse will attend to you. After exchanging a few more words with the on-duty school doctor, the two professors departed the ward. At that moment, Zhouke was alone in the room. He lay on a hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, momentarily immobilized. He felt a pervasive ache throughout his body, and his breathing grew labored. He could sense that the magic essence within him was gradually depleting. Yet, Zhouke exhibited no signs of anguish. In the next moment, he let out a soft, eerie chuckle, devoid of strength and tinged with a hint of morbidity. However, in the vast emptiness of the hospital room, it resonated with an unsettling intensity. The Skeleton Society. Do you truly seek my life? Collecting my blood and hair. Every assassination you orchestrate is for this inescapable death curse. He recalled the day he had surrendered his hair. That hair had been fed to Tang Xin, amplifying her likelihood of being a member of the Skeleton Society. Yet ultimately, the antidote had been something Zhou chose to give her. She might still be innocent. One individual, however, bore greater suspicion. Tang Xin had not demanded hair. The true insinuation to relinquish a part of himself came from another. Was it you, Lu Yingming? Zhouke murmured to himself in the hospital bed. It was you who rushed to administer the antidote upon hearing of the poisoning. It was also you who conceived the idea of using a part of me for the cure. Have you been watching me all along? You are in such a weakened state, yet you still manage to think rationally. The ethereal voice of the prophet's skull suddenly resonated. You finally spoke. I have countless questions to pose to you. The patients in the ward had all been dismissed by Zhouke, granting him the audacity to converse openly with the prophet's skull. You possess omniscience regarding certain matters, do you not? Therefore, if I were to directly inquire whether the one who cast a blood curse upon me is Lu Yingming, would you deign to answer? The prophet's skull fell silent for 2 seconds. Indeed, I know everything. I shall endeavor to ensure your survival. However, I will not answer any of your questions according to your preferences. One day, you shall discover the identity of the members of the Skeleton Society within the school. But that time is not now. Zhouke nodded in understanding. May I interpret your response to mean that foreknowledge of the Skeleton Society's members would, in fact, be detrimental to me? You comprehend correctly. Zhouke acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Although he did not fully trust the prophet's skull at this moment, he regarded each of its suggestions with utmost seriousness. After all, it had accurately predicted reality thus far. Thank you, great-eyed skull. I have adhered to your counsel to cease resistance, thereby achieving 2 objectives. You know which 2 they are. The prophet's skull spoke softly, first by relinquishing resistance. You allowed the pain from the blood curse that you had long endured to erupt, thus enabling you to evade the mind reading in Yuan Xing's class and preventing the exposure of your dark inner secrets. This was also my advice to you. Kiskiviko nodded. Secondly, I have successfully contracted the irremovable death curse, thereby allowing me to fulfill your prophecy. After succumbing to the death curse in a month's time, I shall uncover the mystery of the divine ascension. He suddenly chuckled. The prophet's skull remained silent for 2 seconds. Yes, everything is unfolding according to your plan, quite perfectly. Is this not due to your wise guidance? Kiskiviko remarked. He cleared his throat lightly and posed a question that weighed on his mind. You mentioned that you would do your utmost to preserve my life. That is indeed true, is it not? Therefore, contracting the blood curse will not truly claim my life, will it? If you do nothing and lie idly in the sickbed, then of course, it will. The blood curse is synonymous with the death curse. Your constitution is robust, yet within half a month, You shall exhaust your magical essence, suffer from severe hemorrhaging, and meet your demise. Zhouke recognized that the prophet's skull was merely trying to frighten him, so he responded in feigned terror. How dreadful, esteemed prophet. Then, in your esteemed opinion, how might I avert such a tragic fate? The prophet's skull appeared to have anticipated this inquiry. The blood curse is fatal for mortals. However, for deities, the death curse is an entirely different matter. You will require a specific object to extend your life. This object is not of ordinary nature. Zhouke immediately grasped the implication behind the prophet's skull's words. You mean to say that while it is fatal for humans, it is not so for deities? Are you suggesting that the object capable of saving my life is a relic of a deity? Precisely. Only that singular divine relic can save you. Great prophet, could you enlighten me as to what it is and where I might procure it? To be frank, Zhouke harbored little hope for an answer. He had anticipated that the prophet's cranium would utter phrases such as, "You must explore on your own," or "It serves no purpose to divulge in advance." Yet, to his surprise, the response was, "This is a divine relic left by the god of cubes, known as the Tesseract. As the name implies, it is a quadrilateral diamond." The Tesseract? You claim it is a relic of the god of cubes? That seems quite plausible, given that the diamond suit in playing cards is indeed a four-corner gem. Zhouke pressed on, "So where is it located?" The prophet's cranium did not hesitate, responding directly, "The Yi family of the four great families is the family of cubes. The Tesseract is their ancestral divine relic. At this moment, it lies concealed within the Yi financial building." Zhouke was well acquainted with this edifice. It marked the inception of everything. On his 18th birthday, he had utilized this very building to stage a magnificent magic show for the entire city. The fact that the divine relic capable of resolving the blood curse resided within this building elicited a subtle smile from Zhouke. It seemed that tonight, he would assume the role of a master thief, embarking on a grand heist to procure the Tesseract from the Yi financial building. Zhouke had made up his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, he would seize this divine relic, not solely for the sake of extending his life, but because it was essential for collecting all 14 divine relics and ascending to divinity. Thank you, prophet. By the way, I believe you are the most formidable among the 14 divine relics. What leads you to say that? You see, are you not omniscient? You are aware of the locations of the other divine relics. Thus, acquiring you would be tantamount to obtaining all the divine relics. Do not overthink it. I'm not as powerful as you perceive. I merely disclose the location of the Tesseract to preserve your life. Zhouke slowly rose and donned his attire. Are you leaving now? You intend to infiltrate the building tonight and steal the Tesseract? What other choice do I have? The longer I delay, the weaker I become. Since that object is my sole means of prolonging my existence, I must acquire it without delay. I have warned you. The Yi financial building is not easily accessible to all, especially the area where the Tesseract is stored. It is sure to be heavily guarded. It will be quite difficult for you to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Zhouke smiled and replied to the prophet's cranium, "I am aware of your omniscience. However, perhaps you have overlooked something. I once caused a city-wide blackout at the financial building. It is not unfamiliar to me. I am confident I can orchestrate another dazzling display of lights." After a brief pause, he inquired, "By the way, what is the function of the Tesseract? How can it help me break the blood curse?" I did not claim that the Tesseract could dispel curses. A curse as formidable as death is not easily undone, even by a divine relic. However, the Tesseract can assist you in temporarily extending your life. Within the four-sided stone lies a formidable energy, along with the enigmatic secret of the divine token S ascension. Upon hearing this term, Zhouke's expression shifted slightly. The specific function of the four-sided stone will become apparent to you once you acquire it. That suffices. Zhouke donned his clothing, took a moment to prepare, and then gazed out the window. Dusk was approaching, and the sky gradually darkened. "I apologize, Yiling Tian. Your family heirloom is about to be claimed by me. Do not blame me. After all, I too wish to survive. As I have stated, my desire to live surpasses that of anyone else, regardless of the means employed." He shouldered a heavy black backpack, placed one foot outside the window, and then leaped into the night, vanishing into the shadows. In the lobby of the Yi family financial building, Greed wore a look of anxiety as he waited by the elevator. He pressed the down button, and the elevator began its slow descent. Glancing at his watch, he awaited impatiently. As the elevator reached the first floor, the doors opened gradually. He quickly slipped inside and pressed the button for the first floor. Having visited this level countless times, it was familiar to him. Upon arrival, Greed swiped his divine token. The elevator doors opened to reveal the same dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight adding an air of mystery. He donned a skull mask and slowly entered the room, taking a seat at the long table. The figure at the head of the table spoke. "Welcome, Greed." Greed nodded slightly. "I have flawlessly executed the organization's plan. The blood curse has been cast. Joku's remaining lifespan is now less than a month." "Excellent." Arrogance's tone was steady, yet hinted at a concealed delight. "I assure you, when Joku meets his demise in a month, I will provide you with everything you require. I hope it can be expedited." Greed's voice grew somewhat urgent. "I sense that Joku has begun to suspect me. Ever since the last incident, when he administered targeted poison to a girl named Tang Xian, I have realized he has been covertly attempting to track me down. Moreover, following the blood curse event, my identity is certain to have come under his scrutiny." Arrogance lifted his chin slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Greed astutely detected his mood and quickly added, "However, I can assure the organization that I remain safe and concealed. Joku merely harbors suspicions, yet I can sense he remains uncertain of my true identity." Arrogance raised a hand, signaling him to cease speaking. Greed closed his mouth. Subsequently, Arrogance inquired, "You mentioned that Joku administered the drug to a girl named Tang Xian?" Greed hesitated, seemingly puzzled by Arrogance's focus on this detail. "Yes, but in the end, Joku had a change of heart and rescued her. Nothing transpired." "What is it?" Arrogance shook his head. "No, it is nothing." An eerie silence then enveloped the secret chamber. It seems that the oppressive atmosphere became unbearable, and the individual across from me, driven by desire, suddenly raised a hand. "What exactly does the leader wish us to do?" "First, we are forbidden to eliminate Joku, and now we are instructed to place a blood curse upon him. It is common knowledge that a blood curse guarantees death for mortals. Is this not a contradictory directive?" The one known as Arrogance slightly raised his voice. "Do not attempt to fathom the leader's intentions. The commands issued to the skeletons require execution, not scrutiny. All of the leader's instructions may appear illogical in the short term, yet in the grand scheme, they undoubtedly serve a vastly significant purpose." Chapter 80. Yi Family Financial Tower. Before the entrance of the Yi Family Tower, Joku walked with his head lowered, burdened by a heavy backpack, traversing the quiet street illuminated by moonlight. Approaching the entrance of the financial tower, he glanced at his reflection in the tempered glass. His black cap was pulled low, and a cotton mask concealed half of his face, revealing only a pair of vigilant eyes. Excellent. It was nearly impossible for anyone to recognize him. Satisfied, Joku nodded and entered the first floor of the tower. The ground floor served as a visitor reception hall. Joku subtly concealed himself in a corner, pretending to be a passerby while discreetly observing the surroundings. At that moment, an employee was finishing their shift. The individual produced an electronic staff card and tapped it on a card reader, prompting the electronic door to open with a beep. The employee tucked the card away and exited with weary steps, not sparing Joku a glance. Joku quickly comprehended that employees could only unlock the electronic door and access the elevator by swiping their cards. He quietly awaited the arrival of a second employee leaving work, hoping to employ some sleight of hand to acquire their card. However, after a considerable wait, no other employees appeared. Reluctantly, Joku resumed his observations, seeking alternative means of entry. In addition to the electronic access, there was a reception desk manned by an elderly security guard. With no other recourse, he approached the elderly gentleman. "What do you want?" the guard inquired, immediately blocking Joku's path. His bloodshot eyes scrutinized Joku's attire and the heavy backpack he carried. "Delivering takeout? Just leave it here." "Sir, I'm not a delivery person. I simply forgot my card. I kindly ask for your leniency to allow me entry," Joku implored in a hushed tone while discreetly offering a cigarette. The guard waved his hand, dismissing the cigarette. "State your name and card number," he demanded, crossing his legs. Zhouku, of course, could not disclose his true name, nor did he know any card numbers. With no other choice, he resorted to deception. Sir, I am a friend of young Master Yi. Yiling Tian sent me to find him. Surely you know him. He is in the elite class at the noble school, and I am his classmate. Yet the guard merely frowned, as if he had never heard that name before. Yi who? The guard asked, puzzled. Yi Ling Tian. Zhouku replied, his tone unwavering. What Ling Tian? The guard scratched his head in confusion. Yi Ling Tian. Zhouku's tone intensified. Yi Ling what? The guard dug at his ear. All right, old man, you can cool off over there, Zhouku said, shaking his head in resignation. If a gentle approach wouldn't suffice, he would have to resort to a more forceful method. As Zhouku reached into his pocket, contemplating the extraction of a weapon for a bold entrance, he glanced once more at the elderly security guard. There was something oddly familiar about him. Old Wang, it's me, Xiao Zhou. Zhouku quickly pulled down his mask and revealed his identity. Xiao Zhou. The old man momentarily seemed taken aback. Ahem, the magic show, the power outage, the light display. Does that ring a bell? Indeed, the man before him was the very electrician who had assisted with the building's lighting on Zhouku's 18th birthday. Oh, Xiao Zhou. I remember. The old man exclaimed exaggeratedly. But how did you end up as a front desk security guard? Weren't you an electrician? Zhouku observed the security badge on the old man's uniform, which read, Security. The old man chuckled. One must possess multiple skills. I juggle several jobs. I am both a security guard and an electrician, as well as the company's janitor. With a swift motion, the old man turned his badge to reveal the words, Electrician. Subsequently, he dramatically pulled back his coat to display the janitor uniform underneath. Zhouku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The old man continued, Xiao Zhou. It took quite an effort to manage the lights that day. How much did you pay me? I seem to have forgotten. It was spent in no time. Upon hearing this, Zhouku immediately grasped old Wang's implication. Nodding and understanding, he discreetly retrieved a red bill from his pocket and slipped it onto the table. Here, treat yourself to some fine cigarettes and liquor, and perhaps get some educational materials for your children. Just a small token of appreciation. The old man accepted the bill, and his previously stern expression transformed into one of delight. Well, a friend of Yi Ling Tian, right? Letting a friend of young Master Yi in is no trouble at all. With a few deft maneuvers, the old man activated the electronic security gate, which promptly opened. Please, enter, he said with a grin. Zhouku was somewhat speechless at the old man's rapid change of demeanor. Wait, aren't you just an ordinary citizen? You can change your expression so swiftly? A holder of the blockade, perhaps? So you were pretending not to know Yi Ling Tian all along? As Zhouku expressed his gratitude to the old man, he pondered internally while stepping through the security gate. Upon reaching the elevator, a thought suddenly struck him. This building had dozens of floors, which one concealed the quadrangular stone. He turned back and asked, Old man, Yi Ling Tian asked me to wait for him in the insurance department. Could you tell me where that is? Directly inquiring about the location of the safe seemed overly conspicuous, so he used Yi Ling Tian as a pretext to veil his true intentions. Although this approach still bore the risk of being seen through, it was certainly preferable to a tedious floor-by-floor search. The insurance department? You mean where Yi Zhou keeps the safe? The old man's gaze sharpened. Kid, you aren't planning to steal anything, are you? Qu'est-ce qui vi que frotze momentaru? Yet, in the next instant, the old man burst into laughter. Haha, I'm just joking. Young man, with your handsome appearance, how could you possibly be a thief? Moreover, knowing the esteemed name of Yi Xiao and being aware that he is in the elite class, you must indeed be a classmate. The elder seemed to have convinced himself. As for which floor the safe was on, I truly do not know. All I am aware of is that floors 2 to 30 are designated for the common workforce. From the 31st to the 60th floor, it is the domain of the elite. As for the higher levels, their secrecy is paramount. I have never ventured there. You might as well inquire up there. The elder divulged all the information in one breath. All right, thank you, sir. Zhouku thought to himself that the reputation of Yi Ling Tian indeed carries weight in this building. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and walked towards the elevator. The building boasted a total of 80 floors, and he intended to first investigate the 61st floor. Donning his mask, he pressed the up button. After a brief moment, The elevator arrived, its doors opening slowly. Zhou stepped inside, only to find a familiar face already waiting within. The individual bore a prominent nose and sported a square medal on his chest. It was Yi Lingtian. Chapter 81. Old Man Wang, as Zhou Ku entered the elevator. Yi Lingtian was just stepping out. The instant Zhou Ku brushed past him, Yi Lingtian suddenly paused. He swiftly turned around, scrutinizing Zhou Ku's attire. Zhou Ku had covered himself thoroughly, and logically, Yi Lingtian should not have been able to recognize him. Yet, Yi Lingtian remained furrowed in thought, his expression displeased. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhou Ku. Could it be that even in this disguise, Yi Lingtian could still identify him? Yi Lingtian pressed his lips together and slowly spoke. Delivering food, are you? Huh? No, I am clearly a thief. Kiskiviko exclaimeth. Did his attire truly resemble that of a food delivery person? How could the old man have said that? And do you feel the same way? In an instant, Zhou Ku felt the divine card in his pocket begin to radiate warmth. He immediately grasped the situation. This was a moment of folly. The voice of the clown god echoed in his mind. Divine card trigger condition. Embarrassment achieved. Randomly selecting divine card. Divine card, square 3. Square 3's copper level ability. Create a copy of an item. Can only replicate the exterior. To replicate the appearance of an item? Upon hearing the ability of square 3, Zhou Ku's mind raced with possibilities. If he encountered any doors requiring a key or fingerprint before stealing the four-sided stone, he would not need to expend effort in stealing the key. He could simply utilize square 3 to effortlessly create copies of those items. It must be said, this ability was quite useful. Zhou Ku had no time to ponder further, as Yi Lingtian continued to scrutinize him intently. Delivery personnel are not allowed to enter the corporate building. Simply leave the delivery at the front desk. Yi Lingtian added, by the way, using the elevator requires a swipe card. You won't be able to go up. Zhou Ku keenly caught this piece of information. This posed a dilemma, as he did not possess a card. As Zhou Ku contemplated how to respond, an elderly security guard named Wang hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, my apologies. But he is not a delivery person. He is the new janitor. He hasn't had the chance to collect his ID badge yet. With a grin, the old man added, allow me to escort him to the Human Resources Department for registration. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. Mr. Yi, the janitor? Dressed like that? Yi Lingtian appeared not to be easily deceived, his gaze still infused with skepticism. Isn't he yet to receive his uniform? I had already prepared a pristine set for this young cleaner. As he spoke, the old man miraculously produced a brand new janitorial uniform from seemingly nowhere. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will handle it with utmost clarity. Yi Lingtian continued to scrutinize Zhou Ku, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Ku was struck by an unsettling illusion that Yi Lingtian had already discerned his true identity. Yet, surprisingly, Yi Lingtian nodded, very well, Master Wang. You are the head of the janitorial team, so you shall take charge. After uttering those words, Yi Lingtian cast a significant glance at Zhou Ku before turning to depart. The elevator doors began to close slowly. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Ku turned to the old man. I never expected you would be willing to step forward to assist me. Moreover, you must have realized by now that I am not truly a friend of Yi Lingtian. Correct? Master Wang merely smiled faintly. Young man, I've lived many years. I've seen my fair share of events. The paths I have traversed far exceed the grains of rice you have consumed. Your purpose for coming here must be rather extraordinary, I presume. The old man noted the hefty bag on Zhou Ku's back, his expression revealing understanding. By the way, that bag looks quite heavy. What do you have in there? He inquired curiously. Zhou Ku dismissed the question, nothing of great importance. He swiftly shifted the topic. Since you are aware that I am no ordinary person, why allow me entry? With a decisive swipe of his card at the elevator panel, the old man replied slowly, I harbor no particular feelings for the Yi family. I am merely a worker, and my reason for being here is simply to make a living. Besides, I will be retiring soon. What you intend to do is of little concern to me. Furthermore, considering our previous dealings, I have already received a fair amount of compensation from you. I understand the principle of doing business for remuneration. The old man then asked, Young man, which floor shall I take you to? I will return afterward. After a moment's thought, Zhou reasoned that since the 2nd to 30th floors were designated for the common workforce and the 31st to 60th floors for the elite, it was likely that any relics of the divine would be located above the 60th floor. He replied softly, "The 61st floor?" "Very well." The old man pressed the button for the 61st floor. As Zhou observed the card in the old man's hand, a thought crossed his mind. To find the quadrangular stone, he would need to utilize the elevator multiple times. Accessing the elevator, however, required a security card. This elderly gentleman was someone Zhou was familiar with and had collaborated with in the past. Thus, he could be considered a reliable ally. Why not enlist this old man as his insider accomplice? Zhou cautiously inquired, "Master, your salary must be quite substantial, I presume?" Upon hearing the question, the elderly gentleman responded somewhat awkwardly, "Young man, to speak candidly, even if I work 3 jobs, my earnings are pitifully meager. To maintain a basic standard of living, I must seek additional sources of income, even if they are somewhat dubious." A subtle smile crept onto Zhou's face. He had long discerned this truth. From his previous encounters where he had slipped money to the old man for assistance, it was evident that the gentleman was rather avaricious. As long as there was money involved, he would lend his aid. Thus, Zhou tentatively inquired again, "Old man, would you like to earn a substantial sum of money?" The old man paused, then sighed, "Indeed, it is a dream I cherish. But where are the opportunities for making money?" Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately replied, "Old man, if you could lend me your card for a while, I shall reward you with 100,000 dragon coins afterward." Zhou was not merely spinning fanciful tales. He firmly believed that the vault within the Yi family's financial edifice harbored far more wealth than was apparent. Once Zhou borrowed the old man's card and successfully infiltrated the Yi family's treasury, he would obtain the divine relic while the old man received his monetary reward, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The old man did not respond immediately, but instead glanced again at Zhou's bag, saying, "When you asked me where the insurance layer was, I instantly understood. Young man, you must be a thief, am I correct?" Acknowledging the old man's insight, Zhou conceded, "Indeed, since you are aware, I shall confess. I have come to steal something." The old man sighed. "It's not that I am unwilling to help you, but I do not believe your endeavor will succeed." "Why do you say that?" Zhou felt that this old man was not ordinary. He seemed to possess knowledge beyond the surface. The old man cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "If you're here to steal money, that is of no concern to me. Just ensure that when you're apprehended, you do not implicate me as your accomplice. However, if you are here to steal that treasure, then think twice and return home to wash up and rest." Indeed, this old man seemed to know something about the four-cornered stone. "What exactly is that treasure you speak of?" Zhou feigned ignorance and casually inquired. The old man regarded him coolly. "It is the ancestral treasure of the Yi family, worth a fortune. It is said to be a diamond with 4 corners. Upon hearing this term, Zhou's heart stirred. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm as he asked, "Why do you believe that if I were to steal that treasure, my endeavor would be futile?" The old man, with an air of confidence, replied, "Because that treasure most likely does not exist." "Does not exist?" Zhou raised an eyebrow in confusion. "No one has ever seen such a thing. I suspect it is simply a gimmick, a tool for the Yi family to promote their illustrious lineage." Zhou furrowed his brow, remaining noncommittal. This treasure certainly existed, for the oracle's cranium had once proclaimed that the four-cornered stone was hidden somewhere within the Yi family's building. So, what was the origin of the rumor claiming the four-cornered stone's non-existence? As the elevator ascended slowly, nearing the 61st floor, the old man urged, "Young man, quickly don the janitor's uniform. Your current attire is far too conspicuous. Moreover, regarding that conspicuous backpack of yours, is it absolutely necessary to carry it?" Zhou merely accepted the clothing, stating, "The items within are essential for my use." Once he donned the attire, the elevator doors opened slowly. Zhou took a cursory glance at the 61st floor, which appeared to be an entertainment zone, replete with various fitness equipment and numerous leisure rooms. "Well then, young lad, let us part ways here. I wish you success." The elder waved his hand, feigning a departure. Wait a moment. Wang, the elder, was the only familiar face in the entire building, and if assistance was to be sought, he was the sole candidate. It was imperative to persuade him to join forces. "Where are you headed, sir?" As he walked, the elder replied, to the power room. You should be aware that I manage the power supply as well. That day, to assist you in performing that magic trick, I turned off the lights for the entire building. It was quite successful. No one suspected my involvement. A thought struck Zhou Ku. Elder, may I have a glance? As he spoke, he slipped a bill into the elder's hand. Why not? Come along, young lad. Upon receiving the money, the elder's face lit up with joy. He gleefully clutched the bill, walking and exclaiming, so you truly intend to steal something? Zhou Ku quickly responded, I shall not pilfer the treasure you mentioned, but merely the money. This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Zhou Ku was solely interested in the quadrangular stone, and it was evident that the elder was only concerned with money. The elder seemed to waver. You say, if I assist you, you would indeed share some of it with me? Absolutely true. This is not our first transaction. Do you doubt me? After a moment of inner conflict, the elder replied, you mentioned you would give me 100,000 dragon coins? Indeed. No, that is too little. The elder waved his hand dismissively. The Yi family is exceedingly wealthy. I estimate that an antique vase in their safe is worth over 1 million. Thus, upon success, regardless of how much you acquire, you shall give me half. Zhou Ku readily agreed. It is a deal. They shook hands, one intent on stealing money and the other on acquiring a gem. Thus, the elderly and the young formed an alliance of thieves. Soon, the two arrived at the power control room. Inside, there is a large operating screen displaying countless virtual circuit breaker icons. Upon seeing these icons, a thought stirred within Zhou Ku. Elder, could this perhaps be the switch that controls the building's lighting? Indeed. Allow me to explain. The elder pointed to the largest circuit breaker button on the screen, saying, this is the master lighting switch, after swiping a card. Pressing this will extinguish the lights in the entire building. Then, the elder gestured towards the numerous smaller buttons nearby. These are the light switches for each floor and every room. As Zhou Ku surveyed these light switches, a notion emerged in his mind. Elder, can these lights be controlled on a timer? Certainly. I shall teach you how. Zhou Ku's mind was still quite agile, and he learned quickly. Before long, he had set up a lighting control program for 2 hours hence. The elderly gentleman curiously glanced at the screen and inquired, young man, what purpose do you have for extinguishing the lights in 2 hours? Zhou Ku replied with a slight smile, once everything is accomplished, I shall utilize the Yi family financial building as a means to orchestrate a grand finale for my success. You will understand when the time comes. The old man nodded, seemingly understanding yet perplexed. Is this yet another one of your magical tricks? Zhou Ku merely smiled in response. After arranging the lighting control program for the entire building, Zhou Ku clapped his hands and said, let us proceed, sir. Young man, what is your plan? The elderly man, feeling a touch of excitement for his first foray into the world of thievery, inquired. I do not have a plan just yet. After all, this is my first visit to this building as well. Sir, do you know which floor might be the security level? The old man scratched his head. Well, I am just a security guard and electrician, primarily turning power on and off. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. I just remembered. The 65th floor is the executive meeting room. That is where Mr. Yi conducts meetings, often discussing confidential matters. Perhaps if we go there, we could overhear where they store valuable items. However, the old man sighed. Unfortunately, my access is insufficient. I cannot swipe my card for the 65th floor. It requires a fingerprint unlock. Zhou Ku inquired once more, can we use the stairs? The old man shook his head. No. The stairs are generally not accessible unless the elevators are out of order. Zhou Ku pondered the old man's words. Fingerprint unlock? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. The elderly gentleman gazed at him curiously. Young man, were you contemplating? Zhou Ku merely lowered his head in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly lifted his gaze and smiled slightly. I have a way to obtain the fingerprints. Chapter 83. Acquiring the fingerprint at the restroom entrance. Zhou Ku pretended to be a janitor mopping the floor while discreetly observing the employees entering and exiting the restroom. Young man, didn't you say you were going to acquire a fingerprint? How did you end up as a janitor? The elderly man whispered as he swept the floor. Zhou Ku remained focused on his task, quietly explaining, Sir, you are unaware. Pretending to be a janitor is an essential step in obtaining fingerprints. The old man was perplexed. Zhou Ku continued to watch the multitude of employees entering the restroom, quietly stating to obtain the fingerprints for access to the 65th floor. We must first ascertain which individuals possess that privilege. Only the fingerprints of those with sufficient clearance are of any use. Otherwise, acquiring the fingerprint of a mere worker would be futile. Our purpose in lingering at the restroom entrance is to observe these employees and discern their levels of authority. What? The old man wore a look of disbelief. Young man, are you suggesting that by watching them use the restroom, we can identify who is authorized to access the 65th floor? The old man scratched his head. What is the reasoning behind that? Does the excrement of the aristocrats differ from ours as commoners? Zhou Ke maintained a calm demeanor, yet his gaze remained fixed on the employees emerging from the restroom. Their attire was impeccably formal, adorned in suits and polished shoes. From appearances alone, it was challenging to discern who belonged to the common folk and who hailed from the nobility. Moreover, even among the aristocracy, there existed a hierarchy of ranks, making it difficult to identify high-ranking executives solely based on their clothing. However, Zhou Ke relied not on attire to assess identity. At that moment, his gaze was fixed upon a woman resplendent in her appearance. After washing her hands at the sink, she chose not to use the hand dryer, merely flicking the droplets away before departing briskly. Zhou Ke discreetly remarked to the old man beside him, "Did you see that woman? She likely possesses limited authority. Merely a middle-ranking noble, not our target." The old man, puzzled, opened his mouth and replied, "Why do you say that, young man? I only noticed she didn't use the dryer after washing her hands. You can't possibly judge her based on that." Hesitating, he continued, "Whether one dries their hands or not should have no bearing on their status. I've seen some fastidious commoners who prefer to use the hand dryer, and, conversely, some nobles who simply shake off the water and leave. Ultimately, it's merely a personal habit. I assent to it. Can that reveal one's rank?" Tevkiskiviko nodded. "You are absolutely correct, sir. It is indeed a matter of personal habit and does not reveal anything. However, my assessment is based on more than just whether one dries their hands." In the midst of their conversation, Zhou Ke's attention was suddenly drawn to a target. A casually dressed man, appearing somewhat slender, had just exited the men's restroom. Whistling nonchalantly, he washed his hands at the sink. Subsequently, he too seemed to eschew the hand dryer, merely shaking off the water. As Zhou Ke began to look away, the man made a subtle motion. He delicately pinched the hem of his shirt with his thumb and forefinger, using the fabric to dry his fingers. The old man noticed this small gesture and shook his head. This fellow is rather slovenly, using his own clothing to wipe off water stains. He certainly cannot be a high-ranking executive. Before the old man could finish his thought, Zhou Ke interjected, "That's him. He is precisely the target we seek." The old man appeared bewildered. Zhou Ke quickly lowered his voice. "Sir, is anyone monitoring the surveillance at this moment?" The old man shook his head. "Young man, have you forgotten? I am the security guard on duty today. Rest assured, no one is watching the monitors. Furthermore, there are no cameras at the restroom entrance." With curiosity, the old man gazed at Zhou Ke. "Young man, why do you suddenly mention the surveillance?" "Necessary," Zhou Ke replied coolly. After uttering those words, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, and stealthily approached the man from behind, delivering a swift blow to his shoulder. The man had no time to utter a sound before he was rendered unconscious. Zhou Ke then hoisted one of the man's arms. "Sir, lend me a hand and help me drag him into the elevator." The elderly gentleman, who had been watching from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback. Only after being called by Zhou Ke did he regain his composure. "Oh, here we go." One of them hoisted the man's arm, and together they slowly dragged him to the elevator door. As they walked, the old man chuckled. "What a thrill. We feel just like agents in a movie." After concealing the man in a corner, Zhou Ke pressed the button for the elevator to ascend. A moment later, the elevator door opened slowly, revealing an empty compartment. Confirming it was safe, Zhou Ke signaled for the old man to assist in dragging the man inside. Subsequently, Zhou Ke gently lifted the man's right arm, extending his index finger upright. The old man, intrigued, inquired, "Young man, this fellow seems rather youthful. He doesn't strike me as someone with access to the 65th floor. Are you certain his fingerprint can activate the elevator?" Zhou nodded confidently. Rest assured, sir. He then placed the man's index finger on the fingerprint recognition area. Soon after, a green light illuminated, accompanied by the message, authentication successful. Zhou exhaled in relief, as he could not be entirely certain of the man's access. If the authentication had failed, he wondered how the old man would perceive him. Thankfully, with success, the old man's expression shifted to one of astonishment. His eyes widened as he gazed at Zhou with admiration. Young man, you truly have a knack for this. There must be very few who can access the 65th floor at this company. Did you really deduce that he was an executive just by observation? How did you come to that conclusion? Zhou offered a faint smile as he began to explain. It's quite simple. I did not ascertain his status per se, but I could tell that this man was different from the others. He wasn't wearing an employee badge around his neck. Furthermore, he must frequently utilize fingerprint access. Zhou continued with a slight grin. Let me share a fun fact with you. A wet finger cannot pass fingerprint authentication. Moisture fills the crevices of the fingerprint. He then pointed to the man lying on the ground. This fellow clearly does not have the habit of drying his hands after washing them. However, he does have the practice of wiping his index finger with his clothing. What does that imply? The old man paused momentarily. It suggests that he must often use fingerprint access to unlock doors? Precisely. Zhou affirmed with a nod. The old man appeared taken aback, then smirked. Young man, you possess quite a talent. You remind me of an old acquaintance. Zhou, not overly concerned, asked who? The old man gazed ahead, seemingly lost in thought. My son. Chapter 84. The human juice extractor your son? Zhou looked at the old man, puzzled. The old man continued. Young man, although you are not a friend of the Yi family S.E. Ling Tian, you must be a student from a noble school in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, you are also of noble descent, correct? Zhou was not truly of noble lineage. Yet he felt no inclination to explain to the old man how a commoner like himself could gain admission into such an elite institution. Instead, he merely nodded, sort of. Sir, if I understand you correctly, your son is a student at an elite institution as well? The elder offered a wry smile and shook his head. How could that be possible? I am merely a humble commoner. Dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes to phoenixes. The offspring of a rat will only ever burrow through the earth. Similarly, the child of a commoner is destined to remain a commoner. However, I must admit, my son shares some traits with you. Both possess keen observational skills and a certain cleverness. Zhou, non-committal, remarked, Sir, you're over 50, aren't you? That would make your son at least in his 20s or 30s. The elder glanced at Zhou. In theory, yes, if he were still alive. Zhou paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before gently patting the elder's shoulder. It seemed this man, too, had a tale to tell. The conversation ceased at this juncture, and silence enveloped them as they both regarded the ascending numbers in the elevator. 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. Zhou furrowed his brow. As he observed the flickering floor numbers, an unsettling sensation washed over him, but it dissipated almost as swiftly as it had arrived. Shaking his head, he cast the feeling aside. Upon reaching the 65th floor, the elevator doors slowly opened. In that instant, a horrifying sight surged forth into their view, countless naked, grotesque bodies submerged in large green tanks. The entire building was riddled with these tanks, filled with an abundance of blades. Some of these tanks appeared to be electrified, the blades whirring to life, mercilessly shredding the human contents within. Faced with this ghastly tableau, a singular term sprang to Zhou's mind, juicer. Yet these monstrous contraptions did not extract juice from fruit. Rather, they extracted life from humanity. The elder appeared utterly stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. Zhou pressed onward into the depths, softly inquiring, Sir, is this your first encounter with such a scene? Once the elder regained his composure, he hurried to follow Zhou, exclaiming, Indeed, what nefarious activities are the Yi family conducting in secret? This is murder. It is against the law. No wonder access to this floor requires the fingerprint of a high-ranking official. Zhou surveyed the bodies within the tanks. Perhaps these individuals were commoners, deemed inconsequential in the eyes of their captors. As he reached the end of the corridor, he had anticipated that the entire floor would consist of similar human juicer devices. Yet, The terminus revealed a stark white conference room, a jarring contrast to the dark and bloody atmosphere surrounding it. Zhou could discern several figures in suits engaged in a meeting within. He quickly concealed himself. The elder peered into the conference room. It seems that Mr. Yi is inside. Zhou co-pressed against the wall, straining to hear their discussion, but the soundproofing was effective. Scanning the area, he spotted a small ventilation duct, just large enough for a person to crawl through. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou softly remarked, "Sir, this level appears to be some sort of secret factory belonging to the Yi family. I suspect they are utilizing human corpses to manufacture something. However, this is unrelated to our objective. Their business is of no concern to us at present. After all, we are merely thieves, here to pilfer money. This level does not seem to house a vault, so we should not linger here too long lest we stray from our goal. Please wait for me at the elevator." "Sir." The elder nodded in agreement, finding Zhou's reasoning quite sound. "Young man, what about you?" Zhou glanced at the individuals engaged in discussion within the conference room before surveying the ventilation duct. "I plan to eavesdrop on their conversation through the duct above. Perhaps I can uncover the location of their vault." The elder pondered for a moment before eventually conceding. "All right, young man, you seem quite clever, but do be cautious. Do not let yourself be discovered." Zhou assured him, "Rest easy, sir. I have been a pickpocket since childhood, navigating various spaces, and climbing through a ventilation duct is a trivial task for me." Once the elder departed, Zhou meticulously examined the ventilation duct and the ceiling of the conference room, noting a small exhaust fan inside. This duct should lead directly into the conference room. Resolute, Zhou gently removed the small cover of the duct and wriggled inside. It must be said, the duct was filled with dust, and Zhou tightly covered his mouth and nose, stifling the urge to cough. Any noise here would undoubtedly be heard clearly by those in the room, jeopardizing the entire plan. Zhou proceeded with utmost caution, crawling slowly on his knees until he successfully reached the ceiling above the conference room. Through the rotating exhaust fan, he finally gained a comprehensive view of the conference room. It was rather ordinary, akin to the small meeting rooms frequently seen in large corporations. What set it apart were the individuals seated within. Zhou scanned the attendees. Their attire was remarkably refined, donned in suits and polished shoes, clearly indicative of high nobility. He scrutinized their faces, finding that he recognized none of them, save for the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. This man appeared to be in his 40s, adorned with a sparkling medal on his chest. The medal bore an oddly familiar design, with branches entwined around a red square. Zhou's gaze swiftly returned to the man's face. There was no doubt. This middle-aged man was a striking replica of his son, albeit with a few more wrinkles. It was evident that this individual was Yi Lingtian's father. Yi Lingtian's father, seated prominently, surveyed the other attendees before parting his lips to speak slowly. "Gentlemen, I wonder how you feel about my earlier proposal." Chapter 85. Revelation. The individuals gathered in the conference room were evidently high-ranking nobles. One of them stroked his beard and inquired, "Mr. Yi, can you guarantee the quality of this product you mentioned?" Yi Lingtian's father, Yi Ding, spoke slowly. "Of course, esteemed guests, you have seen it for yourselves. The product I am introducing is a new type of essence of magic. As you know, the essence of magic is exceedingly precious and rare. A single sip can significantly elevate one's magical potency by several points. However, the traditional production process has a glaring drawback: excessive costs." Pausing briefly, Yi Ding continued, "Our company has discovered that while commoners possess little to no magical essence, a cumulative approach, extracting their essence, can yield the desired magic essence. Those juicing machines outside are, in fact, the very factory of our Yi family's magic essence." He raised his voice, emphasizing the significance of this groundbreaking innovation. Zhou furrowed his brow. The notion of extracting magical essence from the flesh and blood of commoners should have been depicted in a gruesome light, yet the man spoke with an unsettling nonchalance. A balding noble seated across from Yi Ding remarked, "We certainly trust the inventions of your esteemed company, Mr. Yi. However, I remain concerned about the issue of costs." Yi Ding smirked slightly, responding, "In my view, this is hardly a concern." He then continued with a smile, "As I just mentioned, The raw materials for producing the new essence of magic are indeed the flesh and blood of commoners. I believe we can all agree on one point. The lives of commoners are rather expendable. Our research indicates that commoners under the age of 18, that is adolescence, possess a small amount of magical essence. Moreover, our company employs a considerable number of commoners. Their children serve as excellent raw material for extraction. Upon hearing this, the nobles collectively relaxed their brows, smiling in agreement. Haha, since the costs are low, we have no objections. Mr. Yi, we can collaborate to distribute your product both domestically and internationally. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Yi appeared exceedingly pleased, exclaiming, "Wonderful." He swiftly rose and retrieved a bottle of champagne from a cabinet in the conference room. In that case, let us celebrate. The nobles quickly reached a commercial agreement, raising their glasses in camaraderie. In this modest conference room, the noblemen casually discussed the exchange of commoners' lives for profit while indulging in exquisite wines of considerable value. If the commoners were to overhear such discussions, it would likely incite profound resentment towards the nobility. However, aside from slight discomfort, Zhou felt little emotional turmoil. The exploitation of commoners was a fact he had long been aware of since childhood. Yet today, he learned that this so-called exploitation was quite literally physical. Shaking his head, Zhou dismissed the dark dealings of the Yi family, for his true interest lay in the artifact, known as the quadrangular stone. He remained crouched within the ventilation duct, patiently observing them, hoping that Yi Lingtian's father might inadvertently reveal the location of the four-sided stone during his drunken boasting. Zhou waited for an extended period, enduring the meaningless chatter of these middle-aged men. After some commercial flattery, "Mr. Yi, it is said that your family's enterprise has achieved remarkable success and ranks among the 4 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, due to a divine relic you possess?" As the revelry reached its peak, a somewhat portly middle-aged man casually posed this question. The other nobles, upon hearing this inquiry, also set down their goblets. They feigned indifference, yet their eyes subtly shifted towards Yi Ding, eagerly anticipating his response. This question was indeed sensitive, akin to a matter of commercial secrecy. However, Yi Ding, in his jovial state and slightly dulled senses, raised his cup and cheerfully declared, "Precisely." The remaining nobles immediately perked up, their gazes fixated upon him. Many, whether noble or commoner, were aware that the Yi family possessed a treasure. The common folk believed it to be a business secret, while the nobility, of course, understood that this treasure was a divine relic. Upon hearing this, the slightly portly noble continued to probe. "Given that it is such a significant divine relic, surely, mister, you would not keep in a bank?" Zhou silently applauded this remark. "Well done, uncle. You've articulated all my inquiries." At this, Yi Ding's smile vanished instantly. He gently set down his cup and surveyed the eager faces around him. "Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Who does not recognize the value of a divine relic? You wish to extract from me the location of this artifact." The portly noble faltered, about to offer an explanation for his abrupt words. Yet, in the next moment, Yi Ding's smile returned as he lifted his cup once more. "However, that is of no concern. We are all friends and business partners. We can discuss this treasure. This is also because I possess absolute confidence that no one can discover its whereabouts. I can state emphatically that this object resides within the Yi family tower. Yet it is not located on any specific floor." Upon hearing this statement, the assembly quietly shook their heads. The portly noble, with a grin, remarked, "Mr. Yi, perhaps you have had too much to drink." Yi Ding, puzzled, retorted, "Who says I am drunk? I am not intoxicated." Another noble chimed in. "To say the treasure is within the building, but not on any specific floor implies that this treasure does not exist at all. This aligns with a prevalent rumor in society, suggesting that the Yi family's treasure is merely a marketing ploy, a tool for commercial promotion, and in reality, does not exist." Yi Ding, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed. "Think as you wish. I am merely speaking the truth." The conversation quickly shifted. After sharing a few more drinks, several nobles rose to bid farewell to Mr. Yi, preparing to take their leave. Yi Ding's complexion flushed slightly. "I should have personally seen you off, but at this moment, I have some personal matters to attend to in this room." The others quickly insisted that there was no need for Mr. Yi to come downstairs himself. Once the noble guest departed from the conference room, Yi Ding instantly snapped back to his usual demeanor from the fa-ade of drunkenness he had been maintaining. His face darkened, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Zhouke had gathered the information he sought and was about to leave when Yi Ding's voice cut through the air with an icy calmness. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't notice you hiding there? The guest in the ventilation shaft?" Zhouke immediately turned to face Yi Ding, who was staring intently in his direction. Then, Yi Ding reached into his pocket. Chapter 86. The bottle strikes in that fleeting moment. Zhouke thought Yi Ding was about to draw a gun or his divine card. To his surprise, however, Yi Ding produced his mobile phone. Acting swiftly, Zhouke kicked the fan at the ventilation duct and leapt down. He descended rapidly, sending Yi Ding's phone flying with a swift kick. Drawing a weapon was a trivial matter. With Zhouke's agility, he was confident he could escape before Yi Ding could react. However, he could not allow Yi Ding to summon help. He had infiltrated unnoticed, and only in such secrecy could he hope to steal the divine relic and make a successful escape. If he were to be pursued by a horde of security guards, it would be an entirely different ordeal. Taking advantage of Yi Ding's momentary distraction, Zhouke swiftly crushed his phone, eliminating the possibility of calling for security. Yet, this action provided Yi Ding with the opportunity to counterattack. Although it appeared that Yi Ding was unarmed, he charged directly at Zhouke with surprising force. Zhouke was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of pain as his back collided with the liquor cabinet, causing numerous expensive bottles to crash to the floor. Yi Ding bore the demeanor of a businessman, yet his strength was astonishing. It was no wonder. After all, he belonged to one of the four noble families, indicating a high level of magical essence. Even though Yi Ding wielded a square divine card rather than a combat-oriented spade, his physical prowess surpassed that of Zhouke. Moreover, Zhouke was currently afflicted by a blood curse, leaving him weak and far from a match for Yi Ding. Even in close combat, he found himself at a disadvantage. Soon, Yi Ding had one hand tightly gripping Zhouke's throat. Zhouke gasped for air, feeling as though he could not breathe. To make matters worse, the sudden exertion seemed to exacerbate the effects of the blood curse within him. It was a dire situation indeed. Zhouke's vision blurred, and all his senses dulled. He beheld Yi Ding's face, contorted in a grotesque expression. With a sinister glint in his eyes, Yi Ding exclaimed, "You little janitor, you have quite an appealing visage. A fine specimen for juicing." He continued to roar, "Today, you shall learn the consequences of eavesdropping on adults." Zhouke felt the grip on his throat tighten further. "Why do I get the impression you are not a commoner?" Yi Ding muttered to himself, applying more pressure. "Then it is even better. Your level of magical essence seems quite high. The essence of magic extracted from a single corpse is sufficient to fill an entire bottle. Just imagine the sensation of your own body submerged in disinfectant, gradually being carved into mincemeat by a sharp blade." Zhouke felt his strength waning. No, he cannot perish here. More than anyone, he yearned to survive. In an instant, his gaze hardened with determination. His previously limp hand regained vitality, swiftly groping behind him. Suddenly, Zhouke seemed to grasp a cylindrical blunt object. With a resounding crack, he seized the object and struck fiercely at Yi Ding's head. A howl erupted from Yi Ding as he suddenly released his grip, kneeling in anger and pain, howling in agony. The effects of the blood curse still plagued Zhouke, causing him excruciating pain throughout his body. Yet, he forced himself to summon every ounce of strength. He raised the blunt object once more, aiming it at the rolling Yi Ding. With a sickening crunch, Yi Ding collapsed to the ground, bloodied and unmoving. The blunt instrument shattered into pieces. At that moment, Zhouke realized it was merely a wine bottle. He gently discarded the broken glass, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. Fortunately, he felt a surge of relief. He understood that the Yi family was a prominent clan, and Yi Lingtian's father's divine abilities had nothing to do with combat. Otherwise, ensnared by the blood curse, he would never have triumphed in a physical confrontation with this adult. Zhouke surveyed the conference room, noting the absence of any surveillance. This meant he had not yet been exposed. After resting for a moment, he slowly rose, lifting the unconscious Yi Ding. From his pocket, He retrieved a length of hemp rope and securely bound Yiding, confirming that Yiding could not extricate himself from the ropes. Zhou tore a strip of cloth from Yiding's shirt and stuffed it into his mouth. Thus, even if Yiding awoke, he would be unable to call for help. Next, Zhou opened the wine cabinet and concealed the unconscious Yiding within. With a decisive slam, he shut the cabinet door. Completing these actions, he tidied the conference room, clearing away the shattered glass and spilled wine, disguising the scene as if nothing had transpired. This would ensure that even if someone entered, it would be difficult to detect any signs of violent conflict. Once everything was in order, Zhou adjusted his attire and quietly exited. "Hey, young man, you finally emerged. What have you been up to, fighting?" The elderly man had been waiting by the elevator, his eyes widening slightly as Zhou approached, noting his disheveled appearance and faint marks on his neck. Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, I won." He, like his son, was rather feeble and brawling. The elder opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. "Let us not dwell on that," Zhou interjected. "Aren't you curious about what I overheard?" A smile graced his face. The elder, seeing Zhou's demeanor, spoke with palpable anticipation. "Young man, does this mean you actually heard where he hid the safe?" "Close enough." Zhou nodded and subsequently recounted to the elder the essence of what he had heard in the conference room. Naturally, as the elder was an ordinary citizen, Zhou chose to conceal certain details concerning the essence of magic and the relics of deities. The elder, who had initially appeared calm, suddenly exhibited a moment of shock upon hearing Zhou's account, as though he had stumbled upon something truly terrifying. His expression became peculiar, and with a trembling voice, he inquired, "Young man, are you certain? Are all those who are being exploited for their essence common folk? Moreover, are the majority of them young individuals, specifically chosen from the children of employees?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhou sensed an underlying message. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "Elder, what have you surmised?" The elder paused momentarily before regaining his composure and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, young man. I'm fine. By the way, young man, isn't our goal to acquire some money? We shouldn't concern ourselves with their illicit dealings." He chuckled as he made his way toward the elevator. However, Zhou remained stationary. He then fixed his gaze upon the elder and gently asked, "Elder, how did your son meet his demise?" Chapter 87. Scaling the heights, the elder hesitated, then let out a soft sigh. "Young man, you needn't worry about my story. Let's focus on completing this job. With money in hand, all our sufferings will vanish." Zhou, upon hearing this, chose not to respond. The two entered the elevator. "So, young man, have you discovered where they keep their little treasure?" The elder inquired. Having shifted his mood, Zhou articulated his analysis. According to Yiding, the head of the Yi family, the treasure they possess is located within this financial skyscraper, yet not on any of its floors. Moreover, based on rumors circulating in society that gems essentially do not exist, I have begun to form a hypothesis. However, it still requires validation. The method of verification is to ride the elevator. Zhou then glanced at the elder and asked, "Elder, did you sense anything amiss when we ascended from the 60th floor?" "Amiss?" The elder scratched his head. "I didn't notice anything unusual." Zhou simply raised his hand to check his watch before pressing the button for the 60th floor once more. The elevator began its slow descent, the display screen's numbers fluctuating steadily. 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60. As the numbers changed, Zhou's gaze flitted between his watch and the display. Ding! The elevator arrived. "Young man, why are we returning?" the elder asked, perplexed, as he looked at the familiar 60th floor. Zhou slowly withdrew his gaze from his watch and stated, "Indeed, my instincts were correct. Elder, how many floors are there from the 60th to the 65th? The elder counted on his fingers. 12, 6. There are a total of 6 floors. Why? Zhou fixated on the elevator's internal display screen and whispered, "Yet I can't shake the feeling that we ascended 7 floors." Zhou's intuition had always been remarkably acute. With an abundance of magical essence coursing through his body, his senses were heightened, allowing him to perceive even the minutest details. From the very first time he ascended in the elevator, he astutely noticed that when the elevator moved from the 64th to the 65th floor, the display digits changed at a slower pace, and the duration of the ascent was significantly prolonged. Thus, Zhou conceived a bold hypothesis. There existed an intermediate floor between these two levels, a concealed 645th floor. The gem lay within this edifice, yet not on any conventional floor, for it resided in a certain half-level. With a calm demeanor, Zhou articulated this astonishing truth. The elderly gentleman gaped, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Young man, this notion is rather fanciful. I assenti it. The elevator's speed fluctuating is plausible. But are you truly convinced that this building harbors a hidden floor not marked in the elevator?" Zhou shook his head. "My reasoning extends beyond merely the elevator's velocity. First, sir, you previously mentioned that the stairs are seldom utilized except under extraordinary circumstances. This seems quite illogical, does it not? In a financial skyscraper with such a high volume of foot traffic, why would the staircases be sealed, leaving only the elevators in use? Second, why is it that only the 65th floor requires fingerprint authentication? Unless there exists a clandestine juice factory on the 65th floor, there must be a more significant reason. The floor beneath the 65th is not, in fact, the 64th. The fingerprint verification serves as a precautionary measure instituted by the Yi family to thwart any attempts to compromise the 65th floor and gain access to this hidden level." The elderly man paused, stroking his nose. "Hold on, young man. Let me digest this." He then began to count on his fingers, silently reiterating Zhou's analysis. After a prolonged silence, he looked up, though his expression bore more perplexity than admiration. "I grasp what you've articulated. I must concede it does hold some merit. Yet, is this not merely speculation? Perhaps there is no hidden floor at all, or, even if such a floor exists, it may simply be an unfinished, derelict space." Zhou had anticipated these uncertainties and smiled as he responded, "Sir, your inquiries are entirely valid. As I mentioned, my belief in the existence of a 645th floor remains a hypothesis. The most effective means of validating a hypothesis is through practical exploration. To ascertain whether such a hidden level exists, we must directly investigate." The elderly gentleman slightly parted his lips, seemingly poised to pose further questions. Zhou gestured for him to voice his thoughts without hesitation. After scratching his head, the elder inquired again. "Let us entertain the possibility that there is indeed a 645th floor, and you assert that the gem, the vault, and riches lie within. How do we access it? Surely we cannot breach the ceiling of the 64th floor, or create a massive hole in the ground of the 65th. Each of these actions would create quite a commotion. What if we attract unwanted attention?" Upon hearing this, Zhou smiled subtly. This dilemma had long been pondered by Zhou. For the common folk, creating a completely concealed, hidden floor holds no significance. However, for the aristocrats endowed with supernatural abilities, it is rather reasonable. Moreover, the Yi family belongs to the Block family, and the unique ability of the Block faction, Block 5, is none other than teleportation. It is likely that the Yi family routinely accessed the 645th floor through Block 5. Yet, at this moment, Zhou's divine card was not Block 5, rendering him incapable of wall-passing into this hidden space. Nevertheless, Zhou possessed alternative methods, one that was rather forceful yet effective. He parted his lips slightly and began to speak. "My dear sir, let us broaden our perspective a bit. The means to access a hidden floor indeed necessitates an external breakthrough. However, it need not be from above or below." The elder echoed Zhou's words, "Not from above, nor below." Zhou offered no further explanation, simply stepping out of the elevator and discreetly leading the elder into a vacant small room. This was a modest entertainment chamber, featuring a large floor-to-ceiling window. Zhou peered through the window, cautiously glancing upward. Each level of this building was adorned with such glass windows. Subsequently, Zhou retrieved a short length of rope from his pocket, beginning to wrap it around his waist. Unlike the rope used to bind Yiding, one end of this rope bore a small black hook. The elder, initially bewildered, suddenly comprehended Zhou's intent upon witnessing his actions. "Young man, are you suggesting?" Zhou retracted his body, smiling slightly. "To traverse the eaves and walls is a fundamental skill of a master thief. Not from above, not from below, but rather from the side. With that, disregarding the elder's astonished gaze, he surged forward, leaping out of the window. Crash! The shattering glass erupted behind Zhou Ku like a cascade of stars. The frigid wind pierced his nostrils like icy daggers, sending exhilarating thrills through his entire being. In that moment, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The sound of breaking glass was muted, as if the world had been silenced. At this altitude of over 200 meters, a strikingly handsome youth soared through the air, his coat billowing in the brisk wind. Behind him, the vast expanse of the starry sky glimmered under the luminous moonlight. Below, the neon lights flickered amidst the bustling traffic. The young man propelled the hook towards the window of the building, reflecting a blinding white light. Amidst the roaring winds, he could hear his own breath. Laced with laughter, the magic show begins now.